Alexander Ming unexpectedly traversed into the world of One Piece, only to discover that the formidable abilities of Devil Fruit users were nothing in the face of Akainu's magma powers. Swiftly subdued by Groudon's might, a single stomp laid waste to the battlefield. The freezing capabilities of Aokiji, the legendary ARTICUNO, spread its wings to encase the land in ice. When he summoned the creator deity Arceus, the entire world trembled. Come at me together, and do not say I did not offer you a chance. Witness how this interdimensional traveler subverts the power hierarchy of pirates with Pokémon deities, rendering even the four emperors and the Navy headquarters to bow in submission. Chapter 1. Alexander Ming. In the East Blue, within the Goya Kingdom, the oppressive afternoon clouds intensified the already sweltering heat of the season, rendering the small village of Windmill exceptionally stifling. The usually vibrant tavern lay in eerie silence, with only the tavern owner, Makino, and a solitary teenage boy diligently polishing the tables. Clad in worn-out garments, the boy completed his task and stepped outside to sit on the tavern steps, a glimmer of unusual melancholy in his eyes that belied his youth. His name was Alexander Ming, rescued by Makino 2 months prior during a tempestuous night by the shore. In truth, Ming was a traveler from another realm, and before his journey, he had been an avid gamer. One fateful night, as he indulged in a Pokemon simulation game at an internet CF, a sudden power surge catapulted him into this new existence. Upon realizing his translocation, Ming initially believed he had entered the world of Pokemon, as was customary for such narratives. However, he soon discerned that he had arrived in the world of pirates. It was then he comprehended why the original owner of his body bore the name Alexander Ming in such a world. The burdens on an ordinary person were indeed immense. Although the former inhabitant met an untimely demise by the sea, Ming possessed scant memories of his predecessor, leaving him unable to unravel the mystery of his death. Currently, Ming's greatest dilemma lay in the absence of the quintessential tools of a traveler. A powerful golden finger was essential for any interloper, yet despite employing numerous strategies, he had been unable to activate any potential abilities. If he truly lacked such a golden finger, how could he possibly navigate the treacherous waters of this pirate-infested world? Was he destined to remain forever in the confines of this quaint village of Windmill? Deep within Ming's heart, he naturally harbored reluctance. Upon realizing he was in the world of One Piece, he contemplated how to set sail and explore this magnificent realm. Yet, lacking sufficient strength, was he not merely courting death by venturing out? When Marjorie saw Ming sitting on the steps lost in thought, she approached him, intending to offer some comfort. However, as she reached the doorway, a cacophony of sounds suddenly erupted. Following the direction of the noise, Ming's gaze fell upon a group of menacing individuals wielding knives, advancing towards him. The leader, a gaunt figure with short black hair and a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, donned a long gray coat. Upon sighting these individuals, an inexplicable pain surged in Ming's head, fragmented memories flickering to life within his mind. Upon noticing this group, Marjorie, unaware of Ming's condition, hurriedly pulled him into the banquet bar. She was acutely aware of their identity. They were the bandits who had frequently wreaked havoc in the villages surrounding the Goa Kingdom, following Sig's demise. Had it not been for Sig's downfall in Windmill Village, these brigands would have already laid waste to it. Concerned that Ming might inadvertently provoke these bandits, Marjorie guided him to the back of the banquet bar and instructed him to remain hidden. With his mind in disarray, Ming could only nod, watching as Marjorie's figure disappeared. He began to organize the new memories swirling in his mind. Before long, Ming had sorted through the memories, but the revelation darkened his expression. He was taken aback to discover that the original owner of this body had perished due to the very bandits outside. They had pillaged and ravaged the original owner's village, ultimately forcing him to leap into the sea to escape death. Though Ming felt a sense of gratitude for being transported to this world, he could not help but deeply resonate with the malice of these bandits through the original owner's memories, a profound hatred surging from the depths of his being. The thought of vengeance began to take root within him, unwilling to sit idly by. He rose to his feet and stealthily made his way to the front of the banquet bar, intent on observing the bandits closely for any potential strategies to counter them. As Ming approached the front of the banquet bar, the bandits were engaged in revelry, boasting loudly about which village they would plunder next. Listening to their conversations, Ming's inner hatred bubbled forth, though he recognized it as the lingering sentiments of the original owner. Yet, rather than allowing rage to cloud his judgment, he continued to survey the scene. Suddenly, Ming noticed a wooden box beside the bandit leader. As he pondered its contents, one of the bandits queried their leader, Boss Zig, "What is this peculiar fruit?" The bandit leader, Zig, extracted the item from the box and replied, "I have no clue what this fruit, found by the seaside, truly is, but I plan to take it to town for identification. Who knows, it might be something valuable." Ming observed Zyge extracting items from the wooden crate. His gaze became irrevocably fixed, for the fruit Zyge spoke of was a spherical orb with a yellow exterior adorned with peculiar, twisted patterns. Having seen one piece, Ming immediately recognized it as the fabled devil fruit. Although he was unaware of the powers contained within this particular fruit, he was acutely aware that this was his singular opportunity, the only chance he had to grow stronger. Only by acquiring that devil fruit could he avenge the original owner of this body. At that moment, Ming felt an overwhelming urge to recklessly dash forward and seize the devil fruit. However, he refrained. This was a banquet bar, and should he attempt to snatch the fruit, not only would he risk failing to escape the clutches of the mountain bandits, but the enraged ruffians would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the establishment. Thus, he resolved to wait, biding his time until the bandits departed. Half an hour passed, and after finishing their drinks, the bandits, a large, boisterous group, finally exited the banquet bar. Ming turned to Marcino, informing her of his intent to leave, and before she could respond, he sprinted out. Unbeknownst to him, Marcino felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. She sensed that something significant awaited Ming outside, and her heart was unsettled. She pursued him, hoping to prevent his departure. Yet, upon emerging, she could no longer spot Ming's figure. With growing concern, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette approaching from the direction of the dock. Upon recognizing him, Marcino felt a wave of relief, knowing that Ming was safe, and she hurried towards him. Meanwhile, Ming remained oblivious to Marcino's worries. He stealthily followed the bandits for several kilometers until they finally paused to rest. A sigh of relief escaped him had they continued their trek. His frail body might not have endured. With his target, the crate housing the devil fruit, now within reach, he began to cautiously maneuver around, eventually positioning himself behind Zyge. His heart raced, teetering on the edge of anxiety. Ming understood that if he were discovered by the bandits now, all would be lost, and he might very well lose his life in the process. Chapter 2. The Spirit King System. Holding his breath, Ming's hands inched closer to the crate, the outcome of his endeavor hinging on this very moment. When his fingers grazed the wooden surface of the box, a surge of elation coursed through him, for he had succeeded halfway. Just then, Zyge's attention shifted to the crate beside him, and upon noticing Ming's hands, he exclaimed, "What audacity!" He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to pilfer from a notorious bandit with a bounty of 6 million berries. Drawing his saber from his waist, Zyge prepared to strike at the thicket where Ming was concealed. Realizing that his actions had been exposed, Ming, disregarding any need for concealment, clutched the wooden box tightly and fled. Upon discovering that the thief was merely a teenage boy, Zyge's fury contorted his face, and he rallied his band of mountain bandits to pursue the direction in which Ming had escaped. "You there, halt!" Zyge bellowed with indignation. "If you wish for me to stop, you might as well catch up first," Ming retorted without glancing back. This response ignited Zyge's rage further, compelling him to quicken his pace. Occasionally glancing over his shoulder, Ming discerned that Zyge was gaining on him, and he understood that his stamina could not endure for long. His survival hinged solely on the potency of the devil fruit he had just consumed. Concealing the devil fruit from Zyge's sight, Ming steeled himself against the dread of its repulsive taste, biting into it before stowing away the remainder in the wooden box. Although he had anticipated the fruit's unpalatable nature, he was unprepared for its extreme foulness to him. It felt as though he were consuming excrement, a comparison he thought might be an understatement. Yet, for the sake of his life and the grand adventures that awaited him in the vast ocean, he forced himself to swallow the revolting substance. After consuming the devil fruit, as he awaited the manifestation of its powers, an automated voice resonated within his mind. Detecting the presence of demonic power, the system has autonomously absorbed and unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have activated the Spirit King system. The system is now unlocked, and the host has received a novice gift package. Please check at your convenience. Given the host's current predicament, your first task is now initiated. Defeat Zyge. Task requirements. The host must confront and defeat Zyge directly. Task rewards. The host will receive 600 experience points and 6 million system coins. Initially taken aback by the voice, Ming's heart surged with elation. He had not anticipated that, Rather than gaining the powers of the devil fruit, he would instead unlock his golden opportunity. With his inaugural task set to vanquish Zyge, he was determined to succeed. Failing to defeat Zyge would undoubtedly lead to his demise, regardless of any system penalties. As he sprinted, he simultaneously opened the system in his mind, revealing a game-like interface that materialized within his consciousness. With no time to examine the system thoroughly, his gaze fixated on the backpack, for it contained his novice gift package. Opening the backpack, he spotted a pouch labeled Novice Gift Package nestled within its confines and promptly chose to unveil it. Upon opening the Novice Gift Package, congratulations host, you have received 1 opportunity for Spirit Power Lottery and 1 free point. Upon seeing the lottery chance, Ming eagerly initiated the draw. Before him, a grand wheel appeared, yet he found himself disheartened as there was nothing visible upon it. Dismissing the urge to critique, he pressed the lottery button, and shortly thereafter, the wheel came to a halt. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a Charmander. May I inquire if the host wishes to utilize the power of Charmander? Yes, Ming replied without hesitation. He was confident that the potential of such a highly evolving fire-type Pokémon would not fail him. Warning: the host physique does not meet the standards required to harness the power of Charmander. Forcibly using it may result in severe bodily harm. It is advised to utilize free points to enhance physical condition. Damn, Ming couldn't help but curse. He had not anticipated that employing Pokémon powers would come with physical prerequisites. Fortunately, the Novice Gift Package contained a few free points. He quickly declared, "Use free points to enhance my physique." As he did so, he felt as though his body had been infused with a potent stimulant. His previously frail form began to brim with vitality, and his previous lie. Dwindling speed surged once more, leaving the pursuing Zig unable to comprehend the sudden charm. At that moment, Ming noticed a cliff not far away, strikingly reminiscent of one from his memories. Now capable of wielding Charmander's power, he abruptly halted his steps, aware that it was time to settle accounts with Zig. Zig, who was trailing behind, assumed Ming had halted upon discovering the cliff ahead and believed he had given up in despair. Unaware that the devil fruit had already been consumed, he addressed Ming. "Kid, return that wooden box to me, and I assure you, I will not harm you. When have you mountain bandits ever been trustworthy?" Ming smirked, a hint of derision evident on his face. Observing Ming's demeanor, Zig's temper flared, and he brandished his weapon, ready to charge at Ming. One of Zig's underlings, recognizing Ming's face as somewhat familiar, recalled details about him and promptly reported to Zig. After hearing his subordinate's words, Zig's memory of Ming was jogged. He coldly remarked, "You insolent brat, your survival last time was mere fortune. I can't believe you dare to provoke me again. In any case, I have no idea what that fruit is, but since you seem so fond of it, I shall send it along to keep you company in the afterlife." With that, Zig and his band of robbers slowly advanced toward Ming, leaving no room for escape. In the face of such a predicament, Ming remained remarkably composed. He lifted the wooden box and softly addressed Zig. "Do you know what this fruit is called? It is known as the devil fruit. Perhaps you have never heard of it, but it is worth a staggering 100 million berries." Upon hearing the estimated value of the devil fruit contained within the box, the eyes of Zig and his band of robbers gleamed with greed. Though they were skeptical of Ming's claims, the possibility that it could be true ignited their avarice. Contemplating this possibility, Zyge forced a faint smile and softly addressed Ming. "Young man, everything can be negotiated. As long as you return that fruit to me, I, Zyge, give you my word that I shall not harm you in the slightest." "Indeed, young man, do be obedient." A multitude of bandits echoed their persuasion, yet Ming gazed at them with a cold smirk, perceiving their true nature. He hefted the wooden box and hurled it towards the cliff behind him, subsequently declaring to Zyge, "You desire it? Regrettably, it shall not be yours." Witnessing Ming audaciously cast the box over the precipice, Zyge, realizing that a potential fortune of 100 million berries had just vanished, lost all semblance of reason. He brandished his knife and charged at Ming, intent on seizing him and inflicting severe torment. As Zyge stormed towards him, rage etched on his face, Ming murmured to himself, "This time, I am no longer the one driven to desperation." Clenching his right fist, he internally commanded, "Unleash the power of Little Fire Dragon." Host attributes meet the standards. The power of Little Fire Dragon is now activated. Upon the system's proclamation, Ming felt a surge of strength emanating from deep within his being, as red energy began to radiate from his form, enveloping him entirely. When the crimson energy ceased to flow, Ming had transformed into a dinosaur of equal height, slightly larger in stature, with a round head and a distinctive feature, a flickering orange flame at the tip of its tail. This creature was none other than the Pokémon, Little Fire Dragon. Gazing at his transformed self, Ming was filled with exhilaration, though he found it peculiar that his incarnation of Little Fire Dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking a solid form. Nevertheless, he sensed an overwhelming power within him, one he had never possessed before, and he was confident that he now had the strength to confront Zyge, the bandit. As Ming prepared to spring into action, Zyge, who was already rushing towards him, was suddenly taken aback by the transformation, halting in his tracks with alarm. The other bandits mirrored Zyge's reaction, equally startled by the magnitude of Ming's metamorphosis. For those like Zyge, who had never encountered a user of a devil fruit, this extraordinary transformation was a source of profound trepidation. Chapter 3. Defeating Zig. Upon transforming into a small fire dragon, Ming discovered a list manifesting in his mind, comprising 6 squares that represented 6 distinct attack techniques of the small fire dragon. However, only the top 2, Claw and Ember, were illuminated. Aware that these were the only techniques at his disposal, Ming felt no disappointment. Prior to activating the system, he lacked any genuine combat ability. As he employed the Claw technique, Ming noticed his transformed right hand undergoing a remarkable change, with the 4 fingers emanating a soft, white glow. For reasons unknown, he sensed that his fingers were now extraordinarily sharp. Curious about their power, he directed his gaze towards Zig, who regarded him with evident trepidation. With a light chuckle, Ming taunted, "What's wrong? Did you not wish to eliminate me? Why do you stand there motionless? Are you afraid?" Being mocked by a mere teenager was intolerable for Zig, the arrogant bandit leader. Deep down, he resorted to self-hypnosis, convincing himself that Ming's transformation into a small fire dragon was merely a trick, devoid of any real combat prowess. After several rounds of self-deception, he raised his sword and charged at Ming. "Come at me," Ming shouted as he summoned his strength, dashing towards Zig in his small fire dragon form. As he approached, he swung his right hand towards Zig in an attempt to claw him. Seeing Ming's hand reach for him, Zig swung his sword, aiming to strike Ming's hand. Eager to demonstrate his might as a bandit with a bounty of 6 million berries, the clash of Ming's claws against Zig's blade resounded throughout the vicinity. Although Ming's claws sustained no damage, his palm was nicked by the sword, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. This outcome imparted valuable insights to Ming. He realized that the claw technique only enhanced the 4 fingers, leaving the palm unfortified. Moreover, his transformation into a small fire dragon was akin to an animal-type devil fruit user. Thus, any injury inflicted upon the small fire dragon equated to a personal injury. Despite a tinge of disappointment at the limited offensive power of the claw technique, he found solace in the fact that this was merely a foundational attack move. What brought him joy was the realization that he was engaging in combat with Zig unarmed, managing to withstand Zig's sword with his claws, which signified a notable enhancement in his strength since becoming a small fire dragon. Meanwhile, Zig, brimming with confidence, reveled in the fact that he had not only forced Ming to retreat, but had also inflicted injury upon him. This reinforced his belief in his superiority, or at least, that was Zig's self-assured conviction. Resuming his arrogant demeanor, Zig continued to swing his sword at Ming, taunting, "You insolent brat. Weren't you quite boastful? Let us see how many more strikes you can endure." The bandits behind Zig echoed his bravado, emboldened by their leader's display of dominance. Embracing the exhilaration of the moment, Zig wielded his blade with increasing speed, forcing Ming to retreat continuously, even as he attempted to block with his claws. Observing this development, a triumphant smile crept across Zig's face. He believed that even if he could not slay Ming outright, he could still push him off the cliff through relentless assault. He was convinced that Ming, having already fallen into the sea twice, could not possibly survive again. However, Zig failed to notice that despite being pushed back and sustaining numerous wounds on his palms, Ming, transformed into a small fire dragon, exhibited no signs of panic, as if everything was within his control. As he was cornered at the cliff's edge, Zig raised his dagger high, a cruel victory smile adorning his face, and shouted, "Boy, regret your existence in hell." Just as the dagger descended, Ming, who had been enduring the attacks, suddenly dodged to the right. In evading the strike, he spun in place, and the tail of the small fire dragon swiftly lashed out towards Zig's foot. Thud! Struck on the back of his foot, Zig stumbled forward, and upon reaching the cliff's edge, he gazed down at the tumultuous sea below, his face paling in fear as he hurriedly attempted to retreat. Yet, Ming stood resolutely in front of him. Zig, in desperation, swung his dagger towards Ming, no longer concerned about inflicting harm, but merely seeking a path to escape the cliff. Ming, seizing this opportunity, would not allow Zig to escape. With his head slightly raised, he chose to employ another technique, Spark, opening his mouth adorned with 4 sharp fangs. The small fire dragon unleashed several small flames, which landed upon Zig's long coat before the dagger could strike. With a whoosh, the flames quickly spread across the fabric. Realizing the predicament, Zig abandoned his dagger and frantically began to remove his coat. Witnessing this, Zig's bandit followers rushed forward to assist him. In response, Ming unleashed another volley of flames towards them, compelling them to hesitate. Turning his attention back to Zig, Ming saw that Zig had managed to shed his coat in time. With his mouth agape, he released another barrage of small flames aimed at Zig. The bandit followers, seeing the flames directed at their leader, shouted in alarm, "Boss, watch out. More fire is coming." Upon hearing his subordinates' warnings, Zig, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, instinctively glanced towards Ming. Upon seeing the flames approach, panic seized him, for beneath his discarded coat, he was left with nothing but a thin shirt. If ignited, he would truly become a man of fire. He turned to flee, but in his haste, he failed to remember his precarious position. After only 2 steps, he found himself unable to find solid ground and plummeted from the cliff's edge. As Zig fell, the voice of the system echoed in Ming's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task by defeating Zig. The host will receive 600 experience points and 6 million system coins. Upon hearing the news of the task's completion, Ming couldn't help but smile, for not only had he avenged the original owner's grievances, but he also received a system reward. Though the reward may seem modest, the substantial sum of 6 million system coins is certainly considerable and can procure a plethora of items. The bandit minions. Witnessing Zig being forced off the cliff by Ming and seeing the small fire dragon smile, scuttled away in terror like frightened rabbits. Ming, however, did not intend to let them escape, for without their complicity, Zig could not have inflicted such heinous deeds. Just as he prepared to unleash another flame, a wave of weakness washed over him, and the small fire dragon transformed back into the initial red energy, which then surged into Ming's body, restoring him to his former state. At this moment, Ming realized that while he could wield this spirit power, it was not an inexhaustible resource. It resembled the abilities of an animal-type devil fruit user, whose physical stamina would eventually wane, requiring a return to normalcy. Chapter 4. Joining the Navy. Fortunately, the bandit minions had fled. Otherwise, upon seeing Ming's weakened state, they would have rushed him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Taking a deep breath, Ming slowly departed from the scene, heading towards Windmill Village. Upon reaching the banquet bar, he spotted Machino hurrying over, scrutinizing him with concern, inquiring, "Ming, are you all right?" Ming smiled and shook his head, replying, "Miss Machino, I'm fine." "That's good to hear," Machino said, gently patting Ming's head. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from within the banquet bar. "Machino, I told you that kid is fine. Why do you keep asking him?" Upon hearing this, Machino maintained her smile and turned to the person inside the bar, saying, "I naturally believe your words, but I must check on Ming since he has returned." Ming then glanced into the bar and saw an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, seated at the counter. Observing the gentleman's crisp summer attire and robust physique, a name surfaced in his mind: Monkey D. Garp, the grandfather of Luffy, renowned as a heroic marine. Machino led Ming into the banquet bar, introducing him. "Ming, this is Mr. Garp, Luffy's grandfather." Realizing his assumption was correct, Ming quickly greeted Garp. "Hello, Mr. Garp." Garp grinned broadly, saying, "Youngster, you performed admirably just now. Would you be interested in becoming a marine?" Machino's face lit up with joy at Garp's inquiry. It is not that she disdains Ming's presence at the banquet bar. Rather, she perceives his yearning for the vast world beyond. Thus, upon hearing Garp's inquiry, she recognizes this as a splendid opportunity for Ming to venture into that realm. However, Machino refrains from making decisions on Ming's behalf, understanding that such matters must be resolved by him alone. In truth, Ming does not possess a particular fondness for a naval career. Although the Navy is backed by the formidable world government and boasts immense power, certain actions of the Navy are discordant with Ming's principles. When he first acquired the system, his foremost desire was to sail the seas independently. Even if he did not become a pirate, he could aspire to be a bounty hunter, which would afford him a sense of freedom. As Ming hesitated to respond immediately, Garp's expression shifted slightly, betraying his displeasure. His grandson and adopted grandson yearned to be pirates, and now he had finally encountered a promising candidate who seemed disinclined to join the Navy. While Ming grappled internally with how to decline Garp's offer, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Host has triggered a new mission. Join the Navy. Mission requirements. Host must agree to become a naval officer. Mission rewards. 50 experience points and 500 000 system coins. Upon realizing the meager rewards for such a task, Ming felt an overwhelming urge to refuse outright. Knowing that the reward for his first mission was several times greater, it seemed the system anticipated Ming's thoughts as it interjected, "Host, please do not question the system's rewards. The first mission had a bounty of 6 million on a mountain bandit, hence the higher reward." This explanation illuminated Ming's understanding that the system's rewards were indeed contingent upon the bounty of the target, leading him to ponder the glorious possibilities of capturing a supernova in the future, which would yield extraordinary rewards. After indulging in such delightful fantasies, Ming ultimately reached a decision. He considered that the system's triggering of this mission must have its rationale. Thus, he would embrace the role of a just naval officer. Perhaps, with time and rising through the ranks, he could rectify some of the Navy's existing flaws. Unbeknownst to Carp, Ming's silence stemmed from the system's task. He mistakenly assumed Ming was merely indecisive about joining the Navy. Frustrated by Ming's procrastination, Carp impatiently inquired, "Kid, what have you decided?" Hearing Carp's words brought Ming back from his reverie. Observing Carp's impatient demeanor, he quickly replied, "I am willing to become a naval officer." Carp, surprised by Ming's sudden eagerness, skeptically asked, "You truly wish to become a naval officer, and this is not mere pretense?" Realizing his reaction had been somewhat abrupt, Ming quickly adopted a serious expression and affirmed, "Mr. Carp, I genuinely wish to become a naval officer." Confirming Ming's sincerity, Carp nodded in approval. Although he was unaware of the lengthy contemplation that led Ming to this decision, he was resolute in his belief that, as long as Ming was willing, he could cultivate him into a competent naval officer. "Since you are willing to become a Marine, be prepared to depart with me at any moment," Carp proclaimed. Upon uttering these words, he finished the beer in his cup and rose to leave. In Ming's mind, the sound of the system announcing the completion of a task echoed. "Congratulations, host, for successfully joining the Navy. You will receive 50 experience points and 500 000 system coins." Upon hearing the notification of task completion, Ming began to gather his belongings, ready to accompany Carp. Observing Carp's departure, Machino understood his intentions and addressed him, "Mr. Carp, if you wish to meet with Luffy and Ace, you could take Ming along." Over the past 2 months, Ming has grown familiar with them. Carp turned to Ming with a look of surprise, for he was aware of his 2 grandsons' mischievous nature and pride. The fact that Ming had forged a good relationship with them suggested there was more to him than met the eye. "Then, young man, you shall accompany me to Luffy and Ace," Carp said to Ming. Ming recognized that Machino wished for him to spend more time with Carp to foster their relationship, and he replied, "Of course, Mr. Carp." After bidding farewell to Machino, Carp departed the banquet bar with Ming, who offered a grateful smile to Machino. The gentle older sister who had bestowed upon him his first taste of warmth and care in the world of One Piece, an impression that would forever remain in his heart. As they left the banquet bar, Carp made his way to Dayton's home. Throughout the journey, Carp did not engage in conversation with Ming, who wisely refrained from seeking to ingratiate himself, aware that such actions might leave a negative impression on Carp. During their walk, with little else to occupy his thoughts, Ming began to explore his system, recognizing that he would have countless interactions with it in the future. Opening the interface of the Pokémon King system in his mind, Ming discovered 6 main sections: the system store, the lottery wheel, the Pokémon encyclopedia, host information, the task list, and the backpack. Having already utilized the lottery wheel, task list, and backpack, he was familiar with their contents. As for the remaining 3 sections, while he could infer their general purpose from their titles, he was eager to delve deeper. Chapter 5, Carp's Secret Observations. Ming clicked on the Pokémon encyclopedia and found it contained only the icon of a Charmander. He understood that this was due to his current possession of only Charmander's powers. Upon selecting the Charmander icon, the content expanded significantly, revealing detailed information about the Pokémon at the center of the interface. Pokémon: Charmander, beginner stage, strength, 10 defense, 8 agility, 8 proficiency, 110 skills, claw. Ember, growth potential is extremely high. Upon examining these statistics, Ming found 2 aspects he did not fully comprehend and decided to inquire of the system. System: what do beginner stage and proficiency mean? The initial stage of the spirit power, referred to as the elementary phase, signifies the acquisition of spirit power at its most rudimentary level. Proficiency denotes the familiarity with the current stage of spirit power. Only upon reaching maximum proficiency can one advance in spirit power, a process necessitating the expenditure of experience points and system coins. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Ming gained a rudimentary understanding of these two enigmatic values, simultaneously grasping the roles of experience points and system coins as rewards. Initially, he presumed that experience points were solely for enhancing his own level, while system coins were meant for purchasing items in the system store. However, it now appeared that he had misjudged the utility of experience points. Realizing that system coins played a more significant role in upgrading spirit power. Exiting the spirit compendium, Ming accessed the system store, which, contrary to his expectations of a vast array of offerings, revealed a sparse selection of elixirs: the elementary strength elixir, elementary defense elixir, elementary agility elixir, elementary constitution elixir, and elementary healing elixir. The purpose of these potions was clear. They were designed to enhance one's strength, defense, agility, and constitution, while the elementary healing elixir provided basic restorative effects. Although Ming had no objections to the efficacy of these elixirs in augmenting his attributes, he was quite dismayed by their exorbitant prices. Each elementary strength elixir commanded a price of 200,000 system coins, with the same cost applied to both the elementary defense and agility elixirs, while the elementary constitution and healing elixirs were priced at 500,000. It is important to note that these attribute-enhancing elixirs only offered a marginal increase of a single attribute point. Thus, spending 200,000 coins would yield but a solitary enhancement. Calculating the implications, he realized that the 6,500,000 system coins earned from 2 tasks would scarcely suffice to improve his attributes significantly, especially as he needed to reserve some coins for upgrading spirit power. The figure of 6,500,000 felt utterly insubstantial. Ming inwardly lamented, having once thought he had attained a semblance of prosperity, only to discover he was still far from his basic needs being met. After contemplating several purchasing strategies, he found that the more he pondered, the more glaringly conspicuous the numeral 10,000 behind the system coins became. What purpose does such an illusory figure serve? Only to lead me to fleeting joy. Unable to suppress his frustrations, he silently exited the system store, recognizing that his aspirations of becoming affluent and distinguished were still a distant dream. Finally, he opened the host profile, revealing a collection of his own data metrics. Host: Alexander Ming. Age: 16. Identity: Villager of Windmill Village. Strength: 10, equivalent to an average adult. Defense: 8, equivalent to an average adult. Agility: 8, equivalent to an average adult. Constitution: 15, exceeding the average adult. Skills: none. Spirit power: Charmander, beginner stage. Experience points: 650 system coins. 6. 500. 000 evaluation. A fledgling novice. Upon observing that his various attributes had reached the standard of a normal adult, Ming felt a surge of happiness. This indicated that his physical prowess had surpassed that of his peers, evidently a benefit derived from the enhancement of his constitution. However, upon glimpsing the system's final evaluation, a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. He was acutely aware that his current strength was indeed modest, yet to label him as a fledgling novice felt excessively harsh, especially considering he had triumphed over Zig, a notorious bandit with a bounty on his head. In protest, he voiced his discontent to the system, but it responded nonchalantly, stating that the system's settings were immutable and urged him to strive diligently to transcend this designation of fledgling novice. The very utterance of fledgling novice felt like a taunt. Upon hearing those words, Ming's heart roared with indignation. It felt as though he had sustained 1,000 critical hits. Clearly, the architect of this system was a quirky individual. For how else could one conceive such a design? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Ming pressed the plus sign adjacent to his strength attribute, prompting a small box to materialize, revealing primary strength potions and free points. Yet, as he currently possessed neither, the quantity displayed was a disheartening 0. This was akin to allocating attribute points in a video game, suggesting that this feature was indeed the most significant aspect of the host's profile. Having grasped the essence of this section, Ming exited the host profile and closed the system, commencing contemplation on his future path. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that he would be cultivating his skills within the Navy for an extended period. With Charmander at his side, he could focus on enhancing its power, especially since it had the potential to evolve into a Charizard. If he were to attain its super evolution, he believed that the strength of Charizard alone would allow him to rival any Vice Admiral or even Admiral. As for the prospect of acquiring other spirit powers in the future, he would consider whether to prioritize their cultivation at that time. Furthermore, the enhancement of his personal strength was paramount. Without a sufficiently robust constitution, he feared he would be unable to harness the formidable powers of his spirit, as he had nearly struggled to control Charmander in its initial form, albeit with a modicum of free points. Having clarified numerous important matters, Ming began to feel a slight ache in his legs. Exiting the realm of his thoughts, he realized that they had traversed quite a considerable distance and had now ventured deep into the forest. However, in contrast to the growing fatigue in his own legs, Garp appeared to be utterly unaffected, maintaining his breath and pace as if nothing were amiss. It was evident to him that this disparity was a reflection of his inferior physical condition compared to Garp, undoubtedly exacerbated by the time spent trailing the bandits led by Zig, during which he had expended a considerable amount of energy without receiving any rest or nourishment. Under normal circumstances, Ming would have surely voiced his desire for a brief respite to Garp. Yet, at this moment, he refrained. Having spent merely a short while in Garp's company, to stop for such a trivial distance would surely invite Garp's disdain. For the sake of his modest dignity and to leave a not entirely unfavorable impression on Garp, he gritted his teeth and persevered in following closely behind. Unbeknownst to Ming, Garp had been subtly monitoring him throughout the journey. Although he could not discern the reason behind Ming's seemingly distant demeanor, he was nonetheless pleased with Ming's physical capabilities. Garp had witnessed Ming trailing behind Zig and engaging in combat, fully aware that with Ming's slender frame, the toll on his stamina must have been significant. His silence during the trek was a test of Ming's endurance, and Ming did not disappoint. The physical prowess he exhibited was already sufficient to qualify him as a competent marine. Chapter 7. Battling Ace naturally, Garp concealed his thoughts, gazing ahead at the path before them, a mischievous smirk gracing his lips. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly addressed Ming, "Little one. It's time to pick up the pace." "What?" Ming was momentarily taken aback by Garp's words. Without waiting for a response, Garp surged ahead, leaping nimbly through the forest. Seeing Garp's sudden burst of speed, Ming had no time to articulate his condition and hurriedly followed suit. Observing Ming struggling to keep up, Garp slightly reduced his pace, ensuring that Ming would not completely lose sight of him. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the Dayton household. As soon as Ming reached their destination, the soreness in his legs peaked, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The commotion they created quickly drew the attention of everyone at Dayton's place. Upon seeing Garp, and then noticing Ming sprawled on the ground, Dayton's expression turned wary. "Garp, what brings you here? If you're just delivering another little brat to me, I want no part of it." Garp nonchalantly picked his nose and replied, "Don't worry, this little rascal is coming with me to the Navy headquarters, not to be left in your care." Relieved by Garp's assurance that Ming would not be abandoned with her, Dayton felt a weight lift from her heart. However, upon observing Ming's exhausted state, she hesitantly inquired, "Garp, are you certain you want to take this kid to the Navy headquarters?" "That's none of your concern. I'm here to see Luffy and Ace," Garp stated decisively. He comprehended Dayton's thoughts. After all, Dayton was unaware of the tribulations that Ming had endured prior to this moment. Thus it was rather natural for her to hold a degree of disdain for someone who appeared as Ming did. "I have no idea where those two rascals are," Dayton exclaimed in exasperation. Regarding Luffy and Ace, Dayton often found herself on the verge of losing her temper, but at this juncture, she was indifferent to their whereabouts. As long as they remained alive. "That poses a bit of a challenge," Garp remarked softly, for he had come to observe the two and to consider whether they should be recruited into the Navy. Just then, two figures suddenly leapt down from a tree beside Garp, both aiming their fists at him. Unbeknownst to them, Garp spun around just as they were about to strike, his hands swiftly appearing on their faces, promptly pressing both individuals to the ground. Finally catching her breath, Ming looked at the two and recognized them as Ace and Luffy. "Old man, let me go," Ace protested indignantly after being subdued by Garp. Luffy echoed his sentiments, shouting, "Grandpa, let me go." Familiar with the temperaments of these two rascals, Garp did not continue to restrain them. However, upon releasing them, he delivered a couple of playful knocks to their heads, causing them to rub their sore noggins incessantly. Observing the duo, Garp inquired, "This time I intend to take you both to the Navy headquarters. Are you willing?" "I refuse to go," Ace retorted without hesitation. Luffy chimed in, "I won't go either. I aspire to be the Pirate King." Hearing Luffy's response, Garp could not resist delivering a loving punch to him as well. Watching Luffy rub his head in discomfort, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately, she too received a taste of Garp's affectionate fist, and from her personal experience, she understood why Luffy had reacted as he did. Garp's punches truly did pack a wallop. "Since you both decline, I shall take Ming with me this time, hoping that next time you will come to realize that only by joining the Navy can one truly uphold justice," Garp said, exhaling deeply. "This kid, not only can he not defeat me, but he is also out of breath just getting here. If all members of the Navy are like this, how could I not triumph over them as a pirate?" Ace muttered under his breath. Although Ace and Ming had established a decent rapport over the past 2 months, Having been lightly struck on the head by Carp filled him with resentment, causing him to speak a bit indiscreetly. Carp caught wind of Ace's words and challenged him. Ace, do you dare to let Ming take a breather and then face you in a match? Against a defeated foe, what do I have to fear? Ace replied. Upon hearing of a potential fight, Luffy eagerly exclaimed, I want to participate too. Carp turned his gaze toward Ming, and sensing the weight of his meaningful look, a voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new mission. Defeat the still youthful Ace and Luffy. Task requirement. To triumph over the youthful Ace and Luffy with unwavering resolve, taking the initial step towards becoming a formidable warrior and establishing one's own confidence. Task reward. 100 experience points and 1 million system coins. Upon triggering the task, he readily consented. Although he had previously faced Ace and Luffy and suffered a humiliating defeat, it was under circumstances devoid of the little fire dragon's assistance. Now, with his physical prowess significantly enhanced and the power of the little fire dragon coursing through him, he harbored the belief that he could vanquish Ace and Luffy, dispelling the shadows of their past victory and fostering his self-assurance. Upon hearing that Ming had agreed to allow Luffy to join, Ace narrowed his eyes and remarked, Ming, it appears you have encountered some remarkable fortune. However, what of it? Have you forgotten your previous failures? Ming remained unperturbed by Ace's words, responding calmly, a warrior's worth is often revealed after 3 days. How can you be certain that I lack the capability to defeat you? With that, Ace refrained from further commentary, despite Ming's favorable rapport with them. He would not permit someone he had previously bested to surpass him. After Ming rested for half an hour and replenished his strength with provisions from Dayton, Ace exchanged a glance with Luffy, signaling the beginning of their assault. Ace surged forward first, followed closely by Luffy, who began to swing his right arm, preparing to execute a rubber punch. Observing their movements, Ming chose not to immediately utilize the power of the little fire dragon. He wished to gauge how his current physical abilities would fare against Luffy and Ace. As Ace approached, he swung his right fist directly at Ming's face. Anticipating the attack, Ming deftly stepped to the right, sidestepping Ace's punch with a graceful maneuver. At that moment, Luffy's attack was also ready. He shouted, Watch my rubber punch. Just as his words came to an end, his elongated fist propelled towards Ming. Well aware of Luffy's rubber fruit abilities, Ming had already prepared for this move. As the fist approached, he swiftly leaned to the right, evading Luffy's rubber punch. Seizing the opportunity, Ming extended his left hand to grasp Luffy's elongated arm. And with the strength of a fully grown adult, he yanked Luffy towards him before delivering a powerful kick that sent Luffy sprawling. Undeterred, Luffy quickly regained his footing. For a rubber man, such physical assaults were hardly significant. Rising once more, he swung his right fist, determined to believe that his attacks could indeed affect Ming. As Ming dispatched Luffy, he heard the sound of rushing air behind him and turned to see Ace launching another punch. This time, the distance was too close for Ming to evade. He barely had time to raise his arms to shield his face. Bang! A formidable force surged from his arms, compelling Ming to take 2 steps back, followed by an intense, searing pain radiating from his arm. As he observed Ace charging towards him, he cast a fleeting glance at Luffy, who was already preparing for a new offensive from behind. Ming understood that relying solely on his ordinary physical condition to conquer Ace and Luffy would be a formidable challenge. To fulfill his mission, he resolutely chanted in his heart, Summon the power of the fire sprite, Charmander. As he invoked the might of Charmander, a crimson energy surged within him, enveloping his entire being. Before long, he transformed into a small dragon with fiery red skin. Upon witnessing Ming's metamorphosis into Charmander, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. To him, Ming's transformation was simply dazzling. Ace was momentarily taken aback by Ming's transformation, surprised that he had acquired such power. However, he felt no fear in his eyes. Even with this newfound strength, Ming was still beatable. Yet, being acutely aware of Luffy's nature, he understood the profound impact Ming's transformation would have on him. He quickly admonished Luffy, Luffy, do not be distracted by his transformation. Remember, we are currently in battle. Hearing Ace's words, Luffy finally reined in his sparkling gaze, refocusing on preparing his rubber fist. After becoming Charmander, Ming noticed Ace's advance falter. Seizing this opportunity, he opened his attribute list. Having harbored this suspicion since he first wielded the power of Charmander, he was eager to confirm his hypothesis. Chapter 8. Overcoming Luffy and battling Ace host. Alexander Ming, Charmander form, age, 16 identity, villager of Windmill Village strength, 1010 defense, 88 agility, 88 constitution, 15 skills, claw. Ember sprite power, Charmander, beginner level, experience points, 650 system coins. 5 million evaluation. A fledgling novice upon reviewing the data on his attribute list. Ming found that his strength, defense, and agility had all been augmented by Charmander's attributes, with even his skills transformed into those of the little dragon. This confirmed that his initial assumption was indeed correct. Upon harnessing the sprite's power, his inherent attributes were enhanced by that of the sprite. With a clear understanding of his current basic strength, Ming shifted his focus back to the battle. Observing Ace's continued advance, he recognized that methodical elimination was the optimal strategy. The best course of action was undoubtedly to first defeat Luffy, who had yet to fully unleash his potential, to prevent any disruptions during his confrontation with Ace. Having solidified his combat strategy, Ming, in his Charmander form, clenched his right hand tightly and launched a powerful punch at the approaching Ace. Bang! This time, it was Ace who staggered back, not Ming. Empowered by the might of the little fire dragon, Ming's strength had now reached the level of 2 adults. Ace, 2 years his junior, possessed slightly more than the strength of an adult due to his innate talent, a rather formidable feat indeed. However, for Ming at this moment, it was still insufficient. As Ace sensed Ming's power had doubled, he realized that relying on his strength alone to secure victory was no longer feasible. He would have to resort to alternative strategies. Casting a glance behind him, Ace's eyes brightened upon spotting a robust tree branch. He believed that with such a branch, he could certainly outmatch Ming. With this thought in mind, he turned and dashed towards the branch. Observing Ace's actions, Ming understood that Ace intended to use the branch against him. While the branch posed little threat to him, it was prudent to intervene. At that moment, however, Luffy's rubber fist came hurtling towards him. Ming recognized Luffy's playful demeanor. He was clearly attempting to delay him. Did Luffy not realize that Ming had intended to deal with him first? Ming swiftly tilted his head to the left, evading Luffy's punch. Transformed into the little fire dragon, he extended his left claw, seizing Luffy's outstretched arm and pulling him closer. A flicker of panic crossed Luffy's eyes as he recalled the recent incident of being sent flying by Ming. He certainly did not wish to endure such humiliation again. Gritting his teeth to prevent a repeat of the earlier scenario, Luffy swung his left fist at Ming. Ming observed Luffy's movements, fully aware of his intentions. Regrettably, Luffy's embarrassment would not resolve their combat issues. Thus, he extended his right claw, initiating a swift strike. As Luffy was drawn nearer, Ming chose not to meet Luffy's punch with his own claw, but instead pressed directly against Luffy's face, disregarding Luffy's left fist. With his current defensive prowess, which was twice that of an adult, Luffy's feeble punch felt akin to a mere tickle. Confronted with Ming's gleaming claw, Luffy sensed an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Yet, he found himself unable to escape Ming's grasp, and, in a moment of fear, he closed his eyes. With a sudden thud, Luffy realized he had sustained no harm. Although Ming had pressed his head to the ground, it was hardly painful for him. Had his earlier sensations been mistaken? In truth, Luffy had overlooked a crucial detail. Their battle was merely a contest. Had it been a genuine fight for survival, Ming would undoubtedly show no mercy. Meanwhile, having secured the tree branch, Ace caught sight of Ming and Luffy engaged in combat. Fearing for Luffy's safety, he rushed forward. Fully aware that Ming had easily sent Luffy flying moments ago, and now, transformed into the little fire dragon, he posed an even greater threat. Upon encountering Ming, Ace felt little concern as he pressed Luffy's head into the ground. After all, Luffy was made of rubber, and this minor impact hardly qualified as harm. Seizing the opportunity, Ace swung a branch toward Ming's shoulder, attempting to render one of Ming's arms powerless. While keeping an eye on Ace, who had charged at him, Ming quickly dodged to the side as he noticed the impending attack. This allowed Luffy to escape Ming's grasp. However, just as Luffy stood up, eager to assist Ace once more, he heard Carp call out, "Luffy, come here. I want to go over. I still want to fight." Luffy shouted in defiance. "You little rascal, you've already been defeated. If Ming had gone easy on you, your life would have been forfeit," Carp retorted, his tone irritable. Luffy, recalling the chilling sensation he felt in the face of Ming's right claw, chose not to argue further and slowly approached Carp. Observing Luffy's sudden compliance, Carp was taken aback, realizing that the earlier encounter with Ming's claws had made Luffy aware of the peril he was in. After all, it was unlikely that Luffy would heed him without being subdued otherwise. Meanwhile, while Carp conversed with Luffy, Ace and Ming continued their fierce battle. Ace, having missed his sneak attack from behind, persisted in swinging the branch toward Ming. In response, Ming unleashed his claws once more, his right paw shimmering with intensity as it met the branch. Unaware of the true power of Ming's claws, Ace believed that even the strongest claw could not surpass the solidity of a branch. However, he was soon met with a shocking revelation. With a resounding crash, the branch Ace wielded shattered upon contact with Ming's right claw, startling Ace, who swiftly sidestepped to avoid injury. As Luffy approached Carp, he gaped in astonishment, finally grasping the source of his earlier apprehension. Had Ming aimed his fingertips at Luffy's head, he would have met the grim fate Carp had described. Ace retreated repeatedly, and in the process, he spotted a metal pipe beside the house. Elated, he prepared to dash toward it. Alas, Ming had no intention of allowing Ace such ease. After shattering the branch, he lunged at Ace, his hands relentlessly reaching for him. Although Ming refrained from using his claws at that moment, his hands were still remarkably sharp, and if Ace were to be caught, he would surely suffer grievous wounds. Under Ming's relentless assault, Ace found himself with no choice but to evade while inching closer to the metal pipe. Focused solely on attacking Ace, Ming failed to notice the pipe. When Ace finally reached it, he grasped the pipe and swung it toward Ming. Faced with the unexpected projectile, Ming could do little but raise his right hand in defense. The collision between the right claw and the iron pipe elicited a sharp pang of pain, causing Ming to furrow his brow, halting his assault. Taking a step back, Ace observed the cessation of Ming's attack. Noting the slight tremor in his right claw, he realized his strikes had borne fruit. In his view, the tide of battle had shifted. With renewed vigor, Ace swung the iron pipe towards Ming's head, appearing to hold nothing back. In response to Ace's ferocious strike, Ming once again employed his sharp claws, aiming to grasp the iron pipe. Clang! This time, the claws lacked the destructive force that had previously shattered branches, leaving the pipe largely unscathed save for 4 distinct marks on its surface. Ace staggered back 2 steps from Ming's counterattack, yet he bore no expression of defeat. Instead, a confident smile graced his face, for with the iron pipe in hand, he felt no fear of Ming's claws. Chapter 9. Overcoming Ace and departing from Windmill Village, Ace charged forward once more, but rather than engaging Ming head-on, he utilized his agility to maneuver around him, searching for an opportune moment to defeat him. As he watched Ace darting around, Ming raised an eyebrow. It seemed improbable that he could secure victory relying solely on his claws. Thus, he resolved to create an opportunity for Ace, testing whether he could seize it. After a brief interval, Ming appeared momentarily disoriented by Ace's movements, his focus faltering. Observing this, Ace recognized it as a prime opportunity to strike, without hesitation. He leaped and swung the iron pipe towards the back of Ming's head. At that juncture, Ming seemed unable to fully turn around, merely managing to twist his head slightly. Seeing this, Ace's confidence surged. He envisioned the moment he would bring Ming to his knees with a single blow. However, Ming opened his mouth, leaving Ace perplexed. Could Ming unleash some form of projectile? This fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed as several small flames erupted from Ming's mouth, hurtling toward him. Faced with the sudden flames, Ace could only swing the iron pipe in a desperate attempt to block the fiery onslaught. As Ace's attention was drawn to the flames, a sly smile crept across Ming's lips. Seizing the moment, he pivoted and dashed beneath Ace, seizing his foot with his right claw. Then, summoning all his strength, he yanked Ace down from midair. Before Ace could revel in the accuracy of the flames, his face met the ground with a jarring impact, plunging him into a state of disorientation. With Ace temporarily incapacitated, Ming released his grip on Ace's foot, opting not to pursue further attacks. In this vulnerable state, he could easily employ any technique to end Ace's life. Thus, he knew victory was his. At that moment, the voice of task completion echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over the youthful Ace and Luffy, earning 100 experience points and 1 million system coins. Confirming the completion of the task, he silently recited, "Retrieve the powers of the little dragon." The little dragon reverted to its original crimson energy, subsequently burrowing into Ming's body, restoring him to his former state. At this moment, Ace finally emerged from his dazed condition. Realizing his defeat, he turned his head slightly to gaze at Ming. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance in losing to Ming, he accepted his defeat with grace, smilingly stating, "Ming, you are quite impressive, having acquired such formidable power." Upon hearing Ace's words, Ming understood the underlying implication that Ace believed he relied on the little dragon's strength. However, to Ming, the little dragon's power was an integral part of his own abilities. Thus, depending on it was entirely justified. He chuckled softly, saying, "Ace, if you are dissatisfied, then let us settle this when I return from the Navy headquarters." Ming's suggestion sparked a glimmer of excitement in Ace's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. "All right. Next time I will surely defeat you." Luffy dashed over, exclaiming, "I want to join your battle." "That is fine, as long as you're not afraid of my flames and claws," Ming teased. However, Luffy's enthusiasm quickly waned. Having consumed the gum-gum fruit, He was impervious to physical attacks. Yet he harbored a fear of sharp weapons and flames, both of which were precisely Ming's attack methods. This realization dashed Luffy's hopes of joining the fray. Noticing Luffy's despondency, Ming felt a pang of remorse for his words. To uplift Luffy's spirits, he quickly added, "Luffy, don't be disheartened. If you properly harness the powers of the gum-gum fruit, you can defeat your opponents before they have the chance to harm you. Should you still fear what I mentioned?" Upon hearing Ming's encouragement, Luffy's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "So, does that mean I can still challenge you in the future?" "Indeed," Ming replied with a wry smile, surprised to find himself becoming the target of both Ace and Luffy's aspirations. Meanwhile, Carp observed the scene with a cheerful demeanor, relishing the emergence of such competition. It prevented Ace and Luffy from growing complacent, fostering a sense of humility among them. Seeing that Ace and Luffy were unscathed, Carp felt a sense of relief. Since he could not persuade the two young men to reconsider their ambitions, it was time for him to depart. Turning to Ming, Carp said, "Let us be on our way, young Ming." "Certainly, Mr. Carp," Ming responded promptly, waving farewell to Ace and Luffy. Ace did not acknowledge Ming, turning away without a glance, while Luffy waved back at Ming and Carp. As Carp and Ming's figures faded from view, Ace finally turned to watch them leave, muttering, "Ming, just you wait. Next time, I will defeat you." Ming and Carp traversed the path back to Windmill Village when suddenly, a voice resonated in Ming's mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new quest. Ace's challenge revisited. Details to be revealed upon next encounter." Faced with such an unusual task description, Ming found himself at a loss. Since this was the case, he resolved to await his next meeting with Ace to uncover the nature of this triggered quest. Seizing the opportunity presented by the system's activation of the task, Ming opened the system's Pokémon encyclopedia, eager to observe the changes in proficiency after his recent trial with Charmander. Upon reviewing the information about Charmander, his eyes sparkled with interest. Pokémon: Charmander, initial stage, strength, 10 defense, 8 agility, 8 proficiency, 310 skills. Claw: Ember, a Pokémon with exceptional growth potential, seeing his proficiency increase by 2 points. Ming understood that this was directly related to his adept utilization of Charmander's techniques. It appeared that in the future, when harnessing the power of Pokémon, he ought to contemplate the flexible application of their abilities. This approach would not only enhance his mastery over Pokémon powers, but also expedite the improvement of proficiency metrics. While Ming was absorbed in the workings of the system, Carp noticed his distant demeanor and furrowed his brow, calling out, "Ming." Carp's booming voice jolted Ming from his reverie, and with a ringing in his ears, he turned to Carp, puzzled. "Mr. Carp, is there something you need? What on earth are you daydreaming about?" Carp retorted. Realizing that his deep focus on the system had likely rendered him absent-minded, Ming sought to clarify his behavior to alleviate Carp's concerns. "Mr. Carp, I was merely reflecting on the recent battle, hoping to glean some combat experience." Carp's expression softened slightly upon hearing Ming's words. He nodded approvingly. Such a notion is commendable. However, if you wish to analyze combat experiences, it would be wise to do so during moments of rest. Attempting to reflect while moving forward can lead to distractions. And in times of danger, you may find yourself unable to react in time. Understanding that Carp's admonition stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being, Ming nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Carp." Noticing Ming's earnestness and listening, a faint smile graced Carp's face. He continued, "Shortly, you shall bid farewell to Miss Machino, and then we shall return to my naval vessel without delay." Ming was taken aback by Carp's sudden decision to depart so soon, leaving him momentarily speechless. He inquired, "Mr. Carp, won't you stay a few more days?" "No, my purpose in coming here was merely to check on those two youngsters. Since they are both well, albeit still grappling with their thoughts, there is no need for me to linger. Besides, you must promptly reach headquarters for training, so that you may soon become a competent Marine," Carp replied with a smile. "I understand," Ming murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of reluctance enveloped his heart as he contemplated parting from the residents of Windmill Village, particularly Miss Magino and the village chief, whose kindness towards him had been immense. Carp discerned the sentiment in Ming's tone and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Young Ming, we are heading to naval headquarters, not embarking on a one-way journey. After some time, once you have achieved something in the Navy, I shall bring you back." "Is that truly the case, Mr. Carp?" Ming's eyes sparkled with hope as he inquired. "Indeed, it is true, yet my expectations for you are substantial, so I shall not set low standards for your accomplishments," Carp cautioned. "I will strive diligently," Ming declared, puffing out his chest with determination. Upon their return to Windmill Village, Ming bid farewell to Miss Magino and the village chief. clutching the belongings that Miss Magino had thoughtfully packed for him. He then accompanied Carp back aboard the naval vessel adorned with a doghead motif. Watching the Navy ship recede into the distance, Miss Magino turned to the village chief and asked, "Chief, what do you think will become of him in the Navy?" The chief smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Magino. That lad will undoubtedly make a name for himself in the Navy. He possesses boundless potential, much like Luffy and the others." "That is good to hear," Magino murmured, gazing longingly at the departing ship. Chapter 10. The Consequence of Rising Late as Carp led Ming aboard. He introduced him to his aide, a hat-wearing swordsman and rear admiral of naval headquarters, Bogart. Carp instructed Bogart to arrange accommodations for Ming and to serve as his temporary instructor until they reached naval headquarters. Having accompanied Carp for many years, Bogart was well aware of Carp's character and did not hesitate to comply, promptly guiding Ming into the ship's quarters. Once accommodations were settled, Bogart was about to take his leave when Ming hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Bogart, where shall I find you tomorrow?" Bogart pointed towards the deck, stating, "Just come to the deck tomorrow. Our training will take place there." With that, he departed. Ming watched Bogart leave, filled with anticipation for the training methods that Bogart would employ. With the imminent training in mind, Ming accessed the system's marketplace, contemplating which potions to purchase, knowing that enhancing his abilities would significantly benefit his forthcoming training. Just as he was poised to click buy, the system interjected, advising, "I recommend that the host refrain from using potions to enhance attribute points for the time being. During the intensive training, the host's attribute points will naturally increase." Upon hearing this, Ming understood that the system was informing him that he could enhance his attributes through training and that he should reserve the potions for when he could no longer improve otherwise. Grateful for the system's prudent advice, Ming resolved not to squander its goodwill, recognizing that the system's currency should be preserved for times of necessity. Lying in bed, the fatigue accumulated throughout the day began to permeate Ming's mind, irresistibly lulling him into a profound slumber. The following morning, Ming awoke from his dreams. Surveying the still dark surroundings, he rose from his bed, opened the door, and beheld the sight of Marines walking outside, realizing he was indeed aboard Carp's ship. Turning back into the room, he tidied his bunk and hastened to the deck. Although he had not yet partaken in breakfast, the dimness of his quarters left him unaware of the time, compelling him to dash to the deck on an empty stomach to avoid being excessively late. As he burst onto the deck, the blinding sunlight struck his eyes, forcing him to squint for a considerable moment. Once his eyes adjusted to the brightness outside, he discerned that the sun had already ascended quite high. Judging by its elevation, it was at least nearing 10 o'clock. Carp, standing at the bow of the ship, heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned to see Ming and chuckled, "Well, young Ming, I didn't expect you to sleep in until this time." Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet he found it unavoidable. After all, he had exerted himself significantly the previous day, and his exhaustion had dictated his late awakening. On a typical day, he would rise around 5 in the morning. Nearby, Bogart addressed Ming, saying, "Go have breakfast first, and once you are done, come straight back here." "Yes," Ming replied sharply, saluting. However, just as he turned to leave, he quickly spun back around, for he had no idea where the mess hall was located. Reluctantly, he inquired of Bogart, "Excuse me, Mr. Bogart, where is the mess hall?" Carp couldn't help but burst into laughter at Ming's predicament, while Bogart maintained his stoic demeanor, responding, "Just follow the Marine behind you." "Understood, Major Bogart." The Marine behind Ming acknowledged. "Yes." Ming saluted once more, and then he and the Marine made their way to the mess hall. Carp, still chuckling, remarked to Bogart, "Look how amusing this young lad is." "Mr. Carp, I do not know how amusing Ming is, but I do know he has risen nearly 5 hours later than the other Marines, and such behavior must be addressed," Bogart replied calmly. Bogart's words abruptly silenced Carp's laughter, and he gazed at Bogart with a slight headache. "Bogart, I mentioned yesterday that this lad had expended considerable energy, and thus, he would surely sleep in today. Please refrain from punishment for now. If he is late again tomorrow, then punishment will be warranted. Mr. Carp, if you truly wish for me to train Ming, then I must ask you not to interfere with my methods of training him," Bogart stated firmly. With Bogart's assertion, Carp found himself at a loss for words, silently mourning Ming's fate for a few seconds. Unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, Ming quickly returned to the deck after satisfying his hunger. Upon arriving before Bogart and Cap, he noticed a self-satisfied expression on Cap's face, which stirred a sense of foreboding within him. However, having come this far, he steeled himself and declared, "Mr. Bogart, the newcomer Ming has come to report for duty." Bogart nodded slightly and addressed Ming, saying, "Ming, today marks your first day of training, yet you have risen a full 5 hours later than your peers. Regardless of what transpired yesterday, Given your tardiness today, you must accept the consequences. Do you acquiesce to my decision? Indeed, Ming replied calmly, having contemplated this during his meal. He understood that anyone arriving so late on their first day would understandably provoke ire from the training officer. Punishment was only natural. Since you concede, you shall now commence running 50 laps around the perimeter of this ship's deck, Bogart stated coolly. Yes, Mr. Bogart, Ming responded, immediately beginning to circle the deck. As he ran, Ming became a striking sight on the vessel, with all the sailors aboard aware of the reason behind his punishment. No one felt sympathy for him, as each sailor had likely endured similar experiences and recognized the fairness of the consequence. Without imparting a significant lesson, there was a likelihood that Ming would repeat his tardiness. And the Navy had little time to rectify bad habits, especially with the ever-present threat of pirates at sea. As they observed Ming under punishment, the standing and training sailors speculated on when he would begin to show signs of fatigue. Given Ming's seemingly frail physique, some believed he would falter before completing 20 laps. Yet, they were mistaken. Ming's physical condition surpassed that of a typical adult by 5 points, indicating his superior fitness compared to most. Thus, his endurance could not be judged merely by his appearance. Ming ran 40 laps before he began to feel a slight ache in his legs. Based on his own metrics, he recognized this discomfort was linked to his physical attributes. Upon completing 50 laps, only a hint of sweat appeared on his brow, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. His performance caught Bogart's attention. He had not anticipated Ming's remarkable stamina. However, the punishment had been decreed, and he could not increase the number of laps. So he allowed Ming a brief respite of less than 5 minutes before instructing him to perform 200 push-ups. Push-ups differ greatly from running. They demand significant strength from the arms. After completing 50, Ming felt a mild soreness in his arms. By the time he reached 100, his arms began to tremble slightly. At 150, the shaking was pronounced, and sweat began to bead more frequently on his forehead. Each remaining push-up posed an extreme challenge to Ming, pushing him to his limits. In the end, every Marine aboard began to acknowledge Ming. For not everyone possesses the tenacity to see things through to the finish as he did. Ultimately, it was his unwavering faith that propelled him to complete the final task. Once he finished, a wave of relief washed over him, and his arms grew weak, threatening to send him tumbling to the deck. However, Bogart caught him just in time, sparing Ming the embarrassment of a fall. As he helped Ming to his feet, Bogart remarked, "Today's punishment ends here. Should there be a next time, both of these penalties will be doubled." This statement sent a shiver through Ming's heart. While he was not particularly afraid of running, the thought of doing push-ups was daunting. Especially the prospect of completing 400, he knew he could not manage it. Chapter 11. The assessment of Private First Class Bogart allowed Ming a longer respite this time, as there were still numerous training exercises ahead. Weighted running, unarmed combat, and frog jumps filled the day. And it was not until the sun began its descent that Bogart instructed Ming in some fundamental knife techniques. However, at that moment, every muscle in Ming's body was sore, and he could only strive to memorize the movements. During dinner, he nearly lacked the strength to eat, but fortunately, hunger ignited his potential, enabling him to consume more than he had at noon. After satisfying his hunger, Ming did not return to his quarters, but instead stood on the deck, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him. Approximately an hour later, as the numbness in his hands began to subside, he commenced practicing the knife techniques Bogart had taught him. The Marines on night watch observed Ming's determination, and their regard for him grew once more. Only those who labor wholeheartedly can earn the respect of others. 4 such individuals are destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. At that moment, both Bogart and Carp appeared on the deck. Though Bogart's expression remained largely unchanged, those familiar with him could sense a softening in his demeanor. Noticing that Ming's form was lacking in certain movements, he began to provide guidance. Ming, facing Bogart's sudden appearance, displayed little surprise, as his memories of the Pirate King indicated that Carp and Bogart often trained Kobe and Barumabur late into the evening. Thus, he anticipated their arrival during his practice. In the days that followed, Ming immersed himself in this rigorous training regimen. To avoid tardiness in the mornings, he relied on the system to awaken him. After traversing the treacherous Reverse Mountain and enduring its breathtaking scenes, he finally arrived at the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. Nearly half a month later, guided by the Eternal Pointer, Carp successfully reached the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Gazing upon the Grand Marine headquarters, Ming felt a swell of excitement within him, for he was about to embark on his career as a Marine here. Carp led Ming off the ship and directly towards the training grounds. As Ming observed the Marines engaged in intense training, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he was already quite familiar with their training exercises and had begun to adapt to the demanding environment. In his heart, Carp felt a sense of relief as he directly pushed him before the instructor responsible for training the Marines, stating, "This lad is to be entrusted to your training for the next 3 months. After this period, I expect him to emerge as a competent Marine." Observing Ming's somewhat gaunt physique, the instructor appeared troubled. However, as the request came from the esteemed Navy hero, Vice Admiral Carp, he had no choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Upon receiving the instructor's agreement, Carp turned to Ming and said, "Young Ming, should you fail to become a qualified Marine in 3 months, I shall not squander my time waiting for you at headquarters." "I understand, Mr. Carp. I will exert every effort in my training," Ming replied earnestly. After some time of training, he made slight improvements in strength, defense, and agility. Given that his physical constitution had not changed significantly, he inquired with the system regarding his own data, learning about the impact of his constitution on his body. To make the most of the new recruit training over the next 3 months, he gritted his teeth and spent 2.5 million system coins to purchase 5 primary constitution pills, enhancing his constitution to 20 points. He was eager to discover how he would transform in 3 months. Initially, the instructor held little hope of fulfilling Carp's expectations. However, upon witnessing Ming's participation in training, he found that Ming's physical attributes surpassed those of many Marines, igniting a spark of hope within him. Throughout the 3 months of new recruit training, Ming sought out Carp and Bogart each evening for additional training, resulting in rapid advancements across the board. Carp even had Ming engage in training for elven strength at night, ultimately allowing him to fully master the Little Fire Dragon. However, when he glanced at the promotion requirements for the Little Fire Dragon, he became quite agitated. In addition to 300 experience points, it required a staggering 3 million system coins and a considerably high demand for his physical constitution, necessitating 25 points. It is worth noting that he currently possessed only 5 million system coins. After deducting the 3 million needed, he was left with a mere 2 million, insufficient to purchase the primary constitution pills to enhance his physique. On the final day of the 3-month period, both Carp and Bogart appeared at the new recruit training ground to observe Ming as he personally undertook the examination for the rank of private. The evaluation consisted of 2 rather straightforward components: shooting and practical combat. During the shooting portion, Ming easily met the requirements for a private, as his physical data had already doubled from what it was a month prior, rendering the mastery of basic shooting techniques effortlessly attainable. As he prepared for the practical combat segment, he opened his data list. Host: Alexander Ming. Age: 16. Identity: villager of Windmill Village. Trainee: Marine Strength: 24. Defense: 17. Agility: 20. Constitution: 20. Skills: Basic Combat, Basic Shooting, Basic Swordsmanship. Spirit Power: Little Fire Dragon. Initial Stage. Experience Points: 750 system coins. 5 million evaluation. A novice just stepping into the arena upon reviewing the finalized data. He couldn't help but express gratitude to the system for its guidance. Had it not been for the system's intervention in restraining his enhancements in strength, defense, and agility, he might not have achieved such a commendable level. After exiting the system, he discovered that his opponent had already emerged. The adversary, named Sok, was a remarkably robust Marine, standing at least 6 feet tall. In comparison, he appeared to lack any semblance of hope for victory. Most notably, Sok exuded a formidable aura, indicative of his encounters with numerous pirates. A Marine of such caliber was certainly among the elite within the ranks of third-class soldiers, possibly on the verge of promotion to second class. Regardless, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his opponent, and an instinctive sense suggested that this encounter was orchestrated by Carp. Unfortunately, the previous night, Carp had instructed him not to utilize the power of the Little Fire Dragon, leaving him feeling somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, he had acquired a substantial repertoire of foundational skills during his training and believed that, with adept execution, overcoming Sok was not an unattainable feat. Of course, the practical test did not demand excessive prowess. It merely required him to endure under Sok's assault for 15 minutes. For him, however, true victory could only be claimed through defeating his opponent. Grasping the training wooden sword, Ming readied himself for battle. Upon witnessing his opponent's youthful visage, Sok momentarily paused. However, recalling the task assigned to him, he too lifted his wooden sword, preparing for combat. In his mind, he silently apologized to Ming, as his duty was to prevent the latter from passing the third-class soldier examination. Chapter 12. An unsatisfactory assessment. Unbeknownst to Ming, Sok had been given such a directive. But even if he were aware, it mattered little. His singular goal remained to vanquish Sok decisively. The supervising instructor announced the commencement of the assessment, and both Ming and Sok charged toward one another. Crash! The two training wooden swords clashed, resulting in a display of evenly matched strength, with neither gaining a definitive advantage. This unexpected parity prompted a stir among the observing Marines. Many recognized Sok as a formidable third-class soldier, who was on the cusp of promotion to second class. Yet, here was a newcomer, Ming, holding his ground against such a seasoned opponent, which instantly elevated his reputation in the eyes of the onlookers. The most astonished individual was undoubtedly Sok, who faced Ming. Initially, upon his first encounter with Ming, he did not perceive his task to be particularly challenging. However, as events unfolded, he realized that the officer who assigned this task must possess a profound understanding of Ming's capabilities. Otherwise, why would he be chosen as Ming's opponent? Although Sok's impression of Ming began to shift, his mission remained unchanged, to prevent Ming from succeeding in the assessment. Thus, he resolved to exert all his strength. With a fierce shout, he managed to forcefully deflect Ming's wooden sword and subsequently unleashed a series of strikes, embodying a relentless momentum. Yet, Ming had evolved considerably since their last encounter. Under Bogart's tutelage, his foundational swordsmanship had become remarkably solid. In the face of Sok's rapid wooden sword assaults, Ming remained composed, effortlessly parrying each blow as if they were mere trifles. After 3 minutes, Sok comprehended that defeating Ming through swordplay was an impossible endeavor. He abruptly transformed his slashing attack into a thrust. Ming swiftly intercepted the thrust, and in that instant, Sok twisted his wrist, allowing his wooden sword to slide beneath Ming's. Then forcefully flicked it upward, sending Ming's weapon flying. At that moment, Ming extended his left foot, delivering a kick to Sok's right wrist, dislodging Sok's wooden sword as well. Unbeknownst to Ming, Sok had intended to relinquish the wooden sword all along, for his true expertise lay in barehanded combat. Before Ming could retract his left foot, Sok, seemingly unaffected by the kick, seized Ming's left ankle, aiming to incapacitate it. The instant Ming's foot was captured, he anticipated this outcome and, with a powerful thrust of his right leg, began to roll backward, using the opportunity to kick at Sok's right hand and liberate his left foot. Sok had not anticipated the swiftness of Ming's movements, leaving him unable to block Ming's right foot with his left hand, thereby allowing Ming to escape the precarious situation. Realizing that Ming's hand-to-hand combat skills were not to be underestimated, Sok resolved to close the distance, engaging in close-quarters combat to negate Ming's advantage in agility. However, as Ming landed from his roll, he unleashed a full-force assault, propelling himself towards Sok like a cannonball. "Here it comes," Sok roared, his right fist clenched, launching a straight punch towards the advancing Ming. Observing Sok's motion, Ming swiftly exerted force through his left leg, enabling him to make a significant lateral movement just in time to evade Sok's punch. However, as Ming believed he had effortlessly dodged the strike, a subtle smile crept across Sok's face. If his fist were so easily avoided, it would hardly reflect his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. In a startling shift, Sok's straight punch morphed into a hook aimed squarely at Ming's left cheek. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Ming barely had time to raise his left hand, managing to fend off Sok's strike with great effort. Although he successfully blocked the hook, he felt the repercussions. The intense pain rendered his left hand temporarily incapacitated, and the force of the blow sent a wave of dizziness through his head. As Ming stumbled to the side, Sok did not halt his advance. Instead, he strode purposefully towards Ming, intent on utterly vanquishing him. Upon reaching Ming, Sok noticed that the latter's disorientation had slightly abated. Though Ming was aware of Sok's proximity, he was still in a precarious state. With his left arm incapacitated and the lingering sensation of dizziness, any attempt to create distance would only hasten his defeat. Fortunately, Ming's dash had a purpose. During their earlier skirmish, he had noted the location where the wooden sword had fallen. Realizing that Sok's unarmed combat skills surpassed his own, Ming resolved to reclaim the wooden sword, as his proficiency in swordsmanship was marginally superior. Ming began to move towards his objective, while Sok remained oblivious to the significance of Ming's trajectory, mistakenly believing that Ming sought to create separation. Determined not to allow Ming this opportunity, Sok quickened his pace, raising his right fist to deliver a final blow. Just as his fist swung towards Ming's back, Ming suddenly lunged to the side, evading Sok's strike. Rising to his feet, he swiftly redirected his assault towards Sok. At this moment, his right hand was no longer empty. He grasped the training wooden sword firmly. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Sok, thrusting the sword with intent. Sok, initially convinced that Ming was at the end of his rope, aimed to complete his task swiftly by striking again. However, Ming's actions caused him to reassess the situation. Upon noticing the training wooden sword in Ming's grasp, Sok understood the reason behind Ming's approach. It was indeed to reclaim the weapon. Given their proximity, Sok could only execute short-range evasions. Despite Sok's rapid reflexes, Ming's wooden sword merely grazed past him. Seeing Sok evade his attack, Ming executed a horizontal slash with the wooden sword. With no alternative, Sok raised his arms to block the incoming strike. A sharp pain coursed through his limbs. And before he could mount a counterattack, Ming, having completed his horizontal swing, retracted the wooden sword and thrust it forward. This time, Sok was unable to evade in time, and the blade struck him squarely in the chest. The force of the thrust compelled Sok to retreat 2 steps, a realization dawning upon him. He had lost. In truth, his defeat stemmed not only from Ming's formidable prowess, but also from his own miscalculations. Had he not perceived Ming as incapable of a comeback, he would not have overlooked the surroundings, granting Ming the opportunity to reclaim the wooden sword. I have lost, Sok conceded graciously. Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that his self-assured engagement would nearly see him falter within half the allotted time. While this was partly due to his decision against utilizing the powers of the little fire dragon, even without that advantage, his current physical attributes were quite commendable. With adept application, enduring for 15 minutes under Sok's onslaught would have been an exceedingly simple feat. The reasons that nearly led to his failure were primarily rooted in his lack of practical experience. Had he not been so preoccupied with surpassing Sok to acquire the wooden sword, he would not have hastily approached Sok, thereby granting him the opportunity to inflict a significant blow. Fortunately, his mind remained clear, and with the wooden sword training area conveniently nearby, he avoided what would have certainly been a failure in today's assessment. Retrieving the training sword, Ming courteously acknowledged Sok with a word of concession before proceeding towards Carp and Bogart. At that moment, both Carp and Bogart bore expressions of discontent. Just as Ming had surmised, given his current abilities, even if he could not triumph over Sok, enduring for 15 minutes against him was well within his capabilities. However, the initial circumstances they witnessed were far from what they had anticipated. Although Ming ultimately bested Sok, the egregious blunder at the outset could not be overlooked. Diverging from their expectations, as Ming approached Carp and Bogart, the instructor promptly declared, "Alexander Ming has passed the assessment." Chapter 13. Arrival at the South Sea. Following the instructor's announcement, a voice resonated in Ming's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have attained the rank of private. According to the achievement reward principle, you will receive 100 experience points and 1,000,000 system coins. You have triggered the main quest, Navy Strongman. Quest requirements. You must continuously advance your military rank. Quest rewards. Each rank advancement will yield substantial rewards." While the newly acquired quest rewards finally allowed Ming to ascend to Little Fire Dragon, he felt no joy, for he was soon to face the high expectations held by Carp and Bogart. As Carp watched Ming approach, his expression remained stoic as he remarked, "Young Ming, do you realize that I almost wish to revoke your eligibility for promotion to private?" Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming remained silent, sensing the disappointment emanating from him. Noticing Ming's silence, Carp continued, "Although you were fortunate enough to confront an opponent overly confident to overlook fundamental aspects, the mistakes you made in charging at him are unforgivable. In a real battle, such actions could leave you gravely injured or even dead, as genuine combatants will provide no opportunity for retaliation." "I understand, Mr. Carp," Ming replied softly. Lowering his head, "Let us proceed," Carp stated, rising and turning. "We shall address the errors you made in your assessment once we are back on the ship." Ming had feared that Carp might no longer wish to mentor him, but Carp's words reassured him that he had not given up on him. In truth, Ming's inner turmoil had exaggerated the situation. Despite Carp's dissatisfaction with Ming's performance, he recognized the immense potential within this young man and would not abandon him. "Yes, Mr. Carp," Ming responded emphatically, and with the envious gazes of numerous sailors upon him, he followed closely behind Carp and Bogart as they departed. Upon their return to the naval vessel adorned with a dog's head, the ship set sail. Ming was promptly subjected to punishment, which entailed a training regimen thrice the usual daily amount. By the time he completed his punishment, he was rendered immobile, requiring assistance to be carried to his quarters. The following day, upon awakening to the system's notification, Ming felt a profound ache throughout his body, reminiscent of the soreness he experienced after his initial punishment. Nevertheless, despite the discomfort, he knew he must rise to partake in the morning exercises. Behind every triumph lies a steadfast commitment to toil, to strengthen himself. He understood the necessity of daily training, while also diligently recalling the errors of his past to enhance his practical experience, a pursuit equally vital. Kapu and Bogart, who also rose early each day, felt their disappointment dissipate upon witnessing Ming's unwavering dedication. If he could maintain such perseverance, his accomplishments would surely be noteworthy. And as his practical experience grew, the mistakes of his earlier days would gradually fade. After completing his morning exercises and breakfast, Ming commenced his training in combat techniques and swordsmanship. Within a mere half hour, he was drenched in perspiration, a rarity at sea, where the ocean breeze typically provides relief. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of Bogart, "Mr. Bogart, why is there no sea breeze in this area?" In response, Bogart replied with a hint of nonchalance, "This is the doldrums." Ming swallowed hard upon hearing this revelation, realizing that they had unwittingly entered the windless zone inhabited by formidable sea creatures. "I see," he murmured, his voice lowering instinctively, as if to avoid disturbing the terrifying denizens of the deep. Noticing Ming's unease, Bogart inquired with mild curiosity, "Ming, are you familiar with the doldrums?" Ming nodded. "During training at headquarters, I overheard some information about the doldrums, but I only know that many large sea creatures reside here. Indeed, this region is home to numerous colossal sea beasts, some of which are as large as islands. They could easily obliterate our vessel, but fortunately, our motorboat operates with minimal noise, and the sea stone beneath us provides a degree of concealment, allowing us to navigate the doldrums safely," Bogart explained softly. Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that he had underestimated the size of these sea creatures, thinking them to be no larger than a small hill, rather than the size of an island. Observing Ming's reaction, Bogart chuckled gently. "Ming, you should continue your training. As for the sea creatures, there is no need for concern. As long as you refrain from foolishly shouting, there should be no significant issues." Although Ming nodded in understanding, he instinctively moderated his strength in actions that might produce noise. Bogart refrained from addressing this issue, for it is only human to harbor a fear of perilous situations. With time, as Ming traverses the calm belt several times, he will eventually come to face such circumstances with equanimity. After a day, the ship finally emerged from the windless zone, feeling the long-awaited sea breeze. And Ming's heart settled at last. Carp stood at the ship's bow and inquired of Ming, "Young Ming, do you know which sea we are currently in?" "I do not know, Mr. Carp," Ming replied succinctly, as he was unaware of the ship's location when it crossed the calm belt, thus unable to ascertain their current maritime domain. "This is the South Sea. I have heard that the number of pirates here has surged, which is why I thought to wander about. Of course, the task of dealing with the pirates falls to you, as they are merely insignificant rogues," Carp declared, pinching his nose while wearing a dog-headed mask. Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming stood tall and saluted, exclaiming, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, Mr. Carp." From Carp's remarks, Ming deduced that Carp had ventured to the South Sea primarily to provide him with an opportunity to hone his skills by accumulating experience from these mediocre pirates, thereby preparing him to contend with more formidable adversaries in the Grand Line. However, reflecting on Carp's esteemed reputation as a naval hero, Ming could not help but ask, "Mr. Carp, do you think those pirates would dare to appear before our ship?" Bogart, aware of Ming's concerns, interjected, "Ming, there is no need for worry. Mr. Carp seldom visits the South Sea, so the pirates here are largely unfamiliar with this vessel." Upon hearing Bogart's reassurance, Ming began to anticipate his first encounter with a pirate crew. Naturally, to avoid any missteps, Ming decided to upgrade his Charizard. He opened the Pokémon encyclopedia and pressed the upgrade button for Charizard, watching as his experience points and system currency diminished significantly. Yet in exchange, Charizard's power surged. Now, Charizard's statistics had improved remarkably. Pokémon Charizard, intermediate stage, strength, 30 defense, 20 agility, 20 proficiency, 0-10 skills, claw slash, ember, cut. Flamethrower, highly adaptable Pokémon. Ming also purchased 5 primary constitution potions, raising his physique to 25 points. Although his system currency dwindled to 500,000, his strength had ascended to a new level, and he believed that when confronted with pirates, he would undoubtedly astonish Carp and Bogart. Chapter 14. Capturing pirates 3 hours after departing the calm belt, the ship's sentinels spotted a pirate ship not far off. Carp promptly commanded a pursuit of the vessel. As they drew nearer, the pirate ship surprisingly did not flee. Rather, it remained stationary, as if awaiting their arrival. This revelation made Ming realize that the Navy's standing in the eyes of the South Sea pirates was likely negligible. Kapu's expression darkened as he sensed the situation. He coldly addressed Ming. "Young Ming, make sure to thoroughly thrash those pirates later. We cannot allow them to look down upon the Navy." "I understand, Mr. Kapu," Ming replied with a serious demeanor, aware that as a sailor, it was his duty to uphold the dignity of the Navy. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Task activated. Capture the pirates. Task requirements. Defeat the bounty of 7 million, the infamous Captain Carcy, and apprehend the entire Carcy pirate crew. Task rewards. 800 experience points and 8 million system coins. This activation revealed the identity of the pirates to Ming, but knowing their identity held little significance for him, as he had never encountered Captain Carcy. The only useful information was the bounty amount, which served as a preliminary gauge of Carcy's strength. The specifics would only become clear once he faced Carcy in combat. As they approached the Carcy pirate crew, now within 100 meters, a loud bang erupted from the pirate ship, and a cannonball hurtled towards them. Upon seeing the incoming projectile, Bogart instinctively placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Just as the cannonball was about to strike their ship, he leapt into the air, drawing his sword in a flash. With a swift motion, Bogart landed back on the Navy vessel as the cannonball split into two, exploding mid-air. Witnessing this spectacle, the officers aboard Kapu's ship swiftly organized a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs towards the Carcy pirate crew. It was only then that the Carcy pirates realized they had provoked an adversary they could not afford to offend. After all, the South Sea Navy rarely dared to attack pirates. Typically, a single cannonball would suffice to send them fleeing. Unfortunately for the Carcy crew, it was too late for them to escape. Their ship's mast was struck, rendering their vessel immobile. With no other option, the pirates prepared for battle against the Navy. Though their captain, Carcy, still harbored thoughts of seizing Kapu's ship, believing that doing so would allow his crew to acquire a superior vessel. Carcy's mindset illustrated the low regard in which the South Sea Navy was held among pirates. However, Kapu and his crew were not part of the South Sea Navy. They hailed from the Grand Line, a force entirely beyond comparison. As Ming and the pirates' ship drew perilously close, Captain Carcy suddenly bellowed, "Charge, brothers! Let us seize this Navy ship." At his rallying cry, his crew of pirates charged forward recklessly. Observing this, Ming and the other sailors were momentarily taken aback, particularly the others. In the Grand Line, it was customary for pirate crews to steer clear of them. They had never encountered a crew bold enough to declare their intent to commandeer a Navy vessel. Yet, Ming's moment of astonishment lasted only a second. Gripping his gun firmly, he dashed towards the edge of the deck, raising his weapon and aiming it at the pirates leaping over. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly, each shot from Ming striking the calves of a pirate, the sudden pain causing the assailants to falter and tumble into the gap between the two ships. The other sailors, regaining their composure, also aimed their weapons at the pirates, and soon, several of the intruding marauders were subdued. The remaining members of the Cutlass pirates aboard their ship hesitated to leap over. Realizing the enemy's reluctance to advance, Ming, driven by the urgency of his unfinished mission, boldly took the lead and jumped across. Upon witnessing Ming's leap, Cutlass Cass raised his signature sword and charged forward, intent on forcing Ming off the ship. Aware of Cass's intentions, Ming understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was not a devil fruit user due to the system's constraints, his poor swimming skills rendered him akin to one, effectively making him a landlubber. To prevent Cass from pushing him overboard, Ming raised his firearm and fired 3 shots at Cass. Cass, seeing Ming draw his weapon, quickly raised his sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. Ming's bullets struck Cass's blade, the sharp sounds providing a moment of relief for Cass. Had the bullets not hit his sword, they would have struck him instead. In that instant, he felt fortunate that he wielded a sword, for had he been armed like other pirates with mere knives, the outcome would have been disastrous. While the bullets did not injure Cass, the force of their impact pushed him back several steps, granting Ming the opportunity to land on the pirate ship. However, as soon as he touched down, a few of Cass's subordinates wielding swords charged at him, hoping to overwhelm him with their numbers. Unfazed by the impending threat, Ming calmly raised his firearm once more, firing his remaining 2 bullets, which struck down the 2 closest pirates, causing them to collapse onto the deck. This display halted the advancing pirates in their tracks. None wished to suffer the same fate. A smirk crept onto Ming's face, a hint of disdain evident as he slung his empty gun over his shoulder and tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist. Observing Ming's actions, the pirates concluded that he had exhausted his ammunition. Fueled by anger from Ming's earlier mockery, they brandished their weapons and charged at him. Seeing the pirates rush forth, Ming disregarded Cutlass Cass entirely and charged directly at the assailants. This tactic not only prevented him from being encircled, but also diverted their attention, allowing other sailors to leap across. As Ming approached, the pirates swung their swords at him, but with lightning speed, his dagger was drawn and slashed toward the oncoming foes. Swish! As the blades in the hands of the pirates had yet to descend, they suffered grievous wounds to their abdomens, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain extinguishing any thoughts of offense, one by one collapsing to the ground, clutching their midsections. Witnessing the defeat of his subordinates at the hands of Ming, the formidable Cass wielded his great sword, charging towards Ming with fervor. He had to thwart Ming's actions. Seizing the moment while Cass was distracted, the other sailors finally leaped into the fray, engaging with the remaining pirates. Chapter 15. Annihilation of the Great Sword Pirate crew confronted by the oncoming Cass. Ming remained remarkably composed, firmly gripping his saber, his gaze unwavering, absorbing every movement of Cass. As Cass's great sword swung towards him, Ming met the assault with his own blade. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as Ming adeptly parried Cass's attack. At that moment, Cass exhibited a commendable strength, nearly equating to that of two adults. However, it paled in comparison to Ming, whose power had surpassed that threshold. Ming began to unleash his full potential, gradually lifting Cass's sword. Suddenly, with a mighty shout, he thrust Cass's blade upward, following through with a vicious slash that left a deep gash upon Cass's form. Cass staggered back several steps, and faced with the relentless pressure imposed by Ming, he resolved to take drastic measures. From his pocket, he produced a small vial and poured its contents into his hand, revealing a black pill. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "You forced my hand, boy." Without hesitation, Cass swallowed the black pill. Upon hearing Cass's words and observing his demeanor before consuming the pill, Ming realized that Cass was resorting to some forbidden means. Indeed, mere moments later, Cass's body began to react abnormally. Veins bulged beneath his skin as if some unseen force coursed through him. His face flushed crimson. Cass appeared to be enduring unimaginable agony, unleashing a monstrous roar. Recognizing the peril of the situation, Ming rushed towards Cass, determined to eliminate his adversary before the transformation could complete. However, just as he lunged forward, Cass's bloodshot eyes locked onto him, and he swung his great sword with ferocity. Ming quickly adjusted the trajectory of his saber to counter Cass's blade. Clang! This time, Ming was forced to retreat under the impact. He had not anticipated that Cass, after consuming the black pill, would nearly double his strength. Feeling a slight numbness in his arms, Ming understood that he could not contend with Cass in his current state. He resolved to summon the power of the little fire dragon. Instantly, he chose to transform, morphing into the little fire dragon. Those familiar with the previous incarnation of the little fire dragon would notice that his hue deepened, and his form became more corporeal. Intriguingly, the saber in his hand and the gun upon his back remained steadfastly in his possession. Upon witnessing this situation, Ming readily comprehended that he could still wield weapons even in his elfin state, which bolstered his confidence in overcoming Cass. As he observed Cass's body gradually stabilizing, Ming charged once more towards him. At this moment, his strength greatly surpassed that of Cass. Thus, he executed a powerful strike directed at Cass. In response to Ming's renewed assault, Cass emitted a feral growl and swung his massive blade to meet Ming's dagger. This time, Ming finally regained the upper hand. As his strike sent Cass sliding back over a meter, Cass exhibited no reaction to the force of Ming's blow. Upon halting his backward slide, he immediately lunged towards Ming. The clash of their weapons ignited an intense battle, with onlookers prudently distancing themselves from the epicenter of the conflict, as none wished to be inadvertently harmed by the two combatants. After dozens of fierce exchanges, Ming unleashed a newly acquired skill, Cleave. His left hand, adorned with sharp claws, was enveloped in a radiant glow. After parrying Cass's great sword with his right hand, Ming thrust his left hand towards Cass. Sensing imminent danger, Cass instinctively extended his left hand to block the incoming strike, only to have his left hand pierced by Ming's left hand, empowered by the cleave skill. The excruciating pain ignited a sudden surge of formidable strength within Cass, propelling Ming away. Cass then abruptly shifted his direction and charged towards the Navy soldiers engaged in combat with pirates. Observing this development, Ming swiftly opened his mouth to unleash a spark skill. Several small flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Cass, who was poised to attack other sailors. Had Cass been in a normal state of awareness, he might have evaded the flames. However, due to the effects of the black pill he had ingested, his consciousness was clouded, rendering him incapable of dodging. The small flames struck Cass, enveloping him entirely in a terrifying inferno. The searing flames robbed Cass of his will to continue fighting, and under subconscious compulsion, he leaped into the sea before succumbing to unconsciousness. With Cass incapacitated, the remaining pirates, who had been holding their ground, swiftly lost their resolve and were subdued shortly thereafter. Ming then heard the notification of task completion. Ding! Congratulations, Host, on completing the task of capturing the pirates, you have earned 800 experience points and 8 million system coins. Having successfully dealt with the Great Blade pirate crew, Ming deactivated his little fire dragon state and returned to the Navy vessel. Upon his return, Carp and Bogart greeted him with soft glimmers in their eyes, having observed his performance with keen interest. Ming's display had been impressive. He maintained composure and wielded the power of the little fire dragon even before Cass consumed the black pill, indicating his mastery over his own strength had reached a commendable level. Moreover, Carp and Bogart noted that Ming had indeed acquired new abilities, realizing the distinction between cleave and claw during Ming's execution of the skill. However, they were unaware that this new skill was a result of Ming's enhanced powers derived from the devil fruit. In their eyes, it was merely a further development of Ming's abilities. Carp addressed Ming, saying, "Well done, young man. However, you must continue to strive for improvement. And remember, do not let success cloud your judgment. This pirate's bounty is merely 7 million. Your future opponents will be far more formidable." "I understand, Mr. Carp," Ming replied with a calm demeanor. "This pirate is likely among the weakest in the South Sea, so I shan't take pride in defeating him. Perhaps I may allow myself a moment of pride when my name instills fear in the hearts of pirates across the Grand Line. Haha. I eagerly await the day when your name strikes terror into the hearts of pirates," Carp exclaimed, delighted by Ming's ambition. Upon hearing Carp's encouraging words, Ming simply smiled in silence, confident that with the Spirit King system at his disposal, he would indeed one day become a figure of dread, much like Carp. After capturing all members of the Great Blade pirate crew, Ming continued to hone his skills. Although he performed adequately that day, he ultimately relied on his spirit powers to defeat Cass, who had consumed the black pill. He aspired to reach a point where he could vanquish high-bounty pirates without resorting to his spirit abilities, ensuring that even if there came a day he could not utilize the system's powers, he would still be a true force to be reckoned with. Chapter 16. Encounter with the Great Axe pirate crew. Ming's actions inspired the sailors aboard the ship. Even those with officer ranks began to take time to train, aspiring to grow stronger and hoping for a chance to make a name for themselves in the new world in the name of justice. Carp and Bogart were pleased to witness this newfound spirit among the crew, particularly Carp, who yearned to cultivate such promising young individuals, believing that this was the way for the Navy to evolve positively. After lunch, the Sentinels spotted another pirate ship, notably larger than the one encountered earlier that morning. Upon receiving this news, Carp and Bogart made their way to the deck to observe the pirate flag, which bore a skull accompanied by 2 crossed axes. Having familiarized himself with the recent happenings in the South Sea, Bogart furrowed his brow and remarked, "It's the Great Axe pirate crew. Their captain, known as Great Axe Jonki, has a bounty of 15 million. He is indeed a formidable character." Carp turned to Ming, who had approached him, and inquired, "Do you feel confident in facing a pirate with a 15 million bounty?" Upon hearing Bogart's assessment of Jonki, Ming recognized that this would pose a significant challenge for him at present. Nevertheless, he thought, without experiencing true life-and-death combat, how could he ever grow? With a fierce determination igniting within him, he responded, "Mr. Carp, confidence can only be gauged through battle." No sooner had Ming spoken than the voice of the system resonated within his mind. The host triggers a new mission, to eradicate the Giant Axe pirate crew. Mission requirements. The host must defeat Gyeongji, the captain of the Giant Axe, and assist the other Navy personnel in capturing every member of the Giant Axe pirate crew. Mission rewards. As this is the host's first encounter with a pirate boasting a bounty exceeding 10 million, the rewards are doubled. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive 400 experience points and 34 million system coins, along with 2 junior healing potions. Such bountiful rewards ignited a fervent passion within Ming. Should he succeed, he could undoubtedly escape poverty and stride toward a more prosperous life. For the sake of this prosperity, he resolved to give his utmost effort. Kapu observed the fervent spark in Ming's eyes, mistakenly believing it to be pure battle intent, unaware that it was merely the excitement stirred by the system's rewards. As the Navy ship closed in on the Giant Axe pirate crew, now merely 200 meters apart, Kapu ordered an assault with cannon fire against the pirates. Previously, in an attempt to approach the Blade pirates, they had suffered an unprovoked cannon attack, leaving Kapu dissatisfied. Now he aimed to strike first, ensuring the enemy would not perceive them as the timid navy of the South Sea. On board the Giant Axe pirate ship stood a tall, dark-skinned man with a prominent scar on his right eye, known as Gyeongji, the captain of the crew. He gazed at the approaching naval vessel adorned with a dog-head figurehead, his expression rife with confusion, for in his years of dominance in the South Sea, he had never encountered this Navy ship of Kapu. Just as he contemplated inquiring with his intelligence officer, the sharp reports of cannon fire pierced the air, and he turned to see several cannonballs hurtling toward them. "Damn Navy!" Gyeonggi bellowed, hastily commanding his crew. "Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Gunners, intercept those cannonballs." "Yes, Captain," the crew responded, seizing their weapons and axes, while several gunners quickly loaded their cannons and aimed at the incoming projectiles. Boom, boom. The thunderous echoes of cannon fire erupted. Among the cannonballs launched by Kapu, 2 were intercepted, while the remaining 2 detonated near the giant axe pirate ship. The 2 cannonballs that had been unsuccessfully intercepted also exploded near the Navy vessel. As Kapu reveled in the adrenaline of the artillery exchange, he felt an urge to engage, but upon glancing at Ming, he restrained himself. Should he intervene, Ming would lose his opportunity to shine. When the distance between Kapu's crew and the giant axe pirates dwindled to less than 50 meters, both sides ceased their cannon fire, recognizing that further bombardment would result in catastrophic damage to their ships. At a mere 10 meters apart, Ming took a running leap, vaulting forward. In midair, he drew his saber, poised to launch his attack upon landing. Observing Ming's leap, Gyeonggi's subordinate drew a pistol, unleashing a flurry of shots aimed at Ming. Ming swiftly wielded his saber, creating a protective barrier before him that effectively deflected the barrage of bullets. However, one stray bullet grazed past his ear, startling him considerably. It became apparent that he must diligently hone his swordsmanship, otherwise he might not be so fortunate next time. Having successfully shielded himself from the onslaught, Ming finally landed on the ship of the giant axe pirate crew. The surrounding pirates, astonished by Ming's audacity to confront them alone, wore malevolent smiles. John sneered and declared, "This kind-hearted naval lad has presented himself to us. How could we refuse? Seize him." At John's command, the pirates brandished their axes and charged at Ming, intent on incapacitating him in a single blow. Ming showcased the entirety of his foundational swordsmanship as he deftly countered their assaults. The pirates, wielding axes, were already at a disadvantage in weaponry, and combined with their disorganized attacks, Ming felt it would be shameful to falter. With a swift motion, the blade of his saber flashed, slicing through the belts of the nearest pirate, causing their trousers to fall in an instant. The pirates, now preoccupied with holding up their pants, were caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Ming delivered a sweeping kick to their faces, knocking them to the ground. His audacity incited the fury of the remaining pirates of the giant axe crew. Enraged, they refrained from approaching him and raised their axes high, launching them toward Ming. Realizing the imminent danger, Ming propelled himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the incoming axes. Upon landing back on the ship, he found himself considerably closer to the pirates, who brandished their secondary axes, preparing to strike. At that moment, Ming's saber swept through the air once more, leaving deep gashes on the arms of the pirates, interrupting their advances with pain. He capitalized on their moment of vulnerability, sending them flying with well-placed kicks. Each pirate he dispatched collided with their comrades behind them, creating a momentary clearing around Ming. As the naval ship approached, Ming turned to signal to the sailors, but was suddenly alerted by a fierce, cutting wind rushing toward him. Chapter 17, The Fiery Onslaught. Ming turned toward the source of the sound, only to behold a colossal axe, nearly 2 meters long, descending upon him. It was Gyeonggi. Realizing that his subordinates were incapable of handling Ming, who decided to take matters into his own hands by drawing his massive axe. As the gleaming blade of the axe threatened him, Ming swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike that plunged into the deck. Seizing the opportunity, Ming swung his sword toward Gyeonggi, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to the pirate captain's bald head. However, Gyeonggi faced Ming's assault with an air of calm, swiftly retracting his colossal axe to block Ming's blade with its handle. Clang! As his attack was thwarted, a grave expression crossed Ming's face. He finally comprehended why Gyeonggi commanded such a substantial bounty. The sheer strength of his arms was formidable. A cursory estimation revealed that the weight of the axe must not be less than 300 pounds, yet Gyeonggi wielded it with effortless grace, as if it were an extension of his own body. Confronted with such an adversary, Ming's gaze hardened. At that moment, Gyeonggi flicked his wrist, lifting the downward-facing blade of the axe upwards towards Ming. Realizing the imminent threat, Ming hastily retreated several steps, meeting the axe's edge with his dagger to buy himself some time. Clang! Upon the collision of the dagger and the axe, Ming profoundly felt the terrifying force emanating from Gyeonggi. The dreadful power reverberated through his weapon, forcing him to stagger back, a first retreat since boarding the pirate ship. His arm trembled slightly, revealing that he had been shaken by the axe's might. From this exchange, he could ascertain that Gyeonggi's current strength was at least 3 to 4 times greater than his own. This meant that even in his transformed state as the little fire dragon, he could not overpower Xiongji in raw strength. However, the little fire dragon form conferred enhancements beyond mere physical attributes. To ensure the safety of the other soldiers who had jumped aboard, Ming had to restrain and defeat Xiongji. Gripping his dagger tightly, he silently intoned, "Invoke the spirit's power, little fire dragon." Red energy surged from his body, and soon, he successfully transformed into the little fire dragon. Observing Ming's transformation, Xiongji furrowed his brow. His instincts screamed that Ming had become exceedingly dangerous. Yet, having faced numerous formidable challenges, he was not one to falter. Especially not in a situation that demanded his resolve. Raising his colossal axe high, he swung it down fiercely at the newly transformed little fire dragon. With agility doubled, Ming deftly evaded the strike, countering with his dagger aimed at Xiongji's arm. Once again, Xiongji withdrew his axe, using its handle to block Ming's attack. After parrying Ming's blow, Xiongji's expression shifted slightly. He sensed that Ming's strength had surged by more than double. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, as the gap between their powers still loomed large. Yet, the next moment, his confidence waned. After blocking Ming's strike, instead of retreating, Ming opened his mouth, unleashing several small flames in a fiery breath. This technique was none other than Fire Spark. At such a close range, Xiongji had no time to evade. The flames struck him directly. In response, Xiongji hastily swung his axe to force Ming back before rolling on the deck to extinguish the flames. With a visage marked by trepidation, Jiangqi turned to Ming, astonished by the terrifying transformation that had overtaken him, complete with the ability to spew forth flames. Had Ming unleashed such fire upon their vessel from the outset, they would have had no avenue for escape. In truth, Ming had contemplated such an act. However, he deemed it excessively cruel, and the exertion required to generate flames potent enough to engulf the entire ship would deplete his stamina far too quickly. Jiangqi grasped his massive axe once more, observing the numerous marine soldiers who had leapt aboard. Their combat prowess starkly contrasted with those he had previously encountered, and he realized he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Regardless, he was resolute in expelling these marines from his ship, with Ming being the foremost target. As he began to swing the axe, this time he eschewed a straightforward approach. The mighty blows conjured fierce gusts of wind as he advanced towards Ming, sending the marines hurtling away with each strike. Perceiving Jiangqi's aggressive maneuvers, Ming hastened towards him. For among those capable of confronting Jiangqi, he was closest. Upon closing the distance to within 5 meters, he halted and opened his mouth. Jiangqi, witnessing this, anticipated Ming's fiery assault. Having prepared for this very tactic, he accelerated his axe's swings, conjuring a wall of axes before him, confident that it would withstand Ming's fire. Regrettably, Ming was not employing mere sparks this time. Instead, he unleashed a new technique, flame projection. A terrifying inferno coalesced within his mouth before he expelled it. A pillar of flame less than 10 centimeters in diameter surging toward Jiangqi. Unlike the previous small flames, Jiangqi's seemingly impenetrable wall of axes could not fully obstruct this formidable attack. With a whoosh, the pillar of fire breached the axe wall, crashing into Jiangqi and engulfing him instantly. The searing flames consumed him, leaving no time to extinguish the blaze. The excruciating agony coursed through his body, and despite his usual resilience, he could not endure such torment. In a desperate bid for survival, he discarded his axe and leapt into the sea, his body ablaze, prompting all to refrain from hindering his escape. Witnessing their once mighty captain being scorched by Ming, the other pirates gazed upon him with palpable fear, for none wished to become the next Jiangqi. Aware of the dread he instilled in the pirates, Ming recognized his success in shattering their morale and took the initiative to assist the other marines in capturing them. The pirates of the giant axe crew, upon seeing Ming transformed into a small fire dragon charging at them, were stripped of their fighting spirit, hastily retreating to maintain distance from him. In their panic, they abandoned any thought of defending against the other marines, ultimately leading to their capture. Xiongji was also pulled up, and upon witnessing his severely burnt condition, many pirates felt a sense of relief for being captured by other sailors. Those who had clashed with Ming felt fortunate that they had not forced him to unleash his fire-breathing abilities. Once all the pirates were subdued, Ming retracted the power of the little fire dragon and sheathed his sword. Chapter 18. Distress. As Ming prepared to return to the naval ship, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of annihilating the giant axe pirate crew. The host will receive 400 experience points, 34 million system coins, and 2 primary healing pills. Before he could revel in his success, a sharp pain radiated from his arm. It seemed that the injury caused by Xiongji had worsened. After all, transforming into the little fire dragon had not healed his wounds, and the ensuing battle had naturally exacerbated his condition. Recalling that he had just acquired 2 primary healing pills, he hastily consumed one. Had he needed to spend system coins to purchase it, he might have considered it carefully, for earning money was no simple feat. However, since the system offered rewards, he was not stingy in using it on himself. As he selected the usage within the system, the healing properties of the pill coursed through his body, rejuvenating his injured arm as if it were nourished by a gentle spring rain, replacing the pain with a soothing sensation. Feeling the effects of the primary healing pill, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ming's eyes. This was indeed the efficacy of a primary healing pill. He could only imagine the restorative effects of intermediate and advanced healing pills. Truly, the system was impressive, he mused. The entire healing process took less than 2 minutes. And as he felt his arm fully restored, free of any pain in his movements, he returned to the naval ship. Carp, having seen Ming's injury, immediately called to the waiting naval doctor. Doctor quickly assessed the boy's condition. The naval doctor retrieved his medical instruments and approached Ming, preparing to conduct the examination. However, Ming, now fully healed, was unwilling to endure the examination. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Doctor, there's no need to check. I'm perfectly fine. Observing Ming's reluctance, the doctor furrowed his brow and replied, Mr. Ming, Mr. Carp has witnessed your injuries firsthand. Do not be stubborn. If your condition worsens, it won't be resolved with just some medicine. Seeing Carp's serious demeanor, Ming understood he could not refuse. He nodded at the doctor, conceding, All right, please proceed with the examination. The doctor, relieved that Ming finally agreed, began his assessment. However, with each passing moment, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. After about 10 minutes, the doctor concluded his examination and said to Ming, Mr. Ming, your health is excellent. There is indeed nothing wrong. The military doctor was genuinely astonished by the outcome. He had positioned himself on the deck to be ready to assist the injured Marines and had witnessed Ming's injury firsthand. Yet, the examination revealed him to be in remarkably good health, with no issues whatsoever with his arm, leaving the doctor perplexed. When he relayed the conclusion of Ming's well-being to Carp, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. He had distinctly observed Ming's arm quivering from the impact. How could he possibly be in perfect health? After Ming's injury, aside from transforming into a small dragon, he had neither taken medication nor undergone any treatment. Could it be that his abilities facilitated his recovery? Carp could conceive of no other possibility. Unaware that Ming possessed a system that allowed medications to exert their effects internally without the need for ingestion, he beckoned to Ming, articulating his conjecture. Surprised by Carp's imaginative reasoning, and with no plausible explanation of his own, Ming readily affirmed the hypothesis, knowing that only he understood the true circumstances, and he was more than willing to adopt alternative justifications. At that moment, a sentry approached Carp with a report, reporting to Vice Admiral Carp. A pirate ship has been spotted in the southeast, but it is currently fleeing. How far away is it? Carp inquired. At least 1 or 2 kilometers, the sentry replied. Let the pirate ship go. It would be futile to pursue it now, Carp remarked nonchalantly. Understood. The sentry turned and returned to his post. Carp then addressed a sergeant under his command. Young man, once we capture these pirates, we shall head to the nearest naval base and hand them over. Yes. Vice Admiral Carp, the sergeant replied, promptly conveying Carp's orders. Understanding that there would likely be no further immediate developments, Ming retreated to a secluded corner to train alone. News of Carp's victory over the giant axe pirate crew began to spread throughout the South Sea, following the fleeing pirate ship. Many pirate crews in the region became aware of the formidable Navy presence. Weaker pirate crews began to conceal themselves. Acutely aware that Carp's forces had subdued the giant axe pirates, they dared not emerge, lest they attract the attention of Carp and his men. The Navy in the South Sea, having received intelligence through their infiltrated channels within the pirate ranks, quickly contacted the naval headquarters, learning that Carp had arrived in the region. All naval divisions in the South Sea became tense, fully aware that Carp could extract knowledge of their weaknesses from the pirates, and they could only pray that he would not reach their divisions. Ultimately, Carp arrived at Division 101, delivering the captured pirates to the base, after which he reprimanded the division's commander. Discontent with remaining in a place that brought shame to the Navy, Carp resupplied and prepared to depart with his men. In the forthcoming month, the South China Sea became tumultuous under the influence of Carp, transforming an area once riddled with piracy into a realm of safety, much to the gratitude of the vessels traversing its waters. During this period, Ming's relentless battles not only significantly enhanced his physical prowess, his strength now reaching thrice that of an average adult, but also allowed him to amass a considerable wealth of combat experience. An aura of deadly intent emerging between his brows. His name spread throughout the South China Sea, and the moniker Fire Dragon instilled fear among many pirates in the region. Ming's proficiency with his little fire dragon had reached its zenith. However, the prerequisites for advancing to the next level posed a dilemma for him. While the requirements in terms of experience points and system gold were not insurmountable, merely 800 experience points and 4 million system gold, he could procure these with ease. Nonetheless, the demands for his physical attributes were considerably high. A constitution of 60 points, strength of 70 points, and both defense and agility at 50 points. Such criteria represented nearly sevenfold the norm for an ordinary individual, presenting a significant challenge for him at this juncture. Chapter 19. The true objective for Ming. To meet these conditions in a short span would necessitate an astronomical sum of system gold, with his constitution alone costing 17.5 million, strength 9 million, and both defense and agility at a minimum of 6 million each. In truth, over the past days, he had captured numerous pirates, excluding those valued below 10 million. He had already secured 2 worth over 1 million, indicating that he possessed the capability to expend such system gold. Yet, relying on purchases for strength, defense, and agility felt counterproductive. After all, achieving a constitution of 60 points would allow him to enhance the remaining attributes through training, enabling him to master the improvements without the risk of a sudden surge in power, which could arouse suspicion. Contemplating his ongoing stay in the Four Seas, he resolved to directly acquire a basic constitution elixir. Upon purchasing it, Ming elevated his constitution to 60 points, sensing a wealth of untapped potential within his physique. Just as he prepared to embark on his training, Carp summoned him. Uncertain of Carp's motives, Ming approached him. But the jovial expression on Carp's face suggested it was not a matter of concern. Ming, earlier I conversed with Sengoku about your recent performance. He has decided to promote you to the rank of second-class soldier, and I have already expressed my gratitude to Sengoku on your behalf. Are you not delighted? Carp remarked with a smile. Very pleased, Ming elongated his tone, yet inwardly he rolled his eyes. Given his recent accomplishments, he could have easily been promoted to first-class soldier at headquarters, yet he was only elevated to second-class soldier. It was evident that Carp had a hand in this decision. However, he bore no resentment towards Carp. He was in no rush to ascend the ranks swiftly, for a gradual elevation in military status would enable him to align his strength with the corresponding level. Clang. Congratulations to the host on being promoted to private second class. The host will receive 300 experience points and 3 million system coins. However, Ming completely disregarded this system reward, as his experience points had already reached 6,000, and his system coins amounted to no less than 40 million. Carp discerned Ming's lack of enthusiasm and was filled with confusion, yet he continued, Young Ming, we are about to embark on our true mission to the South Sea. This revelation filled Ming's heart with doubt. Could it be that their journey to the South Sea was not merely for Carp to enhance his combat experience? Observing the perplexity on Ming's face, Carp chuckled softly, saying, Young Ming, we did not come to the South Sea merely to apprehend these pirates. If I had the luxury of time for that, why wouldn't I take you to the East Sea to catch pirates instead? Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Realizing he had been rather presumptuous, thinking Carp had come to the South Sea solely for his benefit. Setting aside his embarrassment, Ming curiously inquired, Mr. Carp, what exactly is our purpose in the South Sea? For some unsavory dealings. Carp's expression darkened as he responded. This was the first time Ming had witnessed such a countenance on Carp, revealing a deep disdain for the matters at hand. Some individuals, in their pursuit of profit, engage in the despicable trade of human trafficking, resulting in the shattering of many happy families. Our mission in the South Sea is to track down the perpetrators of this vile trade, Carp stated coldly. Upon learning the true purpose of their journey to the South Sea, a flicker of anger crossed Ming's eyes. Before arriving in the world of pirates, he had felt immense rage upon reading news of child trafficking, as these traffickers plunged countless joyful families into despair. Although such actions are indeed reprehensible, it was unlikely that a high-ranking officer of Carp's caliber would be assigned to such matters, especially given his close ties with Sengoku. There was only one possibility. Carp had volunteered for this task. However, Ming could not fathom why Carp would be so eager, considering he likely had no personal connections who had suffered at the hands of traffickers. What Ming did not realize was that throughout his years on the seas, Carp had witnessed far too many families torn apart by human traffickers. Observing their anguish filled Carp, a man of profound justice, with righteous fury. Thus, upon learning of the existence of traffickers in the South Sea, Carp willingly took on this mission. Recognizing that Carp had now acquired specific leads, Ming solemnly declared, "Mr. Carp, if there is anything you require of me in our fight against these nefarious traffickers, please do not hesitate to ask." Seeing Ming share his animosity towards the traffickers, Carp's expression softened considerably. He nodded and said, "When I need you, I will certainly assign you a task. I have already gathered some useful leads from those pirates, and I intend to investigate further. Perhaps we can uncover some traffickers." Carp's words enlightened Ming about the reason behind his recent inquiries into the pirates. It appeared he was in pursuit of information regarding human traffickers. Ming's fists clenched tightly. He felt an overpowering urge to confront these villains. Yet he knew he must first locate them. Carp ordered a change in their course towards an island known as Kachis, a bustling hub of trade where human traffickers often covertly sold or transferred the abducted. After 2 days of sailing, the Navy vessel drew near to Kachis Island. Carp summoned Ming, instructing him to change into civilian attire before accompanying him to the town of Moni on Kachis Island. Understanding Carp's intent to gather intelligence in Moni, Ming nodded and promptly retreated to his quarters to change. They set off in a small boat, heading directly toward Kachis Island. Upon landing, Ming concealed the boat and followed closely behind Carp as they ventured into Moni. Although Ming had heard Carp speak of the town's prosperity, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. The streets were lined with shops, bustling with a myriad of people. While the crowd had yet to reach the level of overwhelming density, it was undeniably vibrant, thus affirming the town's reputation as a commercial center. However, with such a multitude of individuals, where should they begin their search for information? Carp navigated through the throng with apparent familiarity, leaving Ming to closely trail behind. Soon, Ming discerned Carp's destination, a bar. He understood Carp's reasoning. The bar's lively atmosphere provided a perfect cover for human traffickers or their associates to congregate, while the effects of alcohol often dulled inhibitions, making it easier to acquire elusive information. Chapter 20. Entering the underground trading post after finding a secluded corner, Carp and Ming settled quietly, their focus solely on the conversations unfolding around them, aside from ordering drinks. Ming listened intently for a considerable time, but gleaned nothing of value, only boasts and trivial chatter. When he glanced towards Carp, he noticed him sipping his drink, seemingly uninterested in the surrounding dialogue, yet his posture leaned subtly in one direction. Following Carp's gaze, Ming initially saw nothing unusual. However, as time passed, he began to notice a particular table that stood out amidst the others. At that table sat 2 individuals, a burly man with a scruffy beard and a middle-aged man with a shifty appearance. The burly man appeared quite inebriated. His head bowed as he mumbled to the middle-aged man, though Ming was too distant to catch the words. Carp, however, seemed to comprehend their exchange. Fully aware that he had no pressing matters at hand, he quietly cracked sunflower seeds. After more than 20 minutes, the burly man with a scruffy beard finished his drink, bid farewell to the shifty-eyed middle-aged man, and departed from the bar. Upon witnessing this scene, Carp immediately turned to Ming and said, "Ming, let us follow that bearded fellow." Ming acknowledged his instruction, and the 2 of them rose, following closely behind the man as he exited. As they trailed the burly figure, Ming quietly inquired of Carp, "Mr. Carp, what do you suppose this man knows?" Carp's tone grew increasingly cold as he replied, "That man was just conversing with his companion about a lucrative scheme, mentioning children and women. I am convinced he is undoubtedly a human trafficker." Ming directly asked, "Should I take him down?" Carp shook his head and said, "Not yet. Let us continue to follow him. We may uncover some unexpected revelations." Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming regarded him with newfound respect, for Carp usually presented a carefree demeanor, making it hard to imagine he possessed such meticulous thought. However, recalling that Carp had repeatedly cornered Roger, Ming reconciled himself to this, as such feats could not solely rely on brute strength. As they walked, they were momentarily obstructed by pedestrians, causing Ming to grow anxious, as the figure of the burly man was becoming increasingly elusive. Yet Carp remained unfazed, stating, "Do not worry, Ming, that fellow will not escape." Initially perplexed by Carp's confidence, Ming soon understood, thinking of Haki's ability to perceive the inner thoughts of others, realizing that locating the burly man would not pose a challenge. Following closely behind Carp, Ming observed that their path led them to an increasingly deserted street, ultimately arriving at an old and dilapidated alley. Surveying the sparsely populated area, Ming asked, "Mr. Carp, where has that man gone?" Carp raised a hand, signaling Ming to remain silent. After a brief pause, he smirked and said, "He has noticed us. He is calling for help to deal with us." A strange smile crept across Ming's face upon hearing Carp's words. He was astonished that the inebriated man could sense he was being followed and was even attempting to summon assistance. setting aside the strength of the individuals he might call. Even if they were moderately powerful, with the abilities he possessed alongside Carp, the renowned naval hero famed for his martial prowess, they would surely be able to depart unscathed. Ming began to silently mourn for those summoned by the burly man. After waiting for a few minutes, the once quiet street suddenly buzzed with activity as numerous individuals emerged from a seemingly unremarkable house. Their attire was disheveled, and they brandished an array of weapons, including firearms. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, both Carp and Ming stood silently in place until they were encircled by a group of individuals. It was then that Carp, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "What is it, my young friends, that prompts you to surround us?" A burly man, reeking of alcohol, stepped forward and retorted, "What are you two sneaky fellows following me for?" Maintaining his composure, Carp replied, "I happened to overhear some of your words at the bar, which piqued my interest in your business. May I inquire if I could partake?" As the drunken man realized Carp's interest in his dealings, the wariness on his face dissipated, and he chuckled, "Do you truly wish to join us, old man?" Carp nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I came to Moni Town specifically to seek a business venture." "Then, by all means, follow me." The man gestured for Carp and Ming to accompany him. Carp appeared unfazed, following the man into the very room from which the group had emerged. Upon entering, Ming discovered that it was a veritable hidden realm, an entrance to an underground trading post. The man led them through the entrance and into a passageway, and as they reached its end, they arrived at a bustling underground marketplace. Not far from the terminus of the passage, a sizable notice board detailed the regulations and prohibitions of the trading post, its prominence ensuring that it could not be overlooked. After a cursory glance, Carp and Ming dismissed its contents as irrelevant, shifting their focus elsewhere. Ming observed that aside from a few individual establishments, the majority were single-story shops, and a casual glance revealed that the wares on offer consisted of various contraband items, which explained the necessity of conducting trade underground. Under the guidance of the man, they entered a back room of one of the shops. Once seated, the man, beaming with delight, queried, "What are your intentions for joining us? Are you considering investing or perhaps supplying goods?" Carp refrained from responding directly. Instead, he posed a question. "Earlier at the bar, I gathered only that you have a lucrative business, yet I remain oblivious to its nature. You must clarify this for me to make a decision." The man paused, initially taken aback by Carp's admission of ignorance, not anticipating that he would seek collaboration without prior knowledge. However, as Carp was already present, the man felt reassured that he was not being deceived, and he promptly replied, "I engage in the trafficking of human beings." A glimmer of coldness flashed in Ming's eyes at this revelation, confirming Carp's suspicions that the man was indeed a trafficker. Carp narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his right index finger upon the table, and continued, "What types of individuals do you primarily deal in? Children, women, or perhaps young adults?" The man, grinning, responded, "I deal in all of those, but my primary focus is on women, as they tend to fetch a higher price." "Is that so? How many women and children do you currently have?" Carp inquired casually. "You'll find out once we officially commence our collaboration," the burly man replied, clearly wary of Carp. Understanding that he had acquired most of the information he sought, Carp realized that the man was evidently privy to many clandestine dealings of human traffickers. He suddenly addressed Ming. "Ming, apprehend this scoundrel." "Yes, Mr. Carp," Ming responded, launching himself forward with remarkable speed. Before the burly man and his two bodyguards could react, Ming struck both bodyguards in the abdomen simultaneously, rendering them instantly incapacitated. He then turned and seized the flustered burly man, pinning him against the table. Under Ming's immense strength, 3 times that of an average person, the burly man was utterly defenseless. Carp, seated calmly, remarked coldly, "You dare engage in the vile trade of human trafficking? Prepare to face the consequences." Chapter 21. Departure from the underground exchange. Who exactly are you? Are you not afraid of the mastermind behind this underground exchange? The burly man hissed through clenched teeth, astonished that Carp and Ming would dare to act within such a den of iniquity. At that moment, the door to their room swung open, and a group of thugs stormed in. The leader, upon entering, shouted, "Big Beard, I heard commotion outside. Are you all right?" However, upon witnessing the scene, he quickly grasped the situation without needing Big Beard to speak. Seeing the thug leader clad in a brown jacket arrive, Big Beard felt a surge of hope. "Rocket, please save me," he cried out, as the thug leader and protector of Big Beard. Rocket addressed Carp with cold disdain. "Old man, I advise you to release Big Beard. Otherwise, your frail bones may not withstand the consequences today." Undeterred by Rocket's threat, Carp remained impassive, clearly dismissive of the warning. However, Ming could not afford to be indifferent, as Carp had bestowed upon him immense favors. Witnessing someone disrespect Carp in such a manner, he resolved to ensure that the offender faced repercussions. At that moment, Rocket, seeing Carp and Ming's lack of response, drew a firearm from his waistband, aiming it at Carp. In response, Ming released his grip, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards Rocket. Before Rocket could react, Ming landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. The searing pain caused Rocket to double over, unable to fire the weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Ming wrested the gun from Rocket's grasp, pressing it against his head. Blackbeard, realizing Ming's actions might present him with an escape, was thwarted as Carp held him firmly in place, rendering him unable to break free. From Carp's display of strength, it became evident that the seemingly frail old man was the most formidable of them all. Meanwhile, Rocket's henchmen finally grasped the unfolding chaos and brandished their weapons, eager to charge forward. At this moment, Ming shook the firearm in his hand and coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to approach again should beware of the possibility of my gun misfiring." Despite the lingering youthful softness of Ming's features, the thugs sensed that he was not jesting. To ensure their leader's safety, they could only remain motionless. Rocket, observing that his subordinates were still concerned for his life, felt a sense of relief. Regaining his composure from the pain, he addressed Ming and Kapu, saying, "No matter who you are, if you release me and Blackbeard, we can pretend nothing has occurred. Otherwise, even if we are in your grasp, do not expect to leave the underground trading post unscathed." Ding. The host has triggered a mission. Exit the underground trading post. Mission requirements. The host must protect Kapu and the vital informant, Blackbeard, while exiting the underground trading post. Mission rewards. The host will receive 1,000 experience points, 10 million system coins, and 5 junior elixirs. Ming did not anticipate that Rocket's words would trigger a new mission. However, upon seeing the system's rewards, he understood the task's considerable difficulty. After all, there were numerous individuals present. If it were just he and Kapu, they could sprint towards the exit without reservation. Yet, Blackbeard would undoubtedly prove uncooperative, which heightened the challenge. He turned to Kapu and inquired, "Mr. Kapu, what shall we do?" Kapu chuckled lightly and replied, "What else is there to do? We charge through. After all, this place is rife with filth, and it matters not if it is destroyed." Ming was not surprised by Kapu's response. Such a bold declaration was entirely in line with Kapu's character. However, when Rocket and Blackbeard heard Kapu's words, they regarded them as a grand jest. To them, it seemed impossible for Kapu and Ming to escape the underground trading post, no matter how formidable their skills. The saying "a multitude of ants can kill an elephant" was not mere hyperbole, and moreover, the underground trading post harbored more than just these ants. Genuine beasts had yet to reveal themselves. Should Kapu and Ming dare to proceed as suggested, they would undoubtedly meet their demise within these walls. Ming kicked Rocket's body, coldly commanding, "Get up." Rocket, stung by the pain of Ming's kick, gritted his teeth in surprise at the immense strength of this seemingly youthful individual. With no other choice, he bore the pain and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Kapu struck Blackbeard on the head, rendering him unconscious, before effortlessly lifting him as though he were a mere trinket, expending no significant effort. Ming pressed the firearm against Rocket's back and instructed, "Let us proceed." He then addressed the thugs blocking the entrance, stating, "You lot, step aside, or do not blame me for turning against your leader." Feeling the cold barrel against his back, Rocket shouted at the thugs, "Get back now." Faced with their leader's distress, the group had no choice but to retreat. As Ming watched the thugs withdraw, he prodded Rocket with the firearm and commanded, "Move forward." As Rocket and Ming stepped outside, Carp, with his prominent beard, followed suit. Upon exiting the room, they were greeted by a throng of individuals clad in black. Unlike the previous ruffians, this newly emerged group exuded a palpable aura of menace, clearly seasoned by the bloodshed of past encounters. Upon sighting these formidable figures, a flicker of trepidation crossed Rocket's features, quickly replaced by exhilaration, for they were none other than the security detail of the underground trading post. Once they were mobilized, any trouble would swiftly be resolved. Ming, however, displayed a serious countenance, acutely aware that his current prowess placed him at the lowest echelons of the Pirate King world. Confronting such a formidable assembly alone would pose a daunting challenge, unless he could continuously unleash jets of flame, for overcoming them otherwise seemed implausible. Carp, upon witnessing this formidable assembly, raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by the underground trading post's capabilities, which exceeded his expectations. He addressed Ming, saying, "Young Ming, let us take this bearded fellow and make our exit. You should unleash your full power without hesitation." Understanding Carp's intent, Ming promptly propelled Rocket toward the black-clad figures with a swift kick, then harnessed the power of Little Fire Dragon. transforming into the dragon. Ming seized the moment while the crowd was momentarily stunned, opening his mouth wide to unleash his most potent skill, a torrent of flame. A pillar of fire erupted from his maw, twisting his head to sweep the inferno towards the surrounding black-clad individuals. Despite their experience in facing various adversities, the sudden onslaught left them flustered, for they had never encountered an entity capable of transformation and flame-spewing like Ming. Many of the black-clad figures became engulfed in flames, frantically scurrying in search of something to extinguish the fire, while others rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to smother the blaze. Thanks to Ming's fiery assault, a significant breach appeared in the once impenetrable wall of bodies. Surprised by the efficacy of his initial flame attack, Ming was determined not to squander this opportunity. He dashed through the opening, with Carp close behind, who couldn't help but commend, "Well done, young Ming. That was quite the blast." In response to Carp's praise, Ming merely rolled his eyes, aware that overcoming the barrier was merely the beginning. Having traversed less than 2 storefronts, they encountered another group of black-clad figures, this time armed with firearms. Upon spotting Carp and Ming, the armed individuals disregarded Carp's imposing presence and opened fire without hesitation. Reacting swiftly, Carp and Ming sought refuge in the narrow passageway between the shops. Ming tightened his grip on his firearm, casting a furtive glance at the positions of the armed figures. Taking a deep breath, he aimed and fired twice in their direction. Bang! Bang! Ming's marksmanship was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the cloaked figures, whose skills paled in comparison. Both of Ming's shots struck the black-clad assailants, though fortune favored them slightly, as the bullets merely grazed their arms rather than inflicting critical injuries. The ferocity of Ming's assault provoked a violent reaction. The cloaked figures unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Ming and Carp's hiding place with reckless abandon. Observing the counter outside a nearby shop, Carp gestured for Ming to retreat behind him. Seizing the moment when the assailants had exhausted their ammunition, he grasped the edge of the counter with one hand, hoisted it up, and hurled it towards the position of the attackers. Faced with the flying counter, the black-clad figures abandoned the reloading of their weapons, hastily dodging out of its path. In that instant, without needing Carp's command, Ming dashed forward, opting to unleash sparks. Employing them in rapid succession, several small flames split into 2 groups, careening towards the cloaked figures flanking the counter, while Ming and the bearded Carp vaulted over the counter. Sprinting towards the entrance, the assailants, initially intent on reloading and aiming at them, found their opportunity thwarted by the encroaching flames, which forced them to evade rather than fire. As they narrowly escaped the flames, Ming seized objects from the street, hurling them at the attackers. With newfound strength, 6 times that of an average adult, the projectiles wielded considerable force, further disrupting the assailants' advance, compounded by Ming firing 2 more shots that left the cloaked figures in disarray. By the time they regrouped to launch a counterattack, Ming and Carp had already made significant headway. The cloaked figures, simmering with frustration, pursued them collectively. Within mere strides of 100 meters, Ming and Carp encountered no further obstacles, and as they approached the entrance, Ming felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, Carp pushed Ming aside with one hand, darting in another direction while grasping his beard. A gunshot rang out from their former position, and Ming felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, realizing that had Carp been a moment slower, he might have been felled by the hidden gunman. Carp, undeterred by the threat, maneuvered erratically with his beard in hand, rendering him an elusive target for the concealed shooter. Ming, emulating Carp's evasive tactics, found himself narrowly escaping the bullets that whizzed past him. As they neared the entrance, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over Ming. He understood it was the gunman's presence that instilled such trepidation. Though the entrance loomed before them, the gunman likely lay in wait for their rush. Carp appeared oblivious to this peril as he charged towards the entrance. Ming instinctively opened his mouth to warn Carp, but the gunfire erupted before he could utter a word. Bang! Watch out! Was all Ming could manage to shout. Suddenly, Carp clenched his right fist and struck backward, vaguely realizing that he seemed to have knocked something down. However, he discerned that Carp had not been hit by the bullet, and it dawned on him that Carp had deflected the gunman's shot. Recalling Carp's mastery of armament hockey, he felt a sense of relief. After all, Carp's fist could crush a bell pepper into pulp, and with the aid of observation hockey. Deflecting a bullet was a trivial feat. Observing Carp successfully surge into the entrance, it was now his turn. He had yet to harness hockey himself, and he lacked the ability to strike down a bullet with the same audacity as Carp. As for relying on the power of his little dragon, it lacked the capacity to defend against bullets, leaving him to depend on external means. At the nearest point to the entrance, he spotted the sign he had seen upon entering, which sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He swiftly employed his skills to cleave the wooden post in the center of the sign, then slung it across his back before charging toward the entrance. Witnessing his method, the hidden gunman could no longer conceal himself. He raised his weapon and fired repeatedly at Ming. Unfortunately, thanks to the sign's obstruction, Ming effortlessly deflected the gunman's bullets, leaving the assailant frustrated about his choice of a robust wooden sign. Upon entering, Ming hurled the sign behind him and quickly ascended. When he reached the top, the guard at the entrance had already been dealt with by Carp, who stood waiting for him. Noticing that Ming still retained the form of his little dragon, Carp advised, "Ming, you should revert to your human form to avoid drawing too much attention." Reminded by Carp, Ming hastily withdrew the power of the little dragon. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of leaving the underground trading post. You will receive 1,000 experience points, 10 million system coins, and 5 primary elixirs." Confirming the task completion, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having returned to human form, he and Carp departed from the street, steering clear of crowded areas. After all, carrying a burly figure like Carp would certainly attract unwanted attention in a bustling crowd. As Carp and Ming escaped the underground trading post, the proprietor began issuing bounties on them. Some dark forces and bounty hunters lurking in Monty Town sprang into action upon learning of the news. Unfortunately, Ming and Carp had long since vacated Monty Town, bringing the burly man back to the naval ship, where Carp commenced his interrogation. He sought to extract information from the captive to dismantle the hidden forces involved in human trafficking in Monty Town. Ming gazed at the flustered, big, bearded man, his face devoid of any sympathy. It was only upon discovering their true identities as members of the Navy that the big, bearded man realized the gravity of his predicament. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. Once he had ventured into this profession and fallen into their grasp, his fate was sealed. Aware that the interrogation of the big, bearded man would not be brief, Ming continued to hone his skills. This relentless pursuit of improvement stemmed from his realization, during moments of crisis, that his strength was still insufficient. As one endowed with a powerful system, he was determined to avoid frequent encounters with such dire situations. Possessing such a formidable system, he aspired to become one of the select few who stood atop the world of pirates. Chapter 22. Advancing to Monty Town an hour later. Carp exited the interrogation room and made his way to the deck. Upon catching sight of Carp, Ming immediately ceased his training and approached him, inquiring, "Mr. Carp, have you completed the interrogation so soon?" Carp shook his head, responding, "Not yet. Bogart is still diligently taking notes." After hearing that fellow's confession, I felt an uncontrollable urge to strike him. To avoid succumbing to that impulse, I thought it best to leave the interrogation room for a while. "When shall we take action against the human traffickers in Monty Town?" Ming asked. "We will proceed once we have unraveled all the clues and summoned reinforcements from the Naval Division in this sea area. At that point, we will commence our operation. I believe that capturing the traffickers in Monty Town will lead us to the primary source of human trafficking in the South Sea," Carp replied coldly. Understanding that a wait was inevitable, Ming resumed his training. Upon elevating his physical condition to 60, he noted that during his exercises, he could feel improvements in all aspects with every passing moment. This sensation fueled his determination to train even harder. Meanwhile, after calming the fury within himself, Carp sought out Sengoku, instructing him to summon the naval forces in this region to stand by at Kachi's Island. After more than an hour, Bogart finally emerged from the interrogation room and approached Carp. The two then entered the conference room. Half an hour later, the naval forces arrived, led by a tall and slender colonel known as Wallgrass. The colonel had initially intended to meet Carp, but as Carp and Bogart were engaged in analyzing the intelligence obtained from the big bearded man, he had no choice but to retreat to his ship in disappointment. As evening approached, Carp and Bogart summoned all officers of the rank of captain and above into the conference room, and Ming understood that they were formulating an operational plan. He temporarily halted his training to adjust his state for the forthcoming mission. The following morning, Ming prepared to conduct his usual early training. However, upon seeing him, Carp immediately called him over. Standing before Carp, Ming inquired, "Mr. Carp, is there something you need? Today, we will be tackling the human traffickers in Monty Town. I will assign you some tasks, but do ensure your own safety," Carp replied. "Understood, Mr. Carp." Ming expressed his comprehension. After completing a moderate morning training session, he proceeded to have breakfast and then stood ready on the deck. As the sun began to ascend, Carp addressed the officers aboard the ship. "Set sail." The officers, following the tasks assigned by Carp the previous day, led their respective teams of Marines towards Monty Town. The Marines from the naval branches followed closely behind Carp, hastening towards their destination. Ming trailed alongside Carp, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. Considering the extensive arsenal possessed by these traffickers, could they possibly have informants within the Navy? If so, they would likely be aware of Carp's mobilization of naval forces and might have already made preparations to escape. Ming voiced his concerns, but Carp merely smiled in response, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, young Ming. No one is leaving Mani Town, and as for preparing to confront us, these traffickers lack the capability." Ming found Carp's confidence somewhat perplexing. While he and Carp were indeed unconcerned about the traffickers' ability to harm them, the same could not be said for the South Sea Navy behind them. After all, if the South Sea Navy were sufficiently strong, they would not be so readily despised by pirates. Nevertheless, as long as these Marines could muster the courage to launch a fierce assault against the traffickers, Ming believed that with ample ammunition, they could effectively suppress them. The critical question remained: could these South Sea Marines rise to the occasion? He kept his reservations to himself, fearing that voicing them might adversely affect the morale of the South Sea Marines, which could hinder their forthcoming confrontation with the traffickers. Additionally, he worried that revealing his doubts might disrupt Carp's preparations, so he quietly followed Carp. Regarding the South Sea Marines, he could only assist them in ways that were within his capabilities during the battle. Upon arriving at Mani Town, Ming squinted as he noticed that fortifications had been erected outside the town, with a considerable number of individuals clad in black standing behind them. Further back, a large crowd of Mani Town residents had gathered to observe. Ming turned to Carp and remarked, "Mr. Carp, the traffickers have made it known to all the residents of Mani Town that the Navy is about to take action, even inviting them to watch. They intend to completely undermine our image to garner more support." Carp immediately saw through the trafficker scheme. "A clever plan," Ming stated solemnly. "A commendable idea, but regrettably unfeasible." Carp replied with a cold smirk. "Indeed," Ming nodded lightly, aware that this group of traffickers faced not only the South Sea Navy but also Carp's seasoned forces, who had endured the trials of the New World. "Stop the naval forces ahead," shouted a figure in black, wearing a felt hat. Kapu, seemingly oblivious to the shouts directed at him, continued to forge ahead, with Ming closely trailing his side. "If you don't stop right now, I shall fire," the man in black shouted once more. Yet, Kapu remained unfazed, his stride unwavering. The man in black, realizing his words bore no weight, raised his firearm and discharged a round towards the leading Kapu. Bang! In the face of the gunfire, Kapu merely twisted his neck, allowing the bullet to whiz past his ear. Initially confident in his attack, the man in black found it hard to fathom how Kapu had evaded his shot with such ease. The soldiers of the South Sea, standing behind Kapu, were equally dumbfounded. They had never witnessed anyone dodge a bullet with such composure. In that moment, Kapu's stature transformed into something grand and formidable in their eyes. Most significantly, the residents of Mani Town, who had anticipated a tragic end for Kapu, were now astonished as he effortlessly sidestepped the black-clad assailant's assault. The aura Kapu exuded seemed to convey to them that the Navy was not as feeble as they had presumed. The man in black refused to believe that Kapu could evade all bullets. He turned to his fellow assailants and commanded, "Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe this Navy old man can dodge them all." Yes, the cohort of black-clad men aimed their weapons at Kapu, preparing to strike. Observing the actions of the man in the felt hat, Ming, who stood behind Kapu, coldly raised his firearm and shot at him. The black-clad man's focus was entirely on Kapu, leaving him unaware of Ming's movement, and thus he had no time to evade, resulting in a hit to his arm. Damn it! The intense pain drove the man into a frenzy as he fired repeatedly at Ming with one hand. Noticing the man's frantic actions, Ming swiftly dodged aside, his agility rendering the black-clad man's bullets ineffective. The other black-clad men, witnessing their leader's injury, immediately turned their attention towards Ming, preparing to fire. Despite evading, Ming continued to shoot, wounding several more of the assailants in the process. Recognizing that Ming had drawn the black-clad men's focus, Kapu shouted to the South Sea soldiers behind him, "All soldiers, load your weapons and prepare to attack." Upon hearing Kapu's command, the soldiers instinctively complied. However, as they lifted their guns, they glanced towards their colonel. Colonel Wang Takao, sensing the gaze of his soldiers, irritably remarked, "What are you all looking at me for? Follow the orders of Rear Admiral Kapu and execute his commands." With the colonel's affirmation, the soldiers finally steadied their weapons, directing them towards the men in black. It is not surprising that the Marines cast their gaze towards Colonel Wallflower, for they are acutely aware of the colonel's seemingly numerous connections with the denizens of Mani Town. Thus, they ponder whether it would be permissible to aim their firearms at the cloaked figures from Mani Town. Upon witnessing the Marines directing their weapons towards them, the dark-clad individuals, who had previously aimed at Ming, swiftly redirected their guns towards the South Sea Marines. However, the cloaked figures hesitated to pull the trigger, for they were vastly outnumbered. Despite the entrenched image of the South Sea Marines in their minds, they dared not gamble, as any aggression from the Marines would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for them. Chapter 23. The scene descended into a tense stalemate. Observing this impasse, Carp addressed the armed cloaked figures entrenched in their position. Lay down your weapons, and we, the Navy, shall exercise leniency. Should you resist, the consequences will extend far beyond mere confinement in the South Sea. Upon hearing Carp's words, the cloaked figure donning a felt hat erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Do not be deceived by this old naval man. Our capture would merely result in imprisonment. Could it possibly get any worse? If we retreat to our fortifications, we will possess the upper hand against the Navy." The felt hat-wearing figure's rhetoric bolstered the resolve of his compatriots, who hastily retreated behind their fortifications to prepare an assault on the unshielded Navy personnel. As the situation deteriorated, Carp turned to Ming and instructed, "Ming, render their fortifications ineffective." Understanding Carp's intent, Ming transformed into a small fire dragon and unleashed flames upon the fortifications. Several small fireballs rained down, igniting the burlap sacks that composed the structure, prompting the cloaked figures to hastily withdraw to avoid being scorched. In their retreat, they once again exposed themselves to the watchful eyes of the Navy. Carp, seizing the moment, commanded all Marines, "Charge and fire. Quickly subdue these cloaked figures." In response to Carp's orders, the South Sea Marines surged forward, opening fire upon the dark-clad individuals. Furious at the turn of events, the felt hat-wearing figure concentrated all his wrath upon Ming. Had it not been for Ming's fire-breathing tactics, their fortifications would not have been rendered useless. Suppressing the pain in his arm, he fired several shots at Ming, who, transformed into a small fire dragon, exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the bullets. Recognizing the overwhelming firepower of the South Sea Marines, the felt hat-wearing figure understood that lingering in this location was untenable. Ignoring Ming, he began to fire back at the Marines while leading his compatriots in a retreat, desperate to avoid capture by the Navy. The South Sea Marines, witnessing their success in driving back the cloaked figures, felt a swell of pride, even as some among them suffered injuries from gunfire. This marked the first occasion since their enlistment that they truly exhibited the formidable presence of the Navy. Typically, their actions were constrained by trepidation, but now, under the leadership of Admiral Carp, they were liberated from such oppression. The inhabitants of Moni Town, upon sighting the figures clad in black, retreated in astonishment, hastily seeking refuge to avoid any potential harm. As the dark-clad individuals infiltrated Moni Town, the Marines followed suit, though they refrained from firing their weapons, mindful of the townspeople. Admiral Carp addressed Colonel Wallflower, stationed at the South Sea Division, instructing him to retain a contingent of Marines at this exit to prevent the traffickers from escaping. "Understood, Admiral Carp," Colonel Wallflower replied, standing at attention. Carp nodded and turned to pursue the black-clad figures. Observing Carp's diminishing silhouette, Colonel Wallflower's expression was fraught with internal conflict. Yet he understood that regardless of his choice, he must remain at his post. Seeing Carp leave Colonel Wallflower at this entrance, Ming, now somewhat at ease, couldn't shake his concerns, pondering whether the colonel might have colluded with the traffickers. As Carp caught up with him, Ming voiced his concerns. "Admiral Carp, is it wise to leave Colonel Wallflower there?" Carp placed a reassuring hand on Ming's shoulder and replied, "Do not fret, young Ming. If that lad adheres to my instructions, all shall be well. Should he stray from the path of justice, I shall ensure he faces the consequences he deserves." With Carp's words, Ming felt a sense of reassurance, confident that Carp had prepared contingencies. As they pursued the black-clad figures down a particular street, Ming pondered a vital issue and promptly inquired, "Admiral Carp, surely the traffickers in Moni Town are not limited to this single group?" Carp replied nonchalantly, "I am well aware of that. I merely wish to eliminate those brazen enough to expose themselves first." Observing Carp's calm demeanor, Ming felt somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the notion that being an extraneous individual in this world, engaging in redundant tasks was only to be expected. As the black-clad figures bolted into a building, the Marines halted at the entrance, refraining from pursuing them further due to uncertainty regarding the situation within. They awaited Carp's decision on whether to enter. Approaching the building, Carp commanded, "All Marines, follow me inside." "Yes." The Marines responded in unison. Carp and Ming led the charge inside, descending through the entrance of the underground exchange, where an unsettling silence enveloped them. Ming understood that such quietude signaled trouble. Thus, he chose to remain vigilant, carefully surveying their surroundings. Just as he was about to step out of the entrance and into the underground exchange, Carp seized his shoulder, pulling him back. In the moment he was yanked away, several bullets struck the ground at the very spot where he had stood. Upon witnessing the scene, he realized that he had been saved by Carp. He turned to Carp and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Carp." Carp waved his hand dismissively and then beckoned to a Marine behind him, who was carrying a large bag from the ship. The Marine approached Carp silently and handed him an object from the bag. Ming soon discerned that it was a cannonball, understanding that Carp intended to employ his signature technique, the Meteor Fist. Carp weighed the cannonball in his hand, glanced at both sides of the entrance, and then suddenly stepped forward, hurling a cannonball to each side before retreating. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions echoed, causing parts of the nearest buildings to collapse, and several figures in black tumbled from the structures, evidently propelled by the force of the blasts. After retreating, Carp took 2 more cannonballs and once again threw them at the buildings. This time, those black-clad individuals who had remained unscathed were utterly disinclined to stay inside. They were uncertain how Carp had discerned their presence. Yet they were acutely aware that he surely knew their locations, for he would not have accurately struck their companions with all 4 cannonballs. Ensuring a safe exit from the entrance, Carp stepped out first, followed closely by Ming. The Marines, seeing Carp unharmed, followed suit, though each held their weapons at the ready, vigilant against potential attacks from the figures in black due to the earlier incident. The underground trading post structures were not tall, save for a few houses on the outskirts and some in the central area. Thus, Carp instructed the Marines to systematically inspect the taller buildings before advancing cautiously. It appeared that Carp's earlier discovery of the black-clad individuals had resulted in the absence of any such figures in the taller structures near the entrance, prompting the Marines to investigate the single-story shops. Chapter 24. The Capture of the Black-Clad Man, Yukas. The results of their search were perplexing. For even close to the central area, the Marines had yet to uncover any sign of the black-clad individuals, as if they had vanished entirely. Faced with this unusual circumstance, Carp did not order the Marines to cease their search. Upon reaching the center of the underground trading post, Ming finally spotted the figures in black. At that moment, several of them appeared atop the shop roofs, their weapons trained on the Marines below. The black-clad man wearing a felt hat stood atop a 3-story building, sneering as he remarked, "Old man, you certainly possess considerable skill, but do you realize that you are in quite a predicament?" "A predicament? Do you mean the fact that we are surrounded?" Carp replied nonchalantly. His words caused Yuka's smile to falter, as he could not fathom how Carp had acquired knowledge of their surroundings. Ignoring Yuka's, Carp addressed Ming, saying, "Young Ming, you go inside and apprehend the man with the felt hat. We will provide cover fire for you from outside and below." The host has triggered a mission to apprehend the black-clad figure, Yuka's, wearing a felt hat. The mission stipulates that the host must traverse the 2 floors beneath Yuka's level and defeat him upon reaching the 3rd floor. The reward for this endeavor will be 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins. Upon glancing at the building where only Yuka's resided, Ming understood, through the mission's details, that the interior was undoubtedly formidable. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely and accelerated towards the entrance. Observing Ming's approach, the black-clad figures atop the building aimed their weapons at him, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. However, Ming's speed, unleashed in full force, rendered him nearly impossible to target, allowing him to evade their bullets entirely. Yukas, the one with some skill, suffered a gunshot wound to his arm from Ming, leaving his own weapon ineffectual against him. Following the volley of shots, Carp commanded all Marines taking cover under the eaves to return fire upon the black-clad assailants on the roof. The overwhelming firepower of the Marines forced the adversaries into hiding, too fearful to expose themselves. Yukas, witnessing the Marines remain unfazed by his earlier exchange with Carp, shouted in confusion and anger, "You fools! Did you not hear? You are completely surrounded by our men." Though his voice barely reached them, the Marines remained resolute. What Yukas overlooked was the fact that these Marines had joined the Navy with ideals, training tirelessly day after day to uphold justice. They believed that Carp would not lead them into a dire situation. Even if they faced one, they would ultimately have no choice but to surrender, becoming captives of their enemies. With the Marines providing fire support, Ming finally charged into the building. Upon seeing him, Yukas displayed a sinister smile, as if he had been anticipating Ming's arrival. Once inside, the only illumination came from the light filtering through the windows, casting the interior into darkness. In such poor visibility, with countless experiences gleaned from films and novels, Ming recognized that the 1st floor was likely laden with traps. Although he could not ascertain their locations or employ observation hockey to predict them in advance, His transformation into a small fire dragon endowed him with a particularly useful ability, the power to ignite. In this environment, a single flame would surely obliterate all traps. Without hesitation, Ming transformed into the small fire dragon and unleashed his fiery breath, casting several small flames around the room. The once dim chamber was instantly illuminated, triggering a multitude of traps, nets, arrows, sacks, and various other contraptions, overwhelming in their numbers, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Ming's mouth. Fortunately, he incinerated it immediately. Otherwise, even if he awakened his haki, he could only rely on the armament haki to withstand the attacks. The observation haki, despite its foresight, would be of no avail as his body could not possibly evade such a dense array of traps. Outside, Carp was engaged in combat with the Navy of the South Sea and the dark-clad individuals, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Ming's situation. Upon witnessing Ming's method of deactivating the traps, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it was understandable that Ming was utilizing his own abilities, and the results appeared quite commendable. However, such a strategy was likely suited solely for Ming's use. After a full 2 minutes, the traps ceased their activation. Transforming into a small fire dragon, Ming charged through the sea of flames. As a fire elemental sprite, the small fire dragon possessed considerable resistance to fire, showing no fear of the flames. Upon reaching the staircase, Ming seized a burning chair from the side and hurled it towards the stairs. Instantly, the entire staircase ignited, clearly doused in oil to ensure that after navigating the perilous traps, he would find himself unable to ascend via the staircase. Unfortunately for the assailants, Ming saw through this covert tactic, rendering it ineffective. After a minute, the staircase began to smolder, prompting Ming to ascend swiftly, eager to reach the second floor of the building. Just as he was about to step onto the second level, a sudden gust of wind rushed toward him from behind. Familiar with the sound of a blade being swung, he recognized it instantly as an attack aimed at him. Without hesitation, Ming drew his sword from his waist and pivoted to slash in the direction of the incoming wind. With a resounding clash, his sword met the assailant's blade. While Ming's stance remained unyielding, his opponent was not so fortunate. Having transformed into a small fire dragon, Ming's strength already surpassed 6 times that of an average adult. Coupled with the momentum from his turn, his power approached nearly 7 times that of an ordinary adult. The assailant, struck by such overwhelming force, was sent reeling backward. Seizing this opportunity, Ming stepped onto the second floor, fixing his gaze upon the individual who had attempted to ambush him. To his surprise, he discovered not 1, but 3 identical figures on this level, all bearing the classic appearance of samurai, complete with a small tuft of facial hair reminiscent of the warriors from Wano. The assailant was being supported by the other 2, who had evidently cushioned the impact of the recoil. At that moment, the individual on the far right addressed the assailant, saying, "Saburo, I told you not to act recklessly. Look at what has happened now." The one on the far left nodded in agreement, adding, "Dairo is right. You ought to temper your impulsive nature." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the man named Saburo glared at Ming, seething with resentment. "You two should refrain from delivering your unsolicited commentary. This guy has been setting fires since he entered. We cannot possibly remain here any longer. Had you both joined in the attack earlier, he would have sustained severe injuries by now." De Lang and Erlang did not dispute the matter. They merely believed that with San Lang's prowess, even if an ambush were to fail, he could effortlessly retreat without sustaining such severe injuries. Turning to San Lang, De Lang inquired, "San Lang, are you able to continue the fight?" "Of course I can. It is merely a minor injury," San Lang replied as he rose to his feet. "Very well, let us, the 3 brothers, join forces and swiftly subdue this fellow," Erlang declared, simultaneously drawing his blade from his waist. On the other side, De Lang also prepared for the assault. Chapter 25. The triumph of the 3 swordsmen. Ming had initially anticipated that these 3 loquacious swordsmen would persist in their chatter, to the extent that he was ready to disregard them entirely and ascend to the 3rd level. However, he was taken aback when they swiftly turned their attention towards him. As he beheld the trio charging in his direction, he unleashed a burst of flames. Several small fireballs hurtled towards the 3, who instinctively veered to the right to evade the fiery projectiles. The flames landed on the window, igniting it. Upon witnessing the flames engulfing the second-floor window, Carp realized that Ming's battle on the 2nd level had commenced. In truth, through the perception granted by observation haki, he discerned that the 3 swordsmen's auras were markedly inferior to Ming's. Nevertheless, aura alone does not dictate the outcome of a confrontation. Thus, it hinged upon Ming's performance. As the 3 narrowly escaped the small flames, they immediately charged straight towards Ming. Ming had intended to utilize the fireballs to separate them. Yet he was met with unexpected failure. Observing their direct approach, Ming switched his sword to his left hand, raised his firearm with his right, and fired 2 shots in their direction. Additionally, he unleashed flames to their left, effectively sealing off their escape route in that direction. While the right side was blocked by the inferno consuming the staircase, rendering it an impossible avenue of retreat. However, the trio responded with remarkable agility, leaping into the air to evade Ming's gunfire. As they soared into the air, a triumphant smile spread across Ming's face. His intent was to compel them into the air, where escape would become futile. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed several small fireballs towards the airborne trio. Unbeknownst to DeLang and the others, who found themselves suspended in midair, Ming's relentless use of flames was far from exhausting. As the small fireballs approached, a glint of determination flashed in San Lang's eyes. He swung his fist towards Erlang's foot, propelling him forward to catch up with DeLang, while he himself was thrust backward, directly into the path of the encroaching flames. Erlang, witnessing San Lang's selfless sacrifice, cast aside his sorrow. Confronted with the imminent collision with DeLang, he delivered a powerful kick, redirecting DeLang to the left while taking his place in the face of the approaching fireballs. No, DeLang cried out in anguish, having never imagined that his brothers would bear the brunt of the flames meant for him. Yet, both Erlang and San Lang stood resolute, willing to confront the flames in his stead. In the present day, the little fire dragon has ascended to an intermediate state, consequently amplifying the potency of its flames significantly. If it were merely a singular small flame, DeLang and his companions would not be overly concerned. Their prowess would suffice to handle it. However, when confronted with multiple small flames simultaneously, it exceeds the capabilities of individuals of their caliber. As San Lang was about to collide with a small flame, he, unwilling to relent, swung his blade towards the flames. This reckless action caused the small flames to disperse, and he found himself engulfed in fire, which instantly consumed him. Similarly, Erlang was enveloped by the flames in midair. Witnessing the agony of Erlang and San Lang as they were scorched by the flames pierced DeLang's heart like a knife. Upon landing, he turned his gaze toward Ming, his eyes filled solely with boundless hatred. Ming met DeLang's stare, sensing the animosity in his eyes, yet he felt no remorse. For their positions were irreconcilable, and DeLang and his companions were complicit in tyranny. Thus, Ming engaged without an ounce of guilt. "Prepare to meet your demise, wretch," DeLang bellowed as he charged towards Ming, his blade slicing downward with ferocity. Ming did not remain stationary. Sheathed his gun, he too rushed towards DeLang, gripping his saber once more, and directly confronted DeLang's strike. Clang! DeLang's blade did not falter against Ming's saber. In a fit of rage, DeLang had significantly augmented his strength, managing to withstand the recoil of Ming's blow. Observing this, Ming's expression remained largely unchanged. Since a full-powered strike could not harm DeLang, he resolved to employ fundamental sword techniques to deal with him. Withdrawing his saber, Ming began to execute basic swordsmanship. His saber slashed horizontally, thrust vertically, and cut diagonally, creating a flurry of afterimages that relentlessly assaulted DeLang. As a quintessential swordsman, DeLang possessed a commendable foundation in swordsmanship, allowing him to barely keep pace with Ming. Yet, the disparity in strength between them was vast. After several dozen strikes, DeLang's arms began to falter under the continuous pressure of Ming's might, leading to mistakes that were ordinarily uncharacteristic for him. Ming, having engaged with swordmasters like Bogart, quickly discerned these errors. Seizing the moment DeLang faltered, he deftly evaded DeLang's blade and landed a strike upon DeLang's arm. The pain coursing through his arm did not compel DeLang to relinquish his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he swung his blade towards Ming, who was now within arm's reach. Faced with such a ferocious DeLang, Ming was compelled to retreat a considerable distance to evade the onslaught, finally managing to counterattack. DeLang disregarded the pain in his arm and continued his assault on Ming, driven by a singular conviction, to have Ming accompany his 2 brothers to their graves. Observing DeLang's frenzied assault, Ming resolved not to squander any more time. He decided to employ his skill, cleaving, enveloping his left palm in a radiant white light. His left hand surged forward like a blade, colliding with DeLang's sword. In that fleeting moment, bolstered by the skill of cleaving, the power contained in his left hand exceeded 7 times that of an adult. DeLang, at the end of his strength, could hardly withstand such a formidable force. His sword was knocked aside, and he began to stagger backward. At that moment, DeLang's defenses lay wide open, and Ming, who had been waiting for this opportunity, struck with his right hand, delivering a decisive blow that pierced through DeLang's upper body. Blood gushed forth, and after regaining his footing, DeLang attempted to cover his wound, but its size rendered that impossible. Unable to persist any longer, he fell to one knee, his sword driven into the ground for support. Delang's gaze shifted toward Ming, his vision blurred from the loss of blood. He shook his head in a futile effort to regain clarity, but Ming's form continued to fade into obscurity. Feeling increasingly weak, Delang extended his left hand in Ming's direction, as if to grasp him, yet this gesture lasted only a moment before his consciousness slipped into darkness, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing Delang finally subdued, Ming exhaled deeply, realizing that only Yuka's remained. Defeating Yuka's would complete his mission. Considering that Yuka's had already sustained an injury from his previous shot, Ming felt that overcoming him should be somewhat easier, yet as this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 26. To madness resolving not to dwell on his misgivings, Ming sheathed his sword and steadied his breath. As he reached the staircase, he casually grabbed a potted plant with his left hand, while his right hand clutched a freshly loaded gun. And he began his ascent to the third level. As he approached the third floor, Ming slowed his pace. Suddenly, he propelled himself upward with vigor. Swiftly reaching the third level. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, striking the potted plant in his left hand, which shattered into pieces. Seizing this moment, he successfully positioned himself on the third floor, but Yuka's, wearing a felt hat, did not grant him the luxury of stability. A barrage of gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming began to dart about. In his current state of agility, he transformed into a fiery dragon, leaving behind a trail of red afterimages on the third floor. After a flurry of 5 or 6 shots, Ming pinpointed Yuka's location. He did not pause, employing an erratic approach to close in on Yuka's while continuously firing toward him. Observing Ming's movements, Yuka's could only desperately evade, relying on his familiarity with gunplay to deduce the trajectory of Ming's shots, thereby managing to escape unscathed. During his evasive maneuvers, Yuka's refrained from firing immediately. After discharging so many rounds, his weapon now contained only one bullet. Pausing momentarily, he continuously adjusted the aim of his gun, striving to hit the moving target that was Ming. Fully aware of his opponent's intentions, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. As he approached closer, the likelihood of him being struck increased. Of course, the probability of Yuka's striking him was equally matched. At that moment, the firearm in his hand contained but a single bullet, compelling him to seize the opportune moment to eliminate his adversary while evading Yuka's final shot. When the distance between him and his opponent narrowed to less than 2 meters, Yuka's finally pulled the trigger, aiming at him with what he deemed his most likely shot to hit. Observing Yuka's movement, he realized the adversary was finally making a move. Thus, he executed a swift lateral shift, sidestepping from Yuka's front to his right flank. He fired at Yuka's, confident that the recently discharged Yuka's would be momentarily unresponsive. However, the outcome surprised him, for his opponent evaded the shot, indicating that Yuka's had indeed been attentive to his actions. With the gunfire rendered futile, he discarded his firearm and drew the dagger at his waist, lunging directly at Yuka's, convinced that Yuka's, equally devoid of ammunition, was incapable of mounting any significant resistance. Faced with the onslaught of his dagger, Yuka's did not flinch. Instead, he blocked the strike with his gun, eliciting astonishment from him. It was not unexpected that he would be taken aback. According to his understanding, a true marksman would never resort to such measures, yet Yuka's did so, without hesitation. As confusion swirled within him, Yuka's, brimming with excitement, proclaimed that after such a long wait, he could finally unleash his true prowess. A force comparable to his own erupted from Yuka's, who shoved him away with his firearm before tossing it towards him. With a swift motion, he deflected the gun aside with his dagger. However, when he turned to face Yuka's again, he was taken aback to see Yuka's brandishing a massive cleaver embedded with 9 rings, its sheer thickness suggesting a weight of no less than 100 pounds. Upon gripping the formidable cleaver, Yuka's exuded an aura that transformed him into a seemingly different entity, radiating an unsettling fervor. This revelation cast a weighty seriousness over him. As he recalled Bogart's words, the pinnacle of knife mastery manifests either as supreme strength or unbridled madness. Though those driven by madness may lack precise control over their blades, they are inherently more perilous, for they show no mercy, and their strikes are destined to draw blood. He had not anticipated encountering such a person in the South Sea. Yet rather than feeling fear, he was invigorated, for engaging with someone so fervently deranged would undoubtedly yield unimaginable benefits to his swordsmanship. Yuka's, sensing the battle spirit emanating from him, laughed heartily and declared that such fervor made the act of drawing his blade worthwhile. With that, Yuka's swung the massive cleaver and charged toward him. As Ming confronted the onslaught of Yukas, he too charged forward. Realizing that passively receiving blows would only place him at a disadvantage, he had to strive to seize the upper hand. Yet, upon engaging Yukas, he discovered that such a frenzied individual could not be measured by conventional standards. In the heat of battle, Yukas fought with utter abandon, relying solely on brute strength. Each clash of blades sent a terrifying force reverberating through Ming's weapon, a sensation typically reserved for his adversaries, now ironically experienced by himself. Without the luxury of lamentation, he focused intently on countering Yukas. Fortunately, his own strength was formidable, bolstered by a physique that surpassed the ordinary, allowing him to withstand such overwhelming force with relative ease. However, his sword was not so fortunate. It was evident that his weapon was merely a standard Navy issue. Adequate in quality, yet inadequate against the superior might of Yukas's massive blade. Within mere exchanges, the edge of his sword began to show signs of wear. After a dozen or so exchanges, Ming found himself forced to retreat, for his sword had transformed into a serrated implement, its blade marred with numerous chips. While Yukas's weapon remained unscathed, observing Ming's retreat, Yukas relentlessly pursued him, leaving no room for escape. Faced with Yukas's tenacity, Ming cast aside his damaged sword. With a swift motion, Yukas cleaved the serrated weapon in two, his advance unimpeded. Realizing the dire situation, Ming narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had anticipated that confronting an injured gunman like Yukas would be manageable through his marksmanship and basic swordplay. However, he was now confronted with a skilled swordsman, compelling him to rely on the power of his fire dragon to contend with Yukas. Steeling himself, Ming opened his mouth and unleashed a few small flames toward Yukas. In response to the flames, Yukas halted, swiftly swinging his colossal blade, unleashing a fearsome gust that dispersed the flames as if they were mere wisps of smoke. For the first time in battle, Ming witnessed small flames extinguished simultaneously by an opponent. The display from Yukas mirrored that of Bogart during their encounter. Although he had never fully grasped the reason behind it, Bogart wielding a blade similar in size to others, yet capable of extinguishing flames with rapid strikes, he now understood. It was the sheer power of Bogart. Empowered by Bogart's formidable strength, each swing of his blade conjured a fierce wind, rendering Ming's small flames utterly vulnerable to such force, easily snuffed out in the process. Yukas, though not as formidable as Bogart, skillfully created a weakened version of a sweeping strike by leveraging the heft of his great sword, thus extinguishing the small flames. This moment of clarity granted Ming a profound understanding of the swordsmanship. He realized that mastery requires not only exceptional skill, but also extraordinary physical prowess. Both are indispensable. Grateful to Yukas in his heart, Ming remained acutely aware of his mission. He raised his right hand and charged towards Yukas, opting to employ the skill cleave, which enveloped his palm in a luminous white radiance. As he reached the freshly halted Yukas, Ming's right hand lunged directly at him. Chapter 27. Completing Carp's task, here it comes. Yukas's eyes sparkled upon sensing the sharp aura emanating from Ming's right hand, prompting him to swing his 9-linked great sword toward Ming's arm. The response from Yukas was somewhat hasty, his strength not fully unleashed, while Ming, utilizing the skill cleave, elevated his attack intensity to a new echelon. The force of the cleaved great sword was repelled, and with the remaining momentum, Ming's right hand struck Yukas, leaving a gash several inches deep. It was only after sustaining this injury that Yukas retreated a couple of steps, creating a slight distance between them, his first retreat since the battle commenced. Feeling the sting of the wound, Yukas did not frown. Instead, he became increasingly exhilarated. Such excitement is characteristic of encountering a worthy opponent. A formidable battle spirit surged from Yukas, while Ming exhibited no signs of delight. Only through direct confrontation with Yukas could one comprehend that once unleashed, the fervent battle spirit would significantly amplify the pressure endured. Ming understood that he must seize the opportunity and deliver a decisive blow to Yukas. Otherwise, prolonging the conflict would only serve to his detriment. After all, since entering the building, the stamina expended on his techniques had already been considerable. Even though he merely employed sparks, their frequency was taking its toll. He sensed that if he continued to use sparks carelessly, his vitality would likely falter before he could unleash his most powerful technique, the jet flame. With his battle spirit ignited, Yukas gripped his great sword tightly and charged at Ming once more, raising the weapon high before aiming a strike at Ming's right shoulder. From the earlier skirmish, he discerned that Ming's arm became increasingly unwieldy the closer it approached the same side of his body. With a slight judgment, he concluded this was Ming's greatest weakness and the optimal point of attack. As Yukas closed in, Ming recognized his opportunity. He opened his mouth wide and opted to unleash his most potent technique, the Jet Flame. Unbeknownst to Yukith, Ming was about to summon the Jet Flame. He mistakenly believed Ming was merely preparing to use sparks, completely unaware of the extraordinary power of the Jet Flame technique. In his eyes, with a single swing of the enormous blade, he believed he could effortlessly cleave through several small flames without sustaining harm. However, the ferocity and volume of the jetting flames were entirely on a different scale. It was only when he sensed the terrifying inferno coalescing within Ming's mouth that he realized Ming was employing a technique he had never witnessed before. Left with no alternative, he summoned all his strength and continued his assault on Ming. As the colossal blade approached within a meter of him, Ming's jet of flames finally erupted forth. The formidable pillar of fire surged toward Yukis, who was wielding the blade. Yet, upon colliding with the massive weapon, the flames were cleaved in two, allowing Yukis to narrowly evade the onslaught. However, the edges of his dark attire caught fire. Yet, at that moment, this triviality was inconsequential to Yukis. His sole desire was to conclude Ming's fate with this strike. Observing Yukis withstand the jet of flames, Ming felt a flicker of surprise, albeit he had anticipated such a possibility. Confronted with the now weakened blade affected by the flames, Ming opted once more to employ a cleaving maneuver. His left hand shimmered with a white radiance as he advanced toward the colossal weapon. Clang! This time, having anticipated the cleave, Yukis gripped his blade tightly, bracing himself against the shockwave contained within the strike. Ming was unsurprised. He understood that his opponent would certainly prepare for his cleaving attack. As he opened his left hand to grasp the blade's edge, restraining it, he prepared to unleash a spark from his mouth. However, as he chose to incant the spark, a wave of weakness washed over him, indicative of his dwindling stamina. He recognized that in his current state, he lacked the capacity to create such an opportunity again, and thus he could not allow this chance to slip away. Recalling the 5 remaining basic physical enhancement pills he possessed, he used them without hesitation. With an additional 5 points to his constitution, he felt a resurgence of vitality. This time, he opted for the spark once more, and the sense of weakness dissipated as several small flames erupted from his mouth. Seeing Ming's mouth part in preparation for a close-range flame attack, Yukis understood that he could not permit Ming to successfully unleash the fire, no matter how reckless he might be. He knew that failure to stop Ming would result in grievous burns, exacerbated by the flames already licking at his own body. He swiftly attempted to retract his enormous blade, but the edge was held fast by Ming's grip, leaving him unable to withdraw it. In that fleeting moment, Yukis squandered his optimal defense opportunity, and several small flames emitted from Ming's mouth ignited upon contact with his form. Realizing his predicament, Yukis, in a frenzy, suppressed the agony of the flames searing his flesh and swung his massive blade toward Ming's left hand. At this moment, Ming had already released his left hand and was retreating rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the frenzied actions that Yukis might undertake after his diminutive flames successfully landed upon him. Regardless, he was acutely aware that the farther he distanced himself, the better. Although his movements were swift, Yukis wielded his massive cleaver with even greater speed. The blade grazed Ming's slightly open left hand, inflicting a grievous wound that exposed bone. Blood oozed from the injury, quickly saturating the entirety of his palm. Supporting his wounded hand, Ming first retreated to a safe distance and then unhesitatingly utilized the primary healing potion awarded by the system. Under the restorative effects of the potion, the bleeding from his palm subsided rapidly. Dismissing the injury, he gazed at Yukis, who was engulfed in a state of agonized frenzy, feeling not a shred of sympathy. The adage "those who commit heinous acts will meet their demise" echoed in his mind. Having allied with human traffickers, Yukis ought to have anticipated this day's arrival. 2 minutes later, Yukis finally succumbed to the searing flames, and the voice of the system resonated in Ming's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task of capturing the hat-wearing Yukis, the host will receive 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins. Upon hearing that the task was finally accomplished, Ming realized he could report back to Cap. However, the challenges of tasks were increasingly arduous. This one had nearly exhausted his stamina and consumed 5 primary stamina potions and 1 primary healing potion. It was evident that his journey towards strength was far from over. Seizing the almost charred Yukis, Ming slung the cleaver over his shoulder and approached the window through which Yukis had previously gazed. Upon observing the situation below, his brow furrowed, and he promptly leapt down, Yukis in tow. Upon landing, he made his way directly to Cap's side. Cap regarded the nearly charred Yukis in Ming's grasp with a slight frown, but considering Ming's prowess, he chose to remain silent. Ming surveyed the street, which was surrounded by adversaries, and inquired of Cap, Mr. Cap, are these the individuals you mentioned who have encircled us? Indeed, if I am not mistaken. These individuals are likely involved in human trafficking, Cap replied coldly. Shall we take action against them? Ming asked, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Take action? No. That is unnecessary, Cap responded calmly. Recognizing Cap's composed demeanor, Ming understood that Cap had undoubtedly prepared for this eventuality. He ceased to concern himself with the immediate situation, withdrew the power of the little fire dragon, positioned himself behind Cap, closed his eyes, and awaited the conclusion of events. The assailants surrounding them. Upon witnessing Ming leap from the building carrying a charred figure and armed with Yuka's distinctive cleaver on his back, instantly recognized that the scorched individual was indeed Yuka's. Upon witnessing the transformation of his companion, the hatred in the eyes of all those surrounding Ming was palpable. Alas, Ming had closed his eyes and could not perceive it. Chapter 28. Carp's hidden move. The middle-aged man in white, standing before Carp and his associates, was seething with rage, for Yuka's was one of their own. He glared at Ming with disdain before redirecting his gaze back to Carp. Reflecting on what he had just heard, he coldly remarked, Old man, while I commend your composure, I suggest you ponder how to quell our wrath. Our wrath? Young man, perhaps you should consider how to account for your involvement in human trafficking, Carp replied nonchalantly. Realizing that they must subdue Carp and his companions to compel him to yield, the man in white commanded his followers, everyone, attack. Bring down these Navy personnel. With that order, those encircling the Navy drew closer, causing the soldiers surrounding Carp to tense up. Gripping their firearms tightly, they resolved to resist, even if defeat was inevitable. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Ming opened his eyes and took a step forward, summoning the power of the little fire dragon once more. Delving into his mind, he sought to discover which skills were still at his disposal. However, upon viewing the list of abilities in his mind, his brow furrowed, all skills appeared dimmed, indicating that his remaining stamina could only sustain the little fire dragon form momentarily, rendering even his claws unusable. Nonetheless, his transformation into the little fire dragon primarily aimed to wield the formidable great axe behind him. Given the considerable weight of the 9-ringed axe, maneuvering it with dexterity would prove challenging without the transformation. Carp observed Ming stepping forward to confront the human traffickers. A flicker of pride gleamed in his eyes. With such resolve, he need not worry that Ming would behave like some insincere individuals. Placing his hand on Ming's shoulder, Ming turned to him, eyes questioning. I told you. They won't be so arrogant shortly, Carp assured him. No sooner had he spoken than familiar voices resonated. Everyone, raise your hands. Don't move. Ming turned towards the source of the commands and discovered the officers Carp had instructed were now present, surrounding the audacious traffickers. No wonder Carp exuded such confidence. He had anticipated this scenario and had already directed the officers on when to intervene. The encirclement that had initially ensnared them was swiftly transformed. And now it was the traffickers who found themselves caught in a trap. Upon encountering the naval officers behind them, the members of the human trafficking syndicate were suddenly thrown into a state of disarray, with the leaders' eyes reflecting bewilderment. According to reports from their scouts, these officers were supposed to be stationed at various intersections in Mani Town to prevent any possibility of their escape. Yet, how was it that, in such a brief span, these officers had managed to appear at the underground exchange and surround them so effectively? Bogart seemed to sense the thoughts swirling in the minds of the leaders. He gestured, and a sailor brought forth a bound captive. Upon seeing this individual, the leaders comprehended the situation. This person was one of the watchers assigned to monitor the officers. The officers' quiet approach to this location was rendered possible because all the observers had been apprehended. Recalling what Captain Carp had previously stated, they realized they could not afford to be passive. Otherwise, they would face even harsher interrogations. We cannot allow ourselves to be captured by the Navy. We must fight our way out, shouted the middle-aged man in white, spurring the other leaders to rally their subordinates. Hearing their leader's call, the men began to fire in a desperate bid for escape. The ordinary sailors took cover behind the buildings, retaliating. The officers, all possessing the observation hockey, swiftly maneuvered to dodge the incoming bullets while charging into the ranks of the human traffickers. The leaders were subdued one by one, and upon witnessing their boss's defeat, the remaining subordinates panicked and ultimately surrendered. This battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Navy, revealing to the South Sea Naval Forces the stark disparity between themselves and Captain Carp's elite unit. Many began to view Carp's sailors as their aspirational benchmark, establishing a new direction for their future endeavors. When Carp emerged onto the streets of Mani Town, flanked by the captured members of the trafficking syndicate, the townsfolk's perception of the Navy transformed dramatically. Previously, they regarded the South Sea Navy as inconsequential. believing that the majority of the underground forces in Mani Town could easily contend with them. However, Carp had managed to apprehend the entire trafficking syndicate within just 2 days, demonstrating his capability to confront all the factions in Mani Town. Was this truly the navy they were familiar with? The townspeople's fear towards the unknown capabilities of Carp's navy grew palpable, leading several who had once contemplated joining the ranks of human traffickers to abandon such thoughts. They certainly did not wish to find themselves among the captured. Notably, during their return, the opportunistic colonel had also aided in apprehending several key figures from the trafficking syndicate. One couldn't help but admire the colonel's keen judgment. Had he dared to let any of them escape, his naval career would surely come to an abrupt end. Upon returning to their ship with the captives, all naval officers commenced the interrogation process. With the likes of Ming, the Marine was afforded a moment of respite. However, the restored version of Ming did not indulge in idleness, but instead took it upon himself to assist in caring for the wounded. The interrogation continued until dusk, and after a day filled with activity, Ming returned to his quarters to rest. The following morning, Captain Carp ordered the ship to accompany Colonel Wall's vessel to escort the human traffickers to the branch where Colonel Wall was stationed. During this journey, Carp also communicated with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, informing him of the intelligence he had gathered and requesting assistance in escorting the ringleader of the traffickers to the underwater prison. After successfully delivering the traffickers to their destination, Carp promptly set sail for another location in the South Sea, a place referred to as the primary trading ground by the traffickers' leader, which was the true epicenter of human trafficking in the South Sea. Aware of the impending journey to such a place, Ming embarked on even more rigorous training to enhance his abilities. Fully prepared to forcibly elevate his attributes and evolve his little fire dragon to its complete form if necessary. Naturally, this kind of hasty advancement was a last resort, and he would not resort to such an expensive and unrewarding method unless absolutely required. Chapter 29. The Battle for the Ship. 2 days later, Carp finally arrived at the target location, a small island at the southernmost tip of the South Sea, known as Quankin Island. This island was relatively obscure within the South Sea, as it was shrouded in forest, devoid of signs of human habitation. Only pirates seeking refuge would occasionally dock here. However, Carp learned from the traffickers' leader that this was, in fact, the true hub of human trafficking, where numerous large-scale transactions were facilitated. Ming stood at the bow of the ship, struggling to fathom that such a picturesque island could serve as the center for such vile dealings. Carp stood motionless at the helm, eyes closed in contemplation. After a moment, he opened his eyes and instructed the sergeant behind him, "Command the ship to navigate to the southwest of this island. We shall make landfall there." "Yes, Admiral Carp," the sergeant replied, acknowledging the command. The ship then began its course towards the southwestern part of Quankin Island. Carp turned to Ming and said, "Young Ming, the forthcoming battle may be rather intense. You will be tasked with guarding the ship." Upon hearing Carp's directive to remain on the ship, Ming felt a surge of discontent. Was this not an opportunity for him to forego the chance to hone his skills? He protested to Carp, "Sir Carp, you cannot do this. I yearn to experience more of the trials of battle. Rest assured, the conflicts aboard the ship will be plentiful. Once the enemy realizes our vessel is here, they will undoubtedly attempt to sabotage it, and at that juncture, it will be up to you," Carp reassured him, giving Ming a pat on the shoulder. With Carp's words ringing in his ears, Ming had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood, Sir Carp." Observing Ming's reluctant demeanor, Carp merely chuckled softly, confident that in a few hours, Ming would cease to lament being left aboard the ship. Upon the vessel reaching the designated location Carp had specified, he promptly ordered the majority of the officers to disembark with him, leaving behind 1 colonel and 2 lieutenants to guard the ship. From Ming's understanding, these 3 officers were adept in the use of haki, and he was taken aback that Carp would leave such formidable individuals behind. It appeared that guarding the ship would indeed pose significant challenges. As Carp and his entourage vanished from sight, Ming recognized that he would likely have some time before any events unfolded, so he resumed his training with the weights, striving to enhance the strength of his arms. After an hour had passed, he glanced toward the direction where Carp and the others had departed, uncertain of their current situation. At that moment, a commotion arose, prompting Ming to set down the weights and focus intently on the source of the disturbance, instinctively sensing that he would soon have something to engage in. As anticipated, a group of individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses made their appearance, wielding firearms and bearing a striking resemblance to the dark-clad figures from Mani Town. The 3 officers left aboard the ship approached the bow, with the leading colonel addressing Ming. "Ming, the battle is about to commence. You may act freely, while we will handle the ship's defense." "Thank you," Ming replied with a smile, aware that they were providing him with an opportunity to fight. He gripped the sword at his waist, ready for action. Upon spotting the naval vessel, the black-clad individuals realized they had located their target. The leader, a stout figure devoid of sunglasses, bellowed, "Load your weapons and destroy this ship." "Understood," echoed the black-clad men as they complied, loading their firearms and aiming towards the naval vessel. The ensuing gunfire erupted as they commenced their assault, intent on perforating the ship completely. Sensing the distinct demeanor of these adversaries, Ming refrained from descending immediately. Instead, he seized his own weapon and joined the other sailors in suppressing the gunfire directed at the black-clad assailants. As the sailors' firepower forced the black-clad individuals to retreat behind the foliage for cover, Ming seized the opportunity to leap from the right side of the naval ship. Timing his jump perfectly, just before he would plunge into the water, he pushed off the vessel with force, propelling himself forward. The commotion drew the attention of the concealed black-clad figures, and a few swiftly redirected their weapons to target Ming. However, at that moment, Ming's speed was such that he eluded their gunfire entirely. Once within the cover of the trees, the assailants ceased their shooting. The leader, upon realizing Ming's position, commanded his compatriots to pursue and eliminate him. Entering the thicket, Ming ascended to a branch of a large tree, fully aware that his presence would soon attract the attention of the black-clad individuals seeking to confront him. Thus, he resolved to lie in wait for a few dark-clad figures before springing forth unexpectedly to disrupt their ranks. Before long, Ming caught sight of the aforementioned figures, and he stood silently upon a branch, even his breath barely perceptible. As the dark figures approached the tree beneath which he perched, he leapt down with precision. Just as they caught a glimpse of white before them, he deftly struck the first dark figure down with a powerful punch. Following this, he unleashed a fierce kick with his right leg, sending the figure behind him flying, momentarily robbing it of the will to resist. The only dark figure not struck by Ming's assault immediately raised his firearm, intent on firing at him. In that instant, Ming raised his own weapon, reacting with swiftness that surpassed the dark figures, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the slow-reacting figure was swiftly incapacitated, the excruciating pain rendering his grip on the weapon unsteady. Ming dashed forward, and before the dark figure could take aim again, he struck him down with the butt of his gun. At that moment, the dark figure he had previously kicked aside finally regained his composure and raised his weapon to initiate an attack on Ming. However, Ming, who had been vigilant regarding the situation, immediately discerned the threat. Without hesitation, he fired again, severely wounding this dark figure and preventing him from firing back. Ming did not relent. He charged toward this figure, delivering a precise strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious as well. In just 2 shots, he had neutralized 3 assailants, and he began to advance toward the location where the dark figures were congregated. He did not concern himself with the ruckus that had ensued, for the 3 dark figures were armed, and the sound of gunfire merely indicated that they had engaged with him. The outcome remained unknown to anyone else. To remain undetected, he circled behind the dark figures. Observing those locked in fierce combat with the Marines, Ming raised his weapon and aimed at one dark figure, striking him down with a single shot. This shot revealed Ming's presence, prompting several of the dark figures to hastily fire in his direction. However, Ming had already taken cover elsewhere. At that moment, the dark figures realized that the 3 they had dispatched were surely eliminated, and the figure now behind them was none other than the Marine who had leapt from their ship. Chapter 30. The Black Fiend. To prevent Ming from further disrupting their ranks, the leading dark figure commanded 5 of his companions. "You 5, go deal with that kid." Upon hearing this directive, the faces of the 5 figures shifted slightly, but reassured by their numerical advantage, they felt confident that they would not be entirely vanquished by Ming. With this understanding, they nodded in agreement and began to move toward the rear, their attention keenly focused on their surroundings as they sought to locate Ming. Concealed not far away, Ming observed the 5 men clad in black, a faint, icy smile gracing his lips. Although he could not rely on close combat skills against the armed figures, his marksmanship was quite commendable. By utilizing the advantageous terrain around him, eliminating these 5 men would not pose a significant challenge. Just as he raised his firearm, intent on dispatching one of the black-clad men, an overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind him. He abandoned the idea of shooting and swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding a katana that struck the spot he had just occupied. Following the blade's trajectory, he beheld a figure clad in black, donning a black mask. The 5 armed men, startled by the commotion, instinctively aimed their weapons at the masked figure, but, upon recognizing him, their faces drained of color. They hurriedly stood at attention, exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord He Luosha." Undoubtedly, the masked man, He Luosha, was a figure of nightmarish renown among these black-clad individuals. However, Ming could not help but smirk slightly. The name He Luosha was synonymous with unrelenting cruelty, yet here was a mere nameless pawn in the South Sea daring to adopt it. Notably, many infamous pirates of the New World refrained from invoking such a name, fearing the peril it might attract, or simply lacking the merit to do so. Unaware of Ming's thoughts, He Luosha addressed the 5 black-clad men. "This marine is mine. You all must swiftly assist Ma Gui in taking down the naval vessel." "Understood." The 5 men responded with palpable excitement. They had long wished to vacate this location, for who could predict where Ming might strike next, potentially costing them their lives. As for He Luosha, they felt no concern. In their eyes, he was a figure of terror, and they believed that no matter how formidable Ming might be, he could not possibly rival He Luosha, thus allowing them to depart with ease. He Luosha fixed his gaze on the spot where Ming had just evaded, coldly declaring, "Come out, boy. With my skills, your gun cannot harm me." Hearing this confident proclamation, Ming contemplated firing a shot to test the claim. But seeing that his opponent bore no firearm, he holstered his weapon. His purpose for being here was to engage in battle with skilled adversaries. And since a seemingly formidable opponent stood before him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. He held no apprehension regarding the naval vessel. Confident that 3 officers with awakened haki were aboard, he doubted these black-clad men could succeed in overcoming the naval forces. Rising to his feet, Ming tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his gaze fixed intently upon He Luosha, surprised to find himself facing such a youthful adversary. He Luosha had anticipated that Ming's formidable demeanor would belong to a seasoned middle-aged man. It seemed that Ming was indeed a prodigy, but He Luosha relished the prospect of extinguishing such talent. With a mocking laugh, He Luosha proclaimed, "Prepare yourself to embrace the baptism of death." With that, He Luosha leaped into action, darting between the trees, rapidly closing the distance to Ming. Upon encountering this situation, Ming's expression remained unchanged. He unsheathed the dagger from his waist, bracing himself to counter any impending assault from He Luosha. Suddenly, He Luosha, who had been darting among the trees, lunged towards Ming from behind, wielding his katana with deadly intent aimed at Ming's back. Ming's ears twitched, fully attuned to his surroundings. He discerned the direction of the attack by the sound of wind slicing through the air. Instantly, he swung his dagger forcefully behind him, clashing it against He Luosha's katana. Clang! At that moment, the strength Ming wielded was more than thrice that of an average adult. Yet he discovered that the power displayed by He Luosha was equally formidable, at least matching that level. The two were locked in a stalemate for mere seconds, before He Luosha unleashed a flurry of strikes with his katana towards Ming. The proficiency exhibited by He Luosha was considerably inferior to that of Bogart, allowing Ming to effortlessly parry the blows without any pressure. This prompted a slight frown from Ming. If He Luosha's abilities were limited to this, he was reluctant to squander much time on him. Just as Ming contemplated shifting from defense to offense, He Luosha retreated a few steps and coldly remarked, "Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be quite commendable. It's worthy of my special technique." After speaking, He Luosha made a peculiar gesture with his left hand, and his body began to swell, presenting a hint of danger to Ming. Observing the transformation, Ming realized that his opponent had undoubtedly employed some form of physical enhancement technique. Once the alteration ceased, He Luosha propelled himself towards Ming with several times his previous speed. Sensing the force of the wind generated by He Luosha, Ming concluded that his opponent's physical attributes had significantly improved. However, Ming did not evade. He was eager to see just how much this technique could elevate He Luosha's prowess. Crash! With the explosive force from his legs, He Luosha's katana struck at Ming with ferocity. Upon contact, Ming felt a power that exceeded his own emanating from the dagger, forcing him back several meters and carving deep grooves into the ground. At that moment, Ming's right hand gripping the dagger trembled involuntarily. He had not anticipated that He Luosha's technique could augment his strength by at least 1.5 times that of an adult, elevating it to a level of 4.5 times that of a typical man. Noticing Ming's trembling hand, He Luosha charged forward, taunting, "Kid, I wonder how long you can endure this." As He Luosha approached, Ming leapt back, evading the attack, and retorted coldly, "There are methods to amplify strength beyond just yours." As he spoke these words, he chose to harness the power of the little fire dragon within him. Instantly, he was enveloped by a crimson energy, transforming into the form of the little fire dragon. Seeing Ming, the entire demeanor of He Luosha seemed to have transformed. For reasons unknown, He Luosha appeared to sense an impending crisis of death. Chapter 31. a single sweep suppressing the sense of danger within. He Luosha could not fathom how. After invoking his secret techniques, he would be inferior to Ming. He charged at Ming once more, wielding his katana high above him, prepared to deliver a downward strike. Transformed into a small fire dragon, Ming's arm had significantly increased in resilience, and he no longer trembled. As he observed He Luosha rushing toward him, he firmly grasped his sword, determined to erase the humiliation of being overpowered moments earlier. Clang! The blades of Ming and He Luosha collided. It was He Luosha who changed countenance this time. After transforming into a fire dragon, Ming's strength had surpassed 6 times that of an average adult, rendering He Luosha, with merely 4.5 times the strength, utterly outmatched. The sensation Ming had experienced earlier was now fully realized by He Luosha. Sliding back several meters, He Luosha's grip on his katana trembled slightly. However, he could not afford to dwell on the oddity of his arm. Ming was already advancing toward him after the counterattack. With no choice but to swing his katana defensively, He Luosha once again clashed with Ming's blade. This time, the power He Luosha unleashed was considerably less than before, sending him hurtling away and crashing into a large tree. The grace he had displayed earlier was nowhere to be seen. After sending He Luosha flying, Ming approached slowly, curious as to whether He Luosha had any final tricks up his sleeve. If not, He Luosha would hold little value. As Ming drew nearer, He Luosha glared at him with eyes filled with hatred. Struggling to rise, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You have forced my hand." He Luosha raised his left hand and struck downward towards the ground. Boom! A resounding noise erupted as a plume of white smoke billowed from the spot where he had struck, quickly enveloping the area around him. Upon witnessing this, Ming narrowed his eyes, uncertain of He Luosha's intentions, and halted his advance. Before long, the smoke began to dissipate, and upon glimpsing the situation surrounding He Luosha, Ming's pupils constricted slightly. He observed several identical figures emerging around He Luosha, seemingly replicated from him. Ming could not believe that He Luosha had truly mastered a technique of duplication unless he had consumed a corresponding devil fruit. However, if that were the case, He Luosha would not have concealed such a power for so long. This could only imply that these identical individuals were indeed living beings. He Luosha's earlier action had merely been a diversion, allowing these individuals to approach him while obscuring the truth of the situation. With a cold smile, He Luosha addressed Ming. "Boy, now let us see how you intend to defeat me." Ming rested the blade of his sword upon his shoulder, scratching the back of his head as he remarked, "Indeed, having so many individuals here is quite troublesome. However, do you believe that by summoning such a crowd, I would be rendered powerless?" With a cold chuckle, Ming advanced once more towards He Luosha. His actions incited a profound fury within He Luosha, who pointed at Ming and bellowed, "All of you, attack together. Subdue this scoundrel." The gathered He Luosha did not immediately obey his command. Instead, they cast a chilling glance at him before redirecting their attention to Ming and charging forward. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the very He Luosha he had summoned, He Luosha's expression darkened further. Yet, in his quest to eliminate Ming, the troublesome naval officer, he felt compelled to proceed. As the He Luosha advanced towards him, Ming steadied his stance and opened his mouth, unleashing a skill upon those who were now less than 2 meters away. Flame eruption. As the terrifying column of fire erupted from Ming's mouth, the nearest He Luosha was already within a meter's distance, completely oblivious to Ming's latent powers. They had no time to evade the attack, and thus were engulfed by the sweeping plume of flames. In the dense forest, they found no source of water to extinguish the blaze. One by one, they writhed helplessly on the ground. The searing pain of the flames elicited anguished cries from the He Luosha, with some even shouting at their summoner, "Number 1. You have led us to our demise." Observing the tormenting spectacle of the He Luosha, Ming muttered under his breath, "Perhaps I have gone a bit too far." Yet, there was no trace of remorse in his eyes. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, it was beyond his current combat capabilities to confront them head-on. Thus, taking advantage of their momentary vulnerability to eliminate them all at once was, indeed, the most prudent course of action. He Luosha, severely injured, witnessed the suffering of his not-so-friendly companions amidst the flames and felt no joy, only genuine panic. Initially, he had believed that summoning his numerous comrades would ensure Ming's swift defeat. However, the unexpected eruption of flames had incinerated his allies. The outcome was entirely beyond his imagination, and he realized that his path with the traffickers had been irrevocably severed. Even if he managed to escape, his employers would not let him off so easily. At that moment, he perceived only one avenue for survival: to flee, to find a place to hide his identity, and to evade the reach of his shadowy masters. Resolving himself, Luosha stifled his pain and turned to retreat in the opposite direction of Ming and the others. Ming, observing Luosha's actions, immediately grasped his intentions. This man was attempting to escape. With a powerful leap, Ming soared over the writhing Luosha on the ground, positioning himself directly in front of the fleeing figure. Ming locked eyes with Luosha and coldly declared, "You wish to flee without first inquiring if I consent?" Luosha gritted his teeth and retorted, "What must I do for you to spare me? May I pose a singular inquiry? Have you ever engaged in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking?" Ming queried directly. Upon hearing this question, Luosha felt an immediate chill in his heart. As a prominent enforcer within a human trafficking syndicate, it was inconceivable that he had not been involved in such nefarious activities. Observing Luosha's faltering demeanor, Ming discerned the truth. Luosha had undoubtedly participated in human trafficking, and certainly not on just one or two occasions. Realizing this, Ming's gaze towards Luosha brimmed with fury, his dagger held firmly in hand. As Luosha opened his mouth to speak, Ming swiftly brought down his blade. Taken aback by the sudden aggression, Luosha hastily swung his katana in defense. Yet the result was inevitable. He was sent flying, losing grip of his weapon, which clattered to the ground. As Ming advanced, Luosha shouted, "Wait. If you spare me, I will give you all my savings from these years." Approaching Luosha, Ming delivered a powerful punch to his nose, causing him to see stars before collapsing. Coldly regarding the unconscious Luosha, Ming remarked, "You might as well keep your meager savings for yourself." Chapter 33. The fully realized little fire dragon. Ultimately, Ming refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As a person not inclined towards bloodshed, he merely bound Luosha, intending to secure his assistance in dealing with the men in black before locking him away. Resuming his original demeanor, Ming grasped his firearm and cautiously approached the remaining adversaries, preparing to unleash a few stealthy shots. However, as he neared their position, he realized his actions were superfluous. The men in black had already been vanquished by the station's sailors, many of whom had been captured. One of the officers on duty spotted Ming and approached with a hearty laugh. "Ming, having lingered in the forest for so long, what spoils have you gathered?" Ming holstered his weapon and shrugged. "Not much, merely a handful of men in black." The leader of the black-clad men, Ma Gue, upon seeing Lin Qiong unharmed, wore an expression of disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible! Impossible! How could Luosha be defeated by you? This is absolutely inconceivable." Hearing Ma Gue's words, the officer retorted to Ming, "You, my friend, have clearly dispatched a formidable foe, yet feign a lack of accomplishment. How was I to know that fellow was formidable?" Ming replied, still maintaining his nonchalant tone, implying that Luosha posed little threat, barely registering on his radar. The officer, momentarily at a loss for words, instructed Ming, "All right, lead us to the scene." "Certainly," Ming replied with a light chuckle, turning to lead the officer and the other sailors back to the site of his recent battle. Upon witnessing the charred remnants of Luosha's men, the officer and the sailors could not help but swallow hard. Their gazes towards Ming now tinged with a hint of trepidation. After all, anyone confronted by an individual capable of inflicting severe harm would inevitably feel a pang of fear deep within. The Marines escorted away both the dark-robed figures and the one rendered unconscious by Ming, simultaneously apprehending 3 other cloaked individuals. Upon completing this task, an officer inquired, "Ming, would you like to accompany us back to the ship?" "I will remain here for the time being," Ming replied, shaking his head. Given the sudden appearance of the cloaked figures earlier, he understood the necessity of having someone stationed along the critical path to the naval vessel, lest an enemy approach unnoticed. Understanding Ming's rationale, the officer nodded and led the Marines back to the ship. Ming, on the other hand, chose a grand tree and leapt up to perch upon its sturdy branches. With his firearm in hand, he quietly surveyed his surroundings, akin to a hunter lying in wait for his prey. This vigil lasted over 20 minutes until the tranquility of the forest was once again disrupted by a cacophony of noise, signaling the approach of others. Instantly alert, Ming aimed his weapon toward the source of the sound, eager to ascertain whether his patience would yield a significant catch. As he fixated intently on the direction of the ruckus, he finally laid eyes on its creators, a disheveled group of panicked individuals. At the forefront were a corpulent man and a rugged middle-aged figure, both displaying expressions of distress. As the 2 principal figures overseeing this island, they could hardly fathom that Karp had succeeded in locating their clandestine trading post hidden within the isle. Moreover, they were incredulous at the formidable strength of Karp's Marines. None of their subordinates could withstand such a force, not even those they previously deemed their most formidable allies. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions of the Navy, as they had always encountered naval personnel who were nothing more than inept buffoons, incapable of discovering their trading operations, let alone thwarting even a group of ordinary henchmen. Now, their only course of action was to hasten toward the Navy's ship, for the trading post had been completely seized by Carp, rendering their escape by boat impossible. Their sole remaining hope for evasion relied on the enigmatic figures of Ma Gui and He Luo Sha, praying they could commandeer the naval vessel. Unbeknownst to them, Ming had already fixed his aim upon their group. At that moment, he was tempted to eliminate one of the two men with a single shot. Yet he recognized their significance and chose instead to target the cloak protectors surrounding them. As the figures approached the vicinity of the naval ship, crossing beneath the tree where Ming concealed himself, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet struck one of the cloaked figures squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground, writhing in agony from the impact. This scene plunged the frantic individuals into further disarray. Ming's gunshot signaled to them that an ambush was at hand. Several figures clad in black immediately opened fire towards Ming's position, but he had already leapt to another tree. He once again took aim at one of the assailants, sending him sprawling to the ground in agony, with two of their men down. The rotund man and the rugged middle-aged figure feared that they might be next targets, hastily directing their subordinates towards the naval vessel. Observing this, Ming couldn't help but smile. Did these two leaders truly believe that, with ambushes all around, the naval ship would be a sanctuary? He silently mourned their lack of intelligence, continuing to leap between the trees. Upon catching up with the fleeing group, he fired again, incapacitating another black-clad adversary. The successive gunfire alerted the naval crew, who realized that Ming had engaged the enemy. As the sounds drew closer to their ship, the three officers stationed there understood that the threat was advancing towards them. They instructed the Marines on the naval vessel to prepare for an imminent confrontation. Within mere minutes, the rotund man and his companions arrived at the naval ship, only to find it eerily quiet, leading them to believe that their subordinates had succeeded. The burly middle-aged man shouted towards the naval vessel, "Marines, hurry and assist us." Unfortunately, what they encountered was a line of Marines, rifles raised and aimed squarely at them, collectively declaring, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Realizing the predicament, the rotund man and the middle-aged figure grasped that their men had been captured. In a desperate bid to evade the Marines, they attempted to flee into the forest. However, one of their comrades at the forest's edge was shot down, halting their escape. Witnessing their entrapment, the three naval officers commanded their men to apprehend the remaining foes, and soon, all were secured in handcuffs. At that moment, Ming emerged from the woods. The rotund man and the middle-aged figure were taken aback to see that the formidable ambusher was merely a young man. Had they known it was just Ming, they might have chosen to resist. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Yet, had they been aware that Ming had single-handedly dealt with the entire Black Luosha gang, they might have reconsidered their options. Chapter 35. Defeating the Blood Butcher. The commanding officer approached Ming with a broad smile, stating, "Ming, you performed admirably this time. I am certain Mr. Carp will be quite pleased to hear of your success." Ming expressed a hint of disappointment. "It is a shame I did not encounter an opponent capable of drawing out my full potential." In truth, the initial summons of numerous adversaries had placed considerable pressure upon him, yet he had swiftly resolved the situation with a single burst of flame. The adversary he yearns for is one who possesses the solitary combat prowess to rival his own, coupled with a wealth of battle experience. Someone who would not easily fall prey to his fiery assaults. Only such a challenger could truly extract the entirety of his potential. However, the likelihood of encountering such a worthy opponent is exceedingly slim. Upon hearing Ming's words, the officer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiong. In the South China Sea, to find such an adversary, Ming would need to confront pirates numbering close to 20 million, or perhaps even exceeding that, to reach such a level of combat proficiency. Unless Ming ventured into the first half of the Grand Line, known as the Paradise, it would be quite difficult to stumble upon such an opponent. Observing this officer of the academy, Ming, feeling a surge of excitement, smiled and proposed, "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" The academy officer chose to ignore Ming's suggestion and instead approached the Marines apprehending human traffickers, directing them to bring the captives aboard. Witnessing the officer's reaction, Ming felt a wave of indignation, clenching his teeth in frustration. Yet, given the current mission, it was indeed inappropriate to pursue a spar. He could only wait until the task was completed to challenge this officer, at which point he would ensure the fellow understood the consequences of disregarding him. As Ming pondered this, the hearty laughter of Carp echoed from behind him. Turning to face Carp, Ming observed the Marines escorting a group of individuals toward them. The 3 stationed officers immediately rushed to assist. Carp approached Ming, laughing heartily as he inquired, "How goes it, young Ming? Surely, there hasn't been a shortage of combat during your watch." Ming shook his head, replying, "Not much in terms of close-quarters combat. It was primarily gunfights, which were rather unsatisfying." "Oh, I sensed a formidable presence in combat with you," Carp remarked. Ming, aware that Carp referred to Luo Sha, shook his head and replied, "That fellow, when not employing his secret techniques, barely matched my strength. Yet, after enhancing his physical capabilities, he no longer stands a chance against me." "Then how did you swiftly dispatch those several opponents whose strength rivaled his?" Carp queried. "I unleashed my technique of the Pillar of Flame, sweeping them away in one fell swoop." Ming shrugged in response. Reflecting on Ming's fiery prowess, Carp couldn't help but nod. If someone lacking the awakening of Haki were to face Ming, provided he seized the opportunity, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. Carp patted Ming on the shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, young Ming, our mission here has concluded. Next, we shall venture to the Grand Line, where I am confident you will find an adversary that truly satisfies your aspirations." Upon hearing about their journey to the Grand Line, Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last time he accompanied Carp from Low Town into the Grand Line, they had not traversed any routes, directly using the Eternal Pointer to reach the Navy headquarters. This time, Carp clearly intended to take Ming on a tour of the Grand Line, igniting a fervor within Ming. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage with the pirates. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Ming's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering and completing a hidden subtask within the mission to eliminate evil, specifically by dismantling the source of the human trafficking syndicate in the South Sea. The host shall be rewarded with 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins." Upon hearing this, Ming was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated the existence of hidden tasks, especially ones that would reveal themselves only upon completion. However, upon witnessing the magnitude of the rewards, he deemed them quite satisfactory. After all, his success in this endeavor was largely attributed to Carp. Without Carp's assistance, it would have likely taken Ming the strength equivalent to that of a rear admiral to dismantle the human trafficking syndicate on his own. Upon returning to the ship, Carp sought out Sengoku for a conversation. Their vessel did not set sail immediately, as numerous victims of the traffickers remained on the island. They awaited the arrival of nearby naval forces to evacuate these individuals before departing. Meanwhile, Ming dedicated himself to rigorous training. Knowing that they were soon to embark on the Grand Line, he aimed to enhance his abilities sufficiently to utilize the fully evolved Fire Dragon, enabling him to compete with pirates in the Paradise. 2 days elapsed, during which the nearby naval base dispatched vessels to rescue the victims. Once Carp confirmed that no one was left on the island, he ordered the destruction of the underground structures before taking his leave. Subsequently, Carp coordinated with ships from the Navy headquarters to hand over the captured traffickers, ensuring they were transported to the underwater prison before heading to Reverse Mountain. Upon reaching the entrance of Reverse Mountain in the South Sea, over half a month had passed. During this period, Ming had been promoted to private first class due to his performance on the island, although the rewards he received paled in comparison to those from dismantling the trafficking ring. His relentless training propelled his physical statistics to new heights. With a foundation of 65 points in physique, his strength rose to 70, while both defense and agility reached 50. Ming's remarkable improvement in strength over the past month and a half caught the attention of Carp and Bogart, who were astonished by his ability to endure such intense training and achieve such rapid progress. They realized they had underestimated the potential of Ming's physical foundation. Ming also succeeded in fully evolving his Fire Dragon. The data for the fully evolved Fire Dragon was astonishingly impressive. Spirit, Fire Dragon, fully evolved, strength, 100 defense, 70 agility, 60 proficiency, 0-10 skills, claw, ember, slash, flamethrower, dragon rage. Flame Vortex, a spirit with exceptionally high growth potential. Not only did this increase his strength to levels several times that of an adult, but it also introduced new powerful skills. He could vividly envision his future exploits along the Grand Line. Kapu and Bogart observed Ming's invigorated spirit, both revealing a faint smile. They understood well the immense effort Ming had exerted over the past half-month in preparation for the pirates of the Grand Line. The time had come for Ming to validate the fruits of his labor. Chapter 36. The Gray Bear. Dogra navigating through the upside-down mountain, Kapu opted for the central path. Once the recording pointer was properly calibrated, he promptly set forth towards the targeted island. Ming, undeterred, continued his rigorous training. After traversing the mountain, he heeded the system's advice and expended 17.5 million system coins to purchase a basic physique pill, thereby elevating his physical attributes to 100. This enhancement further unlocked his bodily potential, enabling him to grow stronger through continued exercise. The following day unfolded with unexpected tranquility, leading Ming to anticipate an imminent encounter with an opponent. Upon reaching the first island, he spotted 3 pirate ships from a distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was eager to engage with the pirates of the Grand Line. Kapu, observing Ming's demeanor, felt a twinge of curiosity at his apparent lack of surprise. Given that this island was merely an ordinary spring island, characterized by dense, untamed vegetation, logically, it seemed implausible that so many pirates would choose to anchor here. Little did Kapu know, as a traveler from another world, Ming was acutely aware that the first islands along the various routes of the Grand Line often attracted a multitude of pirates. The reasoning was straightforward. These pirates, confronted with the Grand Line's unpredictable weather, developed a sense of trepidation that dulled their initial fervor upon arrival, prompting them to linger on this island. Kapu cautioned Ming. "Be mindful, young man. There are at least 3 pirate ships and their crews on this island." "I understand, Mr. Kapu," Ming replied. Though he was eager to confront the pirates, he was not one to act recklessly and would certainly remain vigilant regarding the situation. As the Navy ship approached the trio of pirate vessels, Ming noted that the number of pirates aboard was dwindling, indicating that most had retreated to the island. The remaining pirates, witnessing the Navy's arrival, were engulfed in panic, particularly as their captain and primary combatants were absent. The mere presence of these lesser pirates provided no sufficient defense against the Navy's might. Many of the ship's defenders hastily abandoned their posts, fleeing to the island to alert their captain. Witnessing this scene, Ming rushed to the ship's bow, raised his firearm, and took aim at one of the fleeing pirates. Bang! With his physical attributes enhanced, his marksmanship had also become more precise. The pirate he targeted crumpled to the ground, only to scramble up in a panic, limping toward the forest, evidently injured in the foot by Ming's shot. Observing the pirate's struggle to escape, Ming recalibrated his aim and incapacitated the pirate's other foot, leaving him to writhe in agony upon the ground. As soon as Ming made his move, the other Marines followed suit, and in an instant, numerous pirates were left behind. Upon reaching the edge of Spring Island, Ming was the first to leap down, followed closely by Bogart and several officers. After apprehending the injured pirates, Bogart, accompanied by a handful of officers and dozens of Marines, ventured into the forest alongside Ming, while Carp remained aboard the ship, idly gnawing on a donut. Within the forest, Ming raised his gun, scanning the surroundings vigilantly to ward off any sudden pirate attacks. Observing Ming's earnest demeanor, Bogart initially considered advising him to relax, as their haki would alert them to any approaching threats. However, recalling that Ming would be without haki for an extended period, Bogart deemed it prudent for Ming to maintain this state, believing it would ultimately benefit him in combat. Having advanced less than 2 kilometers, Bogart abruptly halted, gazing intently in the direction they were heading. Ming, noticing Bogart's behavior, understood that Bogart must have sensed the proximity of pirates. With this thought in mind, he aimed his gun at the direction Bogart was observing. Moments later, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed through the air. Ming tightened his grip on the trigger, poised to strike at a moment's notice. A group of simply dressed pirates emerged from the thicket ahead, led by a middle-aged man draped in a captain's coat, sporting short red hair, a diminutive stature, and several scars adorning his face. Upon sighting the group, Bogart's brow furrowed slightly. The man appeared vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him recently. The pirate captain, upon encountering Bogart and his companions, initially experienced a moment of surprise, which soon morphed into a sinister grin. In a gravelly voice, he remarked, "I heard from my underlings that the Navy had come here, and I was curious to see which foolhardy souls dared to enter the forest and stand before me, Blood Butcher Ronska." Upon hearing Ronska's name, Bogart's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder the pirate seemed familiar. He recalled a newspaper article from half a month ago detailing the massacre of a village in the West Sea, the perpetrator being none other than this infamous blood butcher. To think that such a notorious figure had traversed to the Grand Line in just 2 weeks. In stark contrast to Bogart's dawning comprehension, a flicker of murderous intent glinted in Ming's eyes. Beyond training daily, he devoted his leisure time to keeping abreast of world events through the newspapers, familiarizing himself with notorious pirates. Ronska's bounty stood at a staggering 25 million berries, not due to any remarkable achievements in battle, but rather because of his brutal and bloodthirsty nature. He had slaughtered several innocent villagers and showed no mercy towards the Navy, earning a reputation for his penchant for torture. This heinous behavior prompted the Navy to raise his bounty to the remarkable sum of 25 million, making it impossible for them to tolerate his existence any longer. Regrettably, Longska is not only cruel and bloodthirsty but also exceptionally cunning, which has thwarted the Navy's several attempts to encircle him, resulting in considerable losses among the sailors. As someone well acquainted with slaughter, Longska immediately sensed the intent to kill emanating from Ming, and with a cold smirk, he addressed him, "Boy, knowing that I am the blood butcher Longska, you dare to display murderous intent? It seems you have little regard for your own life." Ming remained silent, responding directly with his firearm. A single shot rang out, aimed straight at Longska, who, startled, quickly rolled to the side to evade the bullet. However, his subordinate was not as fortunate. Ming's shot struck the young pirate in the chest, causing him to collapse unconscious from the pain. Witnessing this outcome, Longska's fury surged to new heights. He had not anticipated that one of his men would be gravely injured before him, and that he himself would be forced into such a desperate retreat. Drawing his sword, Longska charged at Ming, intent on making him regret his actions. Chapter 37. The Wrath of the Dragon. As Blood Butcher Longska approached, Ming holstered his gun and unsheathed his own blade to meet the advancing pirate. He sought to gauge the extent of Longska's brutal prowess. In the span of mere meters, they collided, the sound of clashing steel reverberating through the air. The moment their blades met, Longska's expression shifted slightly. He discerned that Ming's strength was at an astonishing level, equivalent to 7 times that of an average adult. It was noteworthy that Ming was merely a youth of less than 17 years. With such formidable power at his disposal, the future promised to be daunting. Recognizing Ming as a member of the Navy, Longska resolved to seize this opportunity to eliminate him, lest a formidable sailor arise from the ranks of the Navy in the future. With this thought, a fierce glint of malice ignited in Longska's eyes. As their blades clashed, Ming's focus sharpened. He had not expected the seemingly unimposing Longska to possess such overwhelming strength. Even after exerting all his power, he found himself unable to gain the slightest upper hand. In fact, Longska appeared to be handling the confrontation with ease. With a determined shout, Ming unleashed a flurry of strikes with his sword, showcasing all the foundational swordsmanship he had diligently honed. In an instant, the previously menacing Longska was compelled to exert all his effort to counter Ming's relentless assault. Meanwhile, other sailors engaged in battle with the pirates under Longska's command, with only Bogart remaining inactive, quietly observing the skirmish and prepared to intervene at any moment. After several exchanges, Longska seized a brief respite from Ming's assault, his right arm's veins bulging as he unleashed a sudden burst of power, sending Ming staggering backward. Sensing the force that had just been behind Longska's strike, Ming realized that the pirate had begun to resort to his trump card. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Ming's face. He charged once more at Longska, choosing not to harness his elemental powers, intent on utilizing this encounter as an opportunity for personal growth. Upon encountering Ming, Longska charged forward with an unsettling fervor, prompting a genuine surge of anger within him, as his eyes began to blaze a crimson hue. The pirates trailing Longska were struck with panic at his state. One among them shouted in alarm, "Everyone, take cover. The captain is on the verge of madness." With a thunderous roar, Longska swung his blade toward Ming. Ming, whose agility reached 5 times that of an average adult, effortlessly evaded to the right, narrowly escaping the fierce gust generated by Longska's strike. Seizing this opportunity, he brandished his sword and retaliated with a powerful slash aimed at Longska. Although Longska's eyes were clouded with rage, his instinct for combat had sharpened considerably. He swiftly retracted his weapon, retreating a few steps to buy time. Clang! Ming felt a surge of formidable power emanating from Longska, a force that eclipsed the previous onslaught, bringing him perilously close to 10 times the strength of an average adult. It was no wonder that Longska dared to provoke the Navy. Under such strength, he posed little threat to ordinary naval forces. Ming's right arm tingled with slight numbness, revealing a gap in his power. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily harness the energy of the spirits. With an internal cry, his form was enveloped in a vibrant red energy, and shortly thereafter, the fully materialized little fire dragon appeared before Longska. This manifestation carried no semblance of illusion. It was entirely corporeal. Witnessing this transformation, Bogart recognized the amplification of Ming's power, igniting his anticipation for what was to come. In his frenzied state, Longska's rationality had all but dissipated, leaving him devoid of the astonishment felt by others upon witnessing Ming's metamorphosis. He recognized the little fire dragon as his target, and with a visage marred by murderous intent, he lunged at Ming once more. Yet Ming, now indifferent to Longska's assault, embraced the power of the little fire dragon, which had elevated his strength to an astounding 17 times that of an adult. Even with Longska's enhanced state, he could not hope to match such prowess. With a decisive swing of his sword, Ming sent Longska hurtling into a grand tree. However, Longska was hardly deterred. Consumed by madness, he sought to eliminate everyone before him. Rising to his feet, he charged at Ming once again. In response to Longska's reckless aggression, Ming surged forward as well. This time, to hone his skills, he deliberately tempered his strength, capping it at 11 times that of an adult, just slightly surpassing Longska's tenfold might. Ming unleashed all the foundational sword techniques he had mastered, leaving Longska with little choice but to adopt a defensive stance. As the adage goes, a defense maintained for too long is destined to falter. Soon enough, Longska found his stamina waning under Ming's relentless assault, his movements growing sluggish. Transformed into a little fire dragon, Ming naturally seized the opportunity, swinging his blade to leave a deep gash upon Longska's body. The intense agony momentarily snapped Longska back to his senses, yet he continued his assault on Ming. Sensing Longska's limits, Ming resolved not to prolong the conflict any further, his blade moving with increased swiftness. Before long, several more wounds adorned Longska's form. These injuries finally broke the frenzy within him. The crimson hue in his eyes began to fade, and fatigue coursed through his body. Gazing at Ming, who had become the little fire dragon, a complex expression crossed Longska's face. He had not anticipated that his brief tenure in the Grand Line would culminate in defeat at the hands of a relatively obscure marine. Noticing Longska's return to normalcy, Ming rushed to him, and before Longska could raise his weapon in defense, he delivered a decisive blow, rendering Longska utterly incapacitated. With Longska subdued, Ming then heard the system's voice, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Blood Butcher Longska. You have earned a reward of 2,500 experience points and 25 million system coins." Already accustomed to receiving system rewards for vanquishing bountied pirates, Ming took it in stride, calmly resuming his original demeanor before continuing his assault on other pirates. The pirates who had followed Longska, witnessing their captain's defeat and Ming's relentless advance, found themselves in a state of panic, retreating in disarray. Unfortunately, their flight only made them more susceptible to capture, and it wasn't long before they were all ensnared. Bogart, rarely one to offer praise, commended Ming for his remarkable performance in battle, especially against a pirate as formidable as Longska. Subsequently, he instructed an officer to escort Longska and his crew back while he and the others pressed onward. Chapter 38. Defeating Dogra. As they proceeded, Ming displayed no overt signs of elation, for he understood that his performance was to be expected. Any deviation from this level would indeed be concerning. After all, he had triumphed over Longska under conditions of absolute power disparity, even though Longska had succumbed to a frenzied state that instilled fear in his subordinates. The reality of overwhelming strength could not be altered. Through his encounter with Longska, Ming gained considerable insight into his own capabilities. Against pirates lacking in speed and boasting bounties of around 20 million, Ming held absolute confidence in his ability to triumph, as the power of his little fire dragon was an undeniable weapon of mass destruction. However, when faced with those proficient in speed or those whose strength far surpassed the ordinary 20 million bounty, he realized he must engage in direct combat to discern the outcome. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Bogart, standing not far from Ming, sensed an impending attack nearby and urgently shouted to everyone, "Be cautious." Upon hearing Bogart's words, Ming immediately sensed an impending crisis. With a sudden burst of energy, he swiftly vacated his original position. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets struck the spot where he had just stood, while the assault faced by Bogart and his companions was comparatively less fierce. Ming was acutely aware that the attackers were likely the remaining members of the two pirate crews, who had undoubtedly witnessed his recent victory over Bloodslayer Longska and now regarded him as their foremost adversary. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he leapt powerfully into the air, landing atop a large tree. From his perch on the branch, he fired 2 shots at the direction from which the bullets had come. A cry of pain echoed back to him, confirming that he had struck his target. However, there was no time for him to revel in this success. Immediately after firing, he shifted his position and continued to shoot at other locations where bullets had originated. As he navigated the trees, Ming moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, rendering the pirates who lay in ambush utterly incapable of harming him, while he managed to incapacitate several of them in return. Bogart and his team also assisted in neutralizing a few pirates, and witnessing their inability to subdue Ming and his allies, the ambushing pirates were compelled to retreat. Observing their withdrawal, Ming chose to remain stationary, firing relentlessly, resulting in yet more fallen adversaries. Impressed by Ming's marksmanship as they pursued the pirates, several officers praised his shooting skills, to which Ming merely responded with a polite smile. Little did they know that he had no intention of resolving matters through gunfire. Had he awakened his haki, the pirates would have had no chance of escape. Bogart was cognizant of Ming's thoughts, yet he understood that reaching a level of prowess independent of firearms would require considerable effort on Ming's part. As they pressed deeper into the fray, they encountered several more waves of ambushing pirates. Fortunately, thanks to Bogart's mastery of Kenbunchika haki, he was always able to detect them first, resulting in significant losses for the assailants. Ultimately, they came face to face with the captains of these two pirate crews, who were swiftly subdued by Ming and a military officer of the same rank. The captain with whom Ming had engaged was even less formidable than Bloodslayer Longska, which explained why he had lingered on this island. Having dealt with the pirates on the island, Bogart's transponder snail began to ring. Upon connecting, he heard the voice of Carp. "Bogart, we've spotted another pirate ship. Inform that young lad Ming to act swiftly if he desires a worthy opponent." Ming understood that Carp had sensed a presence on that pirate vessel that rivaled his own strength, hence the urgency of the message. He turned to Bogart, saying, "Mr. Bogart, I must take my leave." Aware of Ming's urgency, Bogart nodded in agreement. With his consent, Ming promptly turned and made his way back, leaping between the trees to hasten his pace. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the location where the Navy ship was docked. Upon boarding the Navy vessel, Ming discovered that the Navy soldiers were already engaged in combat with the crew of the pirate ship. Upon spotting Ming, Carp pointed to a tall, dark-skinned pirate with a buzz cut and exclaimed, "Young Ming, that fellow is the opponent I have reserved for you. If it weren't for my orders, he would have already been dealt with." "Thank you, Mr. Carp," Ming replied gratefully before charging forward. The officer engaged in combat with the formidable bear-like Dalgra noticed Ming approaching and quickly withdrew, addressing him. "Ming, this bear-like Dalgra is now in your hands." Upon hearing the officer's words, Dalgra finally understood why the capable officer had only managed to reach a stalemate with him. It was all to await this young Marine. Although Dalgra considered his own strength not particularly exceptional, he did not believe he was someone to be easily subdued. Swinging his spiked club, Dalgra aimed a powerful blow at Ming. Faced with the fierce strike accompanied by a gust of wind, Ming met it head-on with his sword. Witnessing Ming's audacity in using a blade to confront him directly, Dalgra wore a triumphant grin. He had never feared a contest of strength in battle. The outcome unfolded as he anticipated. When Ming's sword collided with the club, a tremendous force surged through the blade, causing Ming to be pushed back 2 meters, leaving clear marks on the ship's deck. His arm trembled slightly. This was the first time he had experienced such a significant loss in a contest of strength while in a normal state. In terms of raw power, Dalgra had surpassed the level of an average adult by over 10-fold. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate Ming so decisively. Moreover, it was evident that Dalgra possessed some hidden trump cards, perhaps even the same devil fruit ability as his name implied, as is often the case in this world. Realizing he could not rely solely on brute force against Dalgra, Ming resolved to utilize his skills to overcome his opponent. With a clear battle strategy in mind, Ming's trembling ceased as he charged forward once more. Dalgra, believing Ming to be impetuous and unwilling to concede, intended to continue their clash of might. He swung his spiked club towards Ming, thinking, "If he refuses to back down, I shall teach him a lesson through his very life." However, Ming had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. As the club swung towards him, he deftly sidestepped at the last moment, seizing the opportunity to close the distance between himself and Dalgra. With Ming now less than 2 meters away, the experienced Dalgra quickly grasped Ming's intent. He swung his club horizontally, determined not to allow Ming the chance to close in and engage him directly. Chapter 39. The evolution conditions of the little fire dragon. In response to Dalgra's sweeping attack, Ming leaped into the air, evading the strike. As he soared above, he harnessed the momentum of his descent, bringing his sword down fiercely towards Dalgra. As Ming executed his maneuver, Dalgra remained unperturbed, gripping his spiked club tightly and swinging it towards the descending Ming. The clash echoed with a resounding thud. Ming's strike was met with equal force by Dalgra's club. However, due to Dalgra's position on the deck, the impact caused the wooden surface beneath him to splinter. Utilizing the recoil from the blow, Ming propelled himself upwards, skillfully leaping over Dalgra's head while slashing downward with his blade towards Dalgra's back. He was confident that no matter how robust Dalgra appeared, he could not withstand the force of his strike. Observing Ming's approach, Dalgra recognized his own lack of agility and the futility of defense. With a low growl, he began to transform. As Ming anticipated a successful strike due to Dalgra's inability to guard himself, he was met with the unexpected when his blade struck Dalgra's back. It felt as though he had hit a thick hide, penetrating only slightly. Gazing at Dalgra, Ming suddenly realized the magnitude of the transformation. Dugra had grown larger. His body now cloaked in dark, bristly fur, and most astonishingly, his head had morphed into that of a beast. This revelation made it clear to Ming that Dugra was indeed a devil fruit user, specifically of the Zoan type. Although Ming's attack failed to inflict significant damage on Dugra, it still caused him some discomfort. With a powerful swing of his club, Dugra turned to strike at Ming. Sensing the increased ferocity of Dugra's assault, Ming swiftly contracted his body, narrowly evading the wrathful blow propelled by the club. After dodging, he retreated several paces, finally catching a clear glimpse of Dugra's transformed visage. Now, Dugra resembled a somewhat smaller grizzly bear, his hands transformed into formidable claws, and his head into that of a fearsome bear. With a roar directed at Ming, Dugra declared, "Boy, to force me to utilize my powers is a testament to your pride. Now prepare to meet your end." With that, the bear-like Dugra charged at Ming. In response, Ming shed any hesitation and summoned the power of the little fire dragon, as he sensed that Dugra's strength had likely doubled with his transformation. To contend with Dugra, he needed to harness the little fire dragon's power. Otherwise, breaching Dugra's defenses would prove exceedingly challenging. As Dugra surged towards him, Ming erupted in a blaze of red energy, transforming into the form of the little fire dragon. Witnessing Ming's metamorphosis, Dugra immediately presumed that Ming had also consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet, despite Ming's newfound powers, Dugra was supremely confident in his own strength, believing that his bear form would easily overpower Ming, and thus, he continued his relentless charge. As Dagura continued his relentless charge, Ming too surged forward, empowered tenfold by his transformation. Although he might not surpass Dagura in strength, he was confident that the gap was no longer insurmountable. The two clashed once more, and as expected, Ming was forced to retreat. However, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. For Dagura's power was now only a few times greater than his own, indicating a significant reduction in their disparity. Ignoring the shift in dynamics, Dagura pressed on, intent on overwhelming Ming without affording him a moment's respite. Faced with Dagura's onslaught, Ming opted not to withstand the blows head-on. Instead, he deftly sidestepped to his right, closing the distance to Dagura and aimed to strike at the underside of Dagura's left arm with his dagger. With a sharp slice, Dagura, now embodying the ferocity of a grizzly bear, could not withstand the blow, resulting in a grievous wound from which blood began to flow. The pain ignited a frenzy within Dagura, who swung his spiked mace towards Ming. The proximity of their engagement left Ming with little room to maneuver. Despite his swift retreat following the successful strike, Dagura's furious retaliation was too swift. In a moment of desperation, Ming invoked his skill to cleave through the air. His left hand shimmered with a brilliant light as he swung it to meet the incoming mace. Observing this, a cruel smile crept across Dagura's face. In his eyes, Ming's attempt to block the mace with his bare hand was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Yet, the instant their forces collided, Dagura's expression froze in disbelief. His mace was halted by Ming's hand, which now radiated a power that rivaled his own furious strike. Having successfully parried Dagura's assault, Ming retreated further. The luminous aura around his left hand dissipated, and he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of small flames, a manifestation of his earliest mastered skill, Spark. Now, having evolved into a fully realized state akin to a small dragon, the potency of his flames had significantly increased. Observing the deepened hue of the flames, Ming was assured that once ignited, extinguishing them would prove a formidable challenge for his opponent. Although taken aback by Ming's sudden fiery display, Dagura remained unfazed. For he was no ordinary being and had long been accustomed to extraordinary phenomena. He swung his mace with vigor, aiming to obliterate the small flames. As the mace collided with the flames, a gust of wind followed, scattering them in an instant. This scene caused Ming's lips to twitch. He was certain that a typical swordsman would have been thrown into disarray by such flames. However, Dagura wielded a large weapon like the mace, and with his immense strength, dispelling the flames was not a daunting task. Having extinguished the small flames, Dagura charged at Ming once more. The blood flowing from his wounds was substantial, and should the confrontation persist, even his considerable skills would ultimately lead him to be sacrificed. As Dagura charged towards him, Ming unleashed his newly acquired skill, Dragon's Fury. Just 2 meters away, a crimson shockwave erupted from his mouth. Observing the flame-like red shockwave, Dagura raised the spiked club in his hand and swung it down fiercely, confident that he could disperse this minor flame just as he had dealt with the previous smaller fireballs. When the spiked club struck down, it indeed disrupted part of the red shockwave. However, Dragon's Fury was not merely a few sparks with no follow-through. The ensuing shockwave continued its relentless advance towards Dalgra, striking him amidst his surprise and fury, sending him flying and crashing into a storage room on the deck. Chapter 41. A second independent strike. The pirates under Dalgra's command were momentarily stunned upon witnessing their captain being hurled away by Ming's dragon's fury. A few of the closer pirates rushed towards the storage room, but before they could enter, they heard a series of coughs. Dalgra pushed aside the wooden planks, pinning him down, revealing a prominent mark on his massive bear-like torso from the impact of Dragon's fury. Struggling to rise, Dalgra swayed slightly, prompting his crew to exclaim, "Captain!" Dalgra waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, just a minor injury." His gaze shifted towards Ming, now filled with gravity. Initially, he had assumed that Ming's little fire dragon was merely the ability of an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet he was astonished to discover that Ming had developed such a formidable technique as Dragon's Fury. Fortunately, his gray bear fruit had endowed him with resilience, allowing him to stand after enduring the attack. Realizing Dalgra could still maintain his bear form, Ming could not help but admire the defensive prowess of the gray bear fruit. Although Dragon's Fury was not a fire-based attack, the force it delivered was certainly beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. With such defense, if Dalgra managed to escape today, he could potentially carve out a name for himself in the Grand Line. However, Ming had no intention of allowing Dalgra to flee. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Ming transformed into the little fire dragon, propelling himself towards Dalgra like a red cannonball. As he approached, Dalgra, now in his bear form, glimmered with a fierce determination. Standing still, if one were to observe him closely, they would notice his right hand gripping the spiked club tightly. His right arm subtly bent, poised for action. At the moment Ming entered his 2-meter range, Dalgra finally made his move. He swung the spiked club in a sweeping arc towards Ming, believing that Ming would assume he was incapable of wielding the weapon. This strike, he thought, would catch Ming off guard. A brief moment of hesitation would render the blow extraordinarily effective. Duagula's aspirations were admirable, yet Ming was no longer the inexperienced rookie marine devoid of practical combat experience. The trials of battle in the South China Sea had rectified many of his shortcomings. Regardless of the enemy's circumstances, he approached every encounter with utmost caution, never allowing a hint of disdain to cloud his judgment. Consequently, as he charged forward, he was already on guard against any surprise attacks from Duagula. As Duagula swung his spiked club, Ming propelled himself into the air with renewed vigor, evading the weapon while simultaneously aiming his blade at Duagula's upper body. Observing Ming effortlessly evade his sudden strike, Duagula momentarily suppressed his fury and retreated, reaching out with his left hand to grasp Ming's blade. The weapon was caught before Ming could redirect it, resulting in a strike to Duagula's left hand. However, Duagula, embodying the ferocity of a grizzly bear, had a thick layer of flesh on his palm. Thus, despite Ming's blade penetrating the flesh, the damage was minimal. Seizing this opportunity, Duagula tightened his grip on Ming's blade with his left hand while launching an assault with his spiked club. Realizing his weapon was captured, Ming displayed no hesitation. He relinquished the blade and leaped once more, mindful that Duagula's right hand still wielded the club. His swift reaction allowed him to evade the impending blow. Duagula was taken aback by Ming's decisive abandonment of his weapon, yet as he gazed at the airborne Ming, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Ming, suspended in midair, lacked any point of support, and Duagula was confident that he could not escape the forthcoming strike. With this thought, he swung the spiked club towards Ming, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Ming, fully aware of his precarious situation, remained undaunted. He knew that with his next move, he could overcome Duagula. Opening his mouth, he summoned the flames within, preparing to unleash a fiery torrent. Duagula, oblivious to Ming's intention to employ the flame jet, mistakenly anticipated another dragon's roar. Based on his previous experience with that technique, he believed he could thwart it by positioning his club in its path, exuding confidence. At that moment, Ming concentrated enough fiery energy in his mouth and unleashed a column of flames, measuring over 30 centimeters in diameter, directed at Duagula. As the wave of heat surged towards him, Duagula was left utterly stunned, for the flame jet bore no resemblance to the dragon's roar. With no time left for alternative strategies, he could only grit his teeth and continue to wield the club to block the oncoming flames. The anticipated impact, akin to that of the dragon's roar, did not materialize. Instead, the fiery column split upon striking the club, sending 2 streams of flame racing towards Duagula. Upon witnessing the fiery onslaught of the pillar of flames, Dalgra felt a shiver run down his spine. Possessing the powers of the gray bear fruit, he was impervious to the cold. However, heat and flames instilled a profound fear within him. Without a moment's hesitation, He relinquished his mace and fled. Yet, in his haste, Dogra overlooked a critical detail. Without the mace to shield him, the searing flames would reach him with even greater speed. It was only after the flames engulfed him that he realized his folly, but alas, it was too late. The fire instantaneously enveloped Dogra in his gray bear form, eliciting a pained roar from him. In a matter of moments, he could no longer maintain his bear form and reverted to his human shape. Anticipating this very scenario, Carp instructed a few sailors to douse Dogra with seawater, extinguishing the flames. Temporarily incapacitated, Dogra was restrained with sea stone handcuffs. The morale of the remaining pirates crumbled in the wake of Dogra's defeat, and they were swiftly apprehended. Upon landing, Ming did not revert from his dragon form. After retrieving his sword, he joined the fray against the other pirates, hastening their defeat. As the battle concluded, Ming finally transformed back into his human form. Carp approached with a smile, inquiring, "How did you find this battle, young Ming?" "Quite satisfactory," Ming replied candidly. "Dogra's strength surpasses that of Blood Butcher and his crew. Were it not for my possession of the dragon's power, I surely would have been unable to overcome Dogra." Carp, patting Ming on the shoulder, remarked, "Your honesty is commendable. However, do keep in mind that Dogra is merely at the nascent stage of the Grand Line. You will encounter even more formidable pirates in the future, so strive onward." Chapter 42. Triumph over 100 Marines. Ming understood Carp's words well, recognizing that his own strength still left much to be desired. He knew that only when his overall capabilities reached a level 50 times that of an adult would he possess the means to navigate this initial segment of Paradise solo. After resting for about half an hour, Ming resumed his training, determined to achieve his short-term goal of reaching a power level of 100. Carp observed Ming's fervent dedication and began to question whether his encouragement had been misguided. If Ming pushed himself too hard, the consequences would weigh heavily on Carp's conscience. Nevertheless, he felt it inappropriate to intervene at this moment, opting instead to monitor Ming's condition closely, prepared to halt any excessive training. Thus, whenever Ming approached his limits, Bogart would timely intervene, prompting him to cease training. Ming understood Bogart's intentions and complied, but as soon as he felt sufficiently recovered, he resumed his efforts. Under the intensity of this relentless training, in just half a day, his power level increased by 2 points, leaving him with a sense of fulfillment regarding his endeavors. In the ensuing 2 days, Carp and his crew remarkably encountered no pirate vessels during their journey. Upon arriving at the designated island indicated by the record pointer, Carp, accompanied by numerous Marines, set foot on the land, as they required a resupply of provisions, which were available in a quaint town situated on the island. As Carp and his men appeared in the town, the residents, though somewhat taken aback, exhibited little reaction. After all, the occasional presence of the Navy had rendered them accustomed to such occurrences. The town's mayor, upon learning of the Navy's arrival, promptly approached Carp and his entourage, facilitating their resupply efforts. After completing their purchases, the mayor intended to invite Carp and his men for a meal, but Carp politely declined, as there were individuals awaiting their return on the Navy vessel. As Carp and his group departed, some townsfolk also chose to leave. Once Carp awaited the record pointer to fill with the next island's data, he promptly ordered the Navy ship to set sail. They had barely traveled a few hours when they encountered a band of pirates. However, these pirates were hardly a challenge, as Ming did not even need to resort to the power of his little fire dragon. Subsequently, they faced several more waves of pirates, who exhibited slightly greater strength, compelling Ming to eventually employ the power of his little fire dragon to secure victory. Ming initially thought this pattern would persist, but it seemed the pirates had realized they were not to be trifled with and suddenly ceased their attacks. In the following days, they encountered at least one pirate crew, but the strength of these crews was markedly superior to that of the initial band they had faced. Some captains rivaled the formidable Gray Bear Dogra. After considerable effort, Ming managed to subdue these captains, and he felt exhilarated, as such frequent battles significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, now allowing him to reach a power level exceeding 90. Observing Ming's progress, Carp addressed him after today's training concluded, saying, "Ming, I see that your physical prowess has attained a commendable standard. You may now begin to learn the true formidable techniques of our Navy." "The true techniques of our Navy?" Ming murmured, suddenly recalling what Carp referred to. Looking at Carp with excitement, he inquired, "Mr. Carp, are you speaking of the 6 styles?" Carp raised an eyebrow at Ming's words and replied, "Ming, how do you know about our Navy's martial arts techniques, the 6 styles? I have witnessed several officers utilizing the 6 styles and inquired about them. Thus I became aware of their existence." Ming responded with a smile. "Since you are already familiar with the 6 styles, I shall refrain from further explanation. Given your physical condition, you can commence your training in Sura from tomorrow onwards. Carp stated decisively. I understand, Mr. Carp. Ming stood tall, his hands clenched tightly. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. The prospect of learning Sura promised to elevate his combat prowess significantly, particularly allowing for more agile use of his spirit powers. Upon returning to his quarters, Ming activated the system to review his various data. Upon observing the data of the little fire dragon, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. For the fully evolved state of the fire dragon promised a surge in power, or rather, an evolution. Of course, Ming was acutely aware that the prerequisites for such an evolution were undoubtedly demanding. Thus, he promptly clicked on the evolution option to discern the conditions he needed to fulfill. When he beheld the requirements, even though his heart had braced itself, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The necessity of 2,000 experience points and 10 million system coins for the evolution was trivial. He could easily amass that by vanquishing a couple of pirate crews in the Grand Line. However, the personal conditions he needed to meet were considerably more stringent. To harness the power of the fire dragon, disregarding other physical attributes, he needed to attain a constitution score of at least 500. To grasp the significance of this, consider that his current constitution score was merely 100. To reach 500, he would need an additional 400 points. If he were to convert all of that into basic constitution elixirs, it would require a staggering sum of 200 million coins. Since his journey from the South Sea, having defeated numerous pirates and completed various tasks, he had barely accumulated 120 million coins after expenditures. Ming had thought his coin collection was commendable, but now it appeared woefully insufficient. He could not even afford the basic constitution elixirs, let alone enhance his other physical attributes. Clearly, he had to earn much more. Closing the evolution conditions, Ming steadied his emotions. After all, there was still a long journey ahead before meeting the requirements. He decided to focus on the present. With the intention to begin learning the shave the following day, he knew his constitution points needed to increase. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent 50 million system coins to purchase 100 basic constitution elixirs, raising his constitution score to 200. Feeling as though his body, on the brink of its limits, now brimmed with untapped potential, he smiled and promptly fell asleep. The next day, as training commenced, Garp and Bogart noticed a distinct change in Ming. Unlike the previous sessions that had left him utterly exhausted, he now displayed no signs of fatigue, suggesting a remarkable enhancement in his physical endurance. Garp felt an urge to inquire about Ming's transformation, for if such a method to elevate physical endurance could be disseminated, it would undoubtedly lead to a monumental enhancement in the Navy's overall strength. However, upon reflecting, Garp regained his composure. Fully aware that the means enabling Ming's continual increase in endurance were likely unique to him. If there were a method applicable to all, Dr. Vegapunk would have surely discovered it long ago. Chapter 43. The Arrogance of Skill. As Ming commenced his training in the shave technique, several pirate captains from the North and West Seas convened on the next island indicated by the recording pointer. Among these captains, the most renowned is the three-headed dog, Boros, hailing from the North Sea. As a fruit user of the mythical beast, the three-headed hellhound, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. There was once a naval colonel who ventured to the North Sea to apprehend him, but Boros, utilizing the powers granted by his devil fruit, matched the colonel blow for blow, thwarting the colonel's intentions of capture. Seated in the main position, Boros addressed the other 7 captains present. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the naval hero Garp's ship is merely a day's journey from here. It is now time for you to make your choice. Tichi, the firearms expert from the North Sea, was the first to speak. Boros, from what I understand, Vice Admiral Garp is a legendary marine. Can we truly defeat such a figure? Upon hearing Tichi's concerns, Boros chuckled softly. In his youth, Garp was indeed not someone we could contend with, but he has grown old and weakened. Should we still harbor fears? Tichi, contemplating Boros's words, displayed a thoughtful expression as he weighed their credibility. After all, he was risking the annihilation of his entire crew in pursuit of fame and fortune. Another captain, considering the matter of spoils, inquired, Boros, once we seize Garp's ship, how will the loot be distributed? Simple. Those who contribute more will receive a greater share of the spoils, Boros replied directly. With the 2 major concerns addressed, the other 6 captains, aside from Tichi, agreed to confront Garp. Faced with this consensus, Tichi felt compelled to acquiesce. Offending these individuals could result in his crew being divided among them. Seeing the agreement among the captains, Boros commenced discussions regarding battle strategies. 2 hours later, all the captains returned to their respective pirate crews. Boros watched their departing figures, a cold expression crossing his face. His intention to confront Garp was fueled by the desire for vengeance against the colonel who had once attacked him, now aboard Garp's ship. Unbeknownst to them, Garp was observing Bogart as he trained Ming. Garp felt immense satisfaction watching Ming, who was imbued with a sense of justice and demonstrated remarkable diligence, seemingly destined for a life in the Navy. In contrast, thoughts of Ace and Luffy suddenly troubled Garp's mind. If only Ace and Luffy could exhibit the same dedication as Ming, how fortunate that would be. Feeling unsettled, Garp reached for his sunbae and began to munch on it. After a while, Ming, drenched in sweat, took a moment to rest, his legs still trembling. Initially confident in his physical capabilities, he realized after the training and shaving that he had merely scraped the surface of what was required to learn it. To truly master the technique, his overall fitness would need to reach at least 10 times that of an average adult. To achieve his aspirations, he knew he must exert even greater effort. After a day had passed, Ming finally caught sight of the island marked by the recording pointer. He felt a flutter of anticipation about the intriguing events that might unfold there. However, before they could reach the island, a fleet of pirate ships emerged. A swift glance revealed a total of 8 ships, approaching in a menacing formation, evidently prepared for confrontation. Upon witnessing such an unprecedented number of pirate vessels, Garp's eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, facing so many pirates with only the naval personnel aboard their ship would prove to be a daunting challenge. This was his moment to shine. Removing the justice cloak draped over his shoulders, Garp strode toward the bow of the ship, stretching his limbs as he went. Without needing to utter a word, the familiar naval officers sprang into action, rushing to the storeroom to procure a barrage of cannonballs. Observing this scene, Ming realized that Garp was about to unleash his full potential. Boros and the others, peering through their telescopes at Garp's antics, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing him poised at the ship's prow, surrounded by a multitude of cannonballs. Given Garp's stance, they could easily speculate his intentions. They found the idea of him launching cannonballs by hand to attack them utterly ludicrous. They believed that if all their ships fired their cannons simultaneously, Garp's projectiles would prove ineffective, merely capable of intercepting a few shots. As the distance between the two sides shrank to less than 500 meters, Garp grasped 2 cannonballs, weighing them thoughtfully. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening into an intense focus. Meteor fist, he bellowed, and like a machine set in motion, he unleashed a flurry of cannonballs from his hands, targeting the pirate ships with precision. Within mere seconds, the sky became a chaotic tapestry of cannonballs, leaving the pirates aboard their ships wide-eyed in horror. Boros, witnessing the explosive display of Garp's power, was struck with disbelief. Initially, he had assumed that Garp's once great strength had waned under the ravages of time, but the prowess he displayed now was beyond what many formidable warriors could hope to achieve. As the dense swarm of cannonballs hurtled toward them, Boros, momentarily forgetting his astonishment at Garp's might, charged to the bow of his own ship, letting out a primal roar. His form began to change. He pressed his hands to the ground, dark fur sprouting forth, transforming his palms into beastly claws. More black fur spread across his body, and the most terrifying transformation occurred as his head morphed into that of a fearsome black hound, sprouting 2 identical canine heads on either side. Fully transformed into the image of a 3-headed hellhound, his limbs ignited with fierce black flames, and his 3 eyes glinted with a savage ferocity. As the cannonballs approached his pirate ship, all 3 of Boros's heads opened their mouths, unleashing torrents of blazing black fire. The black flames, reminiscent of the infernal fires of hell, ignited upon contact with the cannonballs, causing them to explode in a cacophony of destruction. In an instant, a multitude of cannonballs detonated, propelling the black flames spewed forth by Boros in all directions. Witnessing the crisis facing them dissipate, the pirates aboard Boros's ship erupted into jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Long live Boros." However, Boros, in a foul mood, heard the raucous cheers of his crew and bellowed at them with all 3 of his heads. The crew, confronted with the furious visage of their captain transformed into a 3-headed hellhound, fell silent, their confusion palpable. The threat of the cannonballs had been averted. So why was their captain still so enraged? Chapter 44. The hatred of the Red Dog. Little did Boros's subordinates realize that their captain's ambition was to seize Captain Garp's naval vessel. Yet, judging by Garp's display of power, their chances seemed exceedingly slim. Boros surveyed the other 7 pirate ships. Noting only the vessel of the gunman Tiaki had managed to sustain minimal damage, the remaining 6 pirate crews were significantly battered, with 2 ships already beginning to sink. Incompetence, Boros muttered under his breath, astonished that these pirate crews, once somewhat renowned in the North Sea and West Sea, were so feeble that they could not even intercept cannon fire. In truth, Boros had underestimated the might of the cannonballs hurled by Garp. Under the onslaught of Boros's black flames, the cannonballs had never stood a chance of reaching his ship. Others, however, lacked the means to effectively counter Carp's assault, resulting in the current predicament. After Tiaki struggled to fend off the cannonballs, he swiftly altered course, seeking to escape. This singular maneuver made it abundantly clear to him that they stood no chance against Carp. Not only did Tiaki flee, but the remaining 4 pirate crews also sought to retreat. However, only 2 of their vessels remained seaworthy, while the other 2 were incapacitated. Observing their actions, Boros cursed under his breath before resolutely leading his crew towards Carp's ship, still unwilling to believe that Carp could unleash such terrifying tactics once they drew near. Carp noted that 4 pirate crews had withstood his onslaught, and it seemed these crews possessed a modicum of intelligence, as 3 of them promptly turned their ships around. The sole remaining crew, the one that had effortlessly withstood his attack, continued to charge towards him. Carp bore little concern for the fleeing pirate crews. After all, he had encountered many such insignificant foes before. However, Boros piqued his interest. Based on the earlier encounter, Boros exhibited the capabilities of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user. Should he mature into a formidable force, he would pose a significant threat to the Navy and the world at large. To quell this potential menace before it could flourish, Carp knew he must take matters into his own hands. As he extended his hand, Ming placed a colossal iron chain into Carp's grasp. Upon tightening his hold on the chain, Carp summoned his formidable strength, lifting the entire length of it. Under the weight of his terrifying might, a massive iron ball soared from the depths of the sea, propelled by his control towards Boros's ship. Witnessing this spectacle, Boros's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently command his crew, "Quickly, change the ship's course and flee this place." After issuing his orders, he positioned himself at the bow of the ship, where the 3-headed hellhound emitted a thunderous roar, sending waves of sound crashing towards the iron ball. The sonic waves collided with the iron ball, slowing its descent. Yet it continued its perilous trajectory towards Boros's vessel. In a desperate bid, Boros, transforming into a 3-headed hellhound, leapt from the ship's prow. His front claws struck the enormous iron ball, but the horrifying recoil shattered his bones, sending him crashing back onto his ship. Despite his grievous injuries, his strike slightly altered the iron ball's course, narrowly bypassing his ship and plunging into the sea with a tremendous splash, propelling his vessel away from danger. Observing Boros's successful escape, Ming clenched his fists, wishing fervently for the power of a water spirit, convinced that Boros would not have escaped had he possessed such abilities. Carp furrowed his brow, surprised that even his formidable iron ball attack had failed to detain Boros. Unfortunately, propelled by the waves, Boros's ship had already distanced itself nearly a kilometer from the naval vessel. While pursuit was still possible, it would inevitably hinder the escape of other pirate crews. Weighing his options, Carp swiftly issued a command to pursue a particularly sluggish ship. Upon realizing they were the target of Carp's focus, the pirates aboard that vessel hastily fired cannonballs, attempting to thwart Carp's chase. This time, it was not Carp who intervened. Standing at the ship's bow, Ming observed the incoming cannonballs, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the cannonballs approached within 5 meters, he leapt into the air, drawing his sword with a swift motion. With a flick of his blade, he sheathed it once more, landing back on the ship as the cannonballs detonated in a series of explosions. Through relentless daily training, Ming had reached a pivotal point in his foundational swordsmanship, and it was now time for him to delve into the study of advanced techniques, aspiring to cultivate his own unique sword style. With such proficiency in the art of the sword, dispatching the cannonballs was a trivial task for him. As the second Marine to step forward after Carp, all fleeing pirates would forever remember Ming's visage. The pirate crew that had fired upon him harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ming, believing that had he not intervened, their cannonballs would have struck Carp's ship, significantly slowing his pursuit and granting them a chance to evade the naval vessel. Ming likely never anticipated that a single action of his would incite such animosity. However, even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him greatly. For true naval officers inherently stand opposed to pirates, and inciting the ire of these rogues is merely a natural consequence of their existence. The targeted pirate crew was unwilling to accept this affront and continued to fire their cannons. Yet, regrettably, not a single cannonball found its mark upon the naval vessel. At long last, the naval ship caught up with the pirate crew, and Ming was the first to leap aboard. Once on the pirate ship, his sword transformed into a flurry of lethal strikes, relentlessly assaulting the pirates. Except for the captain of the crew, none were a match for Ming, compelling the captain to order his subordinates to withdraw from the fray. Seizing the opportunity while Ming drew the primary threat, the other naval soldiers surged into action. In the face of their formidable combat prowess, the pirates were swiftly vanquished, each one captured in turn. Upon defeating the pirate captain, Ming found that all other crew members had already been apprehended. Realizing the tide had turned against him, the pirate captain sprinted towards the ship's edge, intent on escaping into the depths below. However, Bogart, who had also arrived on the pirate vessel, would not permit his escape. Utilizing the technique of shave, he dashed to confront the pirate captain, drawing his famed blade and delivering several decisive strikes, rendering the captain incapable of further resistance. With the pirate crew subdued, Carp left a colonel to manage the situation while the remaining forces directed their attention towards the 2 other pirate crews that were unable to flee. After subduing the last 2 crews, Carp and his team celebrated victory over the 8 pirate crews that had ambushed them. With the capture of these 2 crews, the prison aboard Carp's ship was now at full capacity, and Carp received a call from Sengoku. Reluctantly, Carp had to return to the Navy headquarters. As Carp and his crew departed, the severely injured Boros regained consciousness after a lengthy unconsciousness, only to find himself gravely wounded. His animosity towards Carp surpassed that directed at the colonel, as the latter had not inflicted such severe harm upon him. Yet, he understood that his current strength was insufficient to challenge Carp, and he resolved to recuperate and diligently enhance his abilities. When he had the power to defeat Carp, he vowed to personally exact revenge for the grievances of today. Upon their arrival at the Navy headquarters, Carp encountered the leisurely Kazan and called out, "Kazan, come here for a moment." Summoning Kazan, Carp addressed Ming, saying, "Young Ming, shortly I will speak with Sengoku to commend you and elevate your rank. However, for the next few days, you will accompany Kazan. Once I have concluded my affairs, I will seek you out again." Aware that he had no grounds to refuse, Ming nodded in acknowledgement. After Kazan approached, Carp gestured towards Ming, stating, "Kazan, I entrust this young lad to your care for 2 days." As a rather laid-back admiral, Kazan was not particularly enthusiastic about babysitting a junior officer, even if the one entrusting him was Carp, whom he held in the highest regard. Before he could refuse, Carp patted him on the shoulder and departed on his own. With no other option, Aokiji cast a glance at Ming and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He called out to Ming, "Boy, come with me." Having said that, Aokiji made his way directly to the Navy's training base. Unsure of Aokiji's intentions, Ming had no choice but to obediently follow behind. Upon arriving at the training base, Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, instantly captured the attention of many, yet he lowered his head and addressed Ming. "If you wish to accompany me, you must first demonstrate some measure of strength." Realizing that Aokiji intended to test him, Ming directly inquired, "Mr. Kazan, what would you have me do?" Seeing Ming's straightforwardness, Aokiji did not hesitate to respond. "You simply need to defeat 100 soldiers of at least 2nd-class rank, and then you may follow me." As soon as Aokiji made his request, the system promptly activated a task. Ding. Task activated. Defeat 100 soldiers. Task requirements. You must defeat 100 soldiers of at least 2nd-class rank. Task rewards. 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins. Ming was taken aback by the generous rewards associated with this task, which caused his eyes to light up as he had been struggling to amass enough money. Faced with such enticing rewards, he understood that he must complete the task flawlessly. "There's no problem, Mr. Kazan," Ming declared with unwavering confidence. Noticing Ming's self-assurance, Aokiji's lips curled into a slight smile. Although he had great faith in Carp's judgment, he was acutely aware that defeating 100 soldiers was no easy feat. He raised his head and addressed the training instructor who had approached him. "Have all training soldiers cease their drills and inform them that any soldier of 2nd-class rank or higher may challenge this young man beside me. Whoever can defeat him will be allowed to join my ranks, though only 100 spots are available." The training instructor, taken aback by Aokiji's proclamation, glanced at Ming in surprise. As a training officer of the Navy, he was familiar with Ming, having witnessed Carp take him away some time ago. He possessed a fair understanding of Ming's capabilities. According to his recollections, several months prior, Ming's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary 2nd-class soldier. However, Aokiji's promise indicated a significant improvement in Ming's prowess, perhaps even rendering 1st-class soldiers incapable of standing against him. Although he harbored doubts about Ming's remarkable progress, he nonetheless conveyed Aokiji's message to all the training soldiers. Upon receiving this news, the training soldiers erupted with excitement. While they were thrilled at the prospect of such an opportunity, they were also curious about Ming. After all, the fact that Aokiji had made such a promise implied that Ming's strength was indeed formidable. All the soldiers converged toward Aokiji's position. Some were merely 3rd-class soldiers who, despite lacking the chance to challenge Ming, found it immensely beneficial to witness a battle between skilled fighters. Soon, the first challenger, Private Ming, appeared. Upon seeing this individual, Ming was momentarily taken aback, for the soldier was none other than his opponent from the recent recruit assessment, Sok. However, Sok displayed no signs of surprise, with a grin. He remarked, "Kid, the moment I heard the name of my challenger, I knew it was you, so I applied to challenge you right away." Observing Sok's confident demeanor, it was evident that he had assessed his strength based on their previous encounter, perhaps even believing himself to be stronger than before. Clearly, Sok had experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities lately. Otherwise, such confidence would be unwarranted. Regrettably for Sok, he was destined for disappointment. For Ming's current prowess far surpassed that of their prior assessment, a level of strength beyond Sok's imagination. "Then come at me," Ming replied calmly. Seeing Ming's composure, Sok sensed that Ming was no ordinary opponent, yet he remained steadfast in his self-assurance. Without wielding a weapon, Sok propelled himself toward Ming with his legs, launching a fist aimed to decisively end the confrontation. As Sok advanced rapidly, Ming too refrained from using any weapon. Instead, he swung his left fist to meet Sok's head-on. Witnessing Ming's choice of combat style, a smile crept onto Sok's face, believing Ming was overestimating his own abilities. It was worth noting that during this period, Sok had been tirelessly training to enhance his strength, and his power had surged remarkably over the past few months. Bang! When Sok's fist collided with Ming's, the confident expression on Sok's face instantly transformed. It felt as if he had struck not a fist, but a speeding automobile. The overwhelming force sent Sok flying, his arm trembling from the evident damage he had sustained. This spectacle left the assembled Marines in astonishment. They had presumed the towering Sok would hold the advantage in strength. Yet it was he who had been sent reeling. They finally understood the reason behind Qingji's bold promise. Qingji, witnessing Ming's decisive victory over Sok with a single punch, felt a flicker of admiration. Although he did not doubt Ming's ability to defeat Sok, he had not anticipated such a decisive outcome. Realizing he had underestimated the young man Cap had entrusted to him. Chapter 48. Cap's bragging if the powers of the iron fruit were harnessed effectively, Ein would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. As Ein approached within 5 meters of Qingji, he exerted force beneath his feet, transforming into a gleaming block of iron, resembling a colossal bullet as he surged toward Qingji. As Ein charged forth, Qingji maintained his leisurely pace, seemingly unfazed by the battle unfolding around him. Upon reaching Qingji, Ein, incensed by the apparent disdain directed at him, swung his iron fist toward Qingji's heart. Smack! Ein's fist struck the area of Qingji's heart, piercing through as if shattering a block of ice. Before he could even feel joy, Aokiji firmly grasped Ein's arm, emanating an intense chill that soon transformed Ein into a statue of ice. Observing Ein's terrified expression, Aokiji remarked coolly, "This is the power of the 3 admirals you anticipated." The first mate and other combat crew members, witnessing Ein's icy entrapment, rushed forward in a desperate attempt to rescue him. Mihawk and Smoker led a multitude of Marines to obstruct these individuals. However, their strength was formidable. Aside from Mihawk and Smoker, capable of barely restraining 1 or 2 foes, the ordinary Marines were utterly ineffective against the opposition. Noticing this scene, Aokiji plucked a handful of grass from the ground, scattering it into the air with a breath, conjuring an ice blade in his hand. Every daring pirate that attempted to charge forward was swiftly dispatched by Aokiji's deft strikes. None could save Ein. Once the skirmish concluded, the Celestial Dragon, bruised from Ein's previous assault, appeared. Infuriated upon seeing Ein encased in ice, he stormed forward and delivered a vicious kick. Yet, the ice sculpture remained unscathed, while the impact left the Celestial Dragon hopping in pain. Aokiji approached the irate Celestial Dragon, stating, "Esteemed sir, I must take this individual back to the Navy headquarters." The Celestial Dragon, incensed at the prospect of Ein being taken away, leaped up in outrage, pointing accusatorily at Aokiji. "No, this scoundrel belongs to me." Aokiji, observing the Celestial Dragon's theatrics, felt a flicker of displeasure. Were it not for his intervention, capturing this pirate would have been a daunting task for the other Marines. Yet, the audacity of the Celestial Dragon to address him in such a manner was truly galling. Did he genuinely believe that a being of Aokiji's caliber would fear the so-called nobility of the world? As the Celestial Dragon attempted to voice further objections, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming chill, realizing Aokiji's demeanor had darkened, an aura of frost emanating from him. It dawned on the Celestial Dragon the true identity of Aokiji, prompting him to temper his tone, though he still insisted on claiming the pirate. Aokiji shook his head, declaring, "This pirate possesses extraordinary strength. I must take him back to the Navy headquarters. Should you insist on his detainment, you may issue a command from above, and I shall not interfere." The celestial dragon immediately dispatched someone to resolve the matter. Before long, Aokiji's transponder snail rang. Sengoku instructed Aokiji to relinquish Ein to the celestial dragon. Aokiji promptly gestured for his team to depart, leaving behind a cadre of Marines with grim expressions. After all, Aokiji was one of the Navy's 3 paramount forces, yet the celestial dragon spoke to him with such disdain. Mihawk finally comprehended why the celestial dragons were so reviled by the common populace. They held even the strongest of the Navy in utter contempt, as if they truly resided above all others. Unbeknownst to many, the absence of formidable individuals safeguarding their rights, even the celestial dragons possessed their own elite fighters. These world aristocrats, who bask in the fruits of others' labor, could not have maintained such a stable grip on this world for so many years without such strength. Given the chance, Ming genuinely yearns to confront a haughty celestial dragon, for their arrogance is truly irksome. Upon returning to the naval vessel, Aokiji addressed his subordinates. "The sailors, I am aware that everyone harbors discontent towards the actions of the celestial dragons. However, they are the ruling elite of this world, and we must not engage in conflict with them. Do you understand?" The sailors responded with a rustling chorus of acknowledgement. "Understood, Admiral." Aokiji paid little heed to whether his words resonated with his subordinates. They were now departing from the Sabati archipelago, and even if his men secretly cursed the celestial dragons, it mattered not. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Aokiji reported the details of the operation to Sengoku, while Garp, overhearing Ming's performance, wore a broad smile. Sengoku, however, was not concerned with Ming's individual display. His focus lay on the overall conduct and demeanor of the Navy throughout the operation. Satisfied that no issues had arisen, Sengoku sighed in relief, as he was more apprehensive about the potential displeasure of the celestial dragons regarding the Navy's attitude, which could lead to complications. After his report, Aokiji took his leave, prompting Garp to boast to Sengoku. "Sengoku, did you hear that? That kid Ming performed exceptionally. As long as he did well, there's no need for your boasting. The boy's strength is still inadequate. If his growth does not accelerate, I suggest he remain in the training grounds for a few more years. Otherwise, accompanying you to the new world would only hinder you," Sengoku replied directly. "You need not worry about that. I have faith in the boy," Garp chuckled heartily. While Garp and Sengoku deliberated on Ming, he had already arrived at the training grounds for the sailors. Now a petty officer, he was exempt from collective training, allowing him to train alone. However, the intensity of Ming's training drew the attention of the other sailors engaged in group drills. After a brief respite, Smoker arrived at the training area as well. Upon witnessing Ming's dedication, any lingering grievances he had dissipated entirely, as Ming's diligence warranted his right to possess strength superior to others. Smoker chose not to disturb Ming, opting instead to train at a distance. Noticing Smoker training nearby, Ming offered a slight nod of acknowledgement before immersing himself once again in his rigorous practice. It was not until several hours later that Garp arrived to find him, at which point Ming concluded his training. Garp led Ming to his office, smiling as he remarked, "Well done, kid. You did not bring me shame." It is a rare occasion to hear Captain Garp commend him, and a faint smile graced Ming's face. However, he did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he replied, "Mr. Garp, I am well aware that my strength is still insignificant. Furthermore, the opponents I will face in Sabati Archipelago are not the foremost pirates of this realm. Were I to engage with pirates of that caliber, I fear I would not be here conversing with you now." Chapter 49. A significant investment. Upon hearing Ming's words, Garp nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Young Ming, you need not underestimate your worth. Consider this, you have been with the Navy for less than half a year, yet you can already contend with pirates boasting bounties of around 30 million. Your ascent in strength has been remarkably swift. Given more time, you will undoubtedly reach an exceedingly formidable level." In response to Garp's encouraging words, Ming refrained from elaboration, for he understood, thanks to his system, that with ample time and resources, he could ascend to the pinnacle of power in this world, even without the aid of his spirit abilities, let alone with them. Although Ming said little, Garp could discern the glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Contemplating the events 2 months hence, Garp said to Ming, "In 2 months, we shall embark on a patrol of the New World. During this journey, we will traverse the territories of the 4 emperors. Therefore, it is imperative that you bolster your strength. I hope you will dedicate yourself fully to your improvement in these next 2 months." Upon hearing the news of the upcoming expedition to the New World, Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, reflecting on his current level of strength, he realized he was unprepared for such an endeavor. It appeared he would need to make a considerable investment. He declared to Garp, Mr. Carp. I will strive to enhance my abilities. Carp nodded in agreement, stating, I hope that in 2 months you will undergo a transformation and shine brightly in the new world. Receiving Carp's blessing, Ming promptly requested to return for a meal before resuming his training that evening. Once he exited Carp's presence, he opened the system marketplace. In a bid to maximize his strength, he gritted his teeth and expended 100 million to purchase 200 primary physique elixirs, elevating his physique attribute to 400 points, leaving only a few tens of millions of system coins obtained alongside Kazan for emergencies. Subsequently, he allocated all 10 of his free points to his physique, realizing the immense value of these points. Each free point could enhance his physique by 10 points. Thus, the 10 free points resulted in an increase of 100 physique points, bringing his total to a staggering 500 points, finally meeting the initial requirement for his Charmeleon to evolve. Now, all that remained was for him to concentrate on training, enhancing his other physical attributes, which would enable him to evolve Charmeleon into a Charizard. The mere thought of the potential statistics of a Charizard ignited a fervent passion within Ming. He was certain that once he achieved this evolution, the transformation in his strength would be nothing short of monumental. In the ensuing 2 months, Ming relentlessly pushed the boundaries of his potential, supported by ample nourishment and a robust constitution. Remarkably, rather than exhausting himself, he made rapid advancements each day, earning the moniker of Desperate Warrior. His fervent training was nothing short of astonishing, instilling a sense of fear in those who witnessed it. Through such dedicated effort, Ming's strength points surpassed his constitution points, reaching a formidable total of 560. However, he was still 40 points shy of meeting the requirements to wield the Fire Dragon. Yet, he remained unfazed. Given his current pace of improvement, he was confident that it would not take long to fulfill this condition. As for agility and defense, he had already met the necessary standards. Moreover, he had fully mastered the technique of shave, seamlessly integrating it into his combat style. If he were to face pirates worth 20 million, he could dispatch them with a single encounter. In terms of swordsmanship, Ming had ingrained the fundamentals of swordplay into his very being. Discovering a unique technique of his own was merely a matter of time. Once the opportunity arose, he was absolutely confident in his ability to master it, demonstrating the solidity of his foundation. As Carp observed the transformation of the once innocent Ming after 2 months, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With a smile, he remarked, Young Ming, I now look forward to seeing whether you can shine brightly in the new world. With that, Carp boarded the Navy's ship, followed closely by Ming, whose demeanor remained calm. He understood that while it might be unrealistic for him to achieve great renown, making his presence known to the inhabitants of the new world was certainly within reach. Once the Navy ship departed from the naval headquarters, Ming engaged in conversation with fellow sailors whom he had not spoken to in quite some time. To his surprise, their discussion revealed matters of significant concern. It came to light that Iron Man Ain, previously captured by Admiral Aokiji, had escaped from the Celestial Dragons and had killed the one who enslaved him. Now, Ain had fled to the New World, and although the Celestial Dragons were furious, the vastness of the New World made locating him exceedingly difficult. What particularly caught Ming's attention was Ain's ominous declaration upon his escape. He vowed to seek revenge against Aokiji and the sailors under his command once he regained his strength. Ming had been present during that fateful day, and having dispatched a number of pirates himself, he feared he had likely made it onto Ain's list of targets. However, as he remained aboard Carp's Navy ship, he felt assured that Ain would not dare to act recklessly, believing that as long as he remained vigilant, he would not encounter Ain's wrath in the New World. As Carp and his crew departed the naval headquarters, news of his inspection began to spread among the many pirates in the New World. Some pirate crews, which had once narrowly escaped capture at Carp's hands, began to prepare themselves. While they had no desire to confront Carp directly, they were more than willing to create trouble for him. Upon receiving this intelligence, the 4 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, prepared to confront Carp, while Shanks and Whitebeard opted to observe from the sidelines. They were acutely aware of Carp's formidable stature. To provoke him would entail consequences that few could endure. The already tumultuous New World grew increasingly chaotic with Carp's intervention, and figures lurking in the shadows began to stir restlessly. Utilizing the route through the Holy Land of Mariehua, Carp and his company finally arrived in the New World. They circumvented Fishman Island, thus avoiding the myriad dangers of the ocean floor. However, they had scarcely navigated the waters of the New World for 2 hours before they experienced firsthand its terrifying nature. In such a brief span, they encountered 4 or 5 distinct weather changes. The climate here was capricious, far more daunting than the earlier, more idyllic paradise. It was no wonder that the pirates who roamed these waters were of exceptional strength. As Ming reflected on the volatile weather, He did not linger long in contemplation. He was determined to hone himself swiftly to meet the conditions necessary to wield his fire dragon. Soon, the lookout troops signaled an alert, revealing the presence of several pirate ships less than a kilometer from the naval vessel. Chapter 50. The D-Carbon Brothers. Realizing that his inaugural battle in the New World was imminent, Ming pondered the identity of the pirate crew they would soon confront. Upon discerning the emblem of the leading pirate ship, he felt a sense of familiarity. The insignia depicted crossed bones piercing through skulls. The flags of the other pirate crews held no such recognition, yet the sheer number of adversaries indicated a challenging confrontation ahead. Upon spotting the naval vessel, the pirates speculated that it belonged to the recently renowned Carp. Given Carp's legendary reputation, they initially contemplated retreat. However, upon observing that he commanded merely a single ship, their fear dissipated. They believed that even if they could not defeat the fabled marine Carp, their combined strength would enable them to escape his grasp. As the two parties drew within 10 meters of one another, long wooden planks were hastily laid across the gap, and two figures of modest stature swiftly approached. Once they landed aboard the naval vessel, Ming recognized the familiar faces and understood why the pirate emblem had seemed known to him. They were the D-Carbon brothers, destined to be captured by Ace and subsequently join the Whitebeard pirates. As the two brothers, adorned in yellow-clawed gloves, made their entrance, the one on the left spoke first. Indeed, this is Carp's ship. The one on the right nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, it is Carp's ship. Ming could not help but wince at their banter. Just as in the anime, these siblings had a penchant for echoing each other's words. To escape their incessant chatter, Ming charged at them, drawing his sword in a swift motion, and aimed a decisive strike towards the two. Upon encountering the young marine named Ming, who dared to challenge them, the two individuals effortlessly took a step back, their lips curling into derisive laughter, completely dismissing Ming's presence. They had approached Captain Carp's naval vessel to witness the legendary Marines, but they held no interest in the impetuous youth before them. After evading Ming's swift strike, the D-Carbon brothers charged toward him, one on each side, simultaneously launching their assault. Observing their clawed gloves approaching, Ming swiftly swung his cutlass, delivering a strike towards each of them. He understood that as long as they lacked the mastery of hockey, their gloves would inevitably succumb to the blade's edge. A piercing sound reverberated as his cutlass struck their gloves, leaving no discernible mark. Ming realized that the palms of their gloves were forged from iron. Noticing the mocking expressions on the D-Carbon brothers' faces, coupled with their movements of the other hand, Ming quickly retreated. With a swift motion, the two clawed gloves swiped at the spot he had just vacated. Had his reflexes been any slower, he would have borne the scars of their attack. The brothers, frustrated by Ming's evasion, wore expressions of indignation. They were unwilling to squander more time on him. Their demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, their movements becoming increasingly agile and explosive. As Ming continued to retreat, he opted to harness the power of the little fire dragon. From their earlier skirmish, it was evident that the seemingly unremarkable D-Carbon brothers possessed strength that surpassed his own considerably. Even with the augmentation from the little fire dragon's power, it was unlikely he could rival them. However, the true advantage bestowed by this power lay not in physical enhancement, but in the myriad of formidable skills it granted him. He believed that with the aid of the little fire dragon's abilities, he stood a chance of matching these two adversaries. As Ming transformed, the D-Carbon brothers finally exhibited a flicker of interest in him. Their brief encounter had revealed that, although Ming's physical prowess was inferior to theirs, he was undeniably exceptional for his age. Coupled with abilities reminiscent of a devil fruit, engaging with him promised to be an intriguing spectacle. Their teamwork was impeccable, one attacking from above while the other struck from below, executing kicks and grabs with seamless coordination, even within the confines of close quarters. Ming wielded his cutlass with his right hand while utilizing skills with his left, exchanging blows with the D-Carbon brothers at a rapid pace. Had he not been accustomed to battling masters like Bogart daily, he would have found it nearly impossible to withstand the brothers' relentless onslaught. Although he was continuously retreating, the pirates familiar with the D-Carbon brothers watched in astonishment. It was common knowledge that, given their strength, even a brigadier from the Navy headquarters would struggle to endure against them. Only those of the rank of major and above could hope to contend. However, judging by Ming's age and attire, he appeared to be merely a low-ranking Marine. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable Marine accomplished feats that many higher-ranking officers could not achieve. With an intense focus, Ming seemed to deflect all attacks, yet he was acutely aware that any lapse in concentration would lead to his downfall. He knew he could not persist indefinitely and had to devise a strategy to create some distance. The D-Carbon brothers also grasped this reality. Their attitude towards Ming had shifted. as they had not anticipated his formidable prowess. Even if he was merely holding on at present, it was an extraordinary feat. To prevent the emergence of yet another troublesome marine in the pirate world, they were determined to seize this opportunity to incapacitate Ming. Just as this thought crossed the Dicablin brothers' minds, a voice suddenly resonated within Ming's consciousness. Beep. Host has triggered a mission. Protect yourself. Mission requirements. The Dicablin brothers intend to incapacitate the host. The host must safely escape from their clutches while also continuing to obstruct their advance. Mission rewards. The host will receive 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins. Upon hearing the system's announcement of a new mission, Ming's eyes turned cold. He had not expected that merely displaying such power would provoke the Dicablin brothers to seek his demise. Feeling a surge of anger, he exerted force through his legs and retreated swiftly. Observing Ming's retreat, the Dicablin brothers hastily pursued him. Having resolved to incapacitate him, they could not allow him to escape. As Ming fell back, he opened his mouth, channeling a terrifying flame power within. When the Dicablin brothers closed in, he unleashed a torrent of flames, shooting a pillar of fire directly towards them. Confronted with this sudden fiery assault, the seasoned Dicablin brothers maintained their composure. Each swiftly maneuvered towards one another, their palms colliding before propelling themselves apart, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Chapter 51. The Lottery. BB Bird having evaded Ming's fiery breath. The Dicablin brothers landed and immediately charged back towards him without a moment's hesitation. Faced with their rapid counterattack, Ming had little time to employ other powerful skills. Instinctively, he resorted to a cleaving technique, his left palm once again enveloped in radiant light. He slashed with his right hand towards the right and shielded with his left. The Dicablin brothers each used one hand to block Ming's attack while striking at him with the other. With a resounding smack, Ming was struck violently in the chest. Sent flying by the combined force of the Dicablin brothers, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of his grievous injury. However, at that moment, Ming had no time to dwell on his wounds, for the Dicablin brothers charged at him once more. He opened his mouth and opted for a new technique he had never employed before, the flame vortex. The terrifying power of flames coalesced in Ming's mouth as he unleashed it upon the advancing Dicablin brothers. The dread fire spiraled forth, its radius expanding exponentially, ensnaring even the positions from which the Dicablin brothers had sought refuge. Realizing that Ming's fiery assault was not merely a jet of flames, but rather a vortex, they shouted in unison. Their clawed gloves transformed into a hue of black iron, and with swift motions, they grasped at the flames of the vortex, tearing it apart and neutralizing such a potent attack. Ming, with his left hand pressed against his injury, observed this scene. Fully aware that relying on the power of his little fire dragon to accomplish his task was increasingly implausible. The Dicablin brothers had mastered the art of armament hockey, and his current level of flame power was insufficient to inflict harm on those who wielded such mastery. If he could evolve the power of the little fire dragon into that of a fire dinosaur, perhaps he could pose a challenge to the Dicablin brothers at this stage. However, his physical condition did not meet the minimum requirements for utilizing the power of a fire dinosaur. With this route to evolution proving futile, Ming was left with but one option: to gamble on the opportunity to draw from his untapped spirit power. Regardless, he could only place his hopes on this chance, having long contemplated the explanations he would offer should he wield a new spirit power. After all, the capabilities of devil fruits were bizarre and diverse, leaving no one able to ascertain the nature of his own abilities. Resolute, Ming summoned the opportunity to use his spirit power. A mist-laden grand wheel materialized in his vision, spinning rapidly until it came to a halt, the system's voice announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spirit power of Pidgeotto. Would you like to use Pidgeotto's power immediately?" Ming was taken aback to find himself having drawn the evolved form of Pidgeotto. It was noteworthy that Pidgeotto, in terms of evolution, was on par with the fire dinosaur, meaning the power it bestowed was of a similar caliber. However, considering the physical requirements associated with the fire dinosaur, he worried that Pidgeotto might impose similar demands. Yet, at this moment, he had little choice. As the Dicablin brothers charged toward him, Ming leapt into the air, mentally declaring, "Activate Pidgeotto's power." Upon confirming his use of Pidgeotto's strength, he did not receive any system notification regarding insufficient physical capability. Rather, a rich brown energy surged from within his little fire dragon form, enveloping him completely. Soon, a striking bird with 3 clusters of pink feathers atop its head and a brown body emerged. Curiously, this bird appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking corporeality. The onlookers were left astonished as they witnessed Ming's transformation from little fire dragon into this magnificent bird, its wingspan stretching 3 meters wide. Even the well-versed Carp had never encountered such a remarkable ability of a devil fruit. Typically, the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits merely allow the user to transform between animal and hybrid forms. It is inconceivable for one to transform from a dragon into a bird. Although the DeKalban brothers were astonished by this unprecedented change, it mattered little to them. No matter how many transformations Ming displayed, it would not alter their fate. With all their might, they leapt into the air like rockets, propelling themselves towards Ming, who had taken on the form of a BB bird. At that moment, Ming wore a joyful expression, for he had successfully transformed into a BB bird, indicating that his physical prowess could harness the bird's strength. As he observed the approach of the DeKalban brothers, he flapped his wings, soaring to a greater height, rendering their leap insufficient. Ming then accessed the data of the BB bird, Spirit, BB bird, Initial State, Strength, 300 Defense, 200 Agility, 280 Proficiency, 0-10 Skills. Impact, Sandblast. Wind Generation, a spirit with excellent growth potential. Upon reviewing the data, Ming understood why he could wield the power of the BB bird. It was due to its initial state. However, the system indicated that even in its initial form, a minimum of 200 vitality points was required to barely control it. This made it clear that mastering the initial state of the BB bird necessitated considerable physical capability. Enhanced by the BB bird's initial state, Ming's strength had surged to over 80 times that of an average adult, although he was still inferior to the DeKalban brothers, with the aid of his skills. Inflicting damage upon them was no longer an impossible feat. As the DeKalban brothers descended from the air, Ming flapped his wings and chose the skill Impact. Transforming into a BB bird, he tucked in his wings and hurtled towards one of the brothers like a speeding arrow. With the DeKalban brothers suspended in midair and lacking any means to brace themselves, they had no choice but to endure Ming's assault. The brother targeted by Ming fortified his claws with haki, raising them defensively before him. Ming's beak glowed with a white radiance and struck fiercely against the brother's claws. Without any leverage, the impact sent him hurtling away, crashing onto the deck of the Navy ship. Ming did not linger on him, having executed one strike. He swiftly employed Impact again, sending the other brother crashing down onto the deck as well. Witnessing Ming's triumph over the DeKalban brothers, some sailors cheered him on. For the brothers were quite renowned in the New World, regarded as formidable contenders among the newly emerged pirates. Yet, despite his success in downing the DeKalban brothers, Ming felt no elation, for he understood that such attacks would hardly inflict significant damage upon them. Indeed, it was not long before two figures emerged from the place where the Dicardban brothers had crashed in. Apart from being somewhat dusty and disheveled, they had sustained little harm. Chapter 52. Repelling the Dicardban brothers. However, for the Dicardban brothers, being so thoroughly outmatched by a young marine like Ming was a profound humiliation. If they could not defeat or even severely injure Ming, their dignity would remain irreparably tarnished. The two of them crouched down simultaneously, evidently preparing to leap with all their strength. Observing their intentions, Ming fixed his gaze intently upon their movements. As the Dicardban brothers began to spring upwards, he unhesitatingly employed his skill, Wind Surge. The moment the skill was activated, Ming felt an increase in the resistance against his wings, accompanied by a tumultuous gale. The brothers, caught in the throes of this tempest, found their jump significantly diminished, and soon they plummeted back to the ground, unable to advance further. It was only once Ming ceased the wind surge that the resistance upon the Dicardban brothers dissipated, allowing them to move normally once more. As they gazed up at Ming soaring through the sky, a flicker of seriousness crossed their eyes. Although Ming's current strength was insufficient to inflict harm upon them, his transformation into a bird-like figure now posed an effective hindrance. Unless they possessed aerial capabilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to reach Ming or thwart his interference. Exchanging a glance, they resolved to make one final attempt. If they still could not reach him, they would have no choice but to retreat. Upon seeing the Dicardban brothers charge forward again, Ming understood that their target remained him. After all, he had already become an obstacle to them, and if they could not eliminate him, their offensive would be severely compromised. Ming immediately ascended to a greater height. Having conceived a promising attack combination stemming from the wind surge, which he was eager to test. Noticing Ming elevate, the Dicardban brothers suddenly hesitated. They harnessed the inertia from their run to propel themselves upward in a powerful leap. They surged towards Ming, confident that, provided they faced no further disruptions, they would reach his altitude. Alas, Ming had anticipated their approach and once more activated Wind Surge, conjuring a tempest that caused the Dicardban brothers to descend yet again just as they neared him. At this juncture, Ming promptly ceased the wind surge and shifted to his impact skill. Transforming into a swift arrow, he charged towards one of the Dicardban brothers. With no recourse, they had to endure Ming's onslaught, becoming unwilling targets once more. Following 2 successive uses of impact, the Dicardban brothers crashed onto the deck, just as they had before. Witnessing the remarkable efficacy of his skill combinations, he realized that a new window had opened on his path of combat, and with the right synergy, his prowess could ascend even further. The only lingering regret was that certain abilities of the BB bird remained inaccessible. Otherwise, he was confident that the skill combinations swirling in his mind would surely suffice to challenge the Dicalban brothers. As myriad thoughts flickered in Ming's mind, the Dicalban brothers sprang from the spot where they had fallen. This time, rather than charging towards Ming or Carp, they turned and rushed back to their pirate ship. Observing the retreat of the Dicalban brothers, the other pirates engaged in battle with the Marines hastily followed suit. A cold glimmer flickered in Ming's eyes at this sight. How could these pirates treat them with such disdain, coming and going at their whim? Transformed into the BB bird, he soared towards the Dicalban brothers' vessel, intent on conjuring a gust of wind to thwart their escape. However, at that moment, the pirates aboard the Dicalban brothers' ship raised their weapons and opened fire upon him. With no other recourse, Ming ascended to evade the bullets, while the Dicalban brothers began to climb the main mast, seemingly intending to use it as a perch from which to launch an assault on him. Understanding their intent, Ming opted to distance himself from their ship. Carp, pointing at the pirate vessel, bellowed at Ming, "You need to prevent that pirate ship from escaping." Upon hearing Carp's command, Ming swiftly flew towards the indicated ship, and the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of self-protection. You will receive 3,000 experience points and 30 million system coins." The completion of the task stirred little emotion in Ming. After all, he had secured a strategic advantage in the skies, ensuring he could fulfill the system's requirements. Approaching the pirate ship, he maintained a safe altitude and distance to avoid gunfire. He then activated his skill to summon the wind, altering its direction to prevent the vessel from departing, compelling it ever closer to the naval ship. As the distance closed, the Marines aboard began to surge towards the pirate ship. Realizing they had no avenue for retreat, the besieged pirates could only muster their utmost to fight back. At this juncture, Ming initiated a dive, harnessing his physical strength and defenses to strike at the pirates with his wings. The force of his descent was tremendous, sending those struck by his wings crashing to the ground, swiftly subdued by the other Marines. With Ming's assistance, it wasn't long before only the captain of the pirate crew remained, struggling in vain. Hovering above, Ming seized the moment, executing a decisive strike that sent the captain hurtling away before a naval officer seized the opportunity to subdue him. Thus, the pirate crew was entirely vanquished. The Dicalban brothers observed the unfolding events from a distance. Although they were eager to rush in and rescue their allies, the presence of Mihawk and Carp, along with other equally formidable Marines, compelled them to make the judicious decision to retreat. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of Carp's precarious situation, prompting them to promptly relay Carp's location and share detailed information about Mihawk to prevent other pirates from suffering the same fate. Consequently, numerous pirates turned their attention to this maritime area, with Mihawk, who had been specifically mentioned, entering their line of sight. However, to these marauders traversing the New World, Mihawk was merely an individual endowed with a unique devil fruit ability, whose combat prowess seemed insignificant in their eyes. Their focus lay squarely on the legendary Marine, Carp. After the battle concluded, Mihawk returned to the Navy ship, reverting to his human form. Upon his return, Carp immediately summoned him to his office. Chapter 54. An old acquaintance strikes. Logically speaking, any pirate crew bold enough to act in such a manner must possess considerable strength. In the context of the New World, only a handful of crews could exhibit such audacity and might. The 4 emperors were undoubtedly the primary suspects. However, based on Carp's insights into their characters, Whitebeard and Shanks would never engage in such provocations, as they were not the types to instigate conflict without cause. As for Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, while known for her capricious behavior driven by a craving for sweets, there seemed to be nothing within the 5th Division to capture her interest, thus rendering her unlikely as well. Ultimately, Kaido emerged as the chief suspect. This individual perpetually sought to incite chaos and was inherently restless. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the other 3 Sea Emperors, the world would likely have already been plunged into turmoil by Kaido's machinations. Yet, Kaido was not one to employ elaborate subterfuge. An overt assault on a marine base would require no concealment of his identity, leaving Mihawk uncertain if Kaido was indeed behind the attack. If not Kaido, Few other pirate crews in the New World possessed the capacity to undertake such actions. The Don Quixote family might wield significant power, but the efficacy of such actions was questionable. Was it merely to expedite Virgo's ascension within the ranks to become a leader of the 5th Division? This seemed plausible, yet the risks involved were considerable. Given Doflamingo's character, he might be reluctant to engage in such reckless gambits. As for other pirate factions, Mihawk's understanding was insufficient to ascertain whether they were implicated. His mind, beset by these thoughts, furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, Carp spoke up, asserting, "We must make every effort to reach the 5th Division. I believe that, given their strength, they should be able to hold out until we arrive." Pausing, Carp prepared to assign tasks to each officer, resolutely stating that should he encounter those pirates, he would ensure none would escape unscathed. At that moment, a knock echoed through the conference room. "Come in," Carp bellowed, perplexed as to what could possibly prompt one of his subordinates to interrupt the meeting. Upon receiving Carp's command, the door swung open to reveal a Marine with a slightly grave expression. Standing upright, he reported, "Report to Vice Admiral Carp. A significant number of suspicious vessels have been spotted 2 kilometers away. According to reconnaissance, they are all pirate ships." Upon hearing this report, Carp raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that, in his current state of agitation, any pirate would dare to confront him. Rising to his feet, Carp sneered, "Let us go and see which pirate crew possesses such audacity to trouble us at this moment." With that, he strode toward the conference room door. All the naval officers present stood up, their eyes filled with a steely resolve, and they followed Carp with a palpable aura of menace. The Marines aboard the ship were initially unaware of the unfolding situation, but upon witnessing the intimidating demeanor of their superiors, they began to mourn for the pirate crews. Carp took a telescope from one of the Marines, directing his gaze toward the location where the reconnaissance had detected the pirate crews. As he discerned the flags of the pirate ships, a realization dawned upon him. These were all familiar foes. As Carp peered through the telescope, he could not help but voice the names of the pirate crews: the Hina pirate crew, the Yucca pirate crew, and the rampaging Bull pirate crew. The seasoned veterans aboard Carp's ship immediately recognized these names, realizing they were the very crews that had been relentlessly pursued by Carp in the New World, nearly leading to their complete annihilation. It was no wonder that upon learning of Carp's presence in these waters, the pirate crews hastened to arrive. Ming, upon hearing this information from the veterans, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Truly, Carp was a legendary Marine, with adversaries that hailed from the New World. However, Ming felt no trepidation. His recent intensive training had maxed out his proficiency with the BB bird. He was also aware of the requirements for advancing the BB bird to an intermediate state, with his physique points reaching the requisite 350. Along with meeting the other physical standards, Ming did not hesitate to elevate the BB bird to its intermediate state. The resulting data from the BB bird's advancement dazzled Ming's eyes. Spirit, BB bird, intermediate state, strength, 600 defense, 400 agility, 560 proficiency, 0-10 skills, strike, sand splash, wind rise, lightning flash, blow away, tornado, a spirit with good growth potential. In terms of strength, the intermediate state of BB Bird has surpassed its original strength metrics. And at this juncture, BB Bird has also acquired 3 additional skills, including the one that Ming desires most. He can vividly imagine the scenarios his pirate crew will encounter when faced with these foes. Now that the pirates have arrived, it is the perfect opportunity to test his mettle. As the pirates approached within a kilometer of the naval ship, Ming addressed Carp. "Mr. Carp, I shall confront these pirates first." Carp furrowed his brow, aware that many among these pirates were his old adversaries, which caused him some concern for Ming's safety. However, considering the strength of Ming's BB bird, he believed that as long as Ming exercised caution, he would be fine. After a moment's contemplation, Carp nodded at Ming, saying, "Young Ming, I can permit you to engage with these ruffians, but you must ensure your safety." "Understood, Mr. Carp," Ming replied, nodding. No sooner had he spoken than he began to sprint. Upon reaching the edge of the deck, he leaped into the air, propelling himself from the naval vessel. As he soared from the ship, Ming called upon the power of BB Bird within his mind. A surge of brown energy enveloped him, and the form of BB Bird materialized completely. With a powerful flap of his wings, he commenced his flight towards the pirate ship. The pirates, recognizing Ming transformed into BB Bird, were already informed of his identity. The captains of the pirate crews immediately commanded their sharpshooters to the forefront to attack Ming as he drew near. Transformed into BB Bird, Ming possessed an extraordinary vision, capable of discerning objects a kilometer away, thus observing the pirates' every reaction. Had he still been in the primary state of BB Bird, Ming would have likely opted to retreat. However, With the elevation to intermediate status, the pirates were now at a disadvantage. As he neared the pirate ship, coming within 100 meters, Ming proclaimed to the pirate crews, "If you wise up, you will vacate this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Chapter 55. Sea Tornado. Faced with a mere seaman like Ming, who was not even a lieutenant commander, the captains of the pirate crews laughed at the threat. If they were bold enough to seek revenge against Carp, they certainly had no fear of him. They dismissed the notion of being intimidated by a legendary naval figure like Carp, let alone a relatively obscure seaman like Ming. Ming had anticipated this very reaction from them. He merely shouted to gauge their response. If they chose to withdraw, it would save them all time, allowing them to proceed directly to Division 5. However, since the pirates were unwilling to leave, he would relish the opportunity to showcase his upcoming skills. As Ming prepared to employ his newly acquired skills, Yuka, the captain of the Yuka pirate crew, sensed an unsettling premonition. Without hesitation, he raised his long gun and fired a shot towards Ming, who was some distance away. This instinctive feeling, which had saved his life countless times before, led him to believe that Ming's next actions would usher in considerable peril. The gunshot startled Ming, causing his heart to skip a beat. Though he was unaware of the exact circumstances, he instinctively took to the skies. Just moments after ascending, he noticed a bullet traveling over 500 meters, its lethal force unwavering as it passed through the very spot he had just occupied. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have surely been struck. Casting aside any lingering fear, Ming focused intently on the direction from which the bullet had come, quickly identifying the smoking muzzle of Yuka's gun. It was no wonder that Carp had advised him to exercise caution. A marksman capable of such long-range precision posed a grave threat to his life. Determined not to give Yuka the opportunity to disrupt him, Ming resolved to unleash his skill, the tornado. He vigorously flapped his wings, generating a tempestuous whirlwind that soon coalesced into a small tornado with a diameter of 5 meters. As this tornado descended upon the sea, it drew in water, transforming into a magnificent waterspout that not only enhanced its aesthetic allure, but also multiplied its power manifold. Under Ming's command, the waterspout advanced towards the pirate ship, visibly growing in size as it approached. The sight of Ming conjuring a tornado and further evolving it into a waterspout left the pirate crew in shock, while the naval forces could not help but gape in astonishment. In the New World, the most troublesome adversary was not the Navy or the pirates, nor the terrifying creatures lurking beneath the waves, but rather the unpredictable weather. Without a keen understanding of meteorological changes, navigating the New World was perilous. Merely surviving was a commendable feat now. Within Ming's arsenal of attacks, a phenomenon feared by all mariners, the tornado, had emerged. Although tornadoes are not invincible, they have been the downfall of many pirate crews. Only the most formidable warriors in these waters could hope to dispel such a tempest. The look of concern on Carp's face dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. Witnessing Ming wield such formidable power, he believed that even if they could not vanquish all the pirate crews, it would be sufficient to bring them to their knees. Upon seeing the waterspout, Yuka finally comprehended the source of his unease. However, he was now powerless to avert the impending crisis, relying solely on the older members of the other pirate crews. Escaping from a threat that was merely 500 meters away seemed almost impossible. The expressions of the other pirate captains turned grave as they beheld the encroaching waterspout, while their crews, gripped by terror, were no longer a concern. The reality was stark. Should they fail to neutralize the looming waterspout, it was uncertain how many among them would survive. Captain Hana of the Hana pirate crew stood at the forefront, gripping the blade at his waist, his body slightly inclined forward, poised to draw his sword. In contrast, Captain Kuan Yo of the Kuan Yo pirate crew let out a low growl. His physique swelling as thick, bristly fur enveloped him, and two formidable, curved horns emerged on either side of his head. He clenched his fists, clearly ready to strike at any moment. The third captain preparing to engage was the dual-wielding Gak, a tall and lean middle-aged man who appeared quite ordinary. However, when he unsheathed his twin blades, a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the pirates aboard his ship to instinctively retreat. As these three captains readied themselves, the sea vortex loomed less than 200 meters away. By the time they were fully prepared, the vortex had drawn near, expanding to a diameter of nearly 8 meters. The fierce winds generated by the colossal vortex stung the faces of all nearby pirates. Hana and Gak exchanged a glance, and with a leap from their respective ships, they soared toward the vortex. Hana unleashed a powerful strike with his long-awaited blade, directing a formidable slash toward the heart of the vortex. Gak, in turn, swung his dual blades, crossing them to deliver a forked slash aimed at the same central point. The two strikes collided at the same location, generating an overwhelming force that carved a small breach in the vortex's core. At that moment, as Hana and Gak executed their attacks, Kuan Yin leaped with great force, his towering form hurtling toward the vortex, his fist enveloped in armament hockey, prepared to smash into the newly formed gap. Judging the strength of his own blow, Kuan Yin believed that if he could land this punch on the vortex, it would surely be cleaved in two, resulting in its imminent disappearance. However, as Hana and Gak descended, they became aware of a disconcerting development. Ming had stealthily approached their pirate cruise, utilizing the vortex as cover. Upon recognizing that the vortex was on the verge of being neutralized, Ming did not hesitate to charge toward Kuan Yin, intent on launching an attack. Kuan Yin, fully engaged in his assault on the vortex, quickly grasped this precarious situation. Yet, if he were to retract his punch now, the opportunity created by Hana and Gak would be squandered, and he would undoubtedly be swept away by the approaching vortex. Conversely, neglecting Ming's advance would likely result in severe injury. After weighing the risks, Kuan Yin resolved to persist with his assault on the vortex, entrusting his safety to the allied pirate captains. These allied captains did not disappoint him. Yuka, the first to react, raised his gun and aimed at Ming, firing a shot. The other captains swiftly followed suit, directing their fire at Ming. Anticipating such an eventuality, Ming activated a new skill, a flash of lightning illuminating the scene. In a sudden burst of movement, Ming soared through the air, resembling a streak of lightning as he swiftly evaded gunfire and darted towards Fok. Chapter 56, Eruption of Fury. When Ming was less than 5 meters away from Fok, he immediately opted to employ his skill, transforming into a swift bird-like creature and hurtling toward Fok at an incredible speed. Fok, taken aback by Ming's ability to evade all gunfire at such a close range, was momentarily distracted, for his fist had just collided with the gap in the sea dragon's vortex. The formidable force accompanying his punch impacted the vortex, while the vortex's own tearing power assailed him in return. At this moment, Ming had already reached Fok's rear, and as he executed his assault, his beak was engulfed in a radiant white light. When his beak struck Fok, it felt as though he had collided with an iron block, yet he understood the cause. Recognizing that Fok had diverted a portion of his focus to utilize armament hockey for defense. Nevertheless, for Ming, the most terrifying aspect of his impact was not the sharpness of his beak, but rather the overwhelming force that accompanied the skill. Especially as all the momentum converged upon the point of contact with Fok's body, the impact's potency was magnified several-fold. Although Fok's skin bore no visible wounds from the blow, the immense force wreaked havoc internally, resulting in severe internal injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. More critically, due to Ming's assault, Fok was thrust into the sea dragon's vortex. As a user of a devil fruit, the gravest fear was to plunge into the ocean without timely rescue. A devil fruit user could easily drown. Ensnared within the vortex, Fok's precise descent became indiscernible, meaning he was likely to meet his demise. In stark contrast, after colliding with Fok, Ming harnessed the recoil to escape the vortex's pull, propelling himself away from the pirate ship. Though the alliance of pirates was not particularly close-knit, none wished to share Fok's fate, prompting all captains to command their crews to fire upon Ming with full force. Among them, the most formidable sniper, Yuka, fired 3 consecutive shots. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Ming swiftly activated his skill, Flash of Lightning, maneuvering through the air with lightning speed and agility. Having evaded Yuka's most lethal bullets, he faced a barrage of projectiles. Ming then unleashed his third new skill, Gale Blast. The powerful gusts of wind generated by his flapping wings surged toward the incoming bullets. Under the influence of the fierce wind, the bullets, which had initially traveled in a straight line, were violently disrupted. Not only did their trajectory become distorted, but their speed was also significantly hampered. Ultimately, these ordinary bullets, fired from conventional firearms, could not reach Ming, as they were halted by the tempestuous winds and fell into the sea, all witnessed by the bewildered pirates. This scene instilled a profound sense of helplessness in the ordinary pirates. For these common marauders, their most potent means of attack was, in truth, firearms. However, under Ming's skill of propulsion, conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective. Observing this spectacle, several pirate captains resorted to unleashing their most formidable ranged attacks. As slashes and bullets hurtled toward him, Ming chose not to linger any longer. He swiftly unfurled his wings, distancing himself from the pirate vessel. At that moment, the sound of his transponder snail resonated, and Ming understood it to be Carp's summons for his return. Casting a glance at the nearby pirate ship, He then turned and soared back to the naval vessel, now less than a kilometer away. Upon landing on the naval ship, Ming reverted to his human form. The eyes of the soldiers, save for the numerous high-ranking officers aboard, were filled with awe as they regarded him. For now, Ming had ascended to a level beyond theirs. Relying solely on the might of his formidable bird, he could carve out a place for himself in these vast, tumultuous seas. Carp regarded Ming with a broad smile, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done, young man. You've swiftly developed such a fearsome technique with your new form." Understanding Carp's sentiment, Ming refrained from offering an explanation and instead gently inquired, "Mr. Carp, why not allow me to conjure a few more tornadoes to take care of these pirates?" "There's no need for that. Just look at the situation over there," Carp replied, gesturing toward the pirate ships. It was then that Ming realized his sea tornado had already traversed the area occupied by the pirate crews. Although the tornado had suffered considerable weakening, it had still left 2 ships half destroyed in its wake. The other pirate vessels, which had not faced the brunt of the assault, were now tossed about, lacking the formidable presence they once held. Yet they still retained a considerable degree of combat capability. "And so what?" Ming retorted. "You can't expect to unleash all your fury alone while we remain stifled." Carp responded with a hint of irritation. Upon hearing his words, Ming found himself at a loss for further comment. He merely nodded and quietly positioned himself at the back, leaving the ensuing matters to the still furious officers. Carp, as the second to unleash his wrath, executed a barrage of his famed Fist of the Meteor, reducing all pirate crews to mere rubble. Despite the skills possessed by many of these marauders, they were unable to withstand Carp's relentless assault. As the naval vessel approached the pirate ships, Bogart led a number of officers into action, each one charging toward the members of the pirate crews. Witnessing the fierce demeanor of their commanders, the soldiers who initially contemplated rushing to assist halted in their tracks, awaiting the opportunity to apprehend the pirates after their leaders had dealt a crippling blow. The entire process was akin to a relentless advance, as the officers aboard Carp's ship were seasoned warriors. However, they encountered significant challenges when faced with the pirate captains. The sniper Yuka's weapon posed considerable trouble for the officers, but fortunately, most of them had awakened their haki, allowing them to evade the bullets. The swordsman Hana found himself entangled with a rear admiral from Carp's ship, while Bogart faced off against the dual-wielding Gak. Carp's performance was the most striking on the battlefield. The remaining pirate captains fell before him with a single punch, unable to retaliate. After dispatching so many pirate leaders, Carp seemed unsatisfied. Upon locking onto Gak as his next target, Bogart appeared to sense Carp's intent and unleashed his full power, showcasing his exquisite swordsmanship. His blade sliced through Gak's dual weapons, leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound on Gak's body. Witnessing this, Carp directed his charge toward Hana. The rear admiral, upon seeing Carp approach, willingly relinquished the battlefield to him, acknowledging that he lacked the strength to contend with Hana as Bogart did. Chapter 57. The devastated 5 units. When Hana realized his opponent was Carp, his expression soured significantly. As a former subordinate defeated by Carp, he was acutely aware of Carp's formidable strength. He believed that if a few pirate captains could confront Carp simultaneously, he might stand a chance. However, facing Carp alone, the outcome was all but predetermined. Yet, he was unwilling to surrender without a fight, regardless of the eventual result. He was determined to make an effort. Hana swung his blade toward Carp, executing a strike that was swift and fierce, undoubtedly one of his peak moves. He even dared to think that Carp might sustain an injury from it. Alas, the scenario he envisioned did not materialize, as Carp remained unscathed. In response to Hana's strike, Carp simply swung his fist, enveloped in haki, and met the blade with a powerful punch, effortlessly deflecting it. With a smirk, Carp remarked, "Not bad, kid. It seems you've made some progress lately. However, harming me still presents quite a challenge." Despite Carp's mocking words, Hana, though resentful, dared not engage him head-on. He utilized the recoil from their clash to retreat rapidly, his eyes scanning the surroundings for an opportunity to flee. Carp, noticing Hana's subtle movements, immediately discerned his intent and was determined not to let him escape. He executed a swift shave and appeared before Hana, delivering a fierce punch. Hana had not anticipated Carp's sudden advance. Despite his extensive combat experience, he could only manage a hasty defense with his blade. The disparity was evident. One wielded immense power while the other was caught off guard. As a result, Hana's weapon was struck against his body by Carp's punch, and the overwhelming force surged through him, sending him soaring into the air as he spat blood. Regarding Yuka, when he found himself surrounded by numerous Marines with their weapons aimed at him, he had no choice but to relinquish his firearm and surrender without resistance. The entire skirmish lasted less than 10 minutes. Carp promptly ordered the apprehended individuals to be brought aboard the ship and commanded the vessel to proceed towards Division 5. Although these adversaries were likely unrelated to the incident at Division 5, Carp decided to interrogate the pirate captains as a precaution. Meanwhile, Ming, finding himself idle, resolved to hone his skills and, in a bid to conserve system coins, diligently worked towards evolving his Charmander. An hour later, Carp emerged from the interrogation room. The results aligning with his expectations, these ruffians were merely seeking vengeance and had no knowledge of the attack on Division 5. Standing on the deck, squinting into the distance, he pondered which pirate crew was responsible for this act. However, even with his extensive knowledge of the New World pirate factions, he could not ascertain the culprit, as such a brazen act entailed considerable risk. With an hour remaining until they reached Division 5, Carp convened a meeting with officers of various ranks, assigning them specific tasks. Due to his possession of the BB Bird's strength, Ming was designated to monitor the surroundings from the air, ensuring no one could escape. Upon their arrival at Division 5 an hour later, the once mighty stronghold lay in ruins, bearing the scars of cannon fire. The most severely damaged area was, unsurprisingly, the shoreline, strewn with debris and injured Marines. Fortunately, it seemed the pirates who had attacked Division 5 had received word of Carp's impending reinforcement and had vacated the premises half an hour earlier. Otherwise, the destruction would have been far more extensive. Witnessing the devastation filled Carp with fury. As someone who had frequently pursued Roger, he had spent significant time in the New World, making Division 5 a familiar refuge. Seeing this once familiar place in such disarray, he vowed to ensure the pirates would face the consequences of their actions. The officer in charge of Division 5, Rear Admiral Menard, a muscular figure of modest height, bore several injuries upon Carp's arrival. He promptly approached the Navy ship to greet Carp. Without exchanging pleasantries, Carp inquired in a grave tone, "Menard, can you ascertain the identities of those pirates?" Menard shook his head, replying, "Unfortunately, they primarily relied on weaponry from the outset, and even after landing, few employed devil fruit abilities or special offensive techniques." Carp pressed on, "Surely you must have apprehended one or two of the pirates." Menard's expression turned to one of resigned amusement as he responded, "Mr. Carp, we have not. The assailants displayed remarkable discipline. The moment anyone was gravely injured, comrades swiftly evacuated them, leaving us no opportunity to capture anyone." After inquiring about these two questions, Carp deduced from Maynard's responses that the group of pirates attacking the Fifth Branch had evidently plotted their assault in advance, considering various factors. Acknowledging that the true identities of the pirates would remain elusive for the time being, Carp addressed the numerous Marines descending behind him, proclaiming, "Everyone, join the rescue efforts." Yes. The Marines responded in unison, promptly initiating their assistance. Ming, serving as a sergeant, not only directed several Marines, but also actively participated in the rescue operations, bandaging wounds, carrying stretchers, and eagerly aiding wherever he was needed. Initially, the Marines of the Fifth Branch were unaware of Ming's true rank, perceiving him merely as an ordinary private due to his youthful appearance, which clearly indicated he had recently joined the Navy. However, when some Marines from Carp's ship referred to Ming as a sergeant, the Fifth Branch Marines realized that this young man had already attained the rank of sergeant. Achieving such a rank at a young age marked him as exceptionally talented. Typically, individuals of such youth would exhibit a certain arrogance, unlikely to engage in menial tasks. Yet, Ming's actions contradicted this stereotype, significantly elevating his standing in the eyes of the Fifth Branch Marines. Unbeknownst to Ming, his endeavors had garnered admiration from the Marines. To him, he was simply fulfilling his duties. The notion of rank and status, influenced by the system, held little significance for him, as he regarded it merely as a means to earn rewards. After assisting a Marine in bandaging his wounds, Ming noticed a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing sunglasses, and a small piece of bread on his cheek, commanding the Fifth Branch Marines. Recognizing the unmistakable features, he identified this individual as Virgo, an undercover operative of the Don Quixote family. Chapter 58. Cluming inquired of the Marine he had just assisted, "Brother, who is that man with bread on his face?" Upon hearing Ming's question, the Marine replied, reporting, "Sergeant, that man is our Fifth Branch's Rear Admiral, Virgo." "How did Rear Admiral Virgo perform when the pirates attacked?" Ming asked. "Why does the sergeant inquire so?" The Marine responded with a hint of displeasure, evidently holding Virgo in high regard. "I merely noticed that Rear Admiral Virgo bore no injuries, which prompted my question," Ming clarified, perceiving the misunderstanding. At that moment, even if he were aware of Virgo's true identity, it would be of no consequence, as he lacked evidence to substantiate his claims. This could potentially engender hostility from the entire 5th Branch Marines and might incite Virgo to eliminate him. Ming's explanation somewhat eased the Marine's demeanor, who proudly remarked, "Rear Admiral Virgo is immensely powerful. Those pirates could never harm him." In relation to the Marine's assertion, a second lieutenant from the 5th Division, upon overhearing their conversation, addressed Ming Dao. "In truth, it is Major General Virgo who possesses a profound mastery over hockey. He can envelop his entire being with this power, rendering him impervious to harm from those pirates." Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, Ming was entirely convinced that the Virgo before him was indeed the same Virgo he was familiar with. To avoid drawing attention, Ming merely gasped in astonishment and refrained from pursuing the topic further, redirecting his focus to tending to the injured. Kapu and Menard arrived at Menard's office, where Kapu wasted no time and directly inquired, "Menard, please describe the characteristics of those pirates." "Certainly, Mr. Kapu," Menard nodded. The pirates all wore masks, donned matching black attire, and wielded high-quality standard weapons. As Kapu listened to Menard recount the details of the pirates' assault on the 5th Division, his expression grew increasingly somber. He was taken aback by the audacity of these pirates who dared to launch a widespread artillery attack on the 5th Division. Upon hearing that some of these pirates possessed formidable strength and exhibited remarkable stamina, able to fight for over an hour without a hint of fatigue, Kapu stroked his chin and mused, "Such stamina can only be attributed to those who have consumed Zoan-type devil fruits. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not possess such endurance. Alas, they did not utilize their devil fruit abilities, or else we might have been able to discern their identities through their powers." Menard nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I too suspected they might be users of such abilities. However, facing 2 pirates whose strength rivals my own, I found it challenging to compel them to reveal their true capabilities." At this point, Menard appeared somewhat ashamed. Kapu placed a reassuring hand on Menard's shoulder. "There is no need for you to feel inadequate. You have exerted your utmost effort. If not for your exemplary leadership, the 5th Division would likely have been devastated by that band of pirates long ago." In response to Kapu's words of comfort, Menard shook his head. "Had it not been for Virgo's assistance, I would have struggled to confront the crisis posed by these pirates." "Oh." Menard's remarks piqued Kapu's interest in Virgo, prompting him to inquire further about Virgo from Menard. While Kapu and Menard discussed Virgo, Ming, in the midst of treating the injured, suddenly uncovered a crumpled black bandana beneath a piece of rubble. He retrieved the bandana, unfolded it, and beheld an unusual skull emblem, featuring a white skull superimposed with a crossed sword and rapier beneath it. Although Ming did not recognize the insignia, he was certain it belonged to a distinct pirate crew. He approached Bogart, who was directing operations, and presented the black bandana to him, saying, "Mr. Bogart, this is a black bandana I discovered." Upon receiving the black scarf, Bogart recognized the pattern as remarkably familiar. With a beaming expression, he turned to Ming and said, "Ming, I will take this scarf to Mr. Carp right away." Observing Bogart's departure, Ming, aware that his time at Division 5 was limited, turned back to assist further. Bogart arrived at Menard's office and knocked on the door. Inside, Carp and Menard were analyzing the incident when they heard the knock, prompting them to pause their discussion. Menard called out, "Come in." As Bogart entered, Carp, seeing him, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Bogart, why are you here instead of coordinating outside?" Presenting the black scarf he held, Bogart replied, "Mr. Carp, Ming discovered this in the ruins." Carp took the scarf, unfurling it to examine the design. Immediately, he addressed Menard. "Menard, take a look at this pattern and identify which pirate crew it belongs to." Upon seeing the emblem on the black scarf, Menard recognized it instantly and exclaimed, "This pattern belongs to the Jianshi pirate crew's flag." The Jianshi pirate crew? Carp was unfamiliar with this name. Noticing Carp's lack of knowledge, Menard succinctly explained, "This crew arrived in the New World just 6 months ago. They are unique in that they have 2 captains. One specializes in knives and the other in sabers. Their crew members predominantly wield these 2 types of weapons." Reflecting on some of the combat scenarios Menard had just recounted, Carp could surmise that the masked pirates attacking onshore included members of this crew. His expression turned stern as he stated, "So, this Jianshi pirate crew is involved in the assault on Division 5. Menard's countenance darkened as well. He recalled how some pirates wielding knives had employed fighting styles that were not characteristic of regular knife users. Gritting his teeth, he remarked, "That seems accurate. But I did not expect a crew that has only recently arrived in the New World to dare challenge the Navy's dignity. They must have allied with a powerful pirate crew. However, since they have the audacity to attack Division 5, they must be prepared to face our retaliation." "Indeed," Carp replied coldly. "We at Division 5 will investigate the whereabouts of the Jianshi pirate crew. Carp nodded in agreement. Once you uncover their whereabouts, report to me immediately. I will lead the team there. Understood, Mr. Carp. Menard acknowledged. He refrained from insisting that Division 5 take action, fully aware of their current circumstances. Knowing that uncovering the mastermind behind the attack on Division 5 would rely on Carp's support. Chapter 59. Inquiring about movements after discovering the lead on the Jianshi pirate crew, Carp immediately used a Den Mushi to contact Sengoku. Engaged with his tasks at Navy headquarters, Sengoku answered the call upon recognizing Carp's number. Carp, aren't you supposed to be assisting Division 5? How do you have time to call me? In the Warring States period, I currently find myself in the 5th branch. The pirates who had previously attacked this branch have long since departed. I have now uncovered a slight lead regarding the pirates who launched the ambush on the 5th branch and seek your assistance in locating a pirate crew known as the Sword and Blade Pirates. Carp stated directly. Although Menard had already mentioned that the whereabouts of the Sword and Blade Pirates were being investigated by the 5th branch, Carp still intended for Sengoku to take action as well, lest they wait indefinitely for the 5th branch to gather more clues. Sengoku understood that Carp wished for him to deploy the secretive forces, yet recognizing the significant impact this incident would have on the Navy's reputation. He did not oppose and readily agreed. Very well, I will provide you with news as swiftly as possible. With that, Sengoku promptly hung up the phone and commenced contacting the covert operatives to track down the whereabouts of the Sword and Blade Pirates. After a day filled with activity. Although Ming had no significant physical fatigue, he felt somewhat mentally drained, having engaged in similar tasks throughout the day with little rest. After spending the night at the 5th branch, Ming was summoned aboard a ship by Carp early the next morning, setting course for a small island nearly 100 kilometers away. It turned out that Carp had received word from Sengoku that the Sword and Blade Pirates had taken refuge on that very island the previous night. While Carp's Navy vessel was indeed a fast-moving ship, the unpredictable climate of the New World severely hampered their speed. The journey of nearly 100 kilometers took nearly 4 hours, and Carp's expression remained grim throughout this sluggish progress. Such speed was already the utmost limit of the naval vessel, leaving the crew powerless to hasten their pace. Upon reaching the small island, Carp immediately disembarked without delay, with Ming and Bogart following closely behind. Other naval officers led the seamen ashore. Some began fortifying the perimeter of the island to prevent the Sword and Blade Pirates from escaping, while others proceeded to the village within the island to provide support for Carp and his companions. Upon their arrival at the village, Carp and his companions immediately drew the attention of the villagers, as their naval uniforms were exceedingly conspicuous, given the proximity to the 5th branch. The villagers were accustomed to seeing naval ships pass along the coast, thus familiarizing them with the Navy's attire. Though the villagers recognized Carp and his companions as members of the Navy, none approached them to initiate conversation. This hesitation stemmed from their frequent encounters with pirates. They feared that should any pirate discover that a villager had engaged with the Navy, it might arouse suspicion and lead to dire consequences for themselves. Carp, understanding the mindset of the islanders in the New World, approached a young man directly and inquired, "Young man, is there currently a band of pirates lingering in your vicinity?" The youth promptly shook his head, replying, "We have no pirates here, esteemed Navy officer. You jest. Is the pirate crew still here? I am well aware. And there is no need for you to conceal the truth. I simply wish to know if that pirate crew remains in this vicinity," Carp stated with a grave expression. As the aura of authority emanating from Carp enveloped the young man, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. However, he hesitated, faltering in his speech. An elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, observed the scene and, leaning on his cane, approached Carp. Speaking slowly, "Might I suggest that you refrain from pressuring this young man, esteemed Navy officer? I possess the information you seek." Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man grew anxious. "Mr. Joseph, please do not reveal it. If that group of pirates learns of it, even you, being an elder, would not escape unscathed." Joseph shook his head and replied, "Young man, even if I remain silent, I believe this esteemed Navy officer has his means of uncovering the truth." Carp addressed Joseph. "I appreciate your willingness to provide an answer to my earlier inquiry." Joseph nodded in acknowledgement. "The pirates you seek are the same ones who docked here last night." "Indeed. They are the very crew we are searching for," Carp affirmed with a series of nods. "They departed early this morning," Joseph continued. "Do you know their destination?" Carp inquired. "Alas, I cannot say," Joseph replied, shaking his head. Disappointment washed over Carp's face. He had not anticipated that he would arrive only to find the Blade and Sword pirate crew had escaped. Frustration surged within him, and he resolved to remain in the village a while longer to search for any clues regarding the whereabouts of the pirates. Upon seeing his fellow sailors approach, He instructed the leading officer, "You shall conduct a thorough patrol of the village. If nothing suspicious arises, return to the ship with your men." "Yes, Captain Carp." The officer responded promptly, leading the sailors on their patrol. Meanwhile, Carp, accompanied by Ming and Bogart, ventured to the most promising locale for information, the local tavern. Upon entering the establishment, Carp did not exercise the discretion of his previous disguise. Instead, he strode directly to the bar and addressed the proprietor, "My good sir, might I inquire if you are aware of the destination of the pirate crew that departed today?" Given the imposing presence exuding from Carp, the bar owner discerned that he was no ordinary individual. Nonetheless, adhering to the tavern's principle of discretion, he shook his head and replied, "I regret to inform you, sir, that I am unaware of the matter you speak of." Carp's keen intuition suggested the proprietor possessed knowledge of the information he sought. Frowning, he pressed, "What would it take for you to divulge this information?" In response, the bar owner merely shook his head, just as Carp was on the verge of resorting to force. A child of no more than 10 years approached and spoke up, "I know where those pirates are headed." Upon encountering the child, the bar owner admonished, "Anriel, you must leave this place at once and cease your foolishness." Yet, with tear-filled eyes, the child named Anriel retorted, "I am not being foolish. Those pirates have stolen from my home and injured my grandmother, so I must inform the Navy of their whereabouts." Chapter 60, The Den of Vice. Monsqueldon Island. Anriel's words rendered the bar owner speechless. Among the multitude of pirates, few possess benevolent natures. In every village plagued by pirates, there are inevitably those who suffer. Yet the overwhelming strength of these marauders instills fear in the hearts of the villagers, rendering them unable to resist. Noticing the bar owner's silence, Anriel sensed that no one would obstruct him any longer. He turned to Carp, ready to divulge the information he possessed. Carp addressed Anriel, "Young one, let us speak elsewhere." Anriel, somewhat perplexed by Carp's words, believed that the sooner the information was known, the better. The bar owner, overhearing Carp's statement, instantly comprehended that Carp wished to spare him from any trouble. Overwhelmed with shame for his previous treatment of Carp, the bar owner bowed in gratitude. Carp waved his hand dismissively, understanding the plight of these individuals. Had the situation not been so dire, he would not have pressed the bar owner for the whereabouts of the sword and blade pirate crew. Rising to his feet, Carp departed the bar with Anriel, Ming, and Bogart. As they exited, the previously subdued atmosphere of the bar erupted into lively chatter. "Why is the Navy so eager to inquire about that pirate crew's location? I do not know, but something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, the Navy would not behave so unusually. I hope that young Anriel finds good fortune." Indeed, as long as that pirate crew is apprehended, Anriel should be safe. Having left the bar, Carp guided Anriel to a relatively quiet area, where he seated himself upon a stone and addressed the child. "You may now reveal the whereabouts of that pirate crew. I heard their members mention that they seem to be heading towards an island called Monsqueldon." Anriel replied, his eyes still glistening with tears. "Monsqueldon Island?" Carp mused, aware that this island is notorious in the New World as a den of vice, frequented by many pirates and leaders of dark forces seeking indulgence. The myriad of powers intertwined with this island renders the Navy hesitant to act against it, despite their knowledge of its true nature. However, the audacity of the sword and blade pirate crew to venture to Monsqueldon signifies their considerable capacity for expenditure. After all, those lacking such means would face terrifying retribution for daring to enter this den of vice. It appears that the assault on the 5th Division has yielded substantial wealth for this pirate crew. Contemplating this, a faint smirk crept onto Carp's face, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Before Carp, Angel felt an icy aura enveloping his heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Noticing Angel's predicament, Ming stepped in front of him, shielding him from Carp's murderous intent. As Ming shielded him, the oppressive weight on Angel's heart dissipated, and he sighed in relief, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by Ming. It was only then that Carp recognized Angel's distress and realized it stemmed from his own demeanor. He promptly retracted his murderous aura. Rising, he addressed Angel, saying, "Thank you for the information, little one." With that, Carp turned and prepared to return to the Navy ship, unwilling to grant the sword pirates an opportunity to revel. Seeing Carp's actions, Ming patted Angel on the shoulder, smiling as he was about to follow. Angel hastily inquired, "Will that pirate crew appear again? We want to allow them to surface once more." Carp, without looking back, replied, but the chilling undertone in his words made Angel shudder. Watching Ming's figure grow distant, Angel suppressed his trepidation and called out, "Big brother, can I become a Navy officer like you?" Ming, taken aback by Angel's aspiration to follow in his footsteps, turned to him and declared, "As long as you truly wish to become a Navy officer, Seek an opportunity at the 5th branch. Upon hearing Ming's encouragement, Angel felt a surge of determination. Clenching his fists, he resolved to journey to the 5th branch and become a Navy officer like Ming, ensuring he would not be intimidated again by Carp's unintentional aura. Carp, eavesdropping on their conversation, chuckled, Ming, I didn't realize you had unwittingly become a role model for others. This thought of being a role model reminded Ming of Ace and Luffy. He recalled how these two had looked up to him and wondered how much they had grown since then. Noticing Ming's silence, Carp cast a sidelong glance at him and found him lost in thought, prompting him to clear his throat. Startled by Carp's cough, Ming returned to reality and promptly said, Mr. Carp, I still have a long way to go. Indeed, but if you continue to strive, one day you will reach the heights you aspire to. Carp replied with a gentle smile. Though Ming found Carp's words somewhat exasperating, he nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for Carp's faith in his future. As they journeyed halfway, Carp addressed the officers they encountered, quickly gather the dispatched soldiers, and return to the ship. We must pursue the sword pirates. Yes, the officer responded, turning to summon the deployed soldiers. Upon returning to the Navy ship, Carp and the others immediately called back the surrounding soldiers. Half an hour later, all the Marines returned. Carp, utilizing the nautical charts and the direction indicated by the recording pointer, set course towards Monsquildan Island. Ming, undeterred, continued to diligently hone his skills, noting from his own data that he was perilously close to breaking the 600 threshold of strength. With the formidable maneuverability of the naval vessel, Carp and his crew advanced at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary ships. As dusk approached, Ming, standing on the deck, could discern a brightly lit island in the distance. In the midst of the pitch-black sea, this island gleamed like a precious pearl, radiating a dazzling light. Numerous vessels navigated in and out of the island, creating a scene of prosperity. Unlike Ming's keen interest, Carp paid little heed to the island. Upon nearing its vicinity, he had been scanning the ships heading towards it through his telescope, and at last, he spotted the unmistakable presence of the sword and blade pirate crew in the northwest corner of the naval ship. Carp promptly commanded the naval vessel to steer towards the pirate ship, his gaze fixed coldly upon it. As the naval ship drew closer to the sword and blade pirate crew's vessel, the pirates aboard became aware of the impending approach. Upon sighting the naval ship, the pirates' expressions shifted to one of alarm, recalling the assault on the 5th Division from the previous day. The two captains, upon realizing the situation, hastily emerged from the cabin, their faces grim as they observed the encroaching naval ship. Chapter 61. The power to create wind. The imposing stance of the naval ship made it evident, even to the dimmest of minds, that its target was the sword and blade pirate crew. What puzzled the two captains was how, despite adhering strictly to their plan, Carp and his team had managed to uncover their trail. Unbeknownst to the captains, a pale-faced crew member lurked not far behind them, casting anxious glances at the naval vessel. This was the very crew member who had lost his black headscarf, initially hoping it had not fallen into the hands of the 5th Division. However, given the current circumstances, it was all too clear that the headscarf had indeed been left behind with them. Terrified to speak of this matter, he feared the wrath of the two captains, who would surely cast him into the sea to feed the fish. Though unclear as to how the Marines had gained knowledge of their whereabouts, the two captains of the sword and blade pirate crew ordered their men to accelerate the ship's speed. For them, the only viable path lay in fleeing to Monsquildan Island. With the distance between them and the naval vessel rapidly closing, escape in any direction seemed futile. Observing the sword and blade pirate crew unfurling all their sails, clearly intent on hastening towards Monsquildan Island, Carp decided to preempt any unnecessary complications. He turned to Ming and commanded, Ming, go intercept the sword and blade pirate crew's ship. Yes, Captain Carp, Ming replied loudly, fully aware of the task at hand. Stretching out his arms, he resolved to summon the powers of the BB bird. The brown energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire being, and in an instant, he successfully transformed into a BB bird. With a powerful flap of his wings, he generated a fierce wind aboard the naval vessel, ascending into the sky like a helicopter taking flight, and then soared towards the direction of the sword and blade pirate crew. The two captains of the pirate crew had been closely observing the naval ship, and they immediately noticed the BB bird soaring towards them. Although they were uncertain of the intentions behind this unexpected arrival, one thing was certain: it was undoubtedly a threat to them. Captain Jax, with his squinting eyes and brown skin, commanded all his crew members, everyone, grab your guns and bring that bird flying from the Navy down. Yes, Captain Jax. The crew responded in unison, swiftly arming themselves and aiming at the approaching figure. Though Ming could not hear Jax's command, he discerned the intent from Jax's actions. this curly-haired, brown-skinned man, resembling a Native American, surely ordered them to shoot him down. It seemed that when the confrontation began, he would certainly make this fellow experience his might. To evade the pirates' gunfire, Ming ascended to a greater altitude and executed a curved flight pattern, complicating their aim. Noticing his crew hesitating to fire, the other captain, Rond, characterized by his fair skin and golden straight hair, promptly commanded, "Everyone, fire at will, no need to aim." Upon hearing Rond's orders, the crew finally opened fire. However, Ming's soaring speed rendered their shots ineffective. As he pursued the sword and blade pirate crew's vessel, Ming halted in their path and unleashed his skill, Wind Summon. A gust of fierce wind erupted from the flapping of his wings, sweeping towards the pirate ship. The once swiftly moving vessel was suddenly caught in the tempest, its sails turning against the wind, causing it to drift towards the naval ship. Witnessing this turn of events, Rond and Jax finally grasped the Navy's intent in sending Ming. They hastily ordered their crew to rush towards Ming's position and open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets hurtled towards him. Faced with these minimally impactful shots, Ming's expression remained unchanged as he activated another skill, Wind Blast. An even more violent whirlwind emerged, causing the bullets to falter mid-flight and come to a halt. Seeing this unfold, Rond and Jax's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Ming transformed into the BB bird, possessing such extraordinary wind-summoning abilities. "Bring the cannons," Rond bellowed at his crew, who were now filled with despair. Upon hearing his command, the crew's faces brightened, and several members hurried to fetch the 3 cannons aboard. "Aim, load the cannon, ignite." Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannonballs pierced through the howling winds, hurtling towards Ming. Faced with the impending threat, Ming had no choice but to cease using his abilities and evade the oncoming projectiles. As Ming was finally forced to dodge, a wave of relief washed over the onlookers. Rond commanded, "Let the 3 cannons fire in succession. We must not allow that flying creature the chance to conjure winds." With the immediate threat posed by Ming temporarily neutralized, Jax pulled Rond aside, gesturing towards the approaching naval vessel. "Rond, what do you propose we do now?" As the strategist of the sword and blade pirate crew, Rond found himself at a loss. Under different circumstances, had it not been for Ming's interference, they might have narrowly reached Monscordon Island before the Navy caught up, securing the island's protection. However, that was no longer an option unless Monscordon Island willingly intervened on their behalf. Otherwise, they would inevitably face the Navy in combat. Rond dared not hope for such assistance from the island and shook his head at Jax. "There is no choice. We must fight." Jax, who had clung to a glimmer of hope, understood that Rond was indeed out of options. After finally securing a substantial vessel, they now faced the imminent threat of capture by the Navy. Nevertheless, he was not one to resign himself to fate. If the naval soldiers aboard the ship were of mediocre strength, he would make them aware of the price they would pay for crossing him. Apart from leaving 3 crew members to manage the cannons, Rond and Jax redirected the rest of their comrades towards the naval ship. Rond addressed the crew. "You are all aware of our past actions. The Navy aboard that ship is likely here to capture us because of those deeds. I implore you not to harbor any false hopes. Should we be apprehended, the punishment we face will be exceedingly harsh. If you wish to avoid capture, summon your courage and confront the Navy head-on. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Fight to the end." Observing the crew's fervent response, both Rond and Jax felt a sense of satisfaction. Rond turned to Jax, saying, "I shall inform our ally, if we are indeed captured. That individual must also be wary of the Navy's advance." "Understood. Go notify them," Jax replied with a wave of his hand, positioning himself at the forefront. His gaze fixed upon the naval vessel. Chapter 62. The ruler of Monscordon Island. As Rond entered the ship's cabin, Ming was seething with frustration. Were it not for the imperative to capture the 2 captains of the sword and blade pirate crew alive, he would have unleashed a whirlwind upon these pirates, thus sparing himself the constant need to dodge cannonballs. Carp, peering through the telescope, surveyed the situation of the sword and blade pirate crew. Observing that they were all prepared for battle, he commanded a sailor, "Bring me my cannonballs." Upon realizing that Garp was about to take matters into his own hands, several Marines promptly wheeled out carts loaded with cannonballs. Garp removed his cloak of justice and stretched his muscles, grasping a cannonball and preparing to throw. With a silent command echoing in his mind, he began to hurl cannonballs with astonishing speed. The munitions swiftly vanished from the carts, each one launched towards the sword and blade pirate ship. The cannonballs descended like a meteor shower from the heavens, raining down upon the hapless crew. Witnessing Garp unleash such a terrifying technique, the expressions of all the pirates, including Rond and Jax, shifted dramatically. Rond, in particular, who had extensively studied the profiles of high-ranking Navy officials, recognized this fearsome maneuver as the signature attack of the legendary marine hero, Garp. Faced with a figure capable of relentlessly pursuing even the Pirate King, Rond abandoned any semblance of hope. Now, he resolved to struggle with all his might, determined that if he were ultimately captured, he would at least keep the mastermind's identity a secret. Steeling himself, Rond exchanged a resolute glance with Jax, and together they leapt into action. As a multitude of cannonballs soared toward them, they drew their weapons, swiftly slicing through the projectiles before they could strike their ship. Meanwhile, the other crew members attempted to shoot down some of the cannonballs with their firearms and artillery, leaving the outcome to fate. In the end, several cannonballs struck the Sword and Blade pirates' vessel, producing a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the vicinity. The commotion between Garp and the Sword and Blade pirates only affected the surrounding ships. However, as the thunderous sounds of cannon fire erupted, all vessels en route to Monsquilden Island turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle. The overseer of Monsquilden Island received word of the disturbance and, understanding that as long as the chaos did not occur on his island, it was of little consequence to him. Even though Monsquilden Island's patrons were not fearful of the Navy, they preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. As he leisurely savored his glass of red wine, a peculiar telephone bug, adorned with a hat inscribed with letters and sporting 2 curling mustaches, began to ring. Recognizing the significance of the call, he promptly answered, and a gruff voice echoed from the other end. Manager. Upon hearing this voice, a figure that instilled a sense of dread immediately materialized in the manager's mind. He quickly adopted a respectful tone. What brings you to call me at this time? I won't waste words. One of my subordinates is being pursued by the Navy near Monsquilden Island, and I hope you can extend your assistance to save him. As the manager of Monsquilden Island, he understood well the nature of the voice's owner. Although he was somewhat curious about the sudden concern for his subordinate, he recognized the need to show respect to someone who had lowered themselves to seek his help. The manager nodded and stated, I will immediately send someone to rescue your little brother. After this declaration, the call was abruptly terminated. The manager did not feel angered by the other party's rudeness. Having been appointed as the overseer of Monsquil Island, he understood well the audacity that some individuals possessed. Had his powerful backers been in his position, they might have unleashed a torrent of curses upon the offender. However, as a manager elected by others, his status paled in comparison to such prominent figures. He pressed a button, and a subordinate clad in black entered the room. The manager instructed, send someone to safeguard the pirate crew being pursued by the Navy. Yes, sir. The subordinate replied promptly before departing the room. The manager swirled the goblet in his hand, intrigued by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, as the manager dispatched assistance, Carp's naval vessel finally caught up with the Swordfish pirate crew. Upon the Navy ship colliding with the pirate vessel, Carp, accompanied by Bogart, leapt from the bow. The moment Rond laid eyes on Carp, he realized his earlier assessment was correct. It was indeed the legendary Carp. He turned to Jax and declared, Jax, this old man is the Navy hero Carp. We must strike together to stand a chance. Even the fearless Jax felt a weight of seriousness upon hearing that they faced the legendary Marine. Having grown up listening to tales of the Pirate King, they were well aware of Carp's formidable reputation, a man who had repeatedly forced the Pirate King into dire straits. Jax nodded and, alongside Rond, charged toward Carp. As Rond thrust his rapier at Carp, Jax slashed from the opposite side, the duo synchronizing their assault. In response to the dual attack from the captains of the Swordfish pirate crew, a cold smile crept across Carp's face. As a master of hand-to-hand combat, he relished close combat. His fists, enveloped in haki, met Rond's rapier with his right, while his left aimed to crush Jax's blade. However, at that moment, Bogart intervened. Jax's blade had yet to make contact with Carp's fist when it was intercepted by Bogart's weapon. Carp, understandably displeased by this turn of events, prioritized swiftly subduing the Swordfish pirate crew over addressing Bogart's interference. Observing his comrade being thwarted, Rond had no choice but to grit his teeth and confront Carp alone. The clash of Rond's rapier against Carp's fist resonated loudly, yet before he could retract his sword for another strike, Rond noticed the blade bending severely under Carp's forceful strike. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of his rapier, enhanced by the application of armed haki, it is likely that his sword would have been shattered by now. Stepping back 2 paces, Rond raised his retracted rapier, preparing to launch another assault. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept across the pirate ship, causing many unprepared pirates to be thrown to the deck. Chapter 63. The threat from Monsquilden Island. Upon witnessing the collision between the naval vessel and the pirate ship, Ming realized that there was no need for him to remain any longer. He swiftly flapped his wings, drawing closer to the pirate ship. The few pirates manning the cannons could only barely fire at Ming as he approached, but against his swift, gale-like speed, they had little hope of even aiming accurately, let alone striking him. In no time, Ming reached above the 3 cannons, at which point the pirates raised their guns, ready to fire at him. A cold glint flashed in Ming's eyes as he decisively employed his skill, creating a powerful gust that sent the pirates tumbling to the ground. They were unable to even stand, let alone shoot. The whirlwind he unleashed not only knocked down these pirates, but also wreaked havoc across the ship, resulting in numerous other pirates being thrown down by the unrelenting winds. Kapu recognized this as Ming's handiwork and merely chuckled, preparing for the next round of attack to bring Ron down. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing for him as a vice admiral. Just then, a loud engine noise echoed from a distance. Kapu turned towards the source of the sound and was taken aback to see a speedboat emerging from Monsqueldon Island. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Nevertheless, regardless of who appeared before him, nothing would deter his resolve to subdue the swordfish pirate crew. Kapu delivered a powerful punch directly at Rond, causing Rond, who had also noticed the speedboat, to abandon his momentary joy and hastily swing his rapier to meet Kapu's fist. Unfortunately, Kapu had no intention of colliding with the rapier, altering the trajectory of his punch just in time to evade the sword and strike Ron squarely in the left chest. With a loud gasp, Ron spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air before crashing heavily onto the deck. Kapu employed the shave technique, instantly vanishing from his position to appear before Ron, placing a foot upon his chest. An icy glare emanated from his eyes as he coldly demanded, "Speak. Who orchestrated your attack on the 5th Division?" A smirk crept across Ron's face as he coughed twice, responding defiantly, "Dream on if you think I'll reveal who is behind this." With a sudden surge of force, Kapu pressed down harder, draining the color from Ron's face. Jax, still engaged with Bogart, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing this turn of events. "Are you so dismissive of me that you dare to lose focus while engaging in combat?" Bogart's frigid voice echoed, prompting Jax to recall that he was still in the midst of battle. However, it was already too late for him to regain his concentration. A renowned blade pierced through his own, leaving a 1-meter-long gash upon his body. Blood surged from the wound. Yet Jax could scarcely attend to his injury as he hastily retreated several steps in an attempt to create distance. Bogart, however, would not afford Jax any respite. He advanced a step closer, his famed sword poised to strike once more. As Jax confronted the peril brought forth by Bogart, Ming was already unleashing a tempest, transforming into a formidable human figure. Upon landing on the deck, he executed a rapid onslaught against the 6 pirates sprawled on the ground. Drawing his saber, a glint of cold light flashed as he inflicted wounds upon the nearest pirate, subsequently knocking him unconscious with a swift kick. Utilizing the extraordinary speed of his technique, he dispatched the 6 pirates in mere moments. He surged toward the midsection of the pirate ship, where the pirates, having just regained their footing after being toppled, were met with the sight of Ming, clad in naval attire, emerging from behind. Confusion filled their hearts, yet they did not hesitate to retaliate, for they were embroiled in a conflict with the Navy. Witnessing their actions, a cold smile crept onto Ming's face. He activated his technique, dashing toward them before their astonished eyes. Ming resembled a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, his saber swiftly cleaving through the air, leaving injuries in its wake. Suddenly, a formidable pirate leaped down from the helm above, slashing at Ming with his sword. In response, Ming exerted force into his legs, propelling himself backward and evading the attack. The pirate, about to utter a word, found himself confronted as Ming steadied himself and charged forth. In the fleeting exchange of retreat and advance, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. The pirate, caught off guard by Ming's rapid counterattack, was nonetheless one of the primary combatants of the sword and pirate crew, allowing him to react in time. He raised his sword defensively, confident in his ability to withstand Ming's strike. However, as Ming's saber met his blade, the pirate's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a terrifying force surging toward him. Although it did not rival that of his 2 captains, it was undeniably far superior to his own. Unable to bear the weight of Ming's power, the pirate was sent flying, a spray of blood escaping his lips. Ming pressed on, determined to render this moderately skilled pirate utterly powerless. Just then, yet another pirate charged at him, wielding a western sword. This time, Ming resolved not to squander any time. He activated his technique, hurtling past the pirate with a flash of cold light. The pirate, attempting to save his comrade, collapsed to the ground, a grievous wound manifesting upon his body. To resolve the pirate obstructing his path, Ming wielded his blade and struck at the pirate who had been grievously injured. Upon witnessing his comrade fall, the pirate understood the peril he faced. Nonetheless, he raised his weapon in defense. Clang! The pirate was once again sent flying, hurtling over the midsection of the ship and landing near Carp and his crew at the rear. Upon seeing a pirate suddenly propelled through the air, Carp instantly recognized Ming's handiwork. Indeed, the next moment, Ming appeared before everyone. At this juncture, Jax had already been defeated by Bogart. Both captains had been captured, and the remaining pirates, who had initially intended to confront Ming, were now utterly demoralized. Carp, noticing a speedboat approaching their vessel, kicked the rond at Ming. Ming raised his sword menacingly towards Rond, aware that he lacked Carp's formidable strength and could only intimidate Rond with his weapon. As Carp approached the speedboat's position, a figure clad in black addressed him, declaring, "You Navy must immediately cease your actions against our guests, or else we, the Monsquildan Island, will take measures." Carp chuckled upon hearing the black-clad man's words, yet his smile was laced with coldness. It had been quite some time since anyone dared to threaten him so openly. Chapter 64. Sword Slash of the Sea Dragon Tornado. The black-clad man's voice was loud and unabashed. Upon hearing this, Rond, lying on the deck, laughed and remarked, "Boy, did you hear that? Hurry and lower your blade. Otherwise, the wrath of Monsquildan Island is something you cannot endure." Ming, however, regarded him with a frosty expression, showing no inclination to sheath his weapon. As a soldier under Carp's command, he understood Carp's character well. Although Carp often appeared boisterous and lacked the demeanor expected of a Navy vice admiral, he was undeniably a proud man at heart. Not only was this matter tied to the Navy's honor, but even without that, Carp would not easily compromise. Rond, despite being aware of Carp's esteemed position, believed that even someone of Carp's stature must heed the formidable forces behind Monsquildan Island. Alas, Carp could not be judged by ordinary standards. He responded nonchalantly, "The power of Monsquildan Island is indeed formidable, but I, Carp, am not someone to be easily manipulated. Even if the sword and blade pirates have yet to reach Monsquildan Island, should they arrive, I will ensure their capture." You, the black-clad man, a mere underling of Monsquildan Island, was oblivious to Carp's true identity. He only knew that Carp dismissed Monsquildan Island with disdain, igniting his fury as he had always regarded it as a sacred place. At that moment, he wished to see Carp's Navy ship destroyed and the Navy personnel taken captive. Yet, he remained only a lowly subordinate, lacking the authority to make such decisions. Taking out a den mushy from his person, the black-clad man dialed the administrator's number. The call connected, and the voice of the manager resonated from the other end of the telephone worm. The man in black immediately conveyed the situation with utmost respect. Upon learning that the leader of the Navy was Carp, the manager fell into a momentary silence, for he dreaded the confrontation between such formidable figures. Alas, having already committed to the engagement, he had no choice but to proceed. He dialed the phone of the Monsquil Island Guard and commanded decisively, "Deploy 10 squads and ensure the Navy is entirely subdued. Jessida, you shall lead this operation personally." The captain of the guard, Jessida, was taken aback by the manager's order, as he had rarely taken direct action since assuming command. Clearly, this adversary was no ordinary foe. "Understood," he replied, hanging up the phone and rising to his feet. After stretching his limbs, he called out to his subordinates outside the office, "Assemble 10 squads. We are off to engage with the Navy." "Yes, Captain." The members of the guard, who were in training, responded in unison. They seldom had the chance to showcase their skills, let alone confront the Navy. Given the level of this operation, the Navy they were about to face was undoubtedly formidable. An excitement flickered across their faces, for such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. In a short while, the 10 squads gathered, boarding the speedboats and heading towards the Navy's position. Carp, through the telephone worm, was also apprised of the opposing plans. Addressing Ming, he stated, "Those 10 speedboats are now your responsibility." Ming found himself in a quandary. For speedboats were not like the sluggish vessels. They had the capacity to evade a storm to a certain extent. "Mr. Carp, I cannot handle all those speedboats." Ming replied with a wry smile. "I understand. Just delay them for a while," Carp continued. "I will do my best," Ming responded, transforming into a beaked bird and soaring skyward. The pirates soon realized that Ming was the fowl that had ensnared them in their current predicament. Carp directed the Marines to swiftly subdue the members of the Swordfish Pirates. Having only traversed half the distance, Ming observed the speedboats emerging from Monsquil Island. Seeing this, he descended close to the water's surface and unleashed his skill, Gust. A fierce gale erupted from the flapping of his wings, churning the tranquil sea into frothy waves. And soon, he conjured a formidable swell. However, this exertion drained considerable energy, indicating he must soon harness the powers of a water spirit. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage in maritime combat. Under his command, the surging waves headed directly towards the oncoming speedboats. Upon witnessing the sudden formation of such a massive wave, Jesida promptly ordered his men to veer around it. Observing the speedboats maneuvering to bypass the swell, Ming swiftly employed another skill, Tornado. A tornado formed beneath the flutter of his wings, the seawater being drawn up, transforming it into a waterspout. Under Ming's command, this waterspout surged toward the far left of the towering waves. Subsequently, Ming conjured another waterspout, directing it toward the far right of the tumultuous sea. Despite having surpassed the requisite 150 attribute points for an intermediate state, the combined force of the waves and the two tornadoes still left him feeling a tinge of fatigue. Nevertheless, he found great satisfaction in manifesting such a spectacle through sheer physical exertion, as many would be incapable of even attempting it. He observed quietly from above, contemplating that if this did not effectively impede the speedboat, he would need to devise another strategy. The speedboat carrying Jesida was making its way toward the far right of the waves. As it neared its destination, Jesida sensed an unusual shift in the wind. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he caught sight of the waterspout that had reached the far right. What a cursed weather phenomenon! Jesida cursed under his breath. Drawing the dagger from his side, the blade was a deep black, adorned with intricate deep purple dragon scale patterns. Any swordsman familiar with renowned blades would recognize it as the Black Dragon, one of the famed great knives of the 21. Leaping to the front of the speedboat, he faced the oncoming waterspout with a steely resolve. With a fierce glare, he swung the Black Dragon from below, unleashing a terrifying slash that collided with the waterspout. When Ming witnessed two speedboats from the far left being engulfed by the waterspout, a sense of calm washed over him. However, the scene unfolding at the far right startled him. He beheld the moment the slash struck the waterspout. The formidable waterspout was cleaved apart by the attack. From this singular act, Ming discerned that Jesida, the one who executed such a strike, was undoubtedly a master swordsman, likely capable of trading blows with the likes of Hawkeye. Such an adversary was beyond his capacity to confront, prompting Ming to decisively turn and flee toward the pirate ship. After cleaving through the waterspout, Jesida observed Ming's transformation into a BB bird as he retreated, instinctively realizing that the earlier waterspout and the waves were intricately linked to Ming. Chapter 65. Ascension. Evolution thinking of escape? Not a chance. Jesida murmured, swinging the Black Dragon towards Ming, unleashing a swift slash that hurtled through the air. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Ming activated his lightning flash, accelerating his speed drastically while maneuvering in a zigzag pattern. Just as he employed the lightning flash, he noticed a terrifying slash pass through the very spot he had just vacated. This startled him greatly. Had his senses not been keen, he might have sustained grave injuries. Ming hastened back to the pirate ship, while Jesida, witnessing Ming evade his strike, instructed the helmsman of the speedboat, accelerate and pursue that flying bird. Upon hearing his captain's command, the helmsman increased the throttle, propelling the speedboat toward Ming at its maximum velocity. Jesida stood at the forefront, occasionally unleashing a blade of attack directed at Ming in midair. Ming, utilizing a flash of lightning, adeptly evaded several of these strikes. Yet he was acutely aware that under the current circumstances, he might not survive long enough to return to the pirate ship. As he pondered his next course of action, Ming realized that there was but one solution. He needed to allow his Pokémon power to break through once more. However, the requirements for his Pidgeotto's ascension to its ultimate form mirrored those necessary for Charmeleon's evolution. Reflecting on the fact that he was tantalizingly close to achieving the 600-point threshold in power, he hastily consumed all the basic power elixirs he had earned from completing his tasks, leaving him merely 10 points short. Upon purchasing 10 additional basic power elixirs, Ming's strength finally met the necessary requirements. Unconcerned about the modest increase in his power, he summoned the attributes of his Pidgeotto's abilities and selected the option to upgrade. This marked his inaugural experience of advancing his power during its active use. As he transformed into Pidgeotto, a brown luminescence enveloped his form. For Ming, the most apparent change was the enhancement of his strength. Though he was uncertain of the extent to which the ultimate form of Pidgeotto's power would amplify his abilities, based on previous experiences with upgrades, he anticipated a significant enhancement. No longer focusing on Pidgeotto's attributes, Ming directed his attention to the last two skills, which had previously been dim. Upon realizing he could finally employ Air Slash, he ceased his retreat. He turned to face Jesida directly and unleashed the skill. His wings retracted, and with a vigorous extension, several translucent blades of air formed and surged toward Jesida. Upon witnessing Ming's sudden halt and his orientation toward himself, Giessida understood that Ming likely possessed a strategy to confront him. After all, the conspicuous transformation of Ming's Pidgeotto indicated a marked increase in strength, as perceived through Giessida's keen intuition. As Giessida readied himself for the impending attack, Ming executed Air Slash. Observing the air blades hurtling towards him, Giessida raised an eyebrow. The ability to wield a sword and deliver slashes marked a pivotal point for any swordsman, as true masters could effortlessly perform such feats. Nevertheless, Ming's newfound strength allowed him to reach this level, indicating that he was now beginning to qualify for the realm of executing slashes. Giessida swiftly swung his black dragon sword, unleashing a series of formidable slashes toward the air blades. The clash of the slashes and air blades resonated through the air, ultimately resulting in their mutual cancellation. However, Giessida did not relent. He continued to unleash two more substantial slashes directed at Ming. In response to Giessida's assault, Ming once again employed Air Slash, but this time, under his deliberate control, he conjured only two blades of air. The collision of these air blades with the slashes produced shockwaves that significantly impacted the surface of the sea. Seizing this opportunity, the greatly fatigued Ming turned and soared towards the pirate ship, unwilling to continue battling Giessida over the ocean with his Pidgeotto's powers. Upon achieving his complete form, his flight speed surged dramatically, allowing Ming to return to the pirate ship even as Giessida's speedboat was just stabilizing. Observing this, Giessida urged his crew to hasten towards the pirate vessel. As Ming landed on the ship, he discovered that every member of the sword pirate crew had been captured. Meeting Carp's gaze, he promptly reverted to his human form and addressed him. "Mr. Carp, the leader of the opposing force possesses extraordinary strength. I could only manage to delay him for a short while. Do not worry. Your ability to hold him off for this long is commendable," Carp replied with a smile, striding to the front of the pirate ship to gaze at the approaching speedboat. "Now, I shall take care of this. I am keen to see what Mont Squeldon Island is capable of to bring us down." Carp's tone shifted to one of cold resolve. Bogart stepped silently behind Carp, observing intently. Ming also positioned himself behind Carp, contemplating the evolution of his Charmander into a Charmeleon. He accessed the attributes of his newly evolved companion. Species: Charmeleon, complete form, strength, 1000 defense, 700 agility, 600 proficiency, 0-10 abilities, claw, ember, slash, flamethrower, dragon rage, fire spin. Inferno, a Pokémon with exceptionally high growth potential, gazing at the resplendent statistics of Charmeleon. It was no wonder that the requirement for physical attributes was set at 500 points. Without sufficiently robust physical prowess, one could never harness such formidable power. The strength of Charmeleon alone equated to an astounding 160 times that of an adult statistics. Those infamous pirates within the world of piracy typically possessed at least this level of strength. As Ming marveled at Charmeleon's might, Giessida, nearing the pirate ship, unleashed a vicious slash towards it. In response, Carp's fists clenched tightly, his haki enveloping them as he prepared to counter the impending strike. Before Carp could act, Bogart swiftly drew his renowned sword, unleashing a slash to intercept Giessida's attack. The clash of their strikes produced a sound far more thunderous than the previous collision of air blades. Despite the outcome, Bogart remained unfazed. He braced himself, ready to leap from the pirate ship. "Bogart, do not interfere. Allow me," Carp began, but before he could finish, Ming transformed into Charmeleon. Catching sight of Ming's transformation into a towering red dinosaur with a horn-like protrusion, Carp was momentarily taken aback. Once Ming successfully became Charmeleon, he leaped off the pirate ship, eager to test the extent of his prowess against a swordsman like Giessida. As Ming's feet skimmed the surface of the sea, he employed the Soru technique, enabling him to traverse the water momentarily. Drawing the dagger from his waist, Ming prepared to unleash destruction upon the swiftly approaching speedboat. Jesse, observing Ming's movement, discerned his intent. In an instant, he leaped, raising the black dragon high in his hand and slicing toward Ming. Chapter 66. A new direction. Jesse sought to gauge the strength of the naval abilities beyond the recent avian encounter. As Jesse's blade descended, Ming summoned all his strength, meeting the strike with his dagger. The clash resonated with a deafening clang, and Ming felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the impact. He had believed that, empowered by the fire dinosaur, he would surely surpass an ordinary master in strength. Yet, in comparison to Jesse, he realized his power was still considerably lacking. However, their battleground lay upon the sea, and a cold smile crept across Ming's lips. Harnessing the force of Jesse's strike, he propelled himself skyward. Jesse's expression shifted as he recognized Ming's cunning maneuver, realizing he had been outplayed. just as he was about to plummet into the ocean. Jesse gripped the black dragon tightly and delivered a fierce slash toward the airborne Ming. In midair, Ming's countenance grew grave, transformed into the fire dinosaur. He was unable to maneuver unless he reverted to his BB bird form. Yet, even that seemed futile at this moment. In desperation, Ming placed his hopes on the skills of the fire dinosaur. He initiated the skill split. In the heat of the moment, he instinctively directed the splitting force into his right hand, which still clutched the dagger. Perplexed, Ming contemplated discarding the dagger to counter the impending strike with the splitting skill. Just then, he beheld a transformation in his right hand and was momentarily stunned. A white luminescence enveloped not only his hand, but also the entire dagger. Without further thought, Ming swung the radiant dagger toward the descending strike. Upon collision, an immense force surged from the strike. Yet, thanks to the nature of the splitting skill, he managed to deflect it. Most importantly, his dagger remained unscathed. This revelation implied that the dagger could serve as an extension of his arm, allowing the splitting force to fully manifest through it. This was monumental news for him, presenting yet another avenue for combat exploration. Jesse, witnessing Ming's astonishing deflection of his strike, was filled with disbelief. Based on his assessment of Ming's abilities, such a feat seemed impossible. Regrettably, Ming had no time to explain the circumstances. After repelling Jesse's attack, he opened his mouth, gathering a terrifying force of flames within. Choosing to unleash the skill fire breath, Ming was eager to see how Jesse would contend with his forthcoming assault. Once again, a pillar of flame, now doubled in diameter, erupted from his mouth, hurtling terrifyingly towards Jessida, who was half submerged in the sea. Upon witnessing the inferno unleashed by the fire dinosaur, Jessida's expression grew noticeably grave, for his current mobility was somewhat compromised. Nevertheless, cleaving through the blazing column was not beyond his capabilities. With the black dragon raised in his hand, he struck at the encroaching flames. A forceful slash emerged, cleaving the pillar in twain. Observing this, Jessida wasted no time and dove into the ocean. Even though he had severed the flame, it would still descend upon his location, and remaining above water would subject him to scalding temperatures, if not incineration. As Jessida submerged, the fiery column collided with the ocean's surface, causing the flames to spread outward, enveloping the water in steam. The speedboat, from which Jessida had originally been positioned, was engulfed by the flames due to its proximity. With a resounding boom, the vessel exploded instantly. Fortunately, the individuals clad in black aboard the boat had leapt into the sea just in time. Though they suffered burns from the heated water, their lives remained intact. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his assault, Ming felt a twinge of regret, but opted to shift his ethereal power as he began to plummet. Transforming into a Pidgey, he steadied himself in the air before returning to the pirate ship. Upon seeing Ming's return, Carp, with a stern demeanor, remarked, "Ming, I said I would handle things from here. Did you think my words were mere whispers in the wind?" Faced with Carp's displeasure, Ming dared not respond, knowing well that his impatience had led him to test his strength in the fire dinosaur form. Just as Carp was about to reprimand him further, a figure suddenly leaped from the ocean near the pirate ship. It was Jessida, wielding the black dragon as he charged towards Carp with a downward slash. Carp furrowed his brow at Jessida's audacity. In an instant, he leaped from his position, colliding with Jessida. Taken aback, Jessida was struck by Carp's punch, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin. Once back on the deck, Carp ignored Ming and slowly approached Jessida's location. At that moment, the sound of wooden boards shifting emanated from the cabin where Jessida had crashed, followed by the sound of footsteps. All eyes on the pirate ship turned to the cabin, where Jessida emerged from the breach, leaping forth with the black dragon clutched tightly in his grasp as he charged towards Carp. Jessida understood that if he could not overcome Carp, not only would he fail to save the members of the Sword and Blade Pirates, but he might very well perish here himself. As Jesse charged forward with his blade, Carp met his advance with equal fervor, swinging his right fist to strike at Jesse's black dragon. Observing Carp's bold maneuver, Jesse bore a faint, mocking smile. For his black dragon was renowned as one of the 21 master swords, its sharpness far surpassing that of an ordinary katana. To attempt to meet it with mere fists would typically be folly, as even the most proficient hockey would struggle. Yet, when Carp's fist collided with the blade of the black dragon, Jesse was taken aback to discover that Carp's hand emerged unscathed. It was then that Jesse recognized the formidable nature of Carp's hockey. To preempt any unforeseen consequences, Jesse resolved to employ his signature swordsmanship. However, Carp had already unleashed a punch with his left hand, aiming squarely at Jesse's face. In a hurried attempt to block the blow, Jesse extended his left hand, but it was a futile gesture against the might of Carp's left fist. With a resounding thud, Jesse's left hand offered no resistance, and was sent crashing into his face alongside the force of Carp's strike. Dazed and seeing stars, Jesse lost grip of his black dragon, which clattered to the deck, and he himself was hurled back into the cabin. Chapter 67. The price to pay. Carp approached the fallen black dragon, retrieving it before turning to Ming and beckoning, "Come here, Ming." Uncertain of Carp's intentions, Ming complied, recognizing that one cannot evade fate indefinitely. Observing Ming's resigned demeanor, Carp couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that Ming was still troubled by Carp's earlier outburst. This amused Carp, for it signified his authority in Ming's eyes. Yet he felt a twinge of discontent. True strength should be fearless. If Ming could not overcome the shadow Carp cast in his mind, his future achievements would likely remain eclipsed by Carp's legacy. Upon Ming's arrival, Carp casually tossed the black dragon to him, stating, "I find your sword lacking. This blade is rather commendable." Caught off guard, Ming hesitated, voicing, "Mr. Carp, is this truly appropriate?" Implying that such actions might contradict the principles of justice expected of the Navy. Carp replied nonchalantly, "That man dared to attack us. Thus, he must be prepared to bear the consequences." With Carp's rationale, Ming grasped that in the pirate world, strength reigned supreme. He accepted the black dragon with gratitude, then focused his gaze on the cabin, prepared to defend the fine sword should Jesse emerge. Noticing Ming had secured the black dragon, Carp strode towards the cabin. Upon confirming that Jesse was completely unconscious, Carp turned to address everyone, commanding, "Fall back." Upon hearing Carp's directive, Ming understood that Jesse had indeed succumbed to his unconscious state. In the depths of his heart, he mourned for Jesse, then resolved that the next time they met, he would demonstrate that this blade had indeed found its rightful master. As the Navy regrouped and returned to their vessel, the inhabitants of Montskier Island finally boarded the pirate ship. Upon approaching, they were immediately met with the ominous glare of dozens of firearms, leaving them anxious on their speedboat. Once aboard the pirate ship, they were struck by the chaos that reigned, yet their foremost objective was to locate their captain. At last, someone discovered the bruised and battered Jesse in the ship's cabin. With the shouts of his crew stirring him, Jesse gradually regained consciousness. Still somewhat dazed, he pressed his hand to his forehead, inadvertently touching his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Glancing at his crew and then surveying his surroundings, he realized he had suffered a complete defeat. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aged Marine, Carp, possessed such formidable strength. Casting his eyes down to his waist, a wave of panic washed over him, prompting him to urgently instruct his crew, "Quickly, help me search for my black dragon." His crew understood that the black dragon was Jesse's lifeline, and they hurriedly began scouring the entire pirate ship. However, after half an hour of turning the ship upside down, they still found no trace of the black dragon. Upon receiving this news, Jesse comprehended that Carp and his men had taken his prized weapon. Enraged, he bellowed at the sky, "You wretched Marines, mark my words. I shall reclaim the black dragon." After his outburst, the fury overwhelmed him, causing him to spit blood before losing consciousness entirely. This left his crew in a frenzy as they swiftly transported Jesse back to the speedboat and returned to Montskier Island. Upon learning of the entire sequence of events, the administrator felt a pang of regret. Had he known Carp was so formidable, he would have warned Jesse beforehand. Meanwhile, Carp and Bogart, unaware of Jesse's bloodied state after realizing the black dragon was taken, had entered the interrogation room to question Jax and Rond. For Carp, every second was precious. If news of the sword pirates' capture spread, their accomplices would undoubtedly go into hiding, complicating matters further. As Ming became acquainted with the black dragon, Bogart shared some information about the blade. Learning that it ranked among the famed 21 great blades filled him with exhilaration. At that moment, he recognized that this sword was indeed one of the 21 great blades. Its craftsmanship and quality surpassed that of ordinary swords. However, mastering such a weapon posed a significant challenge even for an ordinary swordsman. Ming, with the assistance of the system, firmly believed that his innate talent was indeed comparable to that of the finest swordsman. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he currently possessed only the skills of an ordinary swordsman and had yet to develop a unique sword technique of his own. Thus, he could only rely on diligence to master his blade. After an hour of earnest practice, Carp finally emerged from the interrogation room. He was still engaged in a heated conversation with the telephone bug, but before Ming could catch a word, Carp had already terminated the call. Addressing a sailor, Carp commanded, "Have the helmsman alter our course towards the kingdom of Dressrosa." Upon hearing Carp's directive, Ming curiously inquired, "Mr. Carp, has a pirate crew targeting the 5th branch reached Dressrosa?" Yes, Carp nodded affirmatively. According to the information provided by Sengoku, one of the pirate crews has indeed arrived at Dressrosa. Dressrosa, it seems, is the territory of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Ming remarked. Indeed, it is Doflamingo's domain, but what of it? We will capture the pirates regardless. Does that brat dare to intervene? Unless he wishes to forsake his title as one of the 7 warlords, Carp replied nonchalantly. Observing Carp's indifference, Ming could only think to himself that this formidable figure possessed a remarkable level of confidence. Perhaps in Carp's eyes, Doflamingo was truly insignificant. However, Ming was acutely aware of the pivotal role this warlord played in Luffy's journey since his departure. The fact that Doflamingo could force the awakening of a devil fruit ability under Luffy's pressure indicated his exceptional talent. Ming genuinely wished to spar with this formidable warlord. But upon reflecting on his current level of strength, he shook his head. Only a fool would engage in a suicidal endeavor. He would rather wait until his abilities had sufficiently improved before confronting Doflamingo. As thoughts of enhancing his strength crossed his mind, Ming accessed the system and surveyed his dwindling supply of system coins, which caused a frown to crease his brow. With less than 20 million coins remaining, even if he wished to purchase physical points, he could only afford a meager 40 or so. In previous times, 40 physical points would have been considered quite substantial. But the circumstances had changed drastically. His own physical point count was in the hundreds, and 40 points barely constituted half of that. Moreover, based on his experience with the evolution of his spirit's powers, the requirements for evolving the abilities of Pidgey or Charmeleon would likely reach a daunting level that left him apprehensive. Lost in these thoughts, he found himself reminiscing about his life in the paradise. After all, most pirates there were not particularly formidable, making them relatively easy to deal with, and thus, system coins flowed abundantly into his account. During that time, he had no need to worry about a lack of system coins. However, upon entering the new world, confronting a pirate with a bounty of 30 to 40 million had become a considerable challenge. Most of the pirates here had mastered the application of haki, while he was merely a small lieutenant struggling for self-preservation. He is eager to swiftly amass system coins, focusing his targets on the combatants of various pirate crews. For instance, when he faced the 2 formidable warriors of the Sword Pirate crew, he garnered nearly 20 million system coins, which provided a modest replenishment to his dwindling reserves. However, it struck Ming as peculiar that upon entering the new world, the system had refrained from issuing any tasks. As if sensing his confusion, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Due to the inadequacy of the host's strength to warrant presence in this maritime realm, task issuance has been suspended. What? Upon hearing this explanation, Ming's forehead became etched with countless dark lines, realizing that the system deemed his power insufficient. Just as he felt a surge of indignation rising, the system's subsequent statement rendered him speechless. Given the unique nature of the host's current location, an achievement reward has been specially activated. Should the host expend over 10 million system coins, a reward of 1 million system coins shall be granted. Should the expenditure exceed 50 million, the reward escalates to 5 million system coins. Capturing his first pirate will yield a reward of 1 million system coins, while apprehending over 10 pirates will earn 5 million. As the system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind, and the system coins continued to rise, Ming felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully at the heavens. This achievement reward arrived most opportunely, propelling his system coin total beyond 50 million, alongside 100 vitality points. Yet, he had not anticipated that he had unknowingly accomplished so many of these so-called achievements. Reflecting on his time since joining the Navy, it had indeed been vibrant and colorful. He had experienced events that only high-ranking officers might encounter, all thanks to his proximity to Garp. Naturally, in the future, as he leads a ship of his own, he will face these challenges alone, and at this moment, Ming eagerly anticipated the level of strength he would attain by then. Returning to reality, Ming unhesitatingly allocated 100 vitality points to himself, raising his total to 600. This adjustment would ensure that his physical prowess would continue to advance rapidly without significant issues. The following morning, after a grueling workout, Ming sought the counsel of Bogart on how to master advanced swordsmanship. Upon hearing Ming's inquiry, Bogart's eyes glimmered with a hint of nostalgia. He recalled that just over 6 months prior, Ming was a boy devoid of any skills. Now he stood on the brink of delving into advanced swordsmanship, a testament to his talent and industriousness yielding remarkable achievements. Concluding his reflections, Bogart addressed Ming. Ming, your foundational swordsmanship is now exceptionally solid, so you are indeed ready to begin grasping advanced techniques. However, advanced swordsmanship is divided into 2 categories. One comprises techniques passed down from predecessors, which can be mastered by adhering to their experiences. Yet, some of these techniques may not align with your personal style, thereby limiting their effectiveness. Another approach entails perceiving the essence of all things and, in conjunction with one's own circumstances, deriving a unique and advanced swordsmanship. This self-derived technique often possesses the potential to reach its utmost power. Upon hearing Bogart's words, Ming found himself in a state of profound inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that while mastering the advanced swordsmanship passed down by predecessors might significantly diminish its efficacy, it nonetheless provided a clear direction. If one possessed a strong capacity for comprehension, mastery could be achieved in a short span of time. However, to cultivate an advanced swordsmanship independently, one must first grapple with the lack of inspiration, let alone a definitive direction. Should fortune not favor him, it might be an extended period before any progress was made. Observing the conflicted expression on Ming's face, Bogart gently remarked, "I believe you have grasped the merits and demerits of these two forms of swordsmanship. Once you have decided which path to pursue, return to seek my counsel." Ming harbored a desire to initially learn one or two techniques from the ancient masters to swiftly enhance his abilities before embarking on his own journey of enlightenment. However, Bogart's demeanor clearly indicated his disinclination for Ming to take that route. Aware that Bogart, much like Cap, held high expectations for him, Ming realized that he must tread the solitary path of discovering advanced swordsmanship on his own. Approaching Bogart, he declared, "Mr. Bogart, I have made my decision. I shall endeavor to perceive the essence of all things and cultivate my own advanced swordsmanship." Upon hearing Ming's choice, a subtle smile graced Bogart's face, and he nodded, saying, "Since you have chosen this path, allow me to share the key points of comprehending the essence of all things." After a brief pause, Bogart commenced his explanation. The method of perceiving the essence of all things is, in essence, quite simple. It involves sincerely engaging with the myriad phenomena surrounding oneself and intertwining them with one's own sword path. Although the principle is straightforward, the most challenging aspect lies in the integration. To successfully merge one's insights into the swordsmanship, one must not only engage in constant contemplation, but also await the right moment of opportunity. Without such an opportunity, even the most diligent observer of the tides may fail to discern a single technique associated with the waves. Understanding the pivotal nature of comprehending advanced swordsmanship, Ming could only manage a wry smile, hoping that his moment of inspiration would arrive swiftly. Without a few formidable techniques, relying solely on swordsmanship to carve a name for himself in the grand line would be utterly improbable. Having resolved to pursue his own enlightenment, he recognized the importance of not wandering aimlessly in his quest. The choice of direction was paramount, as it would determine the nature of the advanced swordsmanship he would eventually uncover. Seated on the deck, Ming reflected on his role as a marine, knowing that his future interactions would predominantly occur at sea, thus making the ocean an inevitable focal point for his insights. The subsequent choices, however, proved to be more challenging. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing an exceptional direction before him. This direction was the power of the spirits. When Ming harnessed the power of the spirits, he directly transformed into one of them. During his personal experience with the power of spirits, his understanding of this force became increasingly lucid, which would assist him in crafting his own advanced swordsmanship. Naturally, these notions currently remained theoretical. He needed to translate them into practice. Seizing the opportunity of a brief respite, Ming began to gaze at the ocean, seeking inspiration for the creation of his advanced sword techniques. After half an hour of idle contemplation, he found little reward. He was acutely aware that this was a normal occurrence. If enlightenment could be attained in an instant, advanced swordsmanship would not be so challenging to comprehend. In the subsequent period of self-discipline, while embodying the forms of the Pidgey and Charmeleon, he not only familiarized himself with the spirit's power, but also concentrated on the process of wielding it. Although he had made no progress in creating advanced sword techniques, his command and utilization of the spirit's power had become increasingly adept. As dusk approached, the naval vessel finally reached the kingdom of Dressrosa. Carp did not disembark immediately. Instead, he instructed the ship to navigate the periphery of Dressrosa, searching for the pirate ship of their target crew. After meticulous searching, Carp eventually spotted the desired vessel behind a rocky outcrop. Drawing closer to the pirate ship, Ming charged ahead. In his eagerness to earn additional system coins, he made the naval officers trailing him feel somewhat embarrassed for not engaging. In no time, the pirates remaining aboard the ship were vanquished. Among the defenders, only one possessed commendable combat skills, while the rest were merely ordinary pirates lacking any bounty, collectively contributing over 14 million system coins. Through questioning the captured pirates, Ming learned that the others had ventured into the kingdom of Dressrosa. Ming turned to Carp, who pondered for a moment before deciding. Everyone should be distributed along this thoroughfare, awaiting the return of those pirates. Following Carp, a slightly puzzled Ming inquired, "Mr. Carp, since we know the whereabouts of the pirates, why do we not pursue them directly?" Upon hearing Ming's question, Carp smiled and replied, "Young Ming, while I have little regard for that Doflamingo fellow, this is ultimately his territory. If he wishes to play tricks on us, we may find it difficult to locate those pirates within Dressrosa. This is the first point. The second is that by laying an ambush here, we can effectively capture all the pirates and prevent any from slipping through the net. The third point is that should we engage in combat with the pirates within Dressrosa, innocent civilians are sure to be harmed. Thus, remaining here allows us to avoid collateral damage." Upon hearing Carp's analysis, Ming finally grasped his rationale. In truth, when he first heard Carp's decision, he had already contemplated the second and third points, though he had not considered the first. As Carp articulated, if those pirates maintained close ties with Doflamingo, it was possible that Doflamingo might secretly assist them, rendering their pursuit futile. Regarding the factors he had overlooked concerning local forces, he etched them into his mind to prevent himself from repeating similar mistakes in analogous situations. Upon observing that all the Marines were well positioned for ambush, Garp summoned Ming over and concealed his own figure amidst the adjacent woods. Finding the act of ambush somewhat monotonous, Ming chose to contemplate how to forge advanced swordsmanship instead. Drawing from his recollections, he noted that Zoro's sword techniques predominantly stemmed from the concept of form comprehension, where understanding is derived from certain phenomena, manifesting distinct characteristics during execution. A smaller fraction was based on concept comprehension, wherein the essence of the understanding was integrated into the swordplay, rendering it indistinguishable in terms of its ambience until fully realized. To incorporate such an ambience into his own swordsmanship demanded a profound grasp of a particular essence. Ming was acutely aware that to comprehend techniques pertaining to the ocean, he would need to rely on concept comprehension, as the ocean's form could not be expressed through swordplay, only its essence could be conveyed. Conversely, regarding the power of the elves, he could primarily focus on form comprehension, given his familiarity with their forms, compounded by the fact that he could embody an elf himself, making the understanding of form significantly more accessible. Having reached this conclusion, Ming began to reminisce about his experiences as an elf. As time quietly passed, he felt a subtle stirring within, yet at that moment, Bogart suddenly interjected, "They're coming." Hearing this, Ming reluctantly set aside his contemplations and prepared to apprehend the pirates. Following his gaze to the road, he saw a group of pirates approaching, laughing and joking. Having seen the wanted posters, Ming instantly recognized them as his targets. Garp addressed the commander, saying, "You will apprehend that captain." The commander promptly acknowledged the command, and Garp pointed to the three pirates following closely behind the captain, instructing Ming, "Young Ming, the remaining three main combatants are your responsibility." Aware that this was Garp's way of testing him, Ming nodded and replied, "Understood, Mr. Garp." Once the primary personnel were allocated, Garp refrained from further distributing tasks, as the other Marines were already well acquainted with such operations. Garp slowly raised his right hand, and as the escape route of the pirates was severed, he swept his hand downward. The commander and Ming charged forth first, each seeking their respective adversaries. A considerable number of other Marines surged into the fray, clashing with the remaining pirates. Ming experienced the greatest pressure among the Marines, as he was tasked with confronting the three main combatants alone. All three wielded blades, although their strength paled in comparison to that of the captain. Their mastery of swordsmanship did not fall short of Ming's. While Ming had the guidance of a master like Bogart, these three pirates had honed their skills through relentless combat. It could be said that their swordsmanship was more aggressive. After a brief exchange, Ming realized that his attacks were being suppressed. Fortunately, he wielded the Black Dragon, a blade of such sharpness that it instilled considerable fear in the three pirates. Otherwise, he might have faced imminent defeat. More crucially, Ming had yet to tap into his elven powers, which would elevate his strength to an astonishing 60 times that of a typical adult. The three pirates, having accompanied their captain into the New World, had honed their abilities through numerous battles, reaching a formidable strength of 80 to 90 times that of an adult. This disparity in strength significantly heightened Ming's peril. Nevertheless, he bore no semblance of concern. Endowed with elven might, he was resolute in refining his swordsmanship under pressure. Chapter 70. Eagle's Descent. In his usual sparring sessions with Bogart, Ming had often benefited from his opponent's restraint, so any pressure he felt stemmed merely from the vast difference in their abilities. However, the situation was now markedly different. The three pirates understood that failing to defeat Ming would lead to their capture, given the gravity of their current missteps. It was certain they would face imprisonment in the infamous underwater prison from which no one could escape. To avoid such a fate, they were determined to exert themselves fully, even if it meant eliminating Ming. Faced with life-or-death stakes, Ming became increasingly perceptive in combat. Actions that had previously eluded him during practice sessions now unfolded seamlessly. Yet, despite his commendable performance, the numerical and strength disparities rendered his situation increasingly precarious. The imminent danger surrounding him prompted Bogart to consider intervening on several occasions. After several intense minutes of combat, Ming found himself cornered. One pirate, observing the predicament, laughed heartily. "Boy, I wonder where you think you can escape to?" The other two pirates were less verbose, simultaneously slashing at Ming from either side, leaving him no chance to flee. With no other option, Ming leapt into the air. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at the three pirates and suddenly felt reminiscent of his transformation into a BB bird. In that moment, he recalled the inspiration that had struck him during his earlier ambush, which directly related to the BB bird. He contemplated how, when the BB bird executed its skill to strike, it resembled a swordsman lunging at someone from the sky with a blade. Now, in midair, he seized the opportunity to attempt this maneuver. Gripping the black dragon tightly, Ming aimed the blade's tip at the three pirates, envisioning himself as the BB bird, with the blade's tip transforming into the bird's beak. Drawing upon his experience as the BB bird, he swiftly immersed himself in the role. Imagining his descent imbued with the BB bird's unyielding momentum, he pondered how best to employ his sword techniques to convey this concept perfectly. In an instant, all the foundational sword techniques he had mastered flickered through his mind like a rapid slideshow, coalescing into a vague, yet vivid formation of swordplay. At that moment, he began his descent from the sky. Instinctively, Ming unleashed the sword technique that had taken shape in his mind. At that moment, in the eyes of the three pirates, he suddenly transformed into a majestic eagle diving down with unwavering momentum. Initially, when they saw Ming leap into the air, the three pirates believed they had found an opportunity to eliminate him. However, the overwhelming aura he now radiated signaled to them that the situation had drastically changed. The trio hastily fortified their defenses, unwilling to be unexpectedly dispatched. Just as they prepared, Ming accelerated downward. The sword technique in his mind had crystallized, and in an instant, he surged past the three pirates, his black dragon sword poised in a thrusting position. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, deep gashes appeared on their shoulders where their blades had rested. Blood gushed forth, and they collapsed, rendered incapable of wielding their weapons, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. And they were swiftly apprehended by three ordinary Marines. Bogut and Carp observed this scene, with radiant smiles illuminating their faces. From Ming's execution of that singular strike, it was evident that he had finally grasped a form of advanced swordsmanship uniquely his own, marking a significant breakthrough in his martial journey. As Ming's swordsmanship mentor, Bogut felt immense satisfaction. After all, having such a remarkably gifted disciple brought him great honor. The other pirates, witnessing Ming incapacitate the three primary combatants with a single stroke, were immediately filled with trepidation, save for their captain. It was well known that those three fighters represented the pinnacle of strength aboard their vessel, surpassed only by the captain himself. Now that Ming had bested them, it was clear that his combat prowess was formidable enough to easily subdue the rest. The captain was acutely aware of this, yet he was preoccupied with his own survival. The Commodore arranged by Carp was beyond his capabilities, and seeing Ming eliminate his adversaries, the Commodore was eager not to lag behind. The captain was tormented by the full force of the Commodore, while Ming assisted in neutralizing the ordinary pirates. As the remaining pirates were captured, the captain was ultimately defeated. With all crew members apprehended, the pirate crew was thoroughly vanquished. Upon witnessing the resolution of the conflict, Carp promptly ordered his men to regroup and return to the Navy's ship. However, he turned his gaze, filled with profound meaning, in a certain direction. He and Bogut then approached Ming, guiding him towards the naval vessel. Along the way, Carp remarked, "Young Ming, that sword technique you used to defeat three opponents was your own creation, wasn't it?" Ming nodded, a light smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, Mr. Carp. What is the name of this technique?" "Its power seems quite impressive," Carp continued. I haven't thought of a name yet. As I developed it in the heat of battle," Ming replied with a wry smile. "You must come up with an appealing name. As this is your first self-created advanced sword technique," Carp urged. His words plunged Ming into contemplation, realizing that this advanced technique had emerged through his communion with the power of the BB bird. While it is impossible to fully convey the might of the BB bird, it does possess the grace of a majestic eagle. Since this technique emulates the BB bird's skillful impact during a dive, it has been named Eagle's Descent. With a smile, Ming shared this newly coined term with Carp and Bogart. Although the name itself might seem rather ordinary, its appropriateness was undeniable. Suddenly, Bogart, who had remained mostly silent, interjected, "Ming, now is the time to solidify your grasp of Eagle's Descent, especially since it is a newly acquired advanced sword technique." "Understood, Mr. Bogart." Ming replied with a nod. He began to reinforce his mastery of Eagle's Descent as per Bogart's advice. Upon returning to the naval vessel, he not only honed the technique, but also drew lessons from the recent battle to refine any shortcomings of Eagle's Descent. Once he felt sufficiently prepared, he sought out the Rear Admiral with whom he had just fought for a sparring session. Employing Eagle's Descent, Ming compelled the Admiral to rely solely on his observation haki for predictions. Otherwise, he risked facing genuine peril. Seizing this opportunity, Ming continued to enhance Eagle's Descent. After Carp and Bogart finished interrogating the captive, Ming spotted Bogart emerging first and promptly approached him to demonstrate his Eagle's Descent. As Ming's swordsmanship instructor, Bogart readily agreed. Eagerly, Ming executed Eagle's Descent, thrusting his blade toward Bogart. Unfortunately, facing an opponent of Bogart's caliber, the latter effortlessly parried the strike with a mere flick of his sword. Undeterred, Ming attempted several more times, only to meet the same frustrating outcome. Chapter 71. An impending battle. Observing Bogart's relaxed demeanor, Ming recognized that his own swordsmanship and physical prowess were still lacking, rendering him a negligible threat to Bogart. With no other option, Ming ceased his attempts. Upon noticing Ming's halt, Bogart sheathed his sword and began to elucidate the shortcomings of Ming's recent attacks. As Bogart pointed out these areas for improvement, Ming's eyes brightened with newfound inspiration for refining Eagle's Descent. Once the enhancements were completed, Ming heard Carp's irate voice, laced with expletives that seemed to include the name Kaido. Could it be that the target of the 5 brigades was indeed Kaido? This thought caused Ming's brow to furrow slightly. Given Carp's temperament, even with the knowledge that their opponent was Kaido, he would undoubtedly seek to confront him, though Carp's strength might not render him fearful of Kaido. The rest of their crew appeared somewhat outmatched against the Beast's pirates unless supported by other formidable Navy experts. The situation did not bode well. As Carp stormed onto the deck, he angrily hung up the phone. It was apparent that Sengoku's advice had displeased him greatly. Carp addressed Bogart and Ming, declaring, "Bogart, young Ming, we shall set sail directly to Wano, where Kaido resides. This time, I intend to make it clear to Kaido that the Navy is not to be trifled with." Observing Carp's furious demeanor, Ming was acutely aware that contradicting him would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Yet, reason compelled him to speak without hesitation. "Mr. Carp, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from confronting Kaido directly at this moment. We should wait for the reinforcements dispatched by Admiral Sengoku." Upon hearing Ming's words, Bogart sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, Carp's expression darkened as he retorted, "Ming, do you doubt my ability to face Kaido in battle?" The intensity of Carp's gaze instilled a profound psychological pressure within Ming, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "No. I am well aware of your prowess in a one-on-one duel with Kaido. However, the rest of us are ill-equipped to contend with the entire Beast Pirates crew. And you must recognize this." Ming's words caused Carp's brow to furrow. Although he remained seething with rage over the assault on the 5th Division, he acknowledged the validity of Ming's argument. Sengoku had also touched upon this matter during their recent conversation. However, the sight of the 5th Division's destruction made him impatient for reinforcements. His fists clenched tightly, betraying his inner turmoil and frustration. Understanding that Carp's fury required an outlet, Ming suggested, "Mr. Carp, while we may not be able to venture to Wano at this time, we could certainly take action against the pirate crews under Kaido's command." Carp nodded subtly, recognizing Ming's intent to provide him with a constructive means of venting his anger. After all, among Kaido's subordinates, there were certainly several implicated in the assault on the 5th Division, and targeting these pirate crews would not be unjustifiable. Carp redialed Sengoku's number and conveyed his desire to track the movements of Kaido's pirate crews. Sengoku, understanding Carp's intentions, was more than willing to support this course of action, as it would temporarily deter Carp from directly confronting Kaido, while Sengoku initiated investigations into the whereabouts of Kaido's subordinates. He also ordered Aokiji to head to the New World to rendezvous with Carp. He knew that Carp's subsequent actions would inevitably incite Kaido's fury, leading to an impending clash. For Sengoku, avoiding conflict with one of the 4 emperors would be ideal. Unfortunately, Kaido had overstepped this time, and Sengoku found no justification to spare him. Amidst this brewing storm, as soon as Carp received the location information of Kaido's pirate crews, he swiftly mobilized his forces to apprehend them. Within a few encounters, the denizens of the New World became aware that Kaido, one of the four emperors, had engaged in a significant conflict with the Navy, heralding the onset of a monumental battle. Meanwhile, Kaido, stationed in Wano, was in high spirits, as he was quite pleased with the outcome of the attack on the Navy's 5th Division. The only drawback was that this incident had obscured his identity, leaving everyone unaware of his involvement. In good spirits, he felt inclined to indulge in activities he relished. Caressing his chin, Kaido began to contemplate where he might engage in some self-destructive fun. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a pirate under his command rushed in, visibly flustered. "Captain, it's dire. The Navy has been targeting the pirate crews under our banner, and several have already been eradicated." Upon hearing this, Kaido's displeasure was palpable as he retorted, "What did you say?" Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Kaido, the pirate hesitantly replied, "Several of our subordinate crews have been taken down by the Navy. Which fool of a Navy officer dared to do this?" Kaido's eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed. "It was Carp," the pirate stammered, momentarily stunned by Kaido's outburst. Instinctively answering his question, "That old coot Carp. It seems he has uncovered the truth regarding the attack on the Navy branch." Kaido rose from his seat, muttering to himself, "I told you there was no need for disguises. We've been discovered regardless." Stepping outside his palace, Kaido called out loudly, "All calamities and disasters, gather forth." His voice echoed around him. Within their chambers, the calamities and disasters hurriedly made their way to Kaido's palace upon hearing his summons. In less than 10 minutes, all had assembled. One of the calamities, Jack, inquired, "Captain, what pressing matter requires our presence?" "We are setting sail. I shall personally deal with Carp," Kaido declared resolutely. His words ignited a wave of astonishment among the assembled pirates, for they all recognized Carp's formidable reputation and were taken aback by Kaido's sudden intent to confront him. One of the calamities, the disaster, questioned Kaido, "Captain, what has transpired that compels you to take action against Carp?" "Carp has recently apprehended several of my subordinate crews, and regardless of his reasons, since he dares to provoke me, I cannot show weakness," Kaido proclaimed loudly. The upper echelons of the beast pirates were well aware of Kaido's recent actions and understood that Carp had likely uncovered the clues leading to the assault on the 5 branches. Identifying Kaido as the culprit, "Prepare to depart immediately. I must locate Carp within 2 days and eliminate him," Kaido commanded, striding towards the pirate ship. The high-ranking members of the beast pirates followed closely behind, realizing that a monumental clash was imminent. In Wano, the general, Orochi, upon learning of Kaido's movements, connected the recently acquired intelligence and deduced that Kaido was mobilizing against Carp. Although he had a cooperative relationship with Kaido, he had no desire to become embroiled in this turmoil. After all, Carp was a formidable figure, and he preferred to safeguard his own territory. Chapter 72. A fortuitous start. Kaido led the entire Beast Pirates crew into action. Such a significant mobilization could not escape the notice of Sengoku. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku promptly informed Carp and urged Aokiji to hasten his journey to Carp's side. Upon learning of the situation, Carp's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt a surge of anticipation. "Finally, it's time. I will ensure Kaido learns the consequences of daring to strike at the 5 branches," Carp stated coldly. As Carp spoke, a brewing storm was palpable in the air. Bogart commanded all sailors to enter a heightened state of alert. Ming, rare in his decision to momentarily cease self-training, understood that this adversary was unlike any he had previously encountered. If he did not present himself in peak condition, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Under such circumstances, an entire day passed. As the sky began to brighten once more, a fleet of pirate ships emerged from the distance alongside the slowly rising sun. The reconnaissance sailors promptly reported this development to the entire vessel, raising the alarm. Carp, accompanied by numerous naval officers, approached the bow, gazing at the advancing beast pirates without a trace of trepidation in their eyes. They had faced countless battles alongside Carp, even against pirates of the Yonko caliber, and thus the presence of Kaido's beast pirates did not instill fear within them. As a newcomer, Ming could not emulate the seasoned sailors aboard Carp's ship. Watching the beast pirates draw near, he felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. After all, this was his inaugural confrontation with a Yonko-level pirate crew. And although Carp's expertise provided reassurance, his mindset remained unchanged. Nevertheless, this was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his abilities, allowing the pirates of this world to truly recognize him. He turned to Carp and said, "Mr. Carp, I shall deliver some greetings to the beast pirates." Carp understood Ming's intentions and nodded, though his expression remained serious. "You may approach, but exercise caution, as they are indeed the beast pirates." "I understand," Ming replied earnestly. With that, he transformed into a BB bird and began his flight toward the beast pirates. Upon witnessing Ming's avian form approaching, the scouting pirates quickly reported to Kaido. Unfazed, Kaido instructed his subordinate, "Have that bird eliminated." "Yes, Captain," responded the Calamity, promptly dispatching 2 of his ability users to confront Ming. 2 birds took flight from the beast pirate ship, their targets set on Ming. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ming realized these were true devil fruit users, and that they were indeed after him. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was eager to test the aerial combat prowess of these flying devil fruit users against his own. As the 2 sides drew closer, Ming discerned that one of the ability users was a snow falcon fruit user while the other was a vulture fruit user. Aware of the disparity in strength between the 2, Ming knew that the snow falcon user would undoubtedly possess greater power than the vulture user due to their respective species. With his focus primarily on the snow falcon, Ming prepared for an offensive stance, disregarding the vulture. As the speed of his BB bird form ensured it would have no chance of catching up, the snow falcon and vulture had already conspired to execute a surprise attack, with the snow falcon leading the charge and the vulture poised to strike from behind. As the snow eagle approached, it rapidly flapped its wings and dove towards Ming. Observing the imminent assault, Ming remained remarkably composed, fully aware that the eagle's primary means of attack lay in its formidable claws. He understood that evading those claws would require the eagle considerable time to regroup for another strike. As the snow eagle neared Ming, it extended its sharp claws in a fierce attempt to grasp him. Ming's immobile stance brought a surge of delight to the eagle, which believed Ming's lack of aerial combat experience rendered him unable to react to the impending attack. However, just as the eagle anticipated a successful strike, Ming unleashed his skill, flash, and instantaneously vanished from sight, reappearing behind the eagle, in front of the vulture. Although the vulture was vigilant, keenly observing the dynamics of the battle, Ming's sudden maneuver left him utterly unprepared. Upon finding himself before the vulture, Ming wasted no time and executed the skill charge. Transforming into a swift arrow, he surged towards the vulture, colliding with it before it could comprehend the situation, sending the vulture hurtling away, perilously close to the ocean's embrace. Realizing the dire predicament, the vulture suppressed its pain and desperately flapped its wings, fully aware that should it plunge into the sea, rescue would be unlikely. For the higher echelons of the beast pirates were predominantly fruit users, incapable of plunging into the water to save it. While the vulture struggled for survival, Ming turned his full attention to the snow eagle, indifferent to the vulture's fate. Upon witnessing Ming's astonishing use of flash, the snow eagle recognized that Ming's aerial combat prowess likely surpassed its own. The ability to execute such rapid evasive maneuvers was beyond even the eagle's capabilities. Coupled with the earlier move that had sent the vulture flying, the eagle abandoned any hope of defeating Ming outright, realizing that a more strategic approach might hold the key to victory. Noticing the eagle's hesitation to attack directly, Ming surmised the eagle's thoughts, but he had no desire to squander time on such matters. He positioned himself a short distance away and unleashed the skill blast. A ferocious gale erupted from his wings, buffeting the snow eagle and disrupting its previously stable flight. Seizing the opportunity, Ming executed charge, descending upon the disoriented eagle. The flustered eagle, recognizing the incoming threat, desperately flapped its wings in an attempt to evade Ming's assault. Yet, the chaotic winds hindered its ability to maneuver. With no alternative, it folded its wings, a dark hue enveloping their surface as it employed armament hockey. Clang! Ming's charge collided with the eagle's wings, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The wings of the snow sculpture remained unscathed, yet the impact of the collision inflicted considerable distress upon it. Tragically, the blow from Ming descended from above, prompting the snow sculpture to fold its wings in a defensive posture, consequently stripping it of its ability to soar. Under the force of the impact, the snow sculpture was thrust directly into the sea, rendering it unable to flee. In the distance, the marine soldiers erupted in cheers upon witnessing Ming's initial success, triumphantly defeating 2 of Kaido's subordinates. Smiles adorned the faces of Carp and Bogart. Chapter 73. The catastrophe strikes. While the Navy celebrated, Kaido's expression darkened significantly. They had not anticipated that sending 2 ability users would result in their defeat. Catastrophe felt particularly humiliated, as those 2 were his subordinates. In a fit of anger, he prepared to dispatch several more capable fighters to confront Ming when Kaido coldly commanded him, "We cannot allow them to continue their arrogance. You must take action personally." Sensing Kaido's dissatisfaction, Catastrophe quickly replied, "Understood, Captain." As Catastrophe approached the bow of the ship, preparing to transform, the pirates who had been monitoring Ming's situation suddenly gasped in alarm. Noticing the unusual occurrence, Catastrophe directed his gaze towards Ming's position. To his astonishment, A tornado was forming not far in front of Ming, with seawater being drawn upward, evolving into a formidable sea tornado. Upon defeating the snow sculpture, Ming promptly unleashed his skill, the tornado. He understood that having vanquished 2 fruit users would undoubtedly provoke Kaido, and he feared that a true combatant or even a calamity-level foe might soon arrive. Thus, he activated the tornado skill, ensuring he would have the opportunity to deliver this formidable gift. Catastrophe's expression shifted slightly. If the sea tornado Ming conjured were to head in their direction, they would indeed be in considerable peril. With a thought, he began to transform. His body swelled and enlarged, his arms morphing into a pair of blue wings spanning 5 meters, his head transforming into that of an eagle adorned with golden feathers, and his feet becoming sharp brown talons. As he transformed into this blue giant eagle, currents of electricity crackled across him. A manifestation of his devil fruit, the mythical Zoan Thunder Eagle fruit, which granted him the power to manipulate lightning. Catastrophe, now a Thunder Eagle, flapped his wings and soared into the air, swiftly darting toward Ming's location. Although Ming was unaware of the specific nature of Catastrophe's devil fruit, his instincts warned him that Catastrophe's abilities were formidable. He directed the sea tornado towards the beast pirates, and then turned to make his way back to the naval ship. Observing Ming's retreat, Catastrophe immediately quickened his pace in pursuit. He would not allow Ming to create trouble for the beast pirates and simply walk away unscathed. As for the sea tornado that surged toward the beast pirates, the Calamity felt no concern, given the strength of the beast pirates. They would undoubtedly have no difficulty contending with such a phenomenon. Upon returning to the naval vessel, Ming noticed the Calamity accelerating toward him, prompting him to match that pace. Transforming into a bird, his wingspan rivaled that of the Calamity's thunderous eagle, allowing him to accelerate with equal swiftness. Having just navigated around the sea tornado, the Calamity observed Ming's similar surge in speed, realizing that without employing certain tactics, he would not be able to catch up with Ming. With a roar, the golden feathers atop his head erupted in blinding lightning, and the previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in dark clouds. Witnessing the Calamity's effortless manipulation of the weather, a flicker of gravity crossed Ming's gaze. His keen perception allowed him to discern the changes occurring in the feathers above the Calamity's head. The surging lightning radiated a dazzling brilliance that evoked a sense of dread. As the ominous clouds above began to flicker with bolts of lightning, the Calamity growled, "Embrace your demise, Marine." From the golden feathers, a bolt of lightning, not particularly thick, shot forth directly into the stormy clouds. The clouds, which had merely exhibited flashes of lightning, suddenly erupted with thick bolts, and one of them descended towards Ming's position. Having anticipated this, Ming activated his skill, Lightning Flash. Just as the bolt surged toward the clouds, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind only an afterimage. The lightning struck the afterimage, sending a shiver down Ming's spine. Had he not been prepared, he would have likely been struck, with his fate hanging in the balance. This thought ignited a flame of fury within him. Acknowledging the Calamity's prowess, he, as a transmigrator endowed with extraordinary abilities, could not simply endure such bullying in silence. Turning around, Ming unleashed another skill, Air Slash. With a powerful flap of his wings, several air slashes materialized, directed toward the Calamity. Infuriated by Ming's evasion of his lightning attack, the Calamity prepared to launch another electrical assault. He could not fathom that a Marine of Ming's caliber could continuously evade his lightning strikes. However, before he could act again, Ming had already initiated his counterattack. Employing his observation haki, the Calamity sensed the incoming air slashes. Were it not for the vast ocean beneath them and the recent incident of the snow sculpture being struck down, he would have continued with his lightning attack and braced himself with his armament haki. Yet, the earlier encounter with the snow sculpture gave him pause. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his electrical assault. Utilizing his observation haki, the Calamity flapped his wings, evading the range of the air slashes. Upon witnessing the Calamity evade the air slashes, Ming understood that it was indeed the observation haki that had allowed the Calamity to perceive the trajectory of his strikes. However, there are times when, even if one can perceive the trajectory of an attack, evading it remains impossible. Ming once again powerfully flapped his wings, this time employing the skill of Wind Blast. The terrifying gale, summoned by the force of his wings, howled towards the Calamity. The Calamity, having narrowly escaped the air slash, had yet to stabilize when it felt a fierce wind rushing towards it. It is known that birds soar through the skies largely by harnessing air currents. However, the tempestuous wind created by Ming disrupted the currents, making it difficult for even the Calamity, the sky sovereign of the beast pirate crew, to maintain control of its body for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Ming unleashed another air slash, sending multiple slashes toward the Calamity. He was eager to see if the user of the Thunder Eagle fruit could evade the air slash under such conditions. Naturally, the Calamity could not evade it. At that moment, stabilizing its body was already a challenge, let alone dodging in midair. Sensing the oncoming air slashes through his observation haki, he could only envelop himself in armament haki to withstand the blows. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of collision echoed. Ming observed that the spot where the Calamity had braced itself against the air slash remained unscathed, and he realized that his fury was in vain. He was still unable to contend with such a formidable adversary. Having contemplated this, he suppressed his anger, unleashed another wind blast, and turned to hasten back to the naval ship. Although the Calamity was hardly injured by the air slash, it was still propelled backward. Were it not for its formidable strength, which allowed it to halt its body midair, it might have met the same fate as the snow sculpture. Chapter 74. Kaido and Carp. Once the Calamity stabilized itself, it intended to unleash a lightning attack. Yet, the gale generated by Ming's wind blast disrupted it once more, forcing it to continue the frustrating task of stabilizing its body. As the wind subsided, the Calamity noticed Ming was now not far from the naval ship. Its pupils constricted, and the golden feather atop its head surged with electric light, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning towards the ominous clouds above. Upon witnessing the Calamity summon several bolts of lightning, Ming's heart sank, prompting him to execute a flash of lightning. What had once been a straightforward trajectory transformed into a zigzagging path, rendering his position unpredictable. The thunder rumbled ominously in the cloud-laden sky, and suddenly, several thick bolts of lightning struck down. The locations of these strikes surrounded Ming, but fortunately, his speed from the flash of lightning was sufficient, coupled with a stroke of luck. Otherwise, he would have surely been charred. The Calamity, taken aback by Ming's fortuitous evasion, had specifically conjured several bolts of lightning, yet failed to strike him. Aware that he was nearing his pirate ship, a cold glint flickered in the Calamity's eyes. A single bolt of lightning erupted from the golden feather atop its head, far surpassing the previous strikes in both intensity and magnitude. As the vessel soared above the naval ship that had already navigated its course, Ming was suddenly enveloped by an oppressive sensation, as if some dreadful calamity were imminent. This feeling was not his alone. Every sailor aboard the naval ship shared in this foreboding. At that moment, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the darkened clouds, its target unmistakably the naval ship. Ming found himself unable to flee. Beneath him lay the very ship he was bound to. Just as he prepared to brace himself against the impending strike, a figure materialized beside him. Ming, allow me to borrow your body for a moment. Before Ming could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his body suddenly grow heavy, clearly a result of the voice's owner utilizing him as a springboard. Lifting his eyes, he beheld a silhouette adorned with a hat, none other than Bogart. At that moment, Bogart hovered above the naval ship, his renowned sword drawn, aimed directly at the descending lightning. As his blade met the bolt, the lightning's trajectory was altered, veering from its course to strike the naval ship and instead heading towards the open sea. The elegance with which Bogart sliced through the lightning left Ming in awe. It was the first time he grasped that when a person attains an extraordinary level of mastery in a particular aspect, they can transcend all barriers. No wonder those who have never wielded a devil fruit can contend with those who possess such powers. He resolved within himself to hone his swordsmanship to that exalted level. After severing the lightning, Bogart began his descent, landing upon Ming, who felt a slight tingling in his body. Noticing Bogart's unusual condition, Ming realized that the lightning had indeed impacted him. With concern, he inquired, "Mr. Bogart, are you all right?" Bogart shook his head, replying, "I am fine. Merely experiencing a slight numbness. A brief respite will suffice." Relieved by Bogart's words, Ming felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, if Bogart sustained significant harm, it would be dire. As he prepared to descend further, he witnessed Carp unexpectedly burst forth from the naval ship, charging at an astonishing speed towards the Calamity. Understanding Carp's intent, Ming was fully aware of what was about to unfold. The Calamity, equally cognizant of Carp's purpose, bore no fear, as one of the three disasters. He recognized Carp's formidable identity. However, he was not one to cower. As a member of the Beast Pirates elite, he relished the prospect of a confrontation. With a thunderous roar, the golden feathers atop the Calamity's head shimmered with renewed vigor, and bolts of lightning erupted from them, surging towards the stormy clouds. Under the Calamity's command, a series of massive lightning strikes cascaded from the clouds, aiming squarely at Carp, who remained impassive in the face of this onslaught. Yet, just as the lightning seemed poised to strike him, he deftly evaded it with remarkable agility. Natural disasters cannot lead to the belief that Carp can predict all lightning trajectories. Once again, he commanded the lightning to strike him, but alas, the outcome remained unchanged. As the last bolt of lightning was narrowly evaded by Carp, he advanced towards the calamity, accelerating to the side of the thunderous figure, and delivered a fierce blow with his right fist. The colossal form of the Thunder Eagle could not evade Carp's formidable strike. In desperation, the calamity enveloped its face with armed haki, bracing itself to withstand Carp's punch. The impact resonated with a powerful clang. Struck by Carp's fist, the calamity's defiant gaze shifted. It finally comprehended the origin of Carp's moniker, Iron Fist. The area where the armed haki was applied caved inward from the sheer force of Carp's blow, leaving the calamity momentarily stunned. Transformed into a Thunder Eagle, it was sent hurtling backwards towards the position of the beast pirates. As the calamity was sent flying, Kaido rushed in to catch it. Retaliating with a punch aimed at Carp, Carp swiftly countered with his left fist, and the two fists, disproportionately sized, collided with a thunderous sound. The clash of conquerors' haki echoed, as Carp chuckled. "Kaido, since when did you learn to ambush?" "I did not ambush you," Kaido replied solemnly, casually tossing the calamity aside before unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes towards Carp. Unyielding, Carp matched Kaido's ferocity with equal speed. Their aerial combat generated terrifying shockwaves, causing nearby pirate and navy ships to hesitate in their advance. As their fists clashed, Carp laughed heartily. "Kaido, your strength has certainly improved." Carp's seemingly teasing remark ignited Kaido's fury, yet the weight of Carp's might left Kaido with little energy to retort. After nearly 100 exchanges, Kaido was unexpectedly sent reeling back to the pirate ship. Carp, utilizing the rebound from the impact, gracefully returned to a nearby navy vessel, witnessing Kaido at a disadvantage. The members of the beast pirates were taken aback. They had not anticipated their captain would falter against Carp. In this moment, Jack glanced at the calamity, but the latter's state compelled Jack to abandon seeking counsel. The calamity, having just been caught by his subordinates, was still reeling from Carp's punishing blow. The last of the three disasters, the flood, remained impassive, fully aware that while Carp might surpass Kaido in strength, he certainly lacked Kaido's endurance. In a prolonged battle, Kaido would inevitably triumph over Carp. Chapter 75. The Clash of Titans. Upon returning to the Navy vessel, the immediate inquiry from Ming was, "Mr. Carp, are you unharmed?" "Of course, I am fine. However, Kaido's strength has indeed seen considerable advancement," Carp replied with a smile. Observing Carp's serene demeanor, it became evident to Ming that Carp was indeed untroubled. Reflecting on Carp's earlier confrontation with Kaido, Ming could not help but marvel at Carp's formidable prowess. To confront Kaido, the notorious pirate hailed as the strongest creature, head-on, and to gain the upper hand was a spectacle Ming had scarcely dared to believe until witnessing it firsthand. After addressing Ming's inquiry, Carp turned his gaze toward the beast pirates, directing his question to Kaido, who stood at the prow of his ship. "Kaido, why did you choose to assault our Navy's 5th Division?" Upon landing on the pirate vessel, the deck beneath Kaido cracked slightly under his weight, causing two of the calamities to hesitate. Observing the stark contrast between his own men and Carp's, Kaido felt a surge of anger within him. Despite being a peer among the strongest, Carp enjoyed the concern of numerous Navy officers, while Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, found none of his crew daring to approach him. This frustration weighed heavily on Kaido, exacerbating his conqueror's haki, which caused many of his crew members to tremble involuntarily. Unbeknownst to Kaido, he had already instilled a sense of fear in his crew, and the prospect of him being repelled only intensified their trepidation. Just as Kaido contemplated unleashing his fury, he heard Carp's question. With his characteristic bluntness, Kaido retorted, "I attacked the Navy's 5th Division simply because I wanted to. There is no need for a reason." While Kaido had indeed admitted to orchestrating the assault, Carp recognized that he had withheld the true motive. This motive likely entailed significant matters, suggesting that even if Kaido were single-minded, he was not devoid of cunning. What could compel Kaido to risk shattering the stalemate of the New World by targeting the Navy's 5th Division? Carp was eager to uncover the reason. So he inhaled deeply and stated coldly, "Kaido, if you do not provide a full account, I shall capture you and interrogate you at my leisure." "Oh." Kaido's brows arched slightly, a smirk curling his lips as he replied, "Carp, you old fool, the thought of capturing me is nothing short of delusion. Is that so?" Carp turned to Ming and instructed, "Ming, bring me the iron chain." Understanding the implication of Carp's request, Ming was taken aback by the impending use of such a formidable weapon. Nodding, he swiftly made his way to the side of the Navy's ship, retrieving a hefty iron chain and bringing it back to Carp. As Carp grasped the chain, He exerted force with his right hand, causing a massive iron ball to surge forth from the depths beneath the Navy vessel. Under Carp's command, the colossal iron ball, accompanied by a terrifying roar, hurtled towards the ship of the beast pirates. As the shadow of the immense iron ball loomed over the entire pirate vessel, the ordinary crew members of the beast pirates broke into a cold sweat, astonished that such terrifying strength could be contained within Carp's seemingly slender frame. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaido displayed no signs of surprise. If Carp were weak, he could not have engaged in such a prolonged contest of strength. His fists clenched tightly, prepared to launch Carp's iron ball into the air at any moment. At that juncture, Jack transformed into a massive mammoth, enveloping his entire trunk with haki before hurling it toward the iron ball. With a fearsome rush of wind, Jack's trunk collided forcefully with the iron ball. Initially, Jack's eyes sparkled with confidence, but upon impact, a look of horror washed over him as he underestimated the power contained within Carp's iron ball. As Jack began to retreat, Kaido's right fist struck the iron ball. The sheer force of his punch nullified the momentum of the iron ball, causing it to drop directly into the ocean. "Thank you, Captain," Jack said, reverting back to his human form. Had it not been for Kaido's timely assistance, their ship would surely have sustained severe damage from the iron ball. Kaido, disregarding Jack, leapt into the air, aiming for the nearby naval vessel, determined to return Carp's iron ball with interest. Observing Kaido's intentions, Carp understood that he harbored ill intentions as he too sprang into the air, using Jeppo to propel himself toward Kaido. The two formidable masters collided once more in midair. To avoid the clash between Carp and Kaido, the Navy ship remained stationary, while Jack directed the pirate ship to maneuver around, charging toward the naval vessel. As the pirate ship drew nearer, Bogard alerted the sailors aboard the Navy ship. "Prepare for battle. The Beast's pirates are approaching." He was acutely aware that the calamities of the Beast's pirates were undoubtedly present, along with numerous formidable fighters. For them, this would prove to be a difficult battle. Ming, fully aware of the situation, summoned the power of the fire dinosaur, knowing he must give his all without any room for complacency. In less than 10 minutes, the Beast's pirate ship approached the Navy vessel, with pirates leaping fiercely onto the naval ship. The well-prepared sailors opened fire, attempting to thwart the pirates' advance. Witnessing this, Jack immediately leapt from the pirate ship. Covered in haki, he remained unaffected by the bullets. Upon landing on the Navy ship, Jack swung his weapon, injuring two sailors directly. Ming, noting this development, rushed toward Jack, drawing the black dragon from his waist and slashing at Jack. Seeing Ming, transformed into the fire dinosaur, wielding his blade against him, Jack recognized Ming as a devil fruit user. He swung his weapon to counter Ming's black dragon. Clang! Ming's powerful strike was effortlessly parried by Jack, causing him to slide across the deck, leaving 2 marks behind. Jack scoffed. "You, with such mediocre skill, dare to challenge me? Truly a foolhardy endeavor." Upon hearing Jack's words, a surge of anger ignited within Ming, prompting him to rush at Jack once more. At that moment, Bogard interposed himself in front of Jack, addressing Ming behind him. "Ming, leave the calamity that is Jack to me. You must contend with the other pirates." Ming understood that Bogart sought to protect him from peril. After all, Jack's prowess rivaled that of a first mate, and someone of his limited combat ability stood no chance against a monster like Jack. "I understand." Ming gritted his teeth and declared. He charged towards the other pirates, who, while formidable, proved to be slightly inferior to him and were soon left wailing in despair. Chapter 76. Special Mission. Ming's performance shifted the tide in favor of the Navy, as the ordinary sailors began to match the strength of the beast pirates. Just then, a towering figure suddenly charged towards Ming. Transforming into a fiery dinosaur, Ming took note of this development and directed his gaze towards the imposing silhouette. To his astonishment, he recognized this figure all too well. It was Iron Ein, whom he had encountered at ZAPDOS Archipelago. Ein, noticing Ming's surprise, sneered. "You seem quite taken aback to see me, boy." Ming remained silent. Upon learning that Ein had fled and left behind a trail of harsh words, he had anticipated this day would come. Calculating in his mind, he believed that when next they crossed paths, he would possess the strength to contend with Ein. After all, having earned the right to step into the new world, his abilities could not be trifling. Yet, being alongside Carp had disrupted his plans, and the pressure of entering the new world prematurely weighed heavily upon him. Seeing Ming silent, Ein continued, "I never expected you to be under Carp's command, but alas. You were complicit in the events at ZAPDOS Archipelago, so prepare to endure my wrath." Ding. A special mission was issued. Endure for 10 minutes. Mission requirements. The host is required to withstand Ein for 10 minutes. Mission rewards. The host will receive 100 million system coins. Initially grim, Ming was momentarily taken aback by the sudden mission announcement. Had it not been agreed that no missions would be assigned in the new world? Why had the system broken its word? Yet, despite the breach of promise, he found the system rather endearing at this moment. 100 million system coins, equivalent to 200 vitality points. Though he felt uncertain, the prospect of such a reward compelled him to undertake the mission. With a fierce determination lighting his eyes, he thought, "Gods block my path. I shall slay gods. Buddhas obstruct me. I shall slay Buddhas." Ming's abrupt transformation bewildered Ain, who had intended to crush Ming's spirit with sheer intimidation. He could not fathom what had transpired within Ming to bring about such a drastic shift in demeanor. However, for Ain, it mattered not. A change in mentality would not bridge the chasm of their strength disparity. As Ain's body morphed into a dark metallic hue, he charged at Ming, his fist poised to strike. Confronted with Ain's assault, Ming wielded his black dragon blade with determination. The material of the black dragon allowed him to withstand even the fiercest clash against armed haki. Clang! As the black dragon collided with Ain's fist, Ming felt a formidable force surge through the blade, causing him to retreat several meters, his arm trembling from the impact. Ain advanced toward Ming with measured steps, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Are you mentally prepared, young one?" "I'm afraid I have no intention of leaving my life here," Ming retorted coldly. "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, the truth is beyond your control," Ain replied indifferently. He approached Ming, his hands morphing into a spiked form, simultaneously lunging at him from above and below. Ming employed a cleaving technique with his left hand, while his right swung the black dragon in a mirrored motion. Clang! Clang! Ain's spiked hands were deflected by Ming. Yet the disparity in their strength was evident. Ming was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the cabin. The impact inflicted such damage that he felt a surge of blood welling up within him, nearly spilling forth. After sending Ming flying, Ain swiftly closed the distance. His spiked right hand aimed at the fallen Ming, clearly intent on ending the confrontation without delay. Realizing Ain's approach, Ming did not await his demise. Instead, he opened his mouth, gathering a fearsome fire. Witnessing Ming's desperate struggle, Ain gathered his strength, leaping toward him with lethal intent. As Ain approached within a meter, Ming completed the gathering of flames, unleashing a fiery torrent from his mouth, directed straight at Ain. At that moment, Ain was airborne, lacking any leverage to evade. With no other choice, Ain transformed his entire body into iron. The fire engulfed him instantly, the powerful impact diminishing his speed as he charged toward Ming. In that critical moment, Ming hastily dodged to his right. Just as he evaded, Ain burst forth from the flames, his spiked hand striking precisely where Ming had been lying moments before. Ain's body, now crimson from the flames, showed no sign of concern. As an Iron Man, he could endure the heat for a limited duration. The brief exposure to the fire had little effect on him. Observing Ain's scorched form, Ming took a deep breath and again opened his mouth, preparing to unleash another fiery attack. Realizing Ming's intent, Ain rushed toward him, determined not to grant him the opportunity to unleash flames again. Ain understood that prolonged exposure to fire, even for an Iron Man, could eventually turn him into molten metal. As Ain charged, Ming began to retreat and evade, yet he continued to gather flames in his mouth, undeterred by the impending threat. Ain never anticipated that the accumulation of power would remain unaffected during Ming's movement. As he continued to pursue Ming, he remained vigilant, prepared to evade any potential flames. Moments later, Ming unleashed his chosen skill towards Ain. Upon witnessing the flames erupting from Ming's mouth, Ain hastily dodged to the side. However, Ming was not employing a jet of flames this time. Instead, he opted for the flame vortex. The flames from his mouth transformed from a pillar into a swirling vortex. With Ming's small fire dragon having evolved into a fire tyrannosaurus, the potency and range of the flame vortex had significantly increased. Despite Ain's swift evasion, he still found himself within the attack's range. Before he could react, he was engulfed by the flames of the vortex. The flame vortex not only scorched him, but also severely hampered his mobility. During his extensive time at sea, this was the first time Ain encountered such an offensive technique. Taking advantage of the vortex's effect on Ain, Ming seized the opportunity to widen the distance between them. The pirates he encountered along the way met a dismal fate, effortlessly dispatched by his hand. In the midst of this pursuit, 10 minutes passed quietly. For others, 10 minutes may seem fleeting, but for Ming, it felt like an eternity. Fortunately, the system's voice finally announced that he had endured through those 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the special mission. You are rewarded with 100 million system coins. Chapter 77. Reinforcements arrive, having continuously employed the formidable flame vortex. Ming's stamina had been nearly depleted. Upon hearing the system's message confirming task completion, Ming promptly exchanged all 100 million system coins for basic physique elixirs, enhancing his physique by 200 points, elevating his total from 500 to 700. This increase in physique points revitalized his previously exhausted energy and significantly improved his physical condition. Observing Ain, who was left in a disheveled state from the chase, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Ming's eyes. Should Ain survive this encounter, he vowed to torment him 1,000 times over in their next meeting. Ain's body, glowing red from the intense heat, was fortunate that Ming's attacks were intermittent. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly succumbed by now. Ain also harbored grievances against the other members of the Beast Pirates. Had a few of them been willing to assist, Ming would have surely been defeated by now. Yet, Ain failed to consider one crucial point. While he could withstand the repeated burns of the flame vortex, others may not be so resilient. He noticed that the other powerful pirates of the true combat rank kept their distance from the battlefield, fearful of inadvertently being caught in the vortex. The naval officers followed suit. Ain pressed forward towards Ming, convinced that he could not continuously wield the flame vortex. As Ain approached, Ming took a deep breath. The increase in physical point values merely augments his bodily potential, without signifying a restoration of his physical stamina. He can no longer employ the flame vortex. Otherwise, after a few more attempts, he may find it impossible to sustain his fiery dinosaur form. Suddenly, he leaps into the air, his feet striking the wall outside the control room. With the tip of his black dragon blade aimed at Ain, transformed into the fiery dinosaur, he envisions himself in the form of a bee drill. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surges forward like a darting arrow, akin to a bee drill utilizing its attack skills, charging towards the approaching Ain. This unexpected maneuver momentarily catches Ain off guard. He had not anticipated that Ming, who had evaded for so long, would suddenly launch an assault against him. Most crucially, Ming's strike instills a sense of peril within Ain. He hurriedly crosses his arms in front of his chest, abruptly halting his advance. Just as he completes this action, Ming passes through his body, the black dragon blade maintaining its piercing position. All the true fighters and naval officers fixed their gazes upon this scene, eager to witness whether Ming's remarkable strike would have any impact on Ain. Ain's subsequent actions leave the naval officers with grim expressions, as he nonchalantly retracts his hands and turns to face Ming. Only he knows the extent of the damage Ming's recent strike has inflicted upon him. The sharpness of the black dragon has left a distinct gash upon his hands, a testament to the effectiveness of Ming's prior eagle dive attack. It is essential to note that he currently maintains his iron form, which allows him to appear unscathed. However, his devil fruit ability is not of the Logia type, and thus he cannot heal his wounds. Should he retract his devil fruit powers, the marks left by the blade would transform into wounds, potentially fatal if located in a critical area. Fortunately, the injury is not grave. As long as he eliminates Ming and returns to the Beast Pirate ship, he can easily find a ship's doctor to tend to his wounds. Having resolved his course of action, Ain charges towards Ming, his fists transforming into meteor hammer forms, intent on inflicting greater pain upon him. At this moment, the disaster-stricken individual, momentarily dazed by Carp's assault, finally regains his composure. Gritting his teeth, he gazes at the fierce battle between Carp and Kaido, yet he dares not intrude upon their battleground. The intensity of their clash is enough to instill fear. Should he attempt to intervene, he would likely be sent flying without even a chance to retaliate. Not willing to take such risks, the disaster-stricken individual sets his sights on the naval ship. Since he cannot settle the score with Carp, he resolves to exact some retribution upon the sailors first. Without transforming, he charges onto the naval vessel with a large sword in hand. Observing the stalemate between Jack and Bogart, he rushes forward, planning to dispatch Bogart first, thereby facilitating the eventual takeover of the naval ship. Throughout his engagement with Jack, Bogart has remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding circumstances. As he witnessed the calamity rushing towards him, he realized the impending danger, yet he found himself entangled with Jack, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. A glimmer of fierce determination began to surface in Bogart's eyes. If there were truly no other options, he would fight with all his might. Ming, perceiving the gravity of the situation, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, but with Ain already charging towards him, he was utterly helpless to assist Bogart. As the disaster approached Bogart, everyone aboard the naval vessel suddenly sensed an ominous chill. Both Jack and the Calamity felt the looming threat, and with the aid of their observation hockey, they swiftly discerned the direction from which the danger emanated. They beheld several ice spears hurtling towards them. Jack released his hold on Bogart to cleave at the incoming spears. The Calamity abandoned its pursuit of Bogart, pivoting to slash at the ice spears, thereby averting its own peril. Upon seeing the ice spears, Bogart realized that reinforcements had arrived, which provided him with a modicum of relief. In the direction from which the spears had come, a tall, slender figure clad in a white vest and sporting a tousled head of hair emerged. Upon sighting this individual, the Calamity's expression grew grave. Admiral Aokiji. The Calamity immediately harnessed the power of his devil fruit, transforming into a Thunderbird. He understood all too well that Aokiji, a user of the Ice fruit, possessed terrifying strength. Without utilizing his full capabilities, he would undoubtedly be unable to overcome Aokiji. As the Calamity morphed into a Thunderbird, Aokiji remarked coolly, "One of Kaido's disasters, the Calamity." Recognizing that Aokiji had identified him, the Calamity wasted no time and unleashed his abilities. Frost began to envelop Aokiji, clearly indicating that he too was prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Ming found himself with unexpected assistance as Ain was about to strike. A cloud of smoke, resembling a long serpent, ensnared Ain. Observing this, Ming uncertainly inquired, "Smoker?" At the end of the smoke, a man with white hair and a cigar in his mouth approached, smiling faintly. Ming. Ain soon managed to break free from the smoke, and upon realizing that the source of it was one of his adversaries, his fury intensified. However, a cold smirk adorned his face as he addressed Ming and Smoker. "I never expected to encounter so many enemies today. It seems I shall have the opportunity to settle several scores." Chapter 79. Joining forces to defeat Ain. Ming disregarded Ain and turned to Smoker, asking, "Smoker, have you obtained the smoke fruit?" Smoker had intended to boast about his newfound abilities, but upon observing Ming's demeanor, he realized that Ming was already aware of his devil fruit power. Having recently acquired this ability, he had not mentioned it to Ming. So how could Ming possibly know? Smoker could not fathom that Ming, as a transmigrator, had long been privy to the fact that he would obtain the devil fruit. "Indeed, I have acquired the smoke fruit," Smoker replied. Clearly, Smoker has acquired the smoke fruit, and he continued to inquire, "Can you confine this fellow?" Although Smoker had only recently obtained the smoke fruit, he had already developed numerous techniques and thus possessed a considerable understanding of his abilities. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded and remarked, "Completely trapping him may prove challenging, but restraining him for a while should be feasible. Then, I will trouble you to confine this individual for the time being." Ming stated directly, "By the way, your abilities should not be vulnerable to the searing flames, correct?" Ming suddenly recalled a concern and hastily asked. "Not at all," Smoker replied, shaking his head. Smoke is not a flammable substance, so Smoker was unperturbed by the threat of fire. "That's good to hear," Ming said with a light chuckle. Meanwhile, Ain, feeling disregarded by both Ming and Smoker, transformed his hands from a meteor hammer into two large blades, striking towards Ming and Smoker from either side. Upon witnessing Ain's initial attack, Smoker extended his left hand, which suddenly morphed into smoke, surging towards Ain. From the exchange between Ming and Smoker, Ain understood that Smoker intended to confine him, and naturally, he would not allow that to transpire. Ain immediately dashed to his left, attempting to evade Smoker's smoke. Unfortunately, the smoke shifted direction at Smoker's command, continuing to encircle Ain. With no other options, Ain leaped into the air, prompting a smirk to appear on Smoker's face. If Ain had fled in any other direction, it would have required some effort to confine him, but in mid-air, it became exceedingly simple. Smoker manipulated the smoke to ascend towards Ain, swiftly binding him. As Ain struggled against the smoke's constraints, he realized that Ming would undoubtedly launch a fire attack against him. If he allowed Ming to execute such an assault, he would find himself in dire peril. Just as Smoker initiated his assault, Ming chose to unleash his fiery breath. Confident that Smoker could temporarily restrain Ain. True to expectation, it was not long before Ain was ensnared by Smoker. At that moment, Ming's flames had coalesced perfectly. He directed a powerful column of fire towards Ain, engulfing him entirely. As the fiery column consumed Ain, Smoker's expression shifted abruptly. His smoke-formed left hand retracted suddenly. His eyes widened as he glared at Ming, exclaiming, "Ming, what on earth are you doing? Do you not realize that such an attack, which carries away impact force, will disperse my smoke?" Ming had not considered this possibility, yet he was too preoccupied to respond to Smoker's concerns. After all, if Smoker's smoke were to be shattered by his fiery breath, the binding would dissipate, granting Ain the immediate ability to retaliate. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, he observed a figure within the column of flames he had unleashed, beginning to wave its arms, attempting to break through the inferno. Realizing the situation, Ming halted the fiery eruption and swiftly prepared to employ another skill in his mind. Following Ming's cessation of the flame's emission, Ein finally re-emerged before the onlookers. At that moment, Ein's body glowed with a reddish-golden hue, propelled even higher by the surging flames. Although the flames had been uncomfortable, he was relieved to find that he no longer had to endure their relentless assault. Ein felt a profound sense of frustration. Logically, he possessed significantly greater strength than Ming, making the prospect of defeating him seem effortless. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly mediocre marine would wield such formidable fire abilities, maintaining a stalemate between them? As Ein watched his body begin to descend, he clasped his hands together, transforming them into a massive blade. Harnessing the acceleration of his fall, he charged towards Ming with renewed intent. Should he fail to mount an effective offense this time, Ein resolved to distance himself from Ming and Smoker. Aware that he was powerless against both, observing Ein's descent, Ming turned to Smoker and asked, "Smoker, could you momentarily entangle this fellow for me?" Smoker, taken aback by the daunting task presented, nonetheless replied, "I will give it a try." With that, he extended his hands, which instantly morphed into smoke, surging towards the falling Ein. Faced with the approaching smoke, Ein had no choice but to separate his joined hands and slash towards the billowing tendrils. Despite Ein's efforts to cleave through the smoke, many tendrils eluded his grasp, ensnaring him instead. Seizing the opportunity, Ming opened his mouth, gathering power for his next skill, Dragon's Fury. This skill had received considerable enhancement following the evolution of his fire dragon into a fire Tyrannosaurus, though the extent of its improvement remained unclear. He was eager to see whether this technique would yield significant results. Once his power was fully amassed, Ming unleashed Dragon's Fury, aimed directly at the ensnared Ein. Upon witnessing the crimson shockwave approach, Ein disregarded the smoke and crossed his hands defensively in front of him. With a resounding crash, the smoke formed by Smoker was instantly dissipated, and the red shockwave collided with Ein's arms. A terrible force surged through him, and he felt a chilling tremor. The destructive power of the red shockwave threatened to shatter his already reddened limbs. Impossible. Hold it back, Ein roared within his mind. But alas, he was ensnared in a situation meticulously orchestrated by Ming. As Ming was pursued, he noticed Ein's body turning crimson, prompting him to recall certain characteristics of iron when heated. Before long, he conceived a feasible plan in his mind, initially employing jet flames followed by the dragon's fury. Yet he was unable to restrain Ein, which deprived him of the opportunity to act. It was not until Smoker appeared that Ming remembered Smoker's ability to ensnare Luffy with smoke in the animation, enabling him to utilize Smoker's power to create an opportunity for intervention. Chapter 80. Repelling the two calamities in a state scorched by flames. Ein's iron fruit abilities were significantly diminished. In fact, the very nature of his fruit made his body more susceptible to damage. However, Ein was oblivious to this reality and never contemplated that his powers could be countered in such a manner. In merely 2 seconds, Ein began to be propelled upward, feeling his arm, which was meant to withstand the dragon's fury, contorting and even sustaining wear. Before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, a crimson shockwave surged against his head, causing a sharp pain, and then darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, after Ein lost consciousness, Ming's dragon's fury had fully dissipated, sparing Ein from annihilation upon relinquishing his fruit powers midair. Nevertheless, the injuries he had sustained earlier now manifested all at once. His arm was left bloodied, and traces of blood marred his face, lending him a frightful appearance. Witnessing this scene while engaged in combat with Aokiji, the Calamity quickly disengaged from the battle to assist Ein. The Calamity understood Ein's potential well. Had Ein activated his haki, he would undoubtedly have prevailed. Aokiji had held the upper hand in their recent skirmish, as Ein's strength posed little threat to him, while Aokiji's prowess compelled Ein to evade. Upon seeing Ein depart from the battle to rescue someone, Aokiji released a wave of cold air from his left hand, summoning several spiked spears before him. With a swift motion, he launched the spears toward the Calamity, who had just saved Ein. With no time to evade, the Calamity could only envelop his wings in armament haki, using them as a shield to deflect the incoming spears. Clang, clang. As the spears were blocked, the Calamity noticed that Smoker and Ming were responsible for the earlier assault on Ein. As he retreated, 2 bolts of lightning erupted from the feathers atop his head. He failed to recognize Ming as the earlier BB bird, yet the audacity of Ming and Smoker to severely injure a member of the Beast Pirates could not go unpunished. 2 thick bolts of lightning descended from the ominous clouds, targeting Smoker and Ming directly. Upon witnessing the lightning's descent, Smoker swiftly activated his abilities, transforming into an elemental state. The lightning struck precisely where Smoker had been, but alas, he had already become smoke, resulting in no harm. In a short while, the smoke reformed, and Smoker resumed his original form, unscathed. Before Ming could fully perceive the impending disaster, he had already prepared himself. Yet the severe depletion of his stamina rendered him somewhat sluggish in evading danger. Fortunately, Aokiji noticed Ming's predicament and swiftly utilized his ice time to arrive before him, enveloping his ice blade with a layer of haki, striking towards the descending lightning. With Aokiji's decisive slash, the bolt of lightning was redirected elsewhere. Grateful for Aokiji's timely intervention, Ming expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Mr. Kazan." Aokiji did not respond to Ming's words. Instead, he extended his left hand, which transformed into solid ice under his command, taking the form of a colossal bird. Icebird. A calm voice emerged from Aokiji's lips as the icebird surged towards the calamity in the sky. Sensing the chill emanating from below, the disaster cast a glance downward and beheld the ice bird rushing toward him. In a flurry, he hastened to evade, soaring towards the ship of the beast pirates. Observing the disaster's retreat, Aokiji shifted his gaze towards Jack, the drought calamity. In response to Aokiji's gaze, Jack displayed no hint of fear, remaining resolute against Bogart. Aokiji unleashed the ice bird once more, sending the formidable creature hurtling towards Jack. Realizing Aokiji's intent, Bogart quickly retreated, aware of Aokiji's immense power and eager to avoid being encased in ice. Witnessing Bogart evade the attack, a flicker of disdain crossed Jack's eyes as he brandished his weapon, confronting Aokiji's ice bird. Upon the moment of collision, Jack's body abruptly halted, and he staggered back 2 steps as his hands began to freeze. Recognizing the peril, Jack summoned his formidable strength, breaking free from the icy grip. He evaded swiftly to prevent being encased entirely. However, Aokiji was not one to linger, and with his left hand outstretched, 5 ice pillars shot forth from his palm, aimed at Jack. Just as Jack attempted to regain his footing, he was struck by the ice pillars before he could muster the strength to flee. In an instant, he was encased in ice. Witnessing Jack's imprisonment, Ming refrained from displaying delight, understanding that a pirate of Jack's caliber would not be so easily subdued. Indeed, Jack, encased in ice, began to undergo a transformation, his body swelling as the ice shattered around him. Ultimately, Jack morphed into a massive mammoth, the remnants of the ice now crushed beneath his feet. In light of Jack's transformation, Aokiji exhibited no surprise, for he was already aware of Jack's fruit abilities. His left hand remained poised, as he concentrated the frigid energy anew, aiming to encase the transformed mammoth entirely. Aware of Aokiji's intentions, Jack hastily turned to flee. Despite his ancient fruit ability, he had no desire to be frozen. The cold energy coalesced into a projectile, which Aokiji hurled toward Jack. Jack, who had been closely observing Aokiji's movements, swiftly dodged to the left, reverting to his human form. As he evaded, several pirates from the beast pirates were struck by icy projectiles, becoming completely encased in ice in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Jack quickly leaped back onto his ship. Acknowledging Aokiji's formidable powers, Kaido, who had fought against Garp for countless rounds, recognized the threat Aokiji posed. Kaido had no desire to see his subordinates frozen, which would tarnish his reputation as one of the 4 emperors. Thus, he urgently commanded his crew, "All of you, retreat back to the ship and withdraw." Understanding Kaido's intentions, the Calamity swiftly organized the crew's retreat. Before long, the entire Beast Pirates crew had withdrawn from the Navy vessel. Aokiji rushed to the edge of the Navy's ship, preparing to leap onto the Beast Pirates vessel. At that moment, Jack, the Calamity, and the yet-to-engage disaster confronted Aokiji, simultaneously launching an assault to prevent his advance. Taken aback by the simultaneous attack from Kaido's 3 calamities, Aokiji had no choice but to abandon his leap and evaded using the moonwalk technique from the 6 powers. With Aokiji successfully obstructed, the Beast Pirate ship hastily departed from the Navy vessel. Aokiji, having come from afar to assist Garp, was determined not to allow the Beast Pirates to escape so easily. Chapter 81. Capturing Kaido, Aokiji concentrated a small icy projectile and launched it towards the surface of the sea. A massive block of ice manifested on the water's surface as he landed upon it, extending his left hand into the sea. Ice Age. Aokiji's cold voice resonated, as his left hand emanated a terrifying chill, beginning to freeze the seawater, with the icy expanse spreading towards the pirate ship. Seeing this unfold, the Calamity urgently employed his abilities, attempting to halt the expansion of the ice. However, the quantity of lightning he could summon was limited, and the scope of destruction was insufficient to impede the icy advance. Other members of the Beast Pirates also tried their best, but after damaging a small section of ice, they were swiftly re-encased by Aokiji's frigid air. In a short span, The ice spread to the pirate ship, rendering it immobile. Noticing this situation while battling Garp, Kaido abandoned the fight and charged towards the sea. Garp, realizing Kaido's intent, pursued him in an attempt to thwart his actions. Yet, Kaido was too swift. Before Garp could catch up, Kaido had already landed upon the icy surface of the sea. With a thunderous crash that echoed all around, Kaido forcefully stomped down on the ice created by Aokiji. Cracks radiated outward from Kaido's point of impact, and before long, the entire icy expanse was cleaved in two, with a significant portion at the center shattered into fragments. The beast pirate's ship managed to continue its escape, and upon seeing his vessel advance, Kaido felt a sense of relief wash over him. Alone now, he was free to unleash his fury in battle. At that moment, Garp charged towards Kaido, delivering a powerful punch. Anticipating Garp's attack, Kaido prepared to step forward with his right foot, intending to counter with a punch of his own. However, he soon discovered that his right foot was immobilized. A quick glance downward revealed that his legs had been encased in ice. With no alternative, Kaido launched a stiff punch towards Garp's fist. The impact was thunderous. Yet, Kaido, lacking sufficient strength, found himself overpowered by Garp and involuntarily began to stumble backward. His frozen feet rendered him unable to move, and his body tilted precariously. Meanwhile, Aokiji closed in, positioning himself within 10 meters of Kaido, and unleashed two icy projectiles aimed directly at Kaido's legs. Both warriors recognized Aokiji's actions, prompting Kaido to attempt to shatter the ice, ensnaring his feet. Garp, however, was determined not to grant him that opportunity. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of punches, keeping Kaido too preoccupied to focus on breaking the ice. In that instant, the two icy projectiles struck Kaido's thighs. He felt the chilling grip of the cold spreading through him, but had no choice but to endure. In the blink of an eye, the ice enveloped his feet completely, beginning to creep upward. Kaido had no desire to become an ice sculpture, unleashing a fierce roar. He summoned his formidable physical strength, causing cracks to appear in the ice binding his legs. Garp's eyes narrowed, seizing the rare chance to keep Kaido restrained. Channeling his maximum power, Garp's fists became increasingly fearsome. Initially, Kaido had some reserves to shatter the ice, but the pressure exerted by Garp was overwhelming. He envisioned the Garp who had once gained renown by defeating rocks. Seizing this opportunity, Aokiji approached Kaido's feet, placing his left hand upon the surface of the ice. A terrifying wave of cold erupted as Aokiji executed his potent technique, freezing moment. The icy tendrils spread rapidly, accelerating the freezing process on Kaido. Under Garp's relentless assault, Kaido's arms began to succumb to the ice, ultimately encasing him entirely. Seeing Kaido entombed in ice, Garp returned to the icy surface, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He muttered to himself, "It seems I truly am getting old. I can barely withstand half an hour of fighting that guy without feeling this exhausted." Aokiji, too, exhibited signs of fatigue, clearly having expended considerable energy to freeze Kaido. He turned to Garp and inquired, "Mr. Garp, do you think Kaido can break free from the ice?" In the short term, he should find it impossible to escape. However, it would be prudent to bind him with Sea Prism Stone, Garp replied. Upon hearing Garp's words, Aokiji promptly instructed his men to secure Kaido with enormous sea stone chains. Only then did he shatter the icy surface beneath Kaido, confining him within his naval vessel. Ming, upon witnessing Kaido encased in ice and bound by sea stone chains, finally confirmed that Kaido had indeed been captured. Although he was aware of Kaido's numerous past captures, witnessing such a rare occurrence firsthand was truly exceptional. Bogart approached Ming, chuckling softly. "Surprised, are we? The formidable Kaido of the beasts, one of the four emperors, has been apprehended." "Mr. Bogart, I am not at all astonished," Ming replied, scratching his face. "I have long heard rumors of Kaido's repeated captures. Yet it seems he always manages to escape in the end." Upon hearing this, Bogart felt slightly embarrassed and, with a slight annoyance, tapped Ming on the head before turning to check on the injured sailors. Ming rubbed his head, not perceiving any fault in his words. However, upon reflection, he realized that his statement may have inadvertently slighted Bogart, thus explaining the latter's reaction. When Garp returned, Ming couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Garp, now that we have captured Kaido, shall we continue our patrol of the seas?" "Of course, we must, as that is our mission in the New World," Garp nodded. "Then, do we not need to assist in escorting Kaido back to the naval headquarters?" Ming continued to question. "No need, that rascal Aokiji can handle it," Garp waved dismissively. Listening to Garp, Ming felt an uneasy apprehension. If Aokiji were to escort Kaido alone, it was quite possible that Kaido would manage to escape once more. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such concerns. He trusted that Sengoku would insist on having both Carp and Aokiji escort Kaido back to the headquarters. Indeed, while assisting some of the injured, Ming heard Carp's furious voice emanating from the office. Sengoku, do not expect me to help escort Kaido back. I have my own tasks to attend to. Upon hearing Carp's exclamation, Ming felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Perhaps within the entire Navy, Carp was the only one audacious enough to shout at Sengoku without regard for decorum. Half an hour later, Carp emerged from the office with a dark expression. Calling out to the helmsman, "We are returning to the naval headquarters." The sailor cautiously inquired, "Vice Admiral Carp, shall we return alongside Admiral Aokiji?" Carp shot a glare at the sailor and replied curtly, "We will go our way. There is no need to return with that rascal Aokiji." Ming found Carp's words both amusing and exasperating. Though Carp was typically a reliable individual, he occasionally displayed a bit of a temper. Ming approached Carp, attempting to reason, "Mr. Carp, I believe it would be prudent to return with Aokiji. That way, we can prevent Kaido from escaping." Kapu, heeding Ming's counsel, lifted him effortlessly and proceeded to his office, closing the door behind them. Ming, bewildered by Kapu's actions, wondered why he was neither being scolded nor punished, but rather brought into the office. Noticing the confusion etched on Ming's face, Kapu said, "Young Ming, this is merely for the benefit of certain observers. In due course, I shall have someone pursue Aokiji. Why not just follow directly? Wouldn't that be more effective?" Ming inquired. Kapu shook his head, replying, "The members of the Beast's pirates are surely lurking in the shadows. If we were to follow them openly, we would face a multitude of pirates, potentially allowing Kaido to slip away. So, you intend to first deceive the spies of the Beast's pirates before covertly tailing them?" Ming articulated his understanding. "Indeed. Otherwise, do you think I would have avoided accompanying Aokiji? There are too many precedents to ignore. I must exercise a bit of cunning." Kapu responded with a hint of exasperation. Understanding dawned upon Ming, and he nodded in agreement. "Once you step outside, be sure not to reveal your intentions. Continue honing your skills," Kapu advised. "Understood, Mr. Kapu." Ming acknowledged before exiting. Upon stepping out, he donned a facade of gloom, fervently training in solitude, his demeanor almost frantic, as if he bore some unseen grievance. Kapu, emerging behind him, felt a sense of satisfaction at Ming's display. As Ming trained, he summoned the system in his mind, seeking to augment his physical prowess by purchasing 700 points of constitution. These system coins were rewards from his victories over Ein and other members of the Beast's pirates. Aware that his physical condition was still lacking, he resolved to allocate all his amassed coins towards enhancing his constitution points. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage in future confrontations. However, upon attempting to make his purchase, he discovered he could only acquire 300 points. He promptly inquired of the system, only to be met with a disheartening revelation. The primary constitution elixir could only elevate his points to 1,000. Any further enhancement would necessitate the use of an intermediate constitution elixir, with the system shop also introducing new items. Initially, Ming had assumed the system would perpetually allow for such acquisitions, but he realized he had underestimated its capability for evolution. Resolving to act, he purchased 300 primary constitution elixirs, officially raising his constitution points to 1,000. As his points reached this threshold, the system abruptly shut down, displaying a progress bar for an update. Judging by the time indicated on the bar, it would require at least half a day. Ming, perceiving the system's update, found himself unable to utilize his spirit powers, which instilled a sense of caution within him. He resolved that should he encounter another system upgrade, he would choose a safer location and time for the procedure. Calming the turmoil within his heart, Ming chose to disregard the system and fully immerse himself in his training. After several hours, Carp instructed the helmsman to change course, gradually steering towards the location of Aokiji. Before Ming could examine the system's updates, he was startled by the exclamations of the sailors. He set down the weights he had been lifting and gazed out at the sea. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock. Aokiji's naval vessel was severely damaged, and the surrounding waters were encased in ice. Carp slammed his fist against the ship's railing, exclaiming in anger, "I never anticipated those ruffians would act so swiftly." According to Carp's assessment, the Beast's pirates would have arrived around this time to rescue Kaido. Given the strength aboard Aokiji's ship, they should have been able to hold off the enemy for a while. However, with Kaido already taken, it was evident that the battle had long since concluded. This rendered Carp's carefully orchestrated plan utterly futile, and it was no surprise that he was incensed. Upon reaching Aokiji's naval vessel, Carp ordered the retrieval of personnel from the ship. He escorted Aokiji into his office, eager to ascertain the specifics of the situation. Once the naval personnel were aboard, Carp's ship continued its journey towards Mariawa, intending to pass through there before returning to the earlier stages of the paradise. This endeavor took 2 days, during which Ming gleaned the details of the battle from the sailors aboard Aokiji's ship. It was clear that had it not been for Aokiji's formidable strength, all the sailors would have likely perished in the depths of the ocean. This realization spurred Ming to intensify his training, as he aspired to grow more swiftly and elevate his spiritual powers to a higher realm, thus preventing such dire circumstances in the future. Over these 2 days, Ming also became acquainted with the update's post-system revision, primarily in 2 areas, the system shop and the hostess attribute list. Previously, the host's attribute list lacked a mental point system, but now it had been introduced, and his mental points were quite substantial, totaling 300. Upon discovering the magnitude of his mental points, Ming felt a surge of pride. However, when he ascertained the requisite value to unlock hockey, his elation swiftly turned to dismay, as it required a staggering 600 points. This meant that he still had a considerable journey ahead to unlock hockey. Fortunately, the system shop offered basic mental elixirs to enhance mental points, though each elixir came at a hefty price of 400,000 system coins. To unlock hockey, he would need to spend a total of 120 million system coins. Although this sum was considerable, he currently possessed over 200 million system coins, making it feasible. The painful aspect was that to further enhance his physical points, he would need to purchase intermediate physical elixirs, each of which could increase physical points by 5, yet cost 10 times that of the basic physical elixirs. As he expressed his grievances regarding the price to the system, it offered an irrefutable justification. With the enhancement of one's physique, the challenge of further improvement escalates. Thus, the value of the intermediate physique pill is naturally incomparable to that of the beginner physique pill. Moreover, Ming understood that his protests would bear no fruit, for the system would not alter the price in response to his discontent. Henceforth, he would have to toil tirelessly for system gold. Chapter 83. Returning to Windmill Village, what delighted Ming the most was the emergence of a product in the system's marketplace, known as the Beginner Stamina Pill. Although it commanded a price of 500,000 gold coins, it could swiftly replenish his depleted stamina, making it an indispensable elixir for combat. Henceforth, as long as he possessed an ample supply of system gold, he could maintain a state of boundless stamina during battles. In addition to this innovation, the system's marketplace introduced intermediate strength pills, intermediate agility pills, intermediate defense pills, and intermediate healing pills. The efficacy of the first 3 was akin to that of the intermediate physique pill, applicable only after various physical metrics surpass 1,000 for further enhancement. The intermediate healing pill, however, provided superior assurance for Ming's safety. Its effects far exceeded those of the beginner healing pill, capable of even regenerating severed limbs, though it remained ineffective against certain fatal injuries. To achieve the miraculous healing of a person on the brink of death, one would likely require the advanced healing pill. Nevertheless, for Ming's current needs, the intermediate healing pill sufficed. Familiarizing himself with the system's updates, Ming refrained from immediately spending his system gold. He was acutely aware that his physique points had doubled, rendering any expenditure on enhancing them unnecessary for the time being. Now, he simply needed to focus on diligently honing his abilities, contemplating the optimal use of his system gold, for there might soon arise numerous opportunities demanding its expenditure. In contrast to Ming's dedicated training, the other Marines displayed a lack of fervor. The arduous capture of Kaido had ultimately resulted in his escape, leaving these Marines feeling as though they had let a cooked duck slip away. This was a tangible achievement that could have brought them fame and recognition. Regrettably, all prospects of glory had evaporated, and they risked bringing shame upon the Navy, having captured the individual only to see him liberated in mere hours, an utter embarrassment. Carp's demeanor remained grim, for with Kaido's escape, he faced the ire of Sengoku. As he had acted unilaterally, Carp found himself unable to refute the criticism, left only to brood in silence. Passing through the holy land of Mariawa, a sudden chime resonated in Ming's mind, heralding the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to corporal and received 20 million system gold and 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to second lieutenant, receiving 30 million system gold, 3,000 experience points, 10 free points, and 1 opportunity for a fairy power lottery. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to lieutenant junior grade, receiving 40 million system gold, 4,000 experience points, and 10 free points. Congratulations to the host for advancing 3 levels, earning 100 million system coins, 50 free points, and an opportunity to draw for elfin power. Furthermore, congratulations to the host for accomplishing a special achievement, soaring to new heights. which awarded him another 100 million system coins and 20 additional free points. Hearing the continuous chime of rewards, Ming was initially taken aback, but soon comprehended that these were accolades from the headquarters for his exemplary performance during this operation. However, he did not anticipate that Sengoku, who was typically stringent regarding naval promotions, would grant him such a significant elevation in rank. It seemed that his conduct in battle had greatly pleased Sengoku. What thrilled Ming the most was the inclusion of 2 opportunities to draw for elfin powers among the rewards for his promotion. It is noteworthy that he currently possessed only 2 types of elfin powers, yet had already demonstrated remarkable strength. Should he adeptly harness the elfin powers acquired from these 2 draws, or even evolve them to the highest level he could currently command, his prowess would experience a substantial enhancement. After all, acquiring a new type of elfin power would significantly expand the ways in which he could synergize his abilities. Moreover, receiving 90 free points was enough to bring a smile to his face. Each free point could augment his attributes by 10. Thus 90 points would equate to 900 points in total, when measured against the value of a mid-level physique elixir. This amounted to an impressive 900 million system coins, coupled with the 270 million system coins awarded by the system. His promotion yielded nearly 1,200 million system coins. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. Yet mindful of the atmosphere aboard the ship, he chose to conceal his elation within. Upon reaching the naval headquarters, he refrained from disembarking, as his intuition told him that Carp would undoubtedly engage in a heated argument with Sengoku, leading to their imminent departure from the naval headquarters. As anticipated, upon entering Sengoku's office, Carp and Sengoku began to quarrel over the recent incident involving Kaido. In truth, both were aware that if they had acted according to their own strategies, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Kaido would still have escaped. However, since the current debacle stemmed from Carp's approach, he found himself in a vulnerable position. Acknowledging the futility of their debate, Carp could only storm off in frustration. While Ming was exercising aboard the ship, he observed Carp's return, noting his particularly grim demeanor. Before Ming could inquire, Carp addressed the naval soldiers aboard. Prepare yourselves. We will be departing the headquarters immediately once we have gathered our supplies. Everyone understood that Carp was in a foul mood and wisely refrained from provoking him. Upon Carp entering his office, a portion of the sailors promptly disembarked to gather the rest of the crew. An hour later, after the supplies were replenished, Carp commanded the ship to set sail from the headquarters. Upon leaving, Carp instructed his crew to head towards the East Sea. Hearing Carp's directive, Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He realized that he was returning to Windmill Village. As he reminisced about the long-missed Miss Magino and the village chief, an overwhelming sense of longing surged within him like a tidal wave. His anticipation to return to the East Sea grew stronger, to the point where even his training lacked focus. Upon noticing Ming's distracted demeanor, Bogart engaged him in conversation. Understanding the underlying reasons, he could hardly blame Ming, for such feelings were entirely natural. After traversing the Calm Belt and spending a day en route, Carp and his companions finally arrived at the Kingdom of Goa. Upon reaching the shore, Ming and Carp set forth to Windmill Village. As they walked along the path, Carp couldn't help but chuckle at Ming's eager disposition, which lightened his own lingering gloom. Ming was startled by Carp's sudden laughter, yet, considering Carp's recent behavior, he refrained from voicing any complaints. If Carp's laughter could brighten his mood, that was enough for Ming. As the colossal windmill of Windmill Village came into view, Ming turned to Carp and said, "Mr. Carp, I shall go see Miss Magino first." Understanding Ming's urgency, Carp nodded in agreement. "If you wish to go, then by all means. I shall head to the banquet bar shortly." "Thank you, Mr. Carp," Ming replied, and promptly made his way to the banquet bar, while Carp leisurely continued towards Windmill Village. Chapter 84. Meeting Luffy and Ace, Ming hurriedly raced to the banquet bar, and upon seeing the familiar establishment filled with lively sounds, an indescribable joy welled up within him. At that moment, many villagers from Windmill Village were bustling in and out of the bar. Some sharp-eyed villagers recognized Ming, especially since his naval attire starkly contrasted with the local garb. As they discerned his features, astonishment washed over them. "Isn't that Ming? I heard he was joining the Navy. What brings him here?" Hearing the commotion outside, Magino and the village chief emerged from the banquet bar. Upon laying eyes on Ming, Magino's gaze suddenly became misty. With her hands covering her mouth, she stepped closer, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it truly you, Ming?" Seeing Magino, Ming felt his own eyes welling with emotion, and he nodded. "Yes, it is I, Sister Magino." Upon hearing his words, Magino approached him, a blend of laughter and tears illuminating her face. She placed her hands on his shoulders, scrutinizing him closely. Nearly half a year had passed since his departure, and the once frail youth had shed his boyishness, beginning to embody the vigor of manhood. Witnessing this transformation in Ming brought Magino great joy. However, knowing that Ming was in Carp's company, she couldn't help but inquire, "Ming, did Mr. Carp not accompany you?" "He did come, but I ran ahead on my own," Ming replied with a smile. Following his gaze, Magino turned to see Carp approaching in the distance. Although Magino had numerous questions to ask, she decided to wait for Carp's arrival. The village chief, however, was less reserved. With a smile, he inquired, "Ming, having been in the Navy for quite some time, what is your current rank?" "I believe it is Lieutenant Junior grade, is it not?" Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, I have indeed been promoted to Lieutenant Junior grade." The village chief praised him, but then suddenly came to a realization. Exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you say Lieutenant Junior grade?" Ming nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I was just recently promoted." The village chief's face twitched. He could scarcely fathom the extraordinary feats Ming must have accomplished alongside Carp in just a matter of months. It was unbelievable for a mere recruit to ascend to the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade, which is the 7th rank above private. Magino was not particularly well versed in naval ranks, yet she could discern from the village chief's astonishment that Ming's promotion was quite significant. She had heard that such ranks were awarded for meritorious service, and if this Lieutenant Junior grade held considerable weight, it implied that Ming had encountered numerous perils. Contemplating this, she looked at Ming with a mix of concern and tenderness. After all, he was still quite young, but had already faced so much danger. Thankfully, Ming was now lively and vibrant before her. Otherwise, she would feel an immense sense of guilt for having suggested he join the Navy in the first place. Ming had not anticipated that his rank would evoke such thoughts in Magino and the others. At that moment, he simply wished to reminisce with her and the village chief. However, upon noticing Carp approaching, he resigned himself to waiting alongside Magino and the others. When Carp arrived, he greeted the familiar villagers of Windmill Village. And soon the group made their way to the banquet pub. Magino served delightful offerings to everyone before pulling Ming aside for a chat. Their conversation primarily consisted of Ming recounting his experiences, with Magino interjecting occasionally. Listening to Ming animatedly describe his adventures, Magino could only imagine the hardships he endured. Yet she chose not to display her sadness, as long as Ming was safe. They conversed throughout the morning, and after lunch, Carp insisted on taking Ming to Dayton's house. Ming had hoped to continue his conversation with Magino and the others, but Carp was adamant about dragging him along. Although a flicker of irritation welled up within him, he understood that Carp often sought to persuade Luffy and the others to join the Navy. Given Carp's eloquence, convincing Luffy and Ace to change their aspirations would be a formidable challenge, which is why he wanted Ming's presence for support. Nevertheless, Ming knew that Luffy and Ace were destined to be pirates, and no amount of persuasion would alter that path. Of course, he would not foolishly voice such thoughts to Carp. He would simply do his best. Upon arriving at Dayton's house, Carp bellowed, "Luffy, Ace, you two little rascals, get out here." Hearing Carp's voice, Dayton led the mountain bandits out and shouted back at him, "Those two little rascals are not here. You should look elsewhere." Kapu cast a sidelong glance at Dayton upon hearing his words. He entrusted Ace and Luffy to Dayton, pondering where else he could search if not here. Before Kapu could articulate further, two figures leapt down from the towering trees on either side, aiming directly for him. Upon seeing these figures, Ming felt a twinge of headache, for they were none other than Luffy and Ace. Having witnessed this ambush scenario twice before, Ming, along with the mountain bandits of Dayton's household, was no stranger to such antics. Kapu, however, was well prepared. He deftly sidestepped the onslaught from Ace and Luffy, swiftly pinning them to the ground for reflection. Not wishing to linger any longer at Dayton's abode upon encountering the main subjects, Kapu hoisted one child under each arm and declared to Ming, "Come, let us depart." With no choice but to follow, Ming trailed behind Kapu. Dayton watched their departure, her gaze fixated on Ming's retreating figure, a flicker of incredulity illuminating her eyes. She could hardly believe that the spirited youth before her was the same boy Kapu had taken from this very place. At that time, Ming had arrived at Dayton's household, already breathless and weary. Yet now, Dayton sensed that if she were to engage Ming in battle, defeat would be inevitable. Unaware of the shift in Dayton's perception, Ming accompanied Kapu to a clearing within the forest, where Kapu unceremoniously dropped Ace and Luffy onto the ground. With a hint of irritation, Kapu remarked, "This is how you two rascals choose to greet your grandfather? Old man, is this not how I ought to welcome you? Did you expect a different approach?" Ace retorted coldly. Luffy, displaying a lack of loyalty, chimed in, "Grandpa, Ace told me that if this is how I can defeat you, then I can peacefully pursue my dreams of becoming a pirate." In response to their words, Kapu delivered a swift thump to each of their heads, prompting them to rub their sore spots. Luffy muttered softly, "It seems we can only be beaten." Chapter 85. A glimmer. Ming observed the amusing dynamic between the grandfather and grandchildren, feeling a mix of warmth and amusement. He wished for Luffy and Ace to continue their playful banter with Kapu indefinitely. Alas, time demands growth, and dreams must be pursued. Contemplating the impending summit war years hence, Ming pondered what emotions would envelop Luffy and Kapu at that moment. However, he had already forged a substantial friendship with Ace and recognized that attempting to prevent what was to come would be futile. Strengthening his own abilities was the sole path forward. With enough power, he might be able to effect change when the time arose. Resolving to this end, Ming's gaze intensified with determination, eager to see if he could alter the trajectory of this world. At that moment, Luffy caught sight of Ming and exclaimed, "Brother Ming, why do you seem to radiate light?" Taken aback by Luffy's observation, Ming paused, pondering what it meant to have light emanating from him. He himself could not perceive where the light resided. As Luffy spoke, both Carp and Ace turned their gaze towards Ming, yet like Ming, they too failed to discern the existence of any light. Ace addressed Luffy, "Are you seeing things?" "I am not hallucinating," Luffy exclaimed, jumping up and vociferously pointing at Ming, asserting, "I definitely saw it just now." Observing Luffy's unwavering conviction, Ming believed that Luffy spoke the truth, yet he had merely reaffirmed his own steadfast beliefs. Contemplating the possibility of light's emergence, could it be that Luffy's protagonist aura enabled him to perceive what ordinary individuals could not? However, reflecting upon his own thoughts, it was only natural that Luffy might sense something unusual. After all, he was contemplating altering the trajectory of this world, a notion far more daunting than aspiring to be any king. Carp, oblivious to Ming's inner musings, dismissed Luffy's claims as mere misperception. Focused on his own matters, he promptly urged Ming, "Young Ming, share your recent experiences with Luffy and Ace. Let them understand the merits of joining the Navy." Upon hearing about the outside world, Luffy and Ace's interest was piqued. They instinctively chose to disregard whether it was related to the Navy. Their sole concern was that it pertained to adventures upon the ocean, and they listened intently, hopeful that some of this knowledge might prove useful in the future. Observing their eagerness, Ming did not hesitate, seating himself on the ground and began narrating. With Ming's eloquent storytelling, Luffy and Ace became utterly engrossed. Their emotions ebbed and flowed with the tale, unveiling a magnificent world before their eyes. As Ming concluded, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed, and twilight began to descend. Yet, Luffy and Ace's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had not anticipated the oceanic realm to be so captivating. This ignited within them an almost irresistible urge to set sail, but recalling their solemn vows, they restrained their eager spirits. Carp, witnessing their enthrallment, discerned that these two youngsters were captivated by Ming's narrative. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "Ace, Luffy, having heard Ming's account, do you now yearn to embark on an adventure at sea?" Ace refrained from responding, instead regarding Carp with caution. Being a clever youth, he understood Carp's persistent intentions toward them, and thus remained vigilant despite being absorbed in Ming's story. Luffy, however, was less contemplative. He nodded and replied, "Of course I want to set sail. Achieving that is quite simple. Once you join the Navy, you can venture into the seas alongside Ming and me. And I assure you, you will witness an even more extraordinary world," Carp eagerly proclaimed. Upon hearing Carp's words, Luffy remained unfazed. He shook his head and declared, "I refuse. I am destined to become the Pirate King. How could I ever join the Marines?" Luffy's response infuriated Carp, who had mistakenly believed he could sway Luffy. To his surprise, Luffy was highly sensitive to such propositions and immediately rejected the notion of joining the Marines. Ming, who had anticipated this outcome, set down the burden he carried and gathered some firewood from the surrounding forest to kindle a small fire. As he opened his pack, it revealed a few meager provisions. Carp scrutinized the meager rations in Ming's bag, his brow furrowing slightly. He addressed Ming, saying, "Young Ming, you must hunt a beast. These rations will hardly suffice." Ming's lips twitched in resignation, fully aware of this inevitable conclusion. With no other choice, he rose and headed towards the direction of the growls of wild beasts. Ace stood up, intent on following him. The forest was a familiar terrain to Ace, and he was concerned for Ming's safety. Observing Ace's movements, Carp interjected, "Ace, you need not follow. Ming's strength far surpasses that of ordinary beasts. You should wait here for the food." Despite Carp's assurances, Ace remained skeptical, believing that even with some improvement, Ming's capabilities might not be sufficient. After a span of over 20 minutes, Ming reappeared, leaving Ace and Luffy astonished as he bore a massive wild boar upon his shoulders. towering as high as a story. Had Ace and Luffy encountered such a creature, they would undoubtedly have fled, for their current abilities were insufficient to contend with such a formidable beast. Ming set the boar down and began to prepare a roast. By the end of the meal, the four of them had consumed more than half of the entire boar. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely wonder where all that meat had vanished. Once satiated, Ace approached Ming with a grave expression, stating, "Ming, I challenge you." A challenge? Ming was taken aback by Ace's sudden declaration, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Are you certain, Ace?" Despite knowing that Ming might possess considerable strength. Ace nodded resolutely yes. As Ace confirmed his intent, a voice resonated in Ming's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission, Ace's renewed challenge. Mission requirements: accept Ace's challenge and decisively defeat him. Mission rewards: 500,000 system coins and 500 experience points." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ming recalled that a similar mission had been activated after his last encounter with Ace and Luffy, and now it had resurfaced. Chapter 86: A Decisive Victory. Given that this mission was triggered quite early, and considering the opponents were the relatively young Ace and Luffy, the rewards were modest. Nevertheless, Ming did not quibble over the details. As long as the mission did not infringe on his principles, he would generally see it through to completion. Not to mention that although he currently appears to possess a considerable amount of system coins, their utility in enhancing himself remains limited. Therefore, it is imperative to earn more system coins. All right, let us commence. Ming rose to his feet and smiled at Ace. Upon hearing that Ace intended to challenge Ming, Luffy also stood up, exclaiming, "I want to challenge too." Observing Luffy's enthusiasm, Ming could not help but smile wryly. "Very well, just try not to cry later." "I won't cry. Besides, I am strong," Luffy retorted indignantly. Ming chose not to respond. Shortly, Luffy would come to understand what true strength entails. Luffy approached Ace, vigorously swinging his arms in preparation to unleash his unique rubber attack. Ace, seizing a stout branch, charged towards Ming. In light of Ace and Luffy's actions, Ming remained utterly still, showing no sign of movement. As Ace reached Ming, Luffy had just completed his build-up. "Rubber, rubber, rubber punch," Luffy shouted, his fist extending towards Ming's left side. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ace swung the branch from the opposite side. Ming's expression remained unchanged as he extended both hands. His left hand grasped Luffy's arm while his right hand seized Ace's branch. Luffy, finding himself once again in combat with Ming, struggled to free himself from Ming's grip, gritting his teeth in determination. Yet, the current Ming was no longer the same. Despite Luffy's rapid progress, he was still incomparable to Ming, who had the system at his disposal. Luffy found it impossible to break free, a realization that weighed heavily upon him. Ace's countenance also darkened. Despite his already high regard for Ming, the display of power before him exceeded all expectations. With merely his right hand, Ming absorbed Ace's charged strike, rendering Ace incapable of dislodging the branch from Ming's grasp. Ace's strength was far beyond Luffy's, and although he was a few years younger than Ming, his might surpassed that of an average adult, even several times over. In that moment, Ace hesitated to contemplate further, aware that Ming's strength likely exceeded his wildest imagination. As Ming observed the struggles of Ace and Luffy, he released his hold with his left hand, causing Luffy's fist to retract swiftly, the force nearly destabilizing him. Ming did not glance at Luffy. His gaze was fixed on Ace. According to the task at hand, he was required to push and pull to triumph over Ace, and his subsequent actions would indeed reflect that. Upon realizing Ming was about to make his move, Ace, disregarding the branch in his hand, hastily released his grip and attempted to retreat. However, before Ace could even begin to back away, Ming's left hand shot out, firmly grasping Ace's shoulder. Feeling the terrifying force upon his shoulder, Ace gritted his teeth and aimed a kick at Ming with his right foot, attempting to free himself. However, just as Ace's foot made contact, he suddenly felt an immense weight on his shoulder, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. He struggled to break free from Ming's left hand, but no matter how hard he tried, Ming's grip remained unyielding. Defeated so effortlessly by Ming, Ace realized the vast gap between their strengths and ceased his struggles. Observing Ace's demeanor, Ming recognized his surrender, and a notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of Ace's renewed challenge. The host will receive 5 million system coins and 500 experience points. Withdrawing his left hand from Ace's shoulder, Ming was soon approached by Luffy, who launched another rubber punch at him. This time, Ming stood motionless, allowing Luffy's punch to land. Given Ming's current defensive capabilities, Luffy's rubber fist was merely a tickle. It would take further training for Luffy to inflict any real damage. Noticing Ming's lack of evasion, Luffy threw several more punches. But Ming remained indifferent, turning away to the fire while allowing Luffy to strike him. Even Luffy, slow as he was to react, understood that his punches could not harm Ming, leaving him frustrated as he sulked to the side. After rising from the ground, Ace inquired of Ming, "How have you become so formidable?" Through relentless training and numerous real combat experiences, Ming succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Ace felt an overwhelming desire to set sail immediately. He was confident that with a few years of honing his skills, he could certainly match the current Ming. Sensing Ace's thoughts, Ming replied calmly, "Ace, your current strength is still insufficient. Unless you intend to join the Navy for systematic training, venturing out to sea now would surely lead to your downfall." Ming's words were unvarnished, yet Ace understood their truth. Naturally, the idea of joining the Navy did not appeal to him, and it seemed he would have to stay here for a few more years. Nevertheless, Ace resolved to train tirelessly, determined not to be powerless in Ming's presence. Carp, initially believing that Ming's words might prompt Ace to consider joining the Navy, waited expectantly. However, after a moment, he found Ace sitting beside Luffy, staring blankly at the fire, clearly devoid of thoughts of joining the Navy. Faced with this situation, Carp was at a loss. He was acutely aware of Ace and Luffy's parentage. Should they both refuse to join the Navy, they would undoubtedly attract significant attention from it in the future. Observing the pensive expressions of Carp and his grandsons, Ming decided to rise and move to a more spacious area. He drew his black dragon sword and began to contemplate new sword techniques in silence. Regarding the new sword technique, Ming focused his aim on the form of the fire dinosaur, envisioning its clawed attacks. Luffy and Ace stood by, observing as Ming drew the black dragon, remaining motionless. Luffy, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Carp, "Grandpa, what is Brother Ming doing?" Carp glanced at Ming and replied, "He is comprehending a sword technique." Luffy, being merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy, struggled to grasp Carp's words. Even Ace, who was 3 years older, found it unclear. Yet he was certain that Ming was engaged in training. Chapter 87. The Awakening of Observation Haki. After continuously adjusting his state, Ming suddenly slashed forward, envisioning himself as the fire dinosaur utilizing its skill, Claw. Although his aura was formidable, the subsequent movements lacked coherence. Ming understood that his previous realization of the eagle dive was a stroke of fortune. However, he could not expect to achieve insight into techniques solely through life and death battles. That was far too perilous and impractical. Like Zoro, the majority of his learned sword techniques were acquired in Frostmoon Village, with only a few actually grasped in combat. Now, Ming needed to diligently accumulate his knowledge, awaiting the moment when it would naturally manifest. Raising the black dragon once more, Ming adjusted his stance and continued to practice his slashes. Watching Ming tirelessly wield his sword, Ace and Luffy were inspired and joined him in training in an open space. Carp, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of pride and concern on how to persuade Luffy and Ace. After 2 hours of practice, Ming sought a quiet corner. Leaning against a tree trunk with his eyes closed, he summoned the system and accessed his personal attribute list, observing the section for mental points. He clicked the plus sign and chose to increase his mental points by 100. He wished to see how this increase would affect him. As his mental points reached 400, Ming felt a significant clarity of mind, allowing him to recall the sensations of the techniques he had just experienced. As if touched by a faint inspiration, Ming had not anticipated that enhancing his mental points would yield such effects. He opened his eyes and moved to a slightly distant spot to continue his contemplation. After executing a series of slashes, he sensed that something was still amiss. After much adjustment, he finally grasped the new sword technique. Since this move was inspired by the fire dinosaur's claw, he named it Dragon's Claw. Carp, utilizing observation haki, discerned that Ming had successfully comprehended a new sword technique. He was not surprised. After all, it was evident that while leaning against the tree trunk, Ming had been contemplating the new move. Inspiration often arrives unexpectedly, and Ming had adeptly seized the moment to achieve this new understanding. After solidifying his newfound skill, Ming returned to his original position to rest. The following morning, upon awakening, he promptly augmented his mental points to 600. Initially, he believed that reaching this threshold would naturally awaken his observation haki. However, a mere minute later, he realized his thoughts were somewhat fanciful. It appeared that while a foundation of mental points was essential, additional conditions were required to stimulate the awakening of the observation haki. He quietly ventured a distance away, unsheathing the black dragon once more. The newly acquired sword technique from the previous day required further consolidation, and with his mental points freshly increased, he aimed to identify any aspects needing refinement. As he began to enhance the dragon's claw, Ace quietly awakened. Glancing around, he noticed that Ming's figure had vanished. Rising to his feet, he suddenly heard the swishing sound of a blade slicing through the air. Rubbing his eyes, he proceeded towards the direction of the sound. Observing Ming diligently practicing the new sword technique, a mischievous idea flickered across Ace's mind, and a sly smile crept onto his face as he stealthily approached Ming's position. After several strikes, Ming indeed sensed the deficiencies of the new technique and began to close his eyes, deeply engrossed in contemplation. He realized that his speed during the execution of the technique was insufficient to maintain the technique's potency. He could only strive to minimize the air resistance while swinging the blade, thus accelerating his speed. To achieve this reduction in air resistance, he needed to attune himself to the surrounding airflow. With this thought, he concentrated all his energy on the movement of the air around him. Sustaining this state for nearly 10 minutes, it seemed as though he suddenly broke free from some constraint. It was as if invisible eyes had been opened, allowing him to perceive the flow of air surrounding him. Had Ming chosen to examine his attribute list, he would have discovered that the skill of observation haki had been added to his repertoire. At that moment, unaware of his newfound ability, Ming prepared to test whether he could accelerate his sword technique. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ace, that scoundrel had closed his eyes. This opportunity was simply too precious. Soon, I shall launch a surprise attack from behind, and after incapacitating him, he will come to understand my prowess. Ming recognized this inner voice as Ace's, yet he was perplexed as to why Ace's voice had suddenly materialized within his thoughts. However, he noted that Ace's words indicated his intention to ambush him from behind. Particularly, it was clear that Ace intended to retaliate after incapacitating him. With this in mind, Ming resolved not to allow Ace's scheme to succeed. He momentarily ceased sensing the airflow and focused intently on the impending ambush from behind. At that moment, Ace remained blissfully unaware that his plan had already been discerned by Ming. He approached within 3 meters of Ming, confirming that Ming still had his eyes closed. Recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity, he rushed forward, wielding a stick, aiming for the back of Ming's head. However, anticipating Ace's intentions, Ming deftly positioned the black dragon to shield the vulnerable area, effectively blocking Ace's strike. Believing his attack would succeed, Ace was taken aback when the black dragon suddenly interposed itself between him and Ming. It dawned on him that Ming had already sensed his presence and was merely biding his time to ensnare him. Cursing Ming's cunning, Ace hastily attempted to retreat. At that moment, Ming opened his eyes, gazing at Ace with a cold smirk. Ace, aren't you planning to continue the fight? Feeling the chill in Ming's voice, Ace's heart quivered. He had no desire to endure further humiliation and quickly turned to flee. Yet, Ming, aware of Ace's thoughts, could not allow him to escape. Utilizing the technique of shave, he instantly appeared behind Ace, reaching out with his left hand toward Ace's shoulder. Startled by Ming's sudden appearance, Ace instinctively swung his stick backward. Ming, having discerned Ace's intent, deftly used the black dragon to block the blow, while his left hand continued its pursuit of Ace's shoulder. Ace was taken aback, feeling as though Ming had foreseen his every move. Any attempt to change his approach came too late, with Ming's left hand firmly grasping his shoulder. Escape was no longer an option. In that moment, as he captured Ace, Ming realized that he could perceive Ace's inner thoughts, indicating that his observation haki had awakened. To his surprise, his intense focus on the surrounding flow of air had inadvertently stimulated this newfound ability. Chapter 88. A year of special training. Seeing himself captured, Ace hastily discarded the stick in his hand. Ming chuckled lightly. Ace, how about knocking me out first, then venting your frustrations? At this, Ace's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected Ming to be privy to his innermost thoughts. How did you know what I was thinking? Ace asked, astonished. That's something you will come to understand in time. For now, let me enlighten you about the consequences of ambushing others, Ming replied with a mischievous glint. With that, he sheathed the black dragon, picked up the stick Ace had thrown away, and began to deliver swift strikes to Ace's rear. The blows elicited tears from Ace. Yet he could not break free from Ming's grasp, enduring the pain with gritted teeth. After a series of strikes, Ming finally released him, and Ace nearly stumbled to the ground. You strike with such ferocity, he exclaimed. If I were gentle, how would you ever learn a lasting lesson? Ming replied nonchalantly. Humph. Ming, you better pray you never fall into my hands. For the suffering I endured today, I will ensure you experience in kind. Ace warned through clenched teeth. By all means, do your best. I eagerly await the day you succeed in your revenge, Ming responded with a light-hearted chuckle. The commotion nearby roused both Garp and Luffy from their slumber, prompting them to approach the source of the disturbance. Upon seeing Ace with tears welling in his eyes, Luffy inquired with curiosity, Ace, what's the matter? It's nothing. Ace was reluctant to divulge his embarrassment. Noticing Ace's peculiar gait, Luffy sensed that his brother's mood was rather somber. So he refrained from pressing further. Although Ming had recently awakened his observation haki, he was only aware of its existence and had yet to learn how to wield it. He recounted to Garp the circumstances surrounding his awakening of the haki, which left Garp quite astonished. He had not anticipated that Ming could unlock such power while mastering his sword techniques. "Young Ming," Garp remarked, "you have awakened the observation haki." "Haki? Observation haki?" Ming feigned ignorance. Garp proceeded to elucidate, explaining that haki represents the latent power within a person's body and detailing its 3 distinct types. After listening to Garp's explanation, Ming could not help but ask, "Mr. Garp, how can one master haki?" "That requires relentless training. Once we return to headquarters, I will personally instruct you," Garp replied. The prospect of receiving Garp's personal guidance ignited a spark of excitement in Ming's eyes. He had long coveted Garp's formidable armament haki and was determined to train diligently upon their return. After finishing breakfast, Garp attempted to instill his ideals about becoming a Marine in Ace and Luffy. However, seeing their complete disinterest, Ming realized Garp's efforts were in vain. Garp, clearly aware of this outcome, had originally come to the East Blue to unwind and casually persuade Ace and Luffy to consider a life in the Marines. Yet, witnessing their attitudes only deepened his frustration. In a moment of irritation, he delivered a playful punch to both Ace and Luffy, dragging them back to Dayton's abode. Following this, Garp departed with Ming. Upon their return to Windmill Village, Garp sulked while consuming alcohol. Noticing Garp's demeanor, Makino deduced that he had been vexed by Ace and Luffy. She gently reassured him, "Mr. Garp, Ace and Luffy are still young. There are things they do not yet understand. As they grow older, they will surely come to appreciate your intentions." Garp, hearing Makino's words, merely shook his head. As their grandfather, he was acutely aware of Ace and Luffy's personalities. In truth, Garp had never held high hopes. He knew all too well that if Ace and Luffy ever expressed a desire to join the Marines, he would have serious doubts about their sanity. Garp continued to drink in silence, and Makino ceased her attempts to console him, instead engaging Ming in light-hearted conversation. After a day's time, Garp departed from Windmill Village with Ming. As naval officers, they could not linger in the village for too long. Ming reluctantly bid farewell to Machino. Uncertain when he would return, yet he harbored an instinct that by the time he next set foot in Windmill Village, he would indeed be capable of standing on his own. Upon returning to the naval ship, Ming not only continued his regular training, but also embarked on a new regimen focused on the mastery of observation haki and armament haki. The training for observation haki progressed relatively smoothly, as it was the ability he had awakened. Despite initially enduring numerous strikes from wooden sticks, his advancements were unmistakable. Conversely, the training for armament haki proved to be more challenging. To cultivate this skill, he needed to learn how to condense armament haki and apply it to specific areas. During his first attempts, he endured countless blows without successfully achieving the desired mastery. Yet, in pursuit of becoming stronger, Ming persevered through the pain. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Ming commenced an intensive year-long training program. Although Garp and Bogard occasionally left the headquarters, they ensured that others monitored Ming's training diligently. By the end of the year, Ming had fully mastered both observation haki and armament haki, adeptly integrating these abilities into his combat style. He also utilized his 2 opportunities for drawing from the Spirit Power Lottery, which brought him joy for several days. He was fortunate enough to draw a Pikachu of the electric type and a Totodile of the water type. The destructive power of Pikachu's electric abilities was formidable. Barring encounters with Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, his electric prowess could severely impact others. The water-type Totodile was equally formidable, liberating him from the perils posed by the sea, allowing him to engage in maritime battles and utilize his aquatic capabilities, thereby gaining a significant advantage in naval combat. Both of these powers he elevated to the pinnacle of his current capabilities. However, despite his relentless training over the past year, he was unable to meet the requirements necessary for the evolution of the 4 types of spirit powers to the next stage. The fundamental criteria demanded he possess at least 2,000 points of physical strength and 1,000 points of mental fortitude. Attaining these benchmarks required a staggering amount of system currency. Even with the considerable number of free points he had previously acquired, it still fell short. Moreover, there were additional attribute requirements to consider. Chapter 89. Understanding the news of the Revolutionary Army at present, Ming had expended all his system currency. His physical points stood at 2,000, while his mental points reached 1,000. The mental points were entirely purchased with system currency, while the physical points cost him 80 free points and 200 million system coins. Had it not been for the intermittent achievement rewards, His system currency would have been insufficient to elevate Pikachu to its full potential and enable Totodile's evolution into Croconaw. As for the remaining 10 points of freedom, Ming intended to reserve them for unforeseen circumstances. After all, leveraging his robust physical foundation and a year of fervent training, he had only managed to elevate his power points to 2,200, still falling short of the 2,400 mark. Fortunately, the requirements for other attribute points were somewhat less demanding, and he had met those criteria with ease. A mere excursion in the paradise to battle some pirates would allow him to fulfill the requirements for evolving his spirit's power. In his training of the 6 styles, Ming primarily concentrated on Soru and Jeppo. As for Tekai, Shurgon, and Rankyaku, he had only achieved modest progress, while he had not pursued Tekai at all. Having mastered the observation of Haki, he deemed it unnecessary to focus on Tekai. Kapu was well aware of Ming's training accomplishments over the past year, and thus he prepared to bring Ming back aboard his ship, allowing him to apply his training in practice. Coincidentally, Kapu had recently received intelligence concerning the Revolutionary Army and had long sought to obtain news of his son through its high-ranking members. Consequently, he welcomed Ming aboard as they set sail towards the small nation of Lanicus, as indicated by the information they had received. Ming learned from Kapu that their target was several high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, which sparked a sense of anticipation within him. After all, these leaders were formidable warriors, and engaging with such individuals would grant him a clearer understanding of his own prowess. After several days of continued training aboard the vessel, Kapu's navy ship finally reached their destination, the small nation of Lanicus. Upon stepping onto the island of Lanicus, Ming immediately detected the acrid scent of gunpowder in the air. Mr. Kapu, it seems that the conflict between this nation and the Revolutionary Army is quite intense, Ming remarked softly. Indeed, the Revolutionary Army has come here to overthrow the regime, making conflict inevitable, Kapu replied. He proceeded towards the heart of the nation, instructing Ming and Bogart. You two accompany me to gather information. The rest of you remain on standby. Yes, Vice Admiral Kapu. The station naval officers responded in unison. Following Kapu, Ming and Bogart spent half an hour reaching the outer walls of Lanicus. Outside the walls, smoke billowed, and remnants of destruction were scattered everywhere. The wall's surface bore deep scars, clearly weathered by the ravages of war. Soldiers, clad in armor, cautiously peered down from the battlements, fearing further assaults from the Revolutionary Army. They were wary of allowing anyone to enter freely. Kapu called out to the soldiers atop the walls, "You up there? I am Kapu of the Navy. Quickly open the gates and let us in." One soldier, having heard of Kapu, did not recognize him personally. To verify Kapu's identity, he hastily ran to inform the general guarding the gates. The general, rarely caught napping, assumed there was an urgent report and thought it might be the Revolutionary Army attacking again. He rushed to respond, but upon seeing the general's hurried demeanor, the soldier realized that the general must have misunderstood the situation. He hastily addressed the general, saying, "General, it is not the Revolutionary Army that has arrived, but rather 3 individuals clad in naval attire, one of whom claims to be Carp." Upon hearing that it was not the Revolutionary Army, the general was poised to erupt in fury. However, before the words could escape his lips, he suddenly jolted, rushing towards the soldier with palpable excitement. "Are you saying that the naval hero Carp is here?" With the general grasping him firmly, the soldier eagerly nodded, affirming, the elderly naval officer outside indeed claimed so. Releasing the soldier, the general hurried towards the city wall. Although the soldier had never seen Carp, he had glimpsed his likeness in newspapers. A mere glance would suffice to confirm Carp's identity. Upon reaching the wall and following the soldier's pointing, the general trembled with exhilaration as he recognized the white-haired elder below as Carp. Without hesitation, he dashed down the wall and opened the city gates, unconcerned about the danger of doing so. With a master like Carp present, the Revolutionary Army would undoubtedly refrain from attacking. If he could persuade Carp to lend his support, the troublesome Revolutionary Army could be dealt with entirely. With such intentions, the general approached Carp with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "It is truly a moment of immense gratitude for our nation of Lonix to have Vice Admiral Carp arrive at this critical juncture." Upon hearing the general's words, Carp raised his hand to halt any further remarks, stating, "I am not here to assist Lonix in overcoming its current predicament. The meager forces I have brought are insufficient for such national-scale battles." The general's expression froze at Carp's bluntness. He had not anticipated that Carp was not there to aid Lonix. However, given Carp's esteemed status, the general patiently inquired, "Vice Admiral Carp, if it is not to assist our nation, may I ask what brings you here?" Noticing the shift in the general's demeanor, Carp chose not to dwell on it and replied calmly, I am primarily here to ascertain who leads the Revolutionary Army in their assault against you." Though the general was puzzled by Carp's inquiry, he nonetheless responded, "The leaders are the Transgender King and Lightning." Hearing these names, Carp nodded and turned to leave with Ming and Bogart, leaving the general and his men in disarray at the gates. The general, taken aback, realized that Carp would depart immediately after his inquiry. Suddenly, the thought struck him that the gates were still open. If the Revolutionary Army were to attack, it would spell disaster. Unable to afford cursing Carp in his mind, the general hurriedly commanded that the gates be shut. Ming, upon discovering that the leaders were indeed those two, recalled Luffy's experiences during the Impel Down incident. He was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by these individuals. It seemed Carp's visit was primarily to seek out the leaders of the Revolutionary Army and inquire about Dragon. As a naval officer, Garp sought to extract information from the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army, necessitating that he first capture one of them. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 90. Vigilance approaching the naval vessel. Garp addressed Ming. "Young Ming, from this point forward, every 2 hours, you shall patrol the vicinity of the battlefield. Should you spot the Human Demon King and Lightning, inform me immediately." Upon hearing Garp's directives, Ming turned sharply and replied, "Mr. Garp, I believe I would be better off stationed nearby." Recognizing the potential complications of his original request, Garp nodded in agreement. "Then you shall take your position." Reaching the periphery of the battlefield, Ming leaned against the trunk of a large tree, closing his eyes as he activated his observation haki to its fullest extent. In an instant, the life forces of all beings on Rannicus Island manifested in his mind. Although he could not distinguish each presence individually, he could sense the spectrum of emotions. Fear and trepidation dominated the Revolutionary Army's side, while the opposing faction exhibited excitement and optimism. The mood aboard the naval vessel was markedly calmer, devoid of any pronounced emotions. For Ming, this exercise in utilizing observation haki served as an excellent training opportunity. As the day progressed, the Revolutionary Army remained largely inactive. Glancing at the time, Ming surmised they would not initiate action, and after stretching his limbs, he returned to the naval ship. Garp, upon seeing Ming's return, promptly dispatched another officer to take up watch. The following morning, Ming replaced that officer. This time, as noon approached, Ming sensed a shift. The life forces of the Revolutionary Army began to draw closer. Ascending a tall tree, he peered into the distance and soon discerned a cluster of dark figures. Through his observation haki, he could ascertain that these figures belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Among them, several presences stood out like beacons. While he recognized their strength, his focus remained on the Human Demon King and Lightning. Thus he decided to verify further. Murmuring the phrase, utilizing the power of the BB bird, Ming was enveloped in a brown energy, successfully transforming into a BB bird. He soared into the sky, leveraging his extraordinary vision to survey the Revolutionary Army from above. With a mere glance, he identified a figure with thick, deep purple hair and another with a strikingly divided mane of orange and white. Narrowing his focus, he confirmed that these were indeed the Human Demon King and Lightning. Without delay, Ming flew towards the forest, and upon landing within its confines, he reverted to his human form and retrieved his snail phone to contact Garp. Kapu had undoubtedly been awaiting Ming's call, for as soon as the phone rang twice, he answered. "Hello, Ming, is there a situation?" "Yes, Mr. Kapu. The King of Transvestites and Lightning, accompanied by the Revolutionary Army, are nearing the city walls." Ming succinctly conveyed the critical information. "Excellent. Stay close to the battlefield and observe until we arrive," Kapu instructed. "Understood, Mr. Kapu," Ming replied before hanging up and hastening toward the battlefield's edge. Upon returning to his concealed vantage point, Ming leaped to the very top of a towering tree, gazing out over the battlefield. The King of Transvestites and Lightning had reached the trench outside the city walls. Upon spotting the Revolutionary Army, the soldiers of Ranix began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. The King of Transvestites and Lightning refrained from allowing their troops to charge ahead, opting instead to wait for the intensity of fire to diminish. The King led the charge, with Lightning close behind, followed by the other members of the Revolutionary Army. Suddenly, Lightning's hands transformed into 2 massive scissors. He plunged the blades into the ground, cutting as he advanced. Midway through his rush, he forcefully threw the severed ground upwards, creating a stone path leading to the city walls. After crafting this siege path, Lightning returned to the trench to continue his work. Observing Lightning's extraordinary ability, Ming couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Lightning's power was a formidable weapon for the siege. The stone path created by this ability was far sturdier and safer than the wooden ladders typically used for assaults. And its arched design mitigated dangers such as rolling logs and stones, providing ample distance for those on the path to react to projectiles from the wall. As lightning displayed his prowess, the king of transvestites, Ivankov, rushed to the city gate, rapidly blinking his eyes, unleashing a blast of explosive wind towards the gate. This was his signature move, the Death Gaze. With a resounding boom, the city gate trembled precariously under the onslaught of the Death Gaze. The soldiers behind the gate hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to stabilize it. Noticing that his first Death Gaze had not shattered the gate, Ivankov evaded falling debris from the wall and unleashed another blast. Witnessing the commendable performance of these two revolutionary army leaders, Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, if they don't arrive soon, the enemy will breach the gates of WRECKS. At that moment, Kapu's presence finally drew near. However, Ming found it peculiar that, aside from sensing Kapu's aura, he could only detect Bogart's. The presence of others was conspicuously absent. As he descended from the tree, he beheld the solitary approach of Kapu and Bogart, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. Did Kapu truly intend to rely solely on the three of them to seize the king of transvestites and lightning from the revolutionary army? Upon witnessing Ming's facial expression, Karp discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. As they continued to sprint, he elucidated, in a moment, we shall charge into the battlefield. With our trio's mastery of observation hockey, those bullets shall inflict no harm upon us. As for the revolutionary army's king of transgenders and lightning, I will take responsibility for the former, while you two shall confront lightning. This engagement must be swift. We cannot afford to allow the ordinary revolutionary soldiers any opportunity to obstruct us. Karp concluded with this admonition. Ming and Bogart nodded in agreement. Despite the daunting nature of this mission, Ming harbored no trepidation. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, Capture Lightning. Mission requirements. Participate in the apprehension of lightning and successfully detain him. Mission rewards. 100 million system coins, 10,000 experience points, and 5 free points. Aware of the gravity of this task, Ming understood he must approach it with utmost seriousness. Given Karp's insistence on a swift resolution, Ming opted to utilize his untested powers from his days in the Navy, summoning the spirit of Pikachu. As he ran, a golden aura enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a Pikachu, adorned with golden fur, pointed ears, and a lightning-shaped tail, with red, round cheeks sparking with electricity. Chapter 91. Defeating the King of Transgenders and Lightning. The Pikachu that Ming had become was of a height comparable to his own, and the black dragon belt he wore added a touch of humor to the creature's appearance. This charm, however, resonated primarily with those familiar with Pokémon. To the denizens of the Age of Pirates, Pikachu, while undeniably adorable, was merely regarded as a rare beast. Upon witnessing Ming's newfound power, Karp and Bogart displayed no signs of surprise. Having previously observed Ming harnessing Pikachu's abilities at Navy headquarters, they were well aware of the formidable lightning prowess it commanded, which even prompted Karp to express a degree of astonishment. After all, the power of lightning signifies tremendous destructive potential. Even Bogart approached Ming with caution to avoid being caught in a lightning strike. While Karp and Bogart were privy to this knowledge, the revolutionary army was oblivious. Thus, upon seeing Ming wield Pikachu's abilities, Bogart was confident that lightning would surely be subdued. The only question remained was whether they would capture lightning first or Karp would apprehend the king of transgenders. As Karp and his companions charged forth, they were swiftly detected by the revolutionary soldiers. Recognizing the Navy's insignia, the revolutionaries understood that these individuals were not allies. Given the long-standing adversarial relationship between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, although Karp's group numbered only 3, the revolutionaries were no fools. They discerned that anyone bold enough to approach in such circumstances surely possessed formidable strength. A group of revolutionary soldiers opened fire on Karp and his companions. However, due to their mastery of observation hockey, the bullets posed no threat to them. All 3 effortlessly evaded the onslaught. The revolutionary soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment, as if confronted with something beyond belief. As Karp and his companions approached, the soldiers braced for an attack, but instead, Karp merely zipped past them without a strike, dividing into 2 groups and charging in opposite directions. It dawned on the revolutionaries that Karp's intentions did not involve them all. When they turned to follow the direction Karp and his companions had taken, they realized their true target was none other than their own leaders. This revelation ignited their fury, prompting them to launch a desperate assault against Karp and his allies. In response to the situation, Karp employed the shave technique and swiftly closed the distance to the vicinity of the cross-dresser king, Ivankov. The positions of Ming and Bogart were particularly precarious. overwhelmed by the sheer number of revolutionary soldiers. Bogart swung his saber, repelling the advancing soldiers one by one as he made his way toward the location of lightning. Ming, on the other hand, found it simpler. He enveloped his hands in armament haki and, harnessing his extraordinary strength, sent the attacking soldiers flying, clearing a path toward lightning's position. The commotion caused by Carp and his companions soon captured the attention of the cross-dresser King Ivankov and Lightning. Upon spotting Carp, Ivankov's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Carp's arrival at this moment. Judging by Carp's trajectory, it was clear that he was targeting him. Nevertheless, Ivankov would not be easily subdued. He addressed the revolutionary soldiers beside him, instructing them to continue their assault on the city gates while he confronted the Navy officer. As Ivankov charged toward Carp, he approached with a menacing demeanor. "Carp, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Perhaps you wish to have a chat?" Carp replied with a smile. Ivankov, discerning Carp's intention, retorted with a cold laugh. "If you wish to invite me for a conversation, let us first see if you possess the capability." With that, he unleashed a deadly glare. In an instant, a wave of explosive energy surged toward Carp. Having already sensed this with his observation haki, Carp swiftly dodged to the left and propelled himself forward with the shave technique, closing the distance to Ivankov and striking a powerful left punch toward his face. The impact echoed as Ivankov was sent flying, crashing against the city wall. The tremendous force of the collision caused the wall to tremble, a cloud of dust enveloping the area. Startled, the soldiers atop the wall instinctively crouched down, while the attacking revolutionaries were equally taken aback. They had never imagined that the formidable Ivankov could be sent reeling by a single punch. After Carp sent Ivankov flying, he did not pause. He charged towards the spot where Ivankov had landed, his fists swinging once more, determined to deliver a knockout blow. "Ambrosia of feminine hormones." Came a low exclamation as a hand, its fingertips transformed into sharp spikes, surged forth from the smoke. Carp's fist met this hand directly, shattering the 5 spikes upon impact. His fist then connected with Ivankov's hand, producing a distinct sound of bone fracturing. At that moment, the smoke finally dissipated, revealing Ivankov, pale and cradling his right arm. Evidently the source of the earlier fracture sound. Observing Ivankov, Carp showed no hesitation and threw a punch towards him. Just as Carp was about to finish off Ivankov, Ming and Bogart finally reached Lightning's side. Without a word, Bogart swung his sword at Lightning. In response to Bogart's assault, the large scissors formed by Lightning's left hand clamped down on the blade. As Lightning prepared to lift the large scissors formed by his right hand to strike at Bogart, Ming unsheathed Black Dragon, slicing towards Lightning. Reluctantly, Lightning had to bring his right-hand scissors to intercept Black Dragon, similarly ensnaring it. Witnessing this, Bogart hastily withdrew his blade and retreated swiftly. Lightning was perplexed by Bogart's actions. According to his understanding, Bogart and Ming were undoubtedly allies of the Navy. So why had Bogart abandoned Ming? Regardless, seizing the opportunity, Lightning aimed his left-hand scissors at Ming, intending to eliminate him before he could react. Upon witnessing Lightning's action, an odd smile crept across Ming's face. He murmured, 100,000 volts. Although Lightning heard Ming's words, he could not comprehend their meaning. However, his instincts warned him of imminent danger. He quickly withdrew the scissors clamped on Black Dragon and attempted to evade. Ming had not anticipated Lightning's swift reaction, but he merely replied, "Too late." Suddenly, sparks of electricity began to crackle around Ming's Pikachu form, and then all the electricity erupted forth. Under Ming's control, the bolts of lightning converged towards Lightning. With the distance too short for Lightning to evade, he was struck by the electricity, emitting a cry of agony. Moments later, the electricity dissipated from Ming, but Lightning had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 92. Promotion to Lieutenant. Seizing the moment while the Revolutionary Army was still in disarray, Ming tucked away Black Dragon and rushed to Lightning's side, hoisting him up and fleeing. The members of the Revolutionary Army, upon seeing Lightning captured, abandoned their siege and charged towards Ming. As Ming contemplated whether to unleash a grand attack on these revolutionaries, Bogart dashed to his side and said, "Ming, just focus on pushing forward. Leave the path clearing to me." "Understood, Mr. Bogart." Ming nodded, then followed closely behind Bogart, continuously pressing onward. As they were about to dash towards the grove where they had recently taken refuge, Carp pursued them, carrying Ivanov. "Ming, employ your abilities to ensure they cannot follow us," Carp instructed. Ming entrusted the lightning to Bogart, and as the revolutionary forces charged forward, he softly addressed them, "My apologies, everyone." 100,000 volts. Transformed into a Pikachu, Ming was once again enveloped in a terrifying electric aura, unleashing a torrent of lightning under his command towards the advancing revolutionaries. The sheer velocity of the lightning left no one among them capable of evasion. The revolutionary soldiers were all struck by the 100,000 volts. The dreadful current coursing through their bodies, and the extensive range of the attack also caught several others behind them. The outcome rendered the remaining revolutionaries hesitant to advance. With the blockade achieved, Ming promptly turned and sprinted into the forest in pursuit of Carp and the others. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries, witnessing dozens of their comrades incapacitated by the electric shock, were momentarily paralyzed with indecision, unable to pursue Ming. A junior officer among the revolutionaries recognized their collective inadequacy and immediately ordered a retreat from the battlefield. He subsequently contacted the revolutionary headquarters to report the events that had transpired. Upon learning of the situation, Dragon comprehended his father's intent. He refrained from sending anyone to rescue Ivanov and Lightning, fully aware that ordinary individuals stood no chance against Carp. To retrieve them from Carp's grasp, he understood that only he could intervene personally. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Given Ivanov and Lightning's capabilities, he was confident they could navigate the challenges of Impel Down. Once he had managed his current obligations, he would proceed to rescue them. When Ming arrived at the naval vessel, Carp and Bogart had already boarded. As soon as Ming stepped onto the ship, Carp ordered the crew to set sail. Their destination set for Impel Down. Once the ship was underway, Carp began interrogating Ivanov and Lightning, seeking to extract information regarding the location of the revolutionary headquarters. However, both Ivanov and Lightning remained resolutely silent, disregarding Carp's inquiries. Left with no alternative, Carp confined them. Now, Carp could only hope that Dragon would personally come to rescue Ivanov and Lightning, as that would present him with an opportunity for a meaningful conversation with Dragon. 2 days later, realizing that no revolutionaries had come to their aid, Carp understood that Dragon would not be arriving. Growing increasingly irritable, he grabbed a packet of snacks and began munching away, seemingly venting his frustrations into the food. Meanwhile, Ming returned to his relentless training regimen, gradually enhancing his physical prowess and making strides toward evolving his 4 elemental powers. Upon arriving at Impel Down, Ming found himself in the fabled underwater prison known for its impenetrability. However, they did not enter. Instead, they entrusted Ivankov and the Lightning to the warden, Magellan, before departing. As they left, Ming heard Ivankov proclaim that he would surely escape from Impel Down. Unlike other naval officers who would mock Ivankov's audacity, Ming refrained, for he understood that in a few years, this flamboyant king would indeed break free alongside Luffy, causing chaos at the Navy headquarters. He hoped that by then, he would have the opportunity to face the flamboyant king in battle. Not long after leaving Impel Down, they returned to Navy headquarters. However, Ming did not disembark. Carp had informed him that after concluding matters with Sengoku, he would take Ming on a grand tour of paradise, capturing some pirates while introducing Ming to essential knowledge befitting a naval ship leader. Hearing Carp's words, Ming realized that the day he would venture forth independently was drawing near. 2 hours later, while exercising aboard the ship, Ming was startled by the system's voice resonating in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to lieutenant, earning 50 million system coins, 5,000 experience points, and 10 freedom points." Ming was astonished that his assistance in capturing Lightning had elevated his rank. Given Lightning's stature within the Revolutionary Army, such a promotion was indeed warranted. Another 2 hours passed before Carp finally returned, his face illuminated with a broad smile. "Ming, I've got splendid news for you." Ming maintained his usual calm demeanor, setting down the weights. "What is the good news, Mr. Carp?" he replied in a nonchalant tone. Carp, sensing that his announcement might not evoke the excitement he anticipated, chuckled lightly. "Due to your commendable efforts in capturing Lightning, Sengoku has elevated your rank to lieutenant." "Oh, is that so? That is indeed good news. Thank you for informing me, Mr. Carp," Ming responded coolly. Carp observed Ming's demeanor, beginning to question the youth's age. Typically, one at Ming's age would exhibit emotional volatility, yet he remained unfazed by such a momentous occasion as a rank promotion, which was quite astonishing. Carp knew that Sengoku had announced this news just 2 hours prior and had not informed anyone else in the interim. Thus, Carp believed he was the first to convey this information to Ming, dismissing the possibility that Ming might have known beforehand. Little did Carp realize that Ming possessed the extraordinary Spirit King system, which had already revealed to him the promotion at the very moment Sengoku announced it. Having conveyed all he intended, Carp instructed the helmsmen to alter their course towards the waters near the nation of Gekas, where reports indicated a significant presence of pirate crews. As I contemplated allowing Ming to showcase his prowess, This maritime expanse undoubtedly served as the most opportune target. 2 days later, Captain Carp's naval vessel finally arrived in this region. Just as Carp had been informed, they had scarcely navigated these waters when they encountered a pirate ship. Upon sighting Carp's navy, the pirate vessel immediately turned to flee. Carp turned to Ming and said, "Young Ming, handle this yourself." Chapter 93. The fruits of training. Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming understood that Carp sought to assess the results of his training. Understood, Captain Carp. Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Within, he silently invoked the powers of the BB bird, instantly transforming into its form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the air, accelerating towards the pirate ship. The pirate ship belonged to the Fine Wine pirate crew, and its captain, Russ, upon catching sight of Ming, instructed his crew, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. When that flying bird approaches, unleash your firearms and cannons upon it." "Aye, Captain." The crew responded in unison. Most of the crew members armed themselves with guns, while a few manned the cannons, aiming at Ming's position. Observing the actions of the Fine Wine pirates from a distance, Ming narrowed his eyes, displaying no hint of fear. As he approached the pirate ship, the crew opened fire, and the cannons roared simultaneously. Utilizing his observation haki, Ming effortlessly discerned the trajectories of the bullets and cannonballs. He rapidly flapped his wings, altering his flight path. With remarkable agility, he weaved through the hail of gunfire and cannon fire, emerging unscathed. Russ and the other members of the Fine Wine crew had never witnessed such a phenomenon. After all, it was inconceivable for a normal person to evade so many bullets. In their momentary astonishment, Ming had already soared above their pirate vessel. The crew, seeing this, raised their weapons, preparing to shoot at Ming. Realizing their intent, Ming selected the skill gust in his mind. With a powerful flap of his wings, a formidable gale erupted, sweeping towards the pirate ship below. The pirates, caught off guard by the sudden wind, stumbled and were rendered incapable of aiming at Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Ming landed atop the ship's mast, reverting to his human form. Upon witnessing Ming's transformation, Russ's expression shifted, his demeanor becoming grave as he remarked, "A devil fruit user." Clearly, he perceived Ming's ability to morph into the BB bird as a manifestation of devil fruit powers. Ming, undeterred by Russ's musings, leaped from the mast, landing on the deck. The crew of the Fine Wine pirates, seeing Ming's descent, discerned from his attire that he was no ordinary individual. Coupled with the earlier spectacle of his transformation, they understood that his strength was formidable. Yet in their eyes, despite Ming's formidable strength, they believed that a single pair of fists could not rival a multitude of hands. Confronted by such a group, they held fast to the conviction that they could easily subdue Ming. This thought flitted through their minds as they simultaneously drew their weapons and charged at him. Ming unsheathed the black dragon from his waist, enveloping its blade with his armed haki. Maintaining his observation haki, he discerned the trajectory of the incoming assaults with clarity. As Ming evaded, he wielded the black dragon with swift precision, sending the nearby pirates flying, severely injured. Upon witnessing Ming's ferocity, Russ took a few swigs of alcohol before brandishing his sword and rushing forward. Ming, observing Russ's antics, felt a mix of bewilderment and amusement. He found it hard to fathom Russ's profound love for liquor, especially to indulge before a battle. However, such behavior was befitting of their pirate crew's name. After fending off several pirates, Ming engaged in a fierce duel with Russ. As a skilled swordsman, Russ's strikes were formidable, yet Ming's swordsmanship surpassed his own. With a single slash, the claw of the dragon, Ming's figure darted past Russ, inflicting a grievous wound upon his left arm. Seeing their captain injured, the crew of the Fine Wine pirates each produced a bottle of strong liquor from their pockets and downed it in one go. The bizarre scene did not escape even the dullest of minds. Ming concluded that this potent liquor must enhance their strength. Otherwise, they would never resort to drinking at such a critical juncture. Observing his crew's actions, Russ likewise retrieved a bottle of strong liquor, disregarding his injury, and consumed it as well. The members of the Fine Wine pirates, after downing the entire bottle, flushed red, and their eyes grew hazy, clearly intoxicated. Noticing their unsteady gait, Ming surmised that he need not intervene, as these individuals possessed little resistance at that moment. Suddenly, the crew of the Fine Wine pirates surged toward Ming, their movements unsteady, as if they could hardly grip their blades. Ming chose to ignore them, intending to bypass them and confront Captain Russ directly. At that moment, a sense of impending danger washed over him. Activating his observation haki, he pinpointed the source of the threat, the crew of the Fine Wine pirates. They suddenly erupted with an attack speed far surpassing their earlier performance. Without time to ponder further, Ming instinctively fortified his defense with armed haki at the anticipated points of impact. The sound of metal clashing echoed as strikes landed. Ming's expression turned icy. His black dragon transforming into a dark flash that unleashed a terrifying assault upon the surrounding pirates. Despite the enhancement from the strong liquor, their strength remained woefully inadequate in the face of Ming's prowess. The black dragon swung fiercely in all directions, devastating the nearby pirates who fell to the ground. A hint of inebriation flickered in Lu Si's eyes as he charged towards Ming. Observing Lu Si's demeanor, Ming once again executed the dragon's claw, preparing to end the encounter with a single strike. However, Lu Si, who had struggled to withstand the previous attack, surprisingly showcased swift reflexes. His swaying saber perfectly intercepting Ming's black dragon. Realizing the predicament, Ming withdrew the black dragon and launched an assault from different angles. Yet, Lu Si's saber consistently managed to block each strike. Noticing Lu Si's drunken state, Ming was reminded of the drunken boxing style. Indeed, Lu Si appeared to be practicing the art of the drunken sword. This situation piqued Ming's interest, prompting him to experiment further. With the black dragon slashing repeatedly, Lu Si continued to defend effortlessly against every blow. Observers with keen insight would have noticed that as Ming's power escalated, Lu Si began to retreat continuously. This indicated that while Lu Si could endure Ming's attacks, he was unable to dissipate their full force. Recognizing this weakness, Ming ceased to hold back. The already rapid black dragon transformed into a flurry of afterimages, striking relentlessly at Lu Si. Each blow was imbued with Ming's formidable strength. Lu Si, relying on the super reaction speed afforded by his drunken sword state, managed to parry several strikes. However, the overwhelming force of the attacks soon proved too much for him to maintain his composure, leaving him with several wounds and rapidly diminishing combat effectiveness. The crew of the fine wine pirates attempted to assist, but none could withstand a single strike from Ming. Ultimately, the entire crew was left incapacitated on the deck. Ming retrieved a Den Den Mushi and notified Carp. Chapter 95, tackling a tough opponent upon learning that Ming had dealt with the fine wine pirates. Carp promptly ordered the Navy's ship to pursue the pirate vessel. Once aboard the pirate ship, the crew beheld Ming standing at the bow with an air of ease, while the members of the fine wine pirates lay defeated upon the deck. Aside from Carp and Bogart, the hearts of the other Navy officers tightened with apprehension. The fact that Ming could single-handedly dismantle an entire pirate crew indicated that his strength had likely reached the level of a lieutenant or even a captain. The gazes of several commanding officers towards Ming shifted, reflecting the respect one would give to a peer of equal caliber. Upon noticing Carp and the others had arrived, Ming nodded to them before making his way towards the Navy ship. Although he had single-handedly subdued the fine wine pirates and earned 50 million system coins, this particular crew was too weak for him, requiring neither the use of his elven powers. Ming now sought adversaries capable of pushing him to his limits, ones that would challenge him and foster his growth. Only by confronting such opponents could he fully integrate his training achievements and elevate his prowess further. After capturing all members of the fine wine pirates, Carp instructed his men to continue patrolling the waters. Subsequently, they encountered several more pirate crews, all of which Ming resolved independently. With the mastery of observation haki and armament haki, coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship, he swept aside all his adversaries. Gradually, news of their naval vessel spread throughout the waters. The citizens of the Gakka's kingdom rejoiced upon hearing this, for these pirates had been utterly detestable, wreaking havoc in their land and plunging it into chaos. The king of Gakka's, eager to restore order, approached Carp and, after their meeting, provided intelligence regarding the pirate crews operating in the vicinity. Realizing Carp was preparing for significant action, the king promptly dispatched all available information on the nearby pirate factions. As Carp perused the intelligence in his hands, his gaze fell upon the name of one particular pirate crew, triggering a recollection of a recent report. He turned to Ming, saying, "Young Ming, we are to seek out the Sword Tiger pirate crew. Prepare yourself for battle against Keed the Sword Tiger." Upon hearing Carp's words, Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had heard of Keed's notorious reputation, aware that this pirate possessed the ancient Zoan-type saber-toothed tiger fruit. With the powers granted by this fruit, Keed had ascended to the status of a supernova-level pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Ming was confident that he could showcase his abilities to their fullest against such a formidable opponent. Seeing Ming's spirited demeanor, Carp nodded approvingly and instructed the helmsman to navigate towards the location of the Sword Tiger pirate crew. Meanwhile, Keed, unaware of being targeted by Carp, was a robust man of 6 feet tall, cognizant of Carp's movements. The strategist of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, the towering and rugged Visthur, addressed his captain. "Captain, should our crew consider temporarily evading the storm?" Keed, understanding Vister's intention to safeguard their crew's strength by avoiding a direct confrontation with Carp, shook his head resolutely. Vister, I comprehend your concerns, but if we flee, it would only invite ridicule upon the Sword Tiger pirate crew for lacking courage. Furthermore, from the information we have received, it appears the Navy has only dispatched a single officer. It is possible that this individual is their strongest, yet we are not to be underestimated. If they dare to engage us, we shall demonstrate our might to those Navy men, Keed asserted coldly. Seeing Keed's unwavering resolve, Vister refrained from further argument. Although he leaned towards the belief that the young officer was not the strongest, ultimately, the decision-making authority resided with Keed, the captain of the Sword Tiger pirate crew. Keed himself harbored concerns, yet he believed that among the pirate factions in these waters, his crew was the mightiest. He was confident that even with all the intelligence at his disposal, Carp would not target the Sword Tiger pirate crew, a crew known for its resilience. An hour later, Carp's naval vessel appeared near the coastline where the Sword Tiger pirate crew was docked. The crew's scouts spotted the naval ship and promptly relayed the news to everyone aboard. Upon hearing this, Keed and Vister wore expressions of considerable concern. They made their way to the bow, gazing at the approaching naval vessel. Keed struck the railing forcefully and addressed the crew, stating, "All crew members, heed my command. Since the Navy has chosen us as their target, let them understand the formidable prowess of the Sword Tiger pirate crew. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle." "Aye, Captain." The crew of the Sword Tiger pirate crew shouted in unison. Each face bore no hint of fear, for since their inception, the crew had consistently triumphed over the Navy. Carp, upon spotting the pirate ship, trained his binoculars on the Sword Tiger pirate crew. After all, Keed, the Sword Tiger, was a pirate of the supernova caliber. While he deemed it insufficiently challenging, it represented a significant test for Ming. Should Ming manage to vanquish Keed, his reputation in the paradise would be solidified. Observing the situation of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, Carp chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems those pirates possess quite the spirit. Do you believe you can handle this alone, Ming? It should not pose a major issue. After all, the true strength of the Sword Tiger pirate crew lies in Keed. Among the rest, only Vister possesses any considerable strength. However, Vister cannot interfere in the battle between Keed and me. The outcome of our duel will determine the fate of the Sword Tiger pirate crew," Ming replied calmly. Upon hearing Ming's words, Carp recognized a minor concern. If both were to suffer mutual defeat, or if Ming were to emerge victorious but gravely wounded, could he truly dictate the fate of the Sword Tiger pirate crew? Yet, Carp withheld this thought, as his intuition suggested that Ming had undoubtedly contemplated this dilemma. Furthermore, even if Ming had not considered it, this battle could impart invaluable insights for his future. "Then go ahead and deal with the Sword Tiger pirate crew," Carp instructed Ming. Ming transformed into a BB bird and soared towards the pirate ship. On the opposite side, Bogart observed Ming's departing figure and inquired of Carp, "Mr. Carp, should we prepare for contingencies?" "Simply approach the Sword Tiger pirate crew and await developments," Carp replied nonchalantly. Had Ming been aware of the concerns harbored by Carp and Bogart, he would have assured them with a smile that there was no need for worry. With the system at his disposal, even in the face of mutual destruction, he could utilize the elixirs provided by the system to reverse the situation. As for being defeated by Keed, Ming was confident in his ability to extricate himself safely. Chapter 96. Compliantly becoming a hostage upon seeing Ming, transformed into a BB bird, approaching, Keed, recalling the information he had received, sneered, "Knowing our pirate crew's identity, he dares to come alone. It appears the opponent is indeed a fool unaware of the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth. However, given the circumstances, I shall demonstrate through my actions that the Sword Tiger pirate crew is not to be compared with those mediocre pirate factions." Cade clenched his fists and declared. As Ming drew nearer, several crew members of the Sword Tiger pirate crew raised their firearms, poised to shoot him. Cade raised his hand, instructing his subordinates, "Do not fire yet, bring that Marine over." The members of the Sword Tiger pirate crew were perplexed by Cade's decision, but being under his command, they complied with his orders. West understood Cade's rationale for allowing Ming to approach, so he refrained from intervening. In West's eyes, Ming was an excellent choice for a hostage, believing that if they captured him alive, the other Navy personnel aboard would not dare to act recklessly. Ming had initially thought he would have to dodge bullets from the pirates to reach their ship, as had been the case in previous encounters, and he had seen the pirates raise their weapons. However, to his surprise, the pirates did not fire. Instead, they lowered their guns, allowing him to approach unimpeded. Ming was uncertain as to why they behaved in such a manner, but it likely had to do with Cade, for only someone of his stature could command such obedience from the crew. As he soared above the pirate vessel, Ming transformed into his human form and leapt down onto the deck. Upon landing, he gazed at Sword Tiger Cade and said coolly, "Cade, will you surrender? Or must I take action? Kid, do you think that by taking down a few pirate crews on your own, you've become the strongest in the world?" Cade retorted with a sardonic smile. He stepped forward toward Ming, continuing, "I will make you." Before Cade could finish, West, the intelligence officer, suddenly charged at Ming, wielding a hefty sword and darkly stating, "A marine like you is no match for me, West." Seeing West rush toward Ming, Cade halted, his eyes flashing with displeasure, clearly unhappy with West's impetuosity. However, as the second-in-command of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, he refrained from reprimanding West at that moment. When Ming noticed the imposing figure of West charging at him, his expression remained largely unchanged. He drew the black dragon from his waist, empowering it with armament hockey. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball aimed at West. West, observing Ming's approach, lifted his sword high, bringing it down with a fearsome gust of wind aimed directly at Ming. Ming tightened his grip on the black dragon, consolidating his strength, a force exceeding 200 times that of an average adult, as he swung the weapon to meet West's blade. West couldn't help but laugh inwardly at Ming's audacity to confront him head-on. If Ming had opted for a more agile strategy, West might have found himself in a more challenging predicament, given his considerable size and strength, though he lacked in agility. Ming's current action was precisely a weak response to West's overwhelming strength. West believed that failing to win this confrontation would be utterly unjust. Upon witnessing Ming's actions, Cade's thoughts mirrored those of Vester. As a longtime companion, Cade was acutely aware of the terrifying power Vester possessed. Ordinary masters were no match for him. Were it not for his own sword-toothed tiger fruit and his inherently formidable physique, Cade could only hope to barely suppress Vester. In Cade's estimation, individuals of comparable strength to Vester were few and far between. Even if Ming's prowess was considerable, he surely could not rival Vester in raw power. Clang! The collision of Ming's black dragon with Vester's massive blade unleashed a gust of wind that radiated outward from their point of contact. Both fighters felt their expressions shift slightly in surprise, taken aback by the formidable strength each exhibited. Vester had assumed victory was within his grasp, yet the diminutive form of Ming harbored such immense power. Little did Vester know that Ming's extraordinary strength derived from the system's enhancement of his physical attributes, enabling him to reach such a remarkable level. In contrast, Vester, a formidable giant, lacked such a system, illustrating how the unique environment of the pirate world had birthed many extraordinary individuals. Watching the clash between Ming and Vester, Cade noted their evenly matched contest and narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in his own aura. The power Ming wielded suggested an extraordinary identity, yet he had been dispatched to confront them. Surely, the navy vessel he hailed from housed formidable figures. Cade's inner thoughts urged him not to squander time. He stepped into the fray, gripping the massive sword slung across his back, and called out to Vester, "Vester, step aside. I will handle this lad." Vester, initially poised to assert his own capability, hesitated, but Ming was already in motion. Sensing Cade's energy locking onto him, Ming understood the urgency of the situation. He took a step back, retracting the black dragon, and then lunged towards Vester once more. Noticing Ming's intent, Vester could not afford to respond to Cade. He swung his great sword to continue his assault on Ming. This time, however, Ming did not engage Vester head-on. He deftly sidestepped to his left and executed a swift strike with the dragon's claw. Caught off guard, Vester felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Realizing he had been wounded, acknowledging that he was outmatched, Vester sought to retreat. Yet Ming was not inclined to let Vester escape so easily. He continued to brandish the black dragon, aiming to inflict a devastating blow. Just as Vester believed his peril was imminent, a sword he recognized all too well intercepted the black dragon. Cade had arrived, urging Vester, "Fall back quickly." Vester nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to a safe distance, where he could tend to his injuries. Ming gazed at Cade, who stood before him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the strike he aimed at Vester did not unleash his full power, it still contained nearly 200 times the strength of an average adult. Yet, Cade effortlessly blocked it, displaying an air of nonchalance. Realizing that he was outmatched, Ming decided to unleash his full strength, but the black dragon remained immovable. He understood that his current might was insufficient against Cade. "Kid, your strength is commendable, but alas, it falls short," Cade remarked blandly. "So you shall remain a hostage." He added. Chapter 97. Fierce Battle with Cade Hostage? Ming erupted into laughter upon hearing Cade's words. "Do you truly believe you can capture me with such certainty?" "It is not a matter of belief. It is simply the reality of the situation," Cade replied coolly. Noticing Ming still brimming with the desire to fight, Keed sighed. Very well. I shall end this swiftly to prevent you from calling for help from the naval ship. With that declaration, Keed thrust his great sword toward Ming, the ominous rush of wind accompanying the strike signifying the immense power behind it. Utilizing his observation haki, Ming swiftly discerned Keed's assault. He sidestepped to the right, propelling himself toward Keed with great speed. The black dragon in his grasp arced upward, aimed directly at Keed's chest. Understanding Ming's target from the trajectory of the black dragon, Keed rapidly retracted his sword to block the incoming attack. Clang! The black dragon met resistance, yet Ming's expression remained unchanged. With a twist of his wrist, he maneuvered the black dragon beneath the great sword, continuing his assault toward Keed. Seeing Ming's sudden change in swordplay, Keed quickly retreated and sidestepped to evade the strike. As he narrowly escaped Ming's attack, a flicker of regret crossed Ming's eyes. If only he could land a decisive blow on Keed, the ensuing battle would be much simpler. Having narrowly avoided Ming's strike, Keed recognized his slight inferiority in technique. Suddenly, he let out a fierce shout, and his body began to transform. He grew taller. His arms morphed into powerful tiger limbs, his hands into claws, and his head transformed into that of a saber-toothed tiger, complete with exposed fangs. Sensing the surge of Keed's newfound strength, Ming's expression turned grave. Before he could react, Keed swung his great sword toward him, bolstered by his enhanced power. The speed of the descending sword multiplied several times. Though Ming, with the aid of his observation haki, foresaw Keed's movements, his body reacted a fraction too slowly. He barely managed to raise the black dragon in defense as he began to shift backward. Bang! A tremendous force surged toward Ming, coupled with the backward motion of his feet, sending him hurtling away. He coughed up blood, ultimately crashing against the outer wall of the ship's cabin. Upon witnessing Ming finally sustain an injury, the members of the Sword Tiger pirate crew erupted in cheers, as Ming's earlier display had left them in a state of anxiety. Cade surveyed the outcome of his attack, feeling a sense of relief. If even his transformed self could not overcome Ming, they would truly be in peril. At that moment, Ming rose from the wreckage of the cabin. Though his body throbbed with pain, it did not hinder his ability to fight. Observing Ming's resurgence, Cade propelled himself forward with renewed vigor, transforming into a blur as he charged at Ming. Ming executed a swift maneuver to evade, finding his footing before coldly addressing Cade. You are not the only one capable of transformation. Internally, Ming roared, harnessed the power of the fire Tyrannosaurus. Instantly, his form was enveloped in a fiery crimson energy, and the silhouette of the fire Tyrannosaurus materialized before them. Sensing the surge in Ming's aura, Cade wasted no time. He pressed on, determined to strike Ming while he was still adjusting to his new form. Anticipating Cade's intentions, Ming unleashed the skill cleave, imbuing the blade of the black dragon with a white energy. He swung the black dragon in a decisive arc towards Cade. Elated at the prospect of a direct confrontation, Cade believed that despite Ming's newfound strength, his own power would undoubtedly surpass that of his opponent. Unbeknownst to Cade, however, the cleave skill was not intended for a mere clash. It was designed to deflect an opponent's assault. As Cade's great sword collided with the black dragon, he envisioned Ming being sent flying once more. Yet, in the next instant, Cade felt an inexplicable force deflecting his sword, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon Ming. In disbelief that his attack had failed, Cade prepared to swing his great sword again. At that moment, Ming unleashed a torrent of flame, having built up his power. As a seasoned combatant, he would not simply endure blows passively. As Ming deflected Cade's sword, he swiftly opted to utilize the skill flame jet. Witnessing the inferno erupt from Ming's mouth, Cade instinctively retreated, creating distance while bringing his sword down with tremendous force. The gust generated by his sword effectively cleaved through the jet of flames. Before Cade could catch his breath, Ming thrust his left hand fiercely into the deck. From his claws, fissures rapidly radiated outward, and to the horror of onlookers, flames erupted from the gaps. This was a technique that Ming had never before employed, purgatory. Faced with such a situation, Cade hastily withdrew. The nearby pirates also scrambled to retreat, though a few, caught off guard, were scorched by the flames emerging from the fissures and had no choice but to leap into the sea to extinguish the fire. Witnessing this, Cade's fury ignited. He paid no heed to the catastrophic scene unfolding on the deck. With a mighty leap, Cade swung his great sword down towards Ming from the air. Upon witnessing Cade's actions, Ming once again opened his mouth, this time invoking the skill flame vortex. Chapter 98. Overcoming Cade, Carp's striking blow. Impossible. Keed could hardly believe that one individual could simultaneously possess two formidable elemental powers. Yet, the numbing sensation brought on by the 100,000 volts confirmed the reality of the situation. The effect of the electric shock lasted less than 2 seconds. And when Keed reappeared before the crowd, he was charred from head to toe. The members of the Sword Tiger pirate crew gasped in astonishment at Keed's condition, having never witnessed him in such a state before. Ignoring the pain in his arm, West seized his large blade and charged towards Keed's position. He understood that if Keed were subdued, the entire Sword Tiger pirate crew would meet its demise. West dashed 3 meters forward, and at that moment, the once motionless Keed finally regained his mobility. Although his body was still engulfed in paralysis, he was acutely aware of his predicament and forced himself to suppress the numbness, slightly bending his legs in preparation for landing. With a thud, even though Keed had braced himself, his paralyzed legs lacked strength, causing him to crash onto the deck. Fortunately, the height from which he fell was not great, resulting in only minor injuries to his legs. As Ming descended, he observed Keed's plight and felt a twinge of admiration for him. After all, for an ordinary person to remain conscious after being struck by 100,000 volts was quite remarkable, let alone preparing for a safe landing. However, admiration aside, Ming showed no mercy. He glanced at the skill bar, visible only to himself, and unhesitatingly selected the skill Electric Sphere. Upon selection, he transformed into a Pikachu-like figure, with electricity gathering at the tip of his tail. Moments later, a 50-centimeter diameter electric sphere materialized. Ming pivoted in midair and hurled the sphere toward Keed's position. Realizing the impending danger, Keed could only lament his earlier hesitance to unleash his full power against Ming. Had he incapacitated Ming before he could use his skills, he would not be in such a dire predicament now. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to dodge to the side, but regrettably, he could only manage a few steps. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted at the spot where Keed had just stood, golden lightning wreaking havoc in all directions, and debris from the shattered deck flew about. Witnessing this, the pirates of the Sword Tiger crew felt their hearts race with trepidation. Coughing, Keed's voice echoed, prompting the crew to breathe a collective sigh of relief, having feared their captain had been vanquished. However, Keed was in a dire state, his body charred and sprawled on the ground, occasionally convulsing, clearly devoid of combat capability. West was nearing Keed's side, gritting his teeth, determined to reach him and provide protection. Unfortunately, Ming, aided by the acceleration of gravity, arrived at Keed's side a moment earlier. As he landed, Ming skillfully mitigated the force of his descent with a moonwalk, subsequently opting to unleash his skill, Electric Discharge. Subtle currents coursed through his body, and even the blade of the black dragon shimmered with electricity. Upon witnessing Ming's sudden appearance beside Keed, West immediately swung his large sword in an attempt to drive him away. However, Ming met the assault head-on with the black dragon. In that moment, he transformed into Pikachu. Although Pikachu's power did not rival that of Charizard, it still boasted an impressive strength of 700 points. Initially, Ming and West possessed comparable strength, but bolstered by Pikachu's power, Ming completely surpassed West in might. This disparity left West not only vulnerable to the electric assault, but also staggered by Ming's overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward, severely injured and unable to rise from the ground. Nevertheless, West called out to his comrades in the Saber Tiger pirate crew, urging them, "Brothers, rally together. We must rescue our captain, or else the Saber Tiger pirate crew will be doomed." Although the crew members harbored some fear of Ming, they understood the urgency of West's words. They had to save Keed, or risk the destruction of their crew, as West had forewarned. One by one, they brandished their weapons and charged toward Ming. Ming maintained his electrified state as he surged toward the crew, the black dragon transforming into a series of phantoms that clashed with their weapons. Each crew member, upon contact with the black dragon, first experienced a sudden paralysis, followed by an overwhelming force that sent them sprawling. After an arduous 10 minutes, Ming finally subdued all the crew members, though he had exhausted a significant portion of his stamina. However, for him, acquiring a basic stamina potion would restore his vitality, transforming back into his human form. Ming exhaled softly. In truth, defeating Keed posed a formidable challenge. Had Keed mastered Haki and not underestimated him, Ming would have needed to exert considerable effort to secure victory. Of course, his adept application of Pokémon power was indispensable. Had he not seized the opportunity to transform into Pikachu and unleash Thunderbolt, severely injuring Keed. The latter's recovery capabilities from the saber-toothed tiger fruit and formidable strength would have undoubtedly compelled Ming to resort to system potions for a protracted battle. Through his confrontation with Keed, Ming attained a preliminary assessment of his own strength when facing the supernovas emerging from the paradise. As long as Ming could judiciously harness his Pokémon powers in conjunction with his swordsmanship, he could at least hold his own against them, if not secure victory. Possessing such prowess signified that Ming could traverse paradise unhindered, provided he did not encounter pirates of the warlord level or the formidable emperors. Observing through his telescope, Carp noted Ming's triumph over the Saber Tiger pirate crew and promptly signaled for the naval vessel to draw closer. After apprehending all members of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, Carp approached Ming, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Young Ming," he remarked, "you must have gained profound insights from your encounter with Sword Tiger Kide, have you not?" Ming nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Mr. Carp, this battle has granted me a deeper understanding of my own capabilities." Carp gently patted Ming's shoulder and continued, "Kide wields a Zoan-type devil fruit, an ancient variant, albeit lacking any extraordinary abilities. Thus, with the power you possess, you have a significant advantage over him. However, do not presume that other pirates of your caliber will be so easily defeated. When faced with different types of pirates, you must exercise utmost caution and never let your guard down." "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Carp," Ming responded respectfully. He understood that Carp was imparting a crucial lesson, cautioning him not to let his victory over Kide inflate his confidence to the point of underestimating all supernova-level pirates. Ming was well aware that some supernovas possessed uniquely formidable devil fruit powers, and a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Thus, treating each adversary with care was essential. Chapter 99. The next target, the dual mace pirate crew. Seeing Ming humbly accepting his admonition, Carp nodded approvingly. Upon returning to their naval vessel, Carp and his crew set sail for the kingdom of Gakas, where they intended to hand over the Sword Tiger pirate crew to the Navy officers awaiting them at the port. As Carp and his men departed, several nearby pirate crews stealthily approached to ascertain the situation. Upon witnessing the downfall of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, one pirate crew, having observed the events through a telescope, swiftly disseminated the news. Ming's reputation soared throughout the paradise. Shortly thereafter, the newspapers reported this development, and Ming abruptly emerged as a celebrated new star in the Navy, with his rank elevated to lieutenant. Upon learning of this news through the newspapers, the king of Gakas eagerly awaited Carp and his crew at the port. Ming's successful capture of the Sword Tiger pirate crew had caused many pirate crews remaining in Gakas to flee, fearing a similar fate. Consequently, Gakas would finally be liberated from relentless pirate incursions, prompting the king to personally express his gratitude. Unaware of the grand reception awaiting them, Carp and Ming were momentarily taken aback upon their arrival at the port of Gakas. However, Carp, having witnessed many such spectacles before, quickly deduced that this was the kingdom's way of thanking the Navy. After all, the news of the Sword Tiger pirate crew's defeat had undoubtedly spread, prompting nearby pirate crews to vacate the area. Indeed, as soon as they disembarked, the king of Gakas approached the naval vessel, publicly expressing his gratitude to Carp and Ming, offering provisions free of charge to alleviate their logistical burdens. Carp graciously accepted the king's gratitude and, with his crew, departed the port of Gakas. Once they set sail, Carp ordered his men to continue patrolling the surrounding waters, ensuring that no pirates would dare launch a counterattack. Indeed, they encountered several pirate crews who fancied themselves clever, resulting in Ming eliminating a few of them. It was almost certain that the kingdom of Gakas was free from further pirate disturbances, prompting Carp to depart from its waters. Over the course of the following week, Carp and his crew did not encounter any pirates, which was rather normal given the vast expanse of the paradise. Stumbling upon a pirate crew was no simple feat. The numerous encounters in Gakas were primarily due to certain enticing factors for those pirates. Though Carp and his crew had no inclination to investigate those, Carp's principal aim was to allow Ming to accumulate ample combat experience and elevate his rank, thereby enabling Ming to truly embark on his journey. With no pirate crews in sight, Carp sought assistance from Sengoku. Acting upon Carp's request, Sengoku utilized his intelligence network to ascertain the whereabouts of the double mace pirate crew, led by a captain of the supernova caliber. Without hesitation, Carp directed his men to the location provided by Sengoku. To Carp, the captain of this crew, or wielding dual maces, was undoubtedly the most suitable adversary for Ming. According to Carp's knowledge, or possessed the powers of the oil fruit, a particularly unique devil fruit that allowed its user to produce various oils on their skin, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. Unlike the case with the sword-wielding Kid, or S mastery of the oil fruit would render his combat techniques diverse and multifaceted, providing a comprehensive challenge for Ming. Upon learning that his next target was, or Ming, through Carp's explanations, gained a certain degree of understanding regarding Or's abilities. After completing the necessary daily training, Ming began to contemplate strategies to counter Or. Aware of Or's powers, Ming naturally broadened his imagination concerning the potential applications of those abilities. The more he pondered, the more he recognized the formidable nature of Or. Judging by Or's bounty, it was evident that his command over the oil fruit was highly developed. Thus, Ming needed to approach his strategizing with greater thoroughness. After tirelessly refining his strategies and considering even the less probable contingencies, Ming finally concluded his tactical planning. Naturally, he understood that despite having ample time for contemplation, the unpredictable nature of battle made it impossible to foresee every eventuality, necessitating a cautious approach. 2 days later, the Navy ships finally arrived at the sea where the Double Mace pirate crew was located. During their reconnaissance, the soldiers discovered the island where the Double Mace pirate crew had docked, prompting Carp to instruct his men to proceed directly to that isle. Upon spotting the Navy ships, members of the Double Mace pirate crew aboard their vessel immediately leapt into the water to inform Or. The remaining crew swiftly maneuvered their ship away from the vicinity to avoid capture by the Navy. Observing their actions, Carp remarked to Ming, "Young Ming, secure that vessel to prevent Or and his crew from escaping." Ming transformed into a bird and soared onto the deck of the pirate ship. After incapacitating the pirates left behind, he ventured alone into the island. Carp did not hinder Ming. He too was curious to see if Ming could triumph over the formidable dual-armed Or in such an environment. Upon entering the island, Ming activated his observation haki. Through this heightened sense, he swiftly discerned the location of Or and his crew. Noticing that the pirates were congregated in one area, Ming began to make his way there with utmost determination. As Ming charged towards Or's position, the pirates who had jumped off the ship to alert Or had already arrived. Or, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, with an unremarkable appearance yet a robust physique, was initially relishing the bounty from his hunt. However, the news from his crew soured his mood entirely. With his dual weapons hanging at his waist, he discarded the meat in his hand and angrily marched towards the designated meeting point, accompanied by his crew, ready to board their ship and depart from this place. Despite his bounty amounting to 240 million, Or was still reluctant to provoke the Navy recklessly. Who could tell what might be lurking aboard the naval vessel? Even though Or was confident in his own strength, he was uncertain whether he could emerge unscathed in the presence of a formidable rear admiral. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes, the determined Ming appeared before Or and his men. Upon seeing Ming clad in naval attire, Or instinctively glanced around, fearing they had been surrounded. However, after a mere 10 seconds, the anticipated throng of Navy soldiers did not materialize. It was only Ming who stood there, solitary and resolute. Or furrowed his brow and scoffed. "Does the Navy truly believe that you alone can vanquish me and my crew? Unless something unforeseen transpires, I believe it should pose no challenge." Ming replied lightly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Ming's words struck Or as a grand jest, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter. He disdainfully remarked, "By the looks of your uniform, you haven't even attained the rank of a major. What gives you such confidence?" One of Or's crew members, observing Ming's features and the black dragon emblem at his waist, hastily retrieved a newspaper from his pocket. After comparing the photograph within to Ming's visage, he confirmed that the individual in the paper was indeed Ming. He rushed to Or's side, presenting the newspaper and asserting, "Captain, it appears that this lad is the one who defeated the Sword Tiger pirates." Upon hearing this, Or took the newspaper and compared Ming to the photograph, realizing that Ming was indeed the naval soldier mentioned in the article. The disdain he had held for Ming evaporated instantaneously. He was acutely aware of the prowess of the Sword Tiger's Kaid. If Ming could defeat Kaid, it signified that he possessed the capability to contend with Or on equal footing. With a grim expression, Ol addressed the crew behind him. "Everyone, let us join forces and bring this fellow down. I am confident that, even if our ship is seized by the Navy, we will manage to reclaim it." "Aye, Captain." The pirates of the Double Mace pirate crew responded in unison. Subsequently, some of them charged towards Ming, while others raised their firearms, preparing to launch an assault. At that moment, however, Ming had already activated his shave, swiftly dashing to confront the foremost pirate. His fist struck the 2 leading pirates, sending them hurtling back, crashing into those who followed. After dispatching those pirates, Ming immediately veered to the left as a barrage of gunfire erupted, striking the spot where he had just stood. Regaining his footing, he charged at the pirates poised to shoot. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Ming's path. He halted, drawing the black dragon from his waist and slicing towards the figure, which was none other than Ol. At this moment, Ol had gripped his dual maces tightly. Seeing Ming's Black Dragon approach, he raised his maces defensively. Clang! The Black Dragon collided with the maces, the tremendous force absorbed by Ol, who appeared to handle the blow with remarkable ease. In his encounters with the Sword Tiger Kaido, Ming had developed a considerable understanding of the supernova-level pirates. Generally, those who reached this echelon possessed strength that rivaled that of Navy captains. Their sole shortcoming was that the supernovas had yet to enter the New World. Lacking exposure to Haki, naturally, this rendered them inferior to some Navy officers who had mastered it. Ol, despite possessing a Paramecia-type devil fruit, exhibited strength that was not inferior to that of Zoan-type users. Of course, Zoan users experienced a significant amplification of their power when utilizing their abilities, a feat unattainable by Paramecia users. While Ol effortlessly withstood Ming's attack, he was nonetheless astonished by Ming's strength. After all, Ming appeared quite youthful, even somewhat naive. Yet he wielded such formidable power, indicating that his potential was extraordinary. For the Navy, Ming's potential was undoubtedly advantageous, but for Ol, a pirate, it was a grave concern. If he failed to neutralize Ming now, the latter would surely become a formidable weapon for the Navy in the future, potentially bringing about Ol's own downfall. With this thought, Ol's gaze turned icy, unleashing his full strength to send Ming flying. In midair, Ming executed a somersault before landing gracefully on the ground. Though Ol's explosive power had stirred a tempest within him, he did not waver. With a surge of energy from his right leg, he lunged once more at Ol. The tip of the Black Dragon aimed directly at him, launching a ground-level eagle dive attack. The battle-hardened discerned Ming's trajectory of attack with a mere glance. He positioned his left iron mace to intercept the strike from the Black Dragon, while his right mace descended upon Ming's form. The Black Dragon collided with Ol's mace, and through his observation Haki, Ming was aware of Ol's movements. However, Ol's dual maces were unleashed simultaneously, leaving Ming no time to evade. With no other option, he extended his left hand to block the oncoming blow from Ol's right mace. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal resonated as Ming had enveloped his left hand with armament Haki, preventing any significant injury to its surface. Nevertheless, the force behind Ol's right mace was considerable, causing Ming's left hand to tremble uncontrollably, evidently suffering substantial harm. Ouiner's face betrayed astonishment. He had initially assumed that Ming's left hand would be rendered useless upon blocking the mace, yet it had withstood the impact, revealing the protective efficacy of the dark layer that enveloped it. Gritting his teeth, Ming swiftly retreated several steps, increasing the distance between himself and Ouiner. He also procured a mid-level healing potion from the system shop, hastening the recovery of his injuries. As he began to harness the powers of the spirits, he opted not to summon the fiery might of Charizard immediately. Having prepared for battle, he understood that against an opponent like Ouiner, relying on the brute force of Charizard would not yield an advantage. Thus, a golden energy surged within him as he wielded Pikachu's powers. With the enhanced agility granted by Pikachu, Ming dashed towards Ouiner. Observing the swift approach of the Pikachu form, Ouiner remained stationary, gripping his maces tightly and readying himself for an assault. However, Ming altered his course when he was merely 2 meters away from Ouiner, maneuvering around him and creating multiple afterimages. Despite this, Ouiner remained unfazed, although Ming failed to notice a liquid seeping from Ouiner's feet, slowly spreading outward. After circling Ouiner more than 10 times, and ensuring that Ouiner was unable to pinpoint his position, Ming selected what he deemed an optimal spot for attack and charged forth. His Black Dragon, angled upward, indicated the initiation of a claw strike. As he surged forward, closing the distance to within a meter of Ouiner, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet. His balance faltered, and he unexpectedly collided towards Ouiner. Anticipating this moment, Ouiner swung his dual maces downwards with ferocity, aiming for Ming's position. Hearing the whistling wind of the descending maces, Ming leveraged his momentum from the collision to continue executing the dragon's claw. Ouiner did not anticipate that Ming could still employ sword techniques under such circumstances. With no other option, he was compelled to shift the target of his twin club attacks towards the Black Dragon to avoid a mutually destructive outcome.